In the northern frontier, the flames of war surge, and the loyal soldiers of the general's manor have all perished on the battlefield, leaving only an elderly matriarch and a frail, sickly child in the capital, a mere shadow of a military family, devoid of both martial prowess and literary talent. After traversing through realms, Fang Ming inherits the body of this sickly child, and we shall witness how he rises in this foreign land, commanding the world and stirring the winds and clouds of fate. Chapter 1. The Bloodied Northern Frontier. In the desolate expanse of the northern frontier, the biting winds slice like knives, swirling up clouds of yellow dust infused with a heavy scent of blood. The earth is stained a dark crimson, with broken arrows and remnants of weapons skewered into mountains of corpses. The tattered flag of the Zhenbei army flutters in the wind, its surface marred by scars from blades and smeared with congealed blood. Hold the line. Even if it costs us our lives, we must hold it. General Fang's voice, hoarse and ragged, echoes as he thrusts his spear like a dragon, sending 3 barbarian soldiers flying simultaneously. His silver armor is rent, revealing a wound on his left shoulder deep enough to see bone, blood seeping continuously, and 3 feathered arrows embedded in his chest, yet he stands firm like a mountain at the forefront. Father, the right flank has been breached. The barbarian heavy cavalry has broken through our defenses. His second son, Fang Wenyuan, gallops in, his helmet lost, a ghastly gash running from his forehead to his chin, blood streaming and obscuring his left eye. Fang Jintian's heart tightens. Where is your elder brother? Fang Wenyuan's voice is raspy as he wipes the blood from his face. Elder brother personally led the Iron Guards into the enemy ranks, using himself as bait to draw the enemy deep into the thunder and fire zone, perishing alongside 2,000 elite barbarian soldiers. Fang Zhentian sways, his spear plunging deep into the ground to steady himself. His eldest son, Fang Wenhan, had been his proudest heir, commanding 2/3 of the northern frontier's forces at only 40, a beacon of hope for the Fang family. Grandfather, there's more enemy reinforcements from the east. Young Fang Yunting rides in, his silver armor stained with blood, his sword bearing multiple chips. He is the most outstanding of the 3rd generation of the Fang family. Only 19, yet he has honed his skills on the battlefield for 3 years. Fang Jintian gazes at his battle-scarred grandson and the dwindling Zhenbei army around him, his heart twisted with anguish. Yunting, take the remaining soldiers and retreat 30 miles to regroup with the central army. Fang Jintian commands in a solemn tone, imbued with undeniable resolve. The youth stubbornly shakes his head. A son of the Fang family knows only to die in battle, never to be a coward. Foolish, Fang Jintian roars. If you die in battle, the Fang bloodline will truly end. In the capital, your grandmother and your 3rd uncle have left behind Ming'er, who still needs your care. At the mention of Fang Yuni, the frail child mocked as the sickly one of the Fang family since birth, a pang of sorrow strikes the 3. He is the only child of the 3rd branch, the most delicate of this generation's bloodline. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently, and a path opens within the barbarian army as a dozen ironclad war elephants emerge, bearing massive crossbows on their backs. Ironclad war elephants, they're actually deploying the royal court's forbidden troops, a soldier cries out in terror. Fang Jintian's expression shifts dramatically, realizing that a complete rout is now unavoidable. The ironclad war elephants symbolize the barbarian royal court, and their appearance signifies that the barbarians have committed all their forces. Father, you take Yunting and go. I will hold them back. Fang Wenyuan suddenly calms, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He removes a bronze tiger talisman from his chest and places it in Fang Jintian's hand. Deliver this to mother and tell her that her son is unfilial and cannot serve her side any longer. Wenyuan no. As Fang Jintian attempts to stop him, Fang Wenyuan has already turned his horse around, raising his sword high. Zhenbei army, charge with me. The remaining soldiers, rejuvenated, follow Fang Wenyuan into the copper wall and iron bastion formed by the ironclad war elephants. Fang Wenyuan leads the charge, his sword shimmering under the sunlight, his figure appearing particularly solitary and heroic amidst the onslaught. Second uncle, Fang Yunting cries out in anguish, wanting to chase after him, but is firmly held back by Fang Jintian. Go, do not let their deaths be in vain. Fang Jintian, tears streaming down his aged face, forcibly drags him away, suppressing his sorrow. However, it seems too late as barbarian cavalry encircle from both flanks, cutting off all avenues of retreat. The ironclad war elephants spew flames, trapping the remnants of the Zhenbei army in a sea of fire. Fang Jintian, knowing there is no hope for escape, raises his spear and gives Fang Yunting a grim smile. Child, Are you afraid? The youth wipes his tears, gripping his sword tightly. To fight alongside grandfather, I fear nothing. Good. This is the spirit of a true son of the Fang family. Fang Jintian bellows to the heavens. Jinbei army, follow me to slay our foes. The bloodbath continues for an entire day and night. As the sunset stains the sky with a blood-red hue, not a single Jinbei soldier stands upon the battlefield. Fang Jintian, riddled with arrows, leans against his spear, his eyes wide open, already lifeless. Fang Yunting lies beside him, still clutching the broken sword, a tattered Jinbei army flag pressed beneath him. The news of the northern frontier's defeat spreads like wildfire throughout the entire Qin dynasty. When the urgent military report covering 800 miles reaches the palace, it coincides with the morning court assembly. Report. Urgent news from a northern frontier. The Jinbei army has been completely annihilated. General Fang and his 2 sons. All have perished in battle. The messenger collapses to the ground, exhausted, his voice choked with emotion. A tumult erupts in the court. What? The Jinbei army has been completely destroyed. General Fang has fallen. With the northern frontier's defenses breached, won't the barbarian army march southward, directly threatening the capital? Meanwhile, upon the dragon throne, the nearly 50-year-old Emperor Qin suddenly rises, his face paling. What did you say? General Fang? Your Majesty, General Fang and his entire family displayed unwavering loyalty, fighting to the last without retreating, all perished on the battlefield. The messenger weeps uncontrollably. The Qin Emperor staggered backward, collapsing into the dragon throne, his hands trembling slightly. The loss of the Fang family is akin to severing my arm. The ministers fell to their knees in unison, exclaiming, Your Majesty, please take care of your health. However, no one noticed that at the moment the Qin Emperor concealed his face with his sleeve, what flashed in his eyes was not sorrow, but a hint of relief. The power of the Fang family had grown too formidable. Fang Jintian had wielded military authority in the northern territories for decades, while Fang Wenhan and Fang Wenyuan commanded the eastern and western camps, respectively. The northern army only heeded the Fang family's orders, which had become a significant threat to him. Now that all the male descendants of the Fang family had perished in battle, the military power could finally be reshuffled, and he was free from future worries. Draft an edict. The Qin Emperor took a deep breath, his voice deliberately husky. Posthumously confer the title of loyal and brave king upon Fang Jintian, and the titles of first-class duke upon Fang Wenhan and Fang Wenyuan, and loyal and heroic marquis upon Fang Yunting, with princely honors for a grand burial. The court shall mourn for 3 days. Your Majesty is wise, the ministers chorused in unison. Furthermore, a glint of brilliance flashed in the Qin Emperor's eyes. The northern territories cannot be without a leader for even a day. Appoint the Minister of War, Zhao Yuanming, to temporarily assume the role of commander of the northern territories, overseeing the remaining troops to resist the barbarian tribes. Several elder ministers exchanged glances. Zhao Yuanming was the emperor's trusted confidant. His taking over the military power of the northern territories signified that the emperor would directly control the northern military. After the court session, the Qin Emperor ventured alone into the depths of the imperial garden, where a man in a black robe had long awaited him. Has the Fang family truly been annihilated? The Qin Emperor inquired in a low voice. The man in black bowed and replied, None of the male members of the Fang family on the northern battlefield survived. Now, only the elderly matriarch and that frail 7-year-old child remain in the general's household. The corners of the Qin Emperor's mouth curled slightly upward. So only that sickly child is left. The Fang family, strong for 3 generations, has produced such a useless offspring. It is indeed the will of heaven. Chapter 2. The ailing Fang Uni. Your Majesty, is it necessary? The figure in the black robe gestured as if to cut his throat. The Emperor of Qin slightly shook his head. There is no need. What turmoil could an elderly woman and a sickly child, who will not survive to adulthood, possibly incite? Their demise would only arouse suspicion in the court. Let the Fang family fade away quietly. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty. The Emperor gazed towards the north, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Old General Fang, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Instead, hold your family accountable for their remarkable achievements that have unsettled my peace. The general's residence, located on the western side of the capital, boasted a grand vermilion gate with polished brass rings, flanked by solemn stone lions. Inside, the servants moved about with a grave demeanor. Yet each performed their duties with meticulous order. In the eastern wing, 7-year-old Fang Uni curled up beneath a thick brocade quilt, his small face pale and his breath shallow. having been bedridden for over half a month. Within what appeared to be a frail, dying body, a silent tempest raged. Half a month prior, when the original inhabitant of this body succumbed to the torment of illness, a soul from a distant world seized the opportunity, like a drowning person grasping at driftwood, to inhabit this still warm shell. Fang Ming, a soul from the 21st century of Earth, felt as though he were still lost in a dream. An orphan on Earth, he had completed his education with the aid of society, driven by a desire to serve. His final mission involved assisting an archaeological team in exploring a newly discovered, structurally unstable tomb from the Warring States period. A sudden collapse plunged him into darkness, and upon regaining consciousness, he found himself enveloped in an endless void, trapped within an immobile body. In the initial days, he felt ensnared in an invisible cocoon, his consciousness flickering between clarity and obscurity, passively receiving fragmented memories of this body, surrounded by faint cries and sighs from the outside world. Only in the last 3 to 4 days had his awareness sharpened, slowly and laboriously merging with the scattered memories. He was in the Great Qian dynasty, a realm that had never existed in history. He was Fang Yuni, the third son of the Fang family, known for his lineage within the general's residence. His grandfather, Fang Jintian, was a celebrated general of the north, while his father, Fang Wenyuan, had reportedly perished in battle before his birth. There was no memory of his mother, and no one in the household mentioned her, as if she had never existed. Above him were 2 uncles and a cousin, all serving in the Northern Army. Yet, from the time he could remember, he had been bedridden, ridiculed as the sickly child of the Fang family, destined to achieve neither literary nor martial prowess, the sole blemish on a distinguished lineage. However, the identity revealed by these fragmented memories paled in comparison to the eerie sensations he now experienced within. Fang Ming, no, he was now Fang Yuni, felt distinctly a cold, viscous force lurking deep within his frail veins, akin to a parasite, suggesting that his innate frailty was merely a facade for something far more sinister. In his previous life, having undergone fundamental medical training and physical conditioning in the military, he faintly sensed that this was an exceptionally sophisticated toxin. It lay concealed deep within, and in a normal state, even the most skilled physicians would find it challenging to detect, for its presence had not altered the fundamental characteristics of the meridians and blood. At the moment when the original host drew his last breath and bodily functions ceased, these toxins seemed to plunge into silence as well. However, with the arrival of his otherworldly soul, vital signs re-emerged, and these latent toxins appeared to be reactivated, slowly and persistently eroding this tender body. This was the true cause of his long-standing frailty and ultimate demise. Who could wield such venomous intent against a child? A chill crept into Fang Yuni's heart. The general's manner? It appeared that the situation was far more complex and tumultuous than it seemed on the surface. Just as he endeavored to sift through memories to combat the chill within, a suffocating yet undeniable sound of weeping and chaotic footsteps faintly drifted from outside the door, growing increasingly distinct until coalescing into a chorus of despair. The atmosphere within the manor, once heavy due to his illness yet still orderly, was now utterly shattered by an overwhelming sorrow that felt as if the very heavens had collapsed. Fang Yuni opened his weary eyes, lying in bed and listening intently. Disjointed phrases reached his ears. The entire army in the northern borders has been annihilated. The old general, along with the 2 young masters and the esteemed young master Yunting, have all perished on the battlefield. My heavens! The sky has fallen for the Fang family. Grandmother, you must hold on. Boom! The words from outside the room struck his mind like a thunderclap, and the memories he had assimilated became starkly clear. His grandfather, uncles, and his cousin Fang Yunting, who had distinguished himself at the tender age of 19, were all slain. The Northern Army, which had upheld the Fang family's reputation and allowed even a sickly child like him to live in peace in the capital, was no more. An indescribable wave of complex emotions surged within him. There was an instinctual sorrow for the relatives he had never met, a shock at the cruelty of war. But more than anything, there was a bone-chilling coldness and a profound sense of crisis. His experience as an orphan in a past life made him more perceptive than others, more aware of the capriciousness of fate. A powerful military family, suddenly bereft of all male heirs wielding military authority, left with only an elderly matriarch and a frail child. It was akin to placing a succulent morsel before ravenous wolves. Who among the imperial rivals or those once obsequious allies would let such an opportunity slip away? The downfall of the Fang family would likely not be confined to the battlefield. The cries outside grew louder, especially the voice of the elderly matron, who was being supported by others yet strove to maintain her composure as she arranged for the aftermath. His grandmother, Lin Wanjun, the steadfast anchor of the Fang family. Though she endeavored to sound composed, the tremor and despair in her voice could not be entirely concealed. Fang Yuni lay on the bed, his small fists quietly clenched beneath the silken covers. The frigid poison continues to circulate within, bringing with it a penetrating chill and a profound sense of weakness. Yet at this moment, a stronger will is gradually awakening deep within his soul. He is no longer the frail, death-waiting Fang Yuni. He embodies the spirit of a warrior forged through modern education and military training. Despite being trapped in this 7-year-old body, deeply afflicted by poison, his instinct for survival and acute awareness of the crisis compel him to rise from his passive state. He cannot succumb to death, not now at least. Since his soul has traversed to this realm and occupies this body, he shall live anew as Fang Yuni. This thought struck him like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, illuminating his chaotic consciousness and instilling an unprecedented determination within him. The desire to survive has never burned so fiercely, not merely for himself, but also for the original owner of this body. Chapter 3. The Onset of Poison. Having inherited everything from him, living as Fang Yuni necessitates facing the impending turmoil of this family. He concentrated deeply, striving to dispel the dizziness clouding his mind, attuning himself to the activity beyond. The mournful sounds within the residence seemed to subside, replaced by a stifling, oppressive silence. The hurried and cautious footsteps outside echoed with hushed conversations, tinged with suppressed sobs. Fang Yuni understood that this was the calm after the storm, a temporary stability enforced by his grandmother. Time slipped away, and eventually slow and heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by the faint sound of a cane tapping against the ground and soft words of consolation. "Madam, you must hold on. The entire household still needs your leadership." It was the voice of an elderly woman, laced with tears and concern. Another voice, aged and hoarse, spoke with weariness and sorrow, as if striving to maintain composure after weeping and suffering. Life must continue despite the pain. How is Izir? This matter must remain concealed from him for now. Was that his grandmother's voice? In the room, lying on the sickbed, Fang Yuni felt a tightness in his heart. As the footsteps drew closer, his heart raced violently within his frail chest, crashing against his ribs and bringing a wave of discomfort. The door creaked open gently, releasing a faint scent of sandalwood mingled with an air of sorrow. The old matriarch, supported by her devoted servant, Granny Zhao, entered with a slight unsteadiness. In just half a day, this once regal and vibrant elder seemed to have aged 20 years. Her silver hair was somewhat disheveled, her eye sockets sunken, and the redness around her eyes had yet to fade, etching deep lines of grief upon her face. She had exchanged her formal attire for a plain, dark robe, which accentuated her frail and hunched figure. The two approached the bedside cautiously, fearful of disturbing the slumbering child. Upon witnessing Fang Yuni unexpectedly opening his eyes, albeit dim and weary, yet undeniably conscious, both the elderly matriarch and Zhao Mama were momentarily taken aback. A flicker of restrained solace, mingled with sorrow, passed through their eyes in unison. "Iya, you have awakened?" The tremor in the matriarch's voice betrayed her emotions as she freed herself from Zhao Mama's support and hurriedly advanced 2 steps, her frail hand trembling as it gently caressed Fang Yuni's pale and icy visage. That cautious gesture resembled the handling of an exceedingly fragile treasure. Zhao Mama swiftly drew closer, tears brimming in her eyes, forcing a smile tinged with a sobbing tone. "The young master has awakened? Truly, it is the heaven's blessing." Her words trailed off as she choked back emotion, turning her head away to discreetly wipe her eyes with her sleeve. Fang Yuni gazed at the elderly woman, despite her suppressed grief, exhibited profound concern for him, and felt a deep stirring within his heart. As an orphan in his past life, he had never experienced the warmth of familial love. Perhaps it was the lingering essence of the original owner's soul, but a wave of warmth surged in his throat, prompting him to open his mouth in an attempt to offer comfort to his aged grandmother. However, at the very moment he parted his lips, a sudden and excruciating chill erupted within him, more violent and fierce than ever before. It was as if a venomous serpent, long hidden within, had revealed its bloodthirsty fangs, poised to devour the soul that had just begun to spark with a flicker of life. A muffled groan of anguish escaped Fang Yuni's throat as his small frame convulsed violently, and then, with a violent expulsion, dark crimson blood, laced with a hint of coldness, gushed forth. It splattered upon the brocade, bedding, and onto the matriarch's hand, which she had been unable to retract in time. The blood felt icy to the touch. "Iya, young master!" The matriarch and Zhao Mama simultaneously cried out in horror, their momentary solace instantly replaced by panic. Fang Yuni felt an enveloping darkness, as if all strength had been siphoned from him, consciousness plummeting like a kite severed from its string into an abyss of infinite blackness, before completely losing awareness. The last sight that registered in his mind was the matriarch's face, drained of color, etched with despair and terror. "Physician, quickly, summon the royal physicians. Bring forth all those on duty." The matriarch's voice sliced through the air, sharp and anguished, tinged with a madness on the brink of collapse. She cradled Fang Yuni's frail body, allowing the icy blood to splatter upon her aged visage. Feeling his plummeting body temperature and faint pulse, her heart twisted in agony, as if her very flesh were being carved away. Zhao Mama hastily dashed from the room, her hoarse voice relaying the urgent commands. The somber atmosphere within the general's residence, subdued by the matriarch's earlier sorrow, became taut once more. Meanwhile, Fang Yuni, ensnared in a profound stupor, sensed himself entering a peculiar state. To the outside observer, his body appeared to tremble violently, blood continuously oozing from his mouth, his complexion as pale as parchment. Cold sweat drenched his thin nightclothes, yet deep within his consciousness, it felt as if he had detached from the sensations of his corporeal form. In the boundless darkness, a faint violet glow seemed to flicker into existence. This violet radiance intensified, gradually outlining the silhouette of a structure. It was a petite yet exquisite tower, adorned in a somber, ancient hue reminiscent of purple copper, as though it had endured the relentless passage of time. The tower comprised 9 tiers, each elegantly displaying its eaves and upturned corners, while its apex appeared to reach towards an enigmatic void. It emanated an aura that was both ancient and strikingly formidable. Wisps of elusive violet mist, seemingly alive, gently emanated from the tower's body, not dispersing but rather drawn toward Fang Yuni's consciousness. Wherever this violet mist traversed, the chilling toxins ravaging his veins recoiled as if confronted by a nemesis, restlessly retreating and evading. Though the mist did not eradicate the toxins directly, it began to alleviate the meridians nearly withered by the poison, soothing the flesh that had spasmed in agony. With the emergence of the violet mist, pain appeared to gradually recede. Although the source of the frigid toxins still lingered within him, the torment that felt akin to slow dismemberment was momentarily subdued. Enveloped in this violet mist, Fang Yuni experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility and warmth, as if a solitary vessel adrift had finally found a harbor to temporarily dock. He was unaware of the origins of this sword tower, nor could he discern whether it was a boon brought forth by his travels or a secret hidden within this very body. At that moment, he lacked the strength for deep contemplation, instinctively absorbing this rare serenity, as his consciousness began to float within the warm embrace of the violet mist. Chapter 4. The Anteroom of the Spirit Hall. Time lost its meaning in the darkness. Uncertain of how long had passed, the violet mist coiling around his consciousness gradually thinned, ultimately retracting entirely into the mysterious 9-tiered sword tower. The tower quivered slightly, its luminescence receding, returning to an unadorned antiquity, and then it silently vanished into the depths of his consciousness, as though it had never existed. At the very moment the violet mist completely dissipated, Fang Yuni once again sensed the existence of his body and the sounds of the outside world. The old lady, the physicians from the Imperial Hospital, refused to come. A young voice, tinged with anger, resonated from beyond the door, suppressing the urge to raise his voice. "I have searched high and low in the Imperial Hospital. Those physicians are either on sick leave or summoned by noble personages in the palace. Otherwise, they claim the young master suffers from a congenital weakness, and they are powerless to assist. Any arrival would be futile." Silence enveloped the room. Even with his eyes closed, Fang Yuni could feel the suffocating despair and chill permeating the air. He could imagine the expression on his grandmother's face upon hearing this news. It was not sorrow, but something more profound than sadness, a profound heartache, an icy clarity that came with the stark realization of reality. The Fang family, once a towering tree that stood unyielding, now finds itself diminished, with even the imperial physicians daring to evade responsibility with blatant disregard. This signifies that the power of the Fang family has dissipated, leaving them struggling to maintain even the most fundamental semblance of dignity. After a prolonged silence, the matriarch's voice emerged, eerily calm. Yet beneath that tranquility surged turbulent undercurrents and a shattered heart. Please summon Dr. Sun from the west of the city, along with Mr. Li from Rangsintang, who have tended to Yi in the past. Perhaps they may have some remedies. Yes, matriarch. The servant complied, his footsteps hurried and frantic. Fang Yuni lay quietly, his heart in turmoil. Although the violet aura of the sword tower subdued the acute onset of poison, temporarily sparing him from mortal danger, his frail body remained weakened. More critically, the external crisis loomed starkly before him. The evasiveness of the Imperial Hospital only validated his initial apprehensions. With the fall of the Fang family, the sycophants who once clung to their power had scattered, too disinterested to maintain even a facade of loyalty. This chilling reality was far more disheartening than the icy toxin coursing through his veins. As Fang Yuni lay on the bed, his consciousness was strikingly clear. He vividly recalled the brush with death he had just experienced, sensing deep within his mind, or perhaps his very soul, a magnificent ancient nine-tiered tower. The tower exuded a faint purple glow, wisps of violet mist emanating from it, like a gentle stream, slowly nurturing his battered meridians. It was this mysterious purple energy that forcefully subdued the lethal potency of the poison that had nearly claimed his life. What had once felt like a suffocated airway now breathed with greater ease. Although still weak, the suffocating anguish had abated. He struggled to remember the sword tower. Fragmented memories began to coalesce. Within the chaos of a collapsed ancient tomb from the Warring States period, he instinctively grasped something cold to the touch, shaped like a small tower, before darkness engulfed him. To his astonishment, it had followed his soul into this world, though the urgency of the situation had left him no time to examine it closely. 3 days later, with the astonished yet anxious support of his loyal servant, Fu Bo, Fang Yuni rose from the sickbed where he had languished for half a month. His complexion remained ghastly pale, his frail form seemingly capable of being toppled by a mere gust of wind. He staggered, relying on Fu Bo to maintain his balance. Yet, compared to his previous near-death state, this was a remarkable improvement, all thanks to the enigmatic sword tower. As he pushed open the door, a chilling autumn breeze rushed in, carrying the scent of burnt paper money. The scene that greeted Fang Yuni's eyes caused his heart to plummet. The once unassumingly majestic general's residence, which had commanded respect, now lay shrouded in stark white. Enormous white lanterns hung from the lofty doorframe, and pale seals adorned the door. In the courtyard, the once vibrant trees and flowers seemed to have lost their hues, as strips of white cloth sway helplessly in the autumn breeze. Beneath the eaves, white mourning banners hang down, their ink still wet with phrases like the loyalty of the immortal souls endures, which now appear particularly jarring. The entire estate is enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of the lively bustle of yesteryears, replaced only by stifled cries and the sound of footsteps, as the air is thick with unshakable sorrow and despair. Uncle Fu supports Fang Yuni, guiding him step by step toward the morning hall established in the front yard. The hall, situated in the main chamber, exudes a solemn and grave atmosphere, with 4 black lacquered coffins arranged side by side. As the bodies have not been recovered, they contain only garments and insignia. Before the coffins stand a spirit tablet inscribed with the names Fang Jintian, Fang Wenhan, Fang Wenyuan, and Fang Yunting. The mingling scents of burning incense and the ashes of burnt paper fill the air. Yet, in stark contrast to the illustrious sacrifices made by the Fang family for their country, the mourning hall is eerily desolate. Apart from the grieving servants clad in mourning attire, there are only a few dozen old soldiers dressed in tattered military uniforms, many missing limbs. Despite their disabilities, they struggle to kneel before the spirits, prostrating themselves on the ground, tears streaming down their faces as they emit muffled sobs. Old General, eldest young master, second young master Yunting, may you find peace. Your brothers await you below. This great Qian has wronged the Fang family. Their sorrowful cries encapsulate the valiant loyalty and desolation of battlefield men. Occasionally, a few commoners in plain clothes hastily enter the hall, offering 3 sticks of incense, bowing deeply before the spirit tablets, and then swiftly departing, not daring to linger or exchange glances with the members of the Fang household. Fang Yuni recognizes one among them, a low-profile deputy minister from the Ministry of War, who once shared a bond with his second uncle, Fang Ming. Their presence is a significant risk, and this friendship, in such a cold world, appears all the more precious, highlighting the Fang family's current isolation. When Fang Ming, a frail figure, appears at the entrance of the morning hall, all eyes turn toward him. "Young master, here!" Gasps of surprise fill the air. The elderly servants and maids of the household, witnessing the only remaining male heir of the Fang family approach in such a weakened state, are overwhelmed with grief. Several old maids who have watched Fang Ming grow cannot help but weep aloud, both for the hardships he has endured and for the bleak future of the Fang lineage. "My dear young master, how can you be up like this? Your frail body cannot endure such strain." Maid Zhao hastens forward, eager to support him, tears streaming like loose pearls. Chapter 5. The barbarians enter the manor. The elderly matriarch, seated beside the main chair in her white mourning attire, becomes overwhelmed with tears upon seeing her grandson. The strength she had mustered for several days nearly crumbles at the sight of this sole remaining descendant. She trembles as she extends her hand. Why are you not resting? Come back and lie down." With Uncle Fu's assistance, Fang Ming slowly makes his way to his grandmother. He gazed upon the elderly figure before him, whose spirit seemed utterly shattered, and a deep sorrow welled up within him. Gradually he knelt down, an action that nearly drained him of all his strength. "Grandmother," his voice was faint yet imbued with a trace of resolve. "I, the sole male descendant of the Fang family, must don a mourning garb and pay my respects to my grandfather, uncle, and elder brother who have sacrificed themselves for the nation." He accepted the mourning garments and hat from a servant, allowing Fu Bo to solemnly assist him in donning them. The oversized mourning attire accentuated his slight frame, as if it might crush him at any moment, yet he straightened his frail back, teetering but refusing to fall. Approaching the incense altar, he took 3 sticks of incense, ignited them in the candlelight, and then, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he knelt down with utmost gravity and raised the incense above his head, bowing 3 times. "I, Fang Ming, come a bid farewell to my grandfather, uncle, and elder brother Yuntian." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within the stillness of the morning hall, affirming that the Fang family still had a living heir. May the elders rest in peace. Upon hearing this, tears streamed uncontrollably down the old matriarch's face. She enveloped Fang Ming's frail body in her arms, weeping inconsolably. "My dear ear, my unfortunate ear, the Fang family has but you left." Surrounding servants and veterans could no longer contain their grief, breaking into loud sobs. Within their cries lay a lament for the loyalty of the Fang family, confusion about the future, and a mix of pity for the last remaining bloodline, tinged with a glimmer of hope. Fang Ming allowed his grandmother to hold him, feeling the tremors of her body and the weight of her profound despair. He raised his hand, gently patting her back, striving to speak in the calmest tone possible. "Grandmother, do not worry. Ear is still here, and the Fang family will not fall." To the onlookers, his words seemed merely the innocent consolation of a 7-year-old sickly child. Yet only Fang Ming understood that this was a promise, a vow from a soul of another world inhabiting the original's identity. At that moment, a subtle commotion arose outside the morning hall. An elderly soldier hurried in, whispering urgently to the matriarch, his expression grave. She wiped her eyes with a hand, regaining her composure. "Please let them in." Moments later, 3 men clad in plain attire typical of the common folk of Dakian, wearing wide-brimmed hats, entered the hall. They were tall and robust, exuding a steady aura, their strides vigorous, carrying the fierce demeanor unique to the battlefield. The leader removed his hat, revealing a face markedly different from those of the Central Plains. High cheekbones, deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and skin roughened by years of harsh weather. He epitomized the visage of a barbarian. He approached the altar directly, removed his hat, respectfully placed 3 sticks of incense, and then bowed 3 times. As he turned around, a collective gasp filled the hall. "Barbarians! How dare they come here?" An old soldier glared, ready to rise, but was restrained by those beside him. The Fang family, now diminished, could not afford any further complications at this juncture. The chieftain of the barbarians appeared oblivious to the hostile gazes surrounding him as his eyes traversed the assembly, ultimately resting upon the matriarch seated in the main position, and the mourners clad in white, particularly on Fang Ming. He advanced slowly, halting 5 paces from the matriarch, his right hand pressed against his chest as he performed a gesture of respect customary among his people. his voice low yet distinct. "I extend my condolences to the esteemed matriarch. I am Amor, the captain of the Southern Expeditionary Royal Guard under the barbarian king." His command of the great Qian language was imperfect, and, after a brief pause, he continued with a hint of reverence. "General Fang, along with the two young masters and the valiant young general, are true warriors. My king has decreed that the remains of the four generals shall be honored with a grand burial at the northern frontier beneath Yanmen Pass, facing southward, with a stone tablet erected in their memory. Despite the conflict between our two dynasties, we hold deep respect for General Fang's fortitude and loyalty in defending the northern borders for decades. Such heroes should not be left to rot in the wilderness, devoured by wild beasts. I have taken the risk to come to the capital to inform the matriarch and the descendants of the Fang family that, should the opportunity arise, they may visit Yanmen Pass to pay their respects. Our people will not obstruct them." These words resonated like thunder in the solemn hall, astonishing all present. Could it be true that the barbarians would honor the old general with a grand burial? Had they truly sent a messenger to convey this news? Such a notion seemed almost implausible. Was it a conspiracy, or did it stem from genuine respect for the old general? After delivering his message, Amor disregarded the mixed expressions of suspicion and anger from the Fang family and donned his hat once more. His gaze swept over the pale and frail Fang Uni, and he subtly shook his head, seemingly lamenting that the once mighty Fang family was now represented by such a weak child. Without lingering further, he turned and strode away with his two guards, their figures swiftly disappearing from the street outside the estate. The arrival and departure of Amor were akin to a stone cast into a lake, though it did not stir a great tempest. It stirred the undercurrents into a more turbulent flow. Almost simultaneously with their exit from the Fang residence, several shadowy figures, like phantoms lurking in the corners of the streets, began to stir. One individual quickly stuffed a small note into the bamboo tube attached to a carrier pigeon's leg, sending it flapping towards the direction of the palace. Another signaled, and several agile secret guards stealthily trailed after Amor and his entourage. Within the palace, in the imperial study, Emperor Qian gazed at the dark report presented by his secret guard, his eyes glinting with malice. With a sudden motion, he slammed the note onto the imperial desk, producing a sharp crack. "The captain of the barbarian royal guard, Amor, how dare he infiltrate my capital and visit the general's estate?" The emperor's voice was laced with frost. "Investigate. Determine their intentions for coming to the capital beyond delivering news. Order the secret guards to follow closely. Seize the opportunity to capture them. If they cannot be taken alive, eliminate them on the spot. They must not leave the capital alive." "Understood," came a low reply from the shadows, and the figure promptly vanished. Outside the city of the capital, on a desolate path, Amor and his two companions rode swiftly, their pace rapid. After the passage of a short incense sticks burning time, a group of over 10 individuals, disguised as merchants, emerged from the woods ahead to receive them. "Commander, did you dare to venture into Kyoto merely to deliver a message to the Fang family? Is it truly worth the risk?" A tribal captain, left behind to assist Amor and his companions, could not restrain his inquiry upon their appearance. Amor held a significant position within the Southern Conqueror's army. Not only was he a valiant leader, but he was also renowned for his cunning, earning the trust of the Southern Conqueror as a steadfast ally. Chapter 6. The Division of Martial Realms. Amor dismounted and cast a contemplative glance towards the distant Kyoto. His gaze appeared unusually profound. "Aguda, do you deem it unworthy? Firstly, Fang Jintian is an adversary deserving of our utmost respect. Informing his family of the whereabouts of his remains is a gesture of honor among warriors, reflecting our clan's dignity and potentially shattering the resolve of the great Qian soldiers and populace. Secondly, this serves as an opportunity to gauge the emperor's reaction and discern the remnants of affection he may still harbor for the loyal Fang family. However, it seems rather evident now." He smirked, the desolation evident in the Fang family's mourning hall corroborating some of his suspicions. "Thirdly, the true message we intend to convey is not meant for the Fang family, but rather to be relayed through the emperor's blade to certain discerning individuals within the court. The more the emperor harbors suspicion and ruthlessness, the greater the fissures within the great Qian will become. Let us not forget, our purpose in the capital extends beyond merely visiting the Fang residence. We are poised to make our next move." No sooner had he spoken than his eyes sharpened, and he suddenly raised his hand. "There are pursuers. Prepare for battle." From a distance, dust swirled as a group of a dozen or so formidable warriors, mounted and armed with crossbows and sharp blades, advanced upon them, evidently dispatched to capture them. Kill. With a good as command, the tribal warriors instantaneously exhibited remarkable combat prowess. They did not merely flee. Instead, they swiftly utilized the terrain to turn and counterattack. Arrows whistled through the air, and the clash of swords erupted with ferocity. Each of these tribal warriors fought valiantly, their coordination impeccable, particularly Amor, whose curved blade moved as if alive, striking with lethal precision, claiming lives with each strike. Although the secret guards were elite, Aguda and his band had anticipated this confrontation. Soon, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the more powerful tribal experts. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the pursuing secret guards were all slain without a single survivor. Ensure there are no traces left. Amor commanded coolly, and the warriors swiftly began to clear away the bodies and conceal the signs of battle, their movements practiced, indicating this was not their first encounter with such grim tasks. Once the area was secured, Amor glanced toward Kyoto, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Emperor's game has only just begun. Let's depart. The group lingered no longer, vanishing swiftly into the vast wilderness, as though they had never existed. Only a faint scent of blood remained, alongside the undercurrents of a brewing storm that would soon engulf the great Qian court. Meanwhile, within the general's estate, Fang Yui knelt before the frigid morning hall, his pallid face reflecting a depth of concern and unease that belied his age and frail health. The emergence of the barbarian General Amor stirred a tempest within him. Was it merely to inform the enemy commander of the location of his fallen comrade's remains, as a sign of respect? Such a rationale, though seemingly noble, was utterly unconvincing. In times of war, one must either perish or prevail. He could scarcely believe that the barbarian court would exhibit such benevolence. Moreover, sending a personal guard to infiltrate the enemy's capital merely to perform the rites of a warrior for a defeated general? There must be a deeper motive at play. Was it a provocation? A scheme to sow discord? Or perhaps an attempt to discern the true sentiments of the Dacian court regarding the downfall of their adversary? With the keen intuition accrued from his previous life, Fang Yuni sensed that this matter was far from straightforward. Unfortunately, having traversed into this realm, his soul was still in a nascent state of merging with the original owner's memories, compounded by the fact that the original had been frail and confined to the manor since childhood. Possessing scant knowledge of the outside world and the intricate dynamics of the barbarian realm, akin to a blank canvas, the void of information left him feeling utterly powerless, igniting a sense of urgency within him to comprehend this unfamiliar world. He silently resolved to expedite his understanding. Relying on others for enlightenment seemed impractical. His grandmother was engulfed in sorrow, and the household servants had limited perspectives. He recalled that the original's grandfather, Fang Jintian, though a renowned warrior, was not a mere brutish soldier. He placed great importance on the transmission of knowledge. Upon establishing the general's residence, he had constructed a library to collect treatises on military strategy, historical records, geographical maps, and various foundational texts on martial arts. The original, due to health constraints, had occasionally been permitted to sit quietly in the library and peruse illustrated books, leaving him with a vague impression of the place. It could very well be the key to swiftly unlocking the mysteries of this strange world. In the days that followed, Fang Yuni's condition improved remarkably under the subtle nourishment of the purple aura emanating from the sword tower. Though he still appeared frail and frequently coughed, he was no longer teetering on the brink of death. He seized this opportunity to request his grandmother's permission to recuperate in the library, citing its tranquility as conducive to rest and a means to divert his sorrow through reading. The matriarch, reassured by the slight stabilization of his illness, assumed it was a child's wish for a quiet refuge and made no efforts to deter him. Instead, she instructed the servants to tidy the library, install a warm stove, and prepare a comfortable couch to ensure her young master's ease. Thus, Fang Yuni began to immerse himself in the library, akin to a parched sponge eagerly absorbing every morsel of information within reach. From the Dacian chronicles and maps of the 9 provinces to concise histories of the continent. From introductory texts on the foundations of martial arts to treatises on military strategy, he delved into the tomes. Through his studies, he learned that the world known as the Zhangxian continent revered martial prowess with rigid hierarchies. A martial apprentice cultivates their body, establishing the foundation of martial arts as they awaken the initial sensations of internal energy. A martial warrior, having formed a rudimentary reservoir of energy that courses through their meridians, possesses strength surpassing 100 June and agility that exceeds that of ordinary individuals. A martial master, with energy radiating outward, channels it into their weapons and strikes, capable of shattering stone and repelling scores of foes. At this stage, one could truly be considered to have entered the realm of martial arts. Fang Yui reminisced about the several composed and seasoned guards within the manor, who seemed to embody such profound realms. The Grandmaster, with essence so refined it borders on the tangible, can manifest forms to protect the body or launch distant attacks, perceiving opportunities in advance. Claims of facing 100 foes single-handedly are not mere exaggerations. In military ranks, they are formidable generals. Within the martial world, they can lead entire sections. His grandfather, Fang Jintian, was a distinguished figure among grandmasters, instilling fear in the northern territories. The martial honor, a state of pure vital energy, begins to merge with the soul, capable of harnessing a fraction of the forces of nature, where each strike holds tremendous power, embodying the courage of 10,000 men. Such individuals are now exceedingly rare, each one a titan of their domain or a foundational force within the great empires and premier sections. The martial sage, a legendary realm, boasts a flawless physique, with vital energy vast as the ocean, resonating with the heavens. They are akin to human calamities. For millennia, the Zhongshuan continent has lacked definitive records of such beings, rendering them nearly mythical. As Fang Yui immersed himself in the library, the imperial decree for the Fang family's posthumous honors was formally issued. The bestowed title was of immense prestige, the loyal and brave duke, with a funeral marked by profound sorrow, where even the Qian emperor personally held the spirit tablet, weeping bitterly, performing a poignant display of loyalty between ruler and subject. Chapter 7. The Passage of Time. However, before the warmth of the funeral dissipated, another decree swiftly followed. The Qian emperor, citing the absence of adult male heirs in the Fang family to inherit military positions, rescinded the imperial plaque of the National Defense General's Mansion, transferring it instead to his trusted general, the newly appointed Grand Commander of the Northern Territories, Zhao Yuanming. The once bustling entrance of the National Defense General's Mansion had, in the blink of an eye, become desolate. The illustrious Fang Manor had crumbled, leaving behind merely an empty shell and the remnants of sorrow and resilience within. The matriarch, enduring the dual grief of losing her husband and son, persevered through her frail health, managing the few remaining assets of the manor to uphold a semblance of dignity. Simultaneously, she struggled with the ailing Fang Yui to maintain the last vestiges of the Fang families standing amid the undercurrents of the capital. Time flowed relentlessly, seasons transitioned, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. In these 8 years, many events had faded from memory in the capital of Dakian. The once mighty Fang family had long become a tale whispered during meals, tinged with an air of taboo. The sickly heir, Fang Yui, who was deemed destined for an early demise, was now widely accepted as a figure of the past. After all, even the most renowned imperial physician and several notable doctors from the capital had proclaimed that he would not survive past his 10th year. Who would take heed of a supposedly deceased individual and a waning estate? The Fang Manor now stood desolate, with few horses and empty stables. The brass rings on the vermilion doors had lost their former luster, now cloaked in a thin layer of verdigris. The stone lions at the entrance remained steadfast. It seemed to echo a sense of solitude and melancholy. Within the courtyard, neglected and overgrown with weeds, signs of decay had begun to emerge in some corners. The numerous servants and maidens who once populated the manor had, in these 8 years, either succumbed to old age or sought new paths as the Fang family's fortunes waned, leaving behind a revolving door of faces. In the present day, within the confines of the estate, aside from the elderly matriarch and the devoted Zhao Mama, as well as the ever-watchful Fu Bo who has cared for Fang Yuni, only the family of Zhao Mama's son and nephew of Fu Bo remain. They have become the last bastion supporting the operation of this grand manor. Yet, even as the Fang household has fallen into such disrepair, the furtive gazes hidden in the shadows have not entirely receded. There are still enigmatic figures lingering outside the estate and vendors stationed at the street corners, their eyes occasionally sweeping over the gates of the Fang residence. They seem to be awaiting something, perhaps the complete obliteration of the Fang lineage, or the passing of the elderly matriarch, at which point the estate would truly vanish into oblivion and these watchers would finally disperse. Inside the library, light filters through the tall windows, illuminating the motes of dust that dance in the air. A frail youth clad in a simple azure robe sits quietly beneath the window, holding a scroll of the Continental Sect Chronicles, his gaze sharp and contemplative. This youth is none other than Fang Ming. Over the course of 8 years, he has transformed from a frail 7-year-old child into a slender 15-year-old boy. His complexion still bears an unhealthy pallor, yet upon closer inspection, one can discern a faint blush beneath that pallor, a stark contrast to the lifeless gray of yesteryears. Though his frame is thin and delicate, he possesses a quiet composure that belies his fragility. Most striking are his deep, tranquil eyes, which seem to harbor wisdom and experiences beyond his years, occasionally flashing with a sharp brilliance that can be unsettling. For nearly half of these 8 years, he has immersed himself within this library. Through extensive reading and his grandmother's occasional tales, he has developed a clear understanding of the Songxian continent and its surrounding dynasties. However, the most significant revelation has been the mysterious and formidable 9-tiered sword tower that resides within his mind. Approximately 4 years ago, during a bout of toxic affliction, as his consciousness slipped into darkness, he inadvertently pushed open the illusory door to the first tier of the sword tower. Within the tower, swirling purple mist pervades. Pure and potent. Not only does it swiftly suppress the toxins within him, but he has also discovered that this first tier possesses storage capabilities, allowing him to fully immerse himself within it. Moreover, time within the tower flows at a pace several times slower than that of the outside world, providing him with an invaluable space for martial cultivation. At the center of the tower, where the purple mist is densest, hovers a mysterious martial art scripture, the initial volume of the Zixiao sword canon. This esoteric technique is unfathomable, divided into 9 levels corresponding to the 9 tiers of the sword tower. With the aid of the purple mist and the Zixiao sword canon, Fang Ming has quietly embarked upon the path of martial arts. Remarkably, the chilling toxins have not been eradicated by the purple essence. Rather, under its deliberate suppression and honing, they have become akin to a whetstone, continuously tempering his meridians and willpower. Now, although he still appears frail, his internal energy has begun to take shape, subtly channeling through his meridians, and he has unmistakably stepped into the realm of a martial artist. Furthermore, due to the influence of the purple essence, his foundation is exceptionally solid, and the refinement of his internal energy far surpasses that of his peers. 8 years of patience, 8 years of accumulation. In an obscure corner, akin to a dormant dragon, he quietly flourished, aided by the enigmatic sword tower and the Zixiao sword classic. Beneath his pallid visage lay an ever-growing power and a profound understanding of the world around him. The animosity of the Fang family, his own destiny, and the looming external crises all seem to await an opportune moment for confrontation, revelation, and reckoning. As Fang Ming immersed himself in the ancient texts, pondering how to navigate a tumultuous Kyoto, an abrupt sound of hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility of the library. "Young master," Mr. Fu's voice resonated from outside the door, tinged with a barely perceptible concern. Fang Ming lifted his gaze from the scrolls and directed it toward the entrance. Over the years, Mr. Fu had aged considerably, his back no longer straight, yet his eyes remained clear, unwavering in loyalty to the Fang family. "Mr. Fu, what is it?" Fang Ming inquired, his tone calm. Despite his frail appearance, the years of nurturing and clandestine training had granted him a steadiness that belied his youthful weakness. Mr. Fu entered, his expression marked by confusion and gravity. "Young master, we have guests in the front hall. The matriarch requests your presence." "Guests?" Fang Ming's brows arched slightly, a flicker of surprise glimmering in his eyes. The Fang residence had become desolate. Even distant relatives had ceased their visits, wary of being tainted by the family's misfortune. Who could possibly be here? Furthermore, for his grandmother to summon him was indeed unusual. She had always preferred to keep him secluded from visitors to avoid unnecessary complications given his frail health. "Do you know who they are?" Fang Ming asked, slowly rising from his seat. His movements, though measured, exuded an air of poise. Mr. Fu shook his head, speaking in a hushed tone. "I am uncertain. The guests appear opulently attired and carry themselves with an unusual grace, unlike ordinary folk. Leading them is an elderly man accompanied by a young couple." Chapter 8. Guests at the Manor. However, the demeanor of the young man suggested an unfriendly intent. The matriarch was presently receiving them in the front hall, her countenance not particularly pleasant. Unfriendly intent. As Mr. Fu's words fell, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Fang Ming's eyes. Did the current Fang residence still possess enough value to attract trouble? Or were there those unwilling to grant even this last semblance of peace? At that moment, seated at the main position in the front hall, the matriarch donned a somewhat worn dark brocade robe, her gray-white hair meticulously arranged. Yet, the deep lines etched on her face and the unmistakable weariness and suppressed anger in her gaze spoke volumes. Beside her sat an elderly man in a deep blue brocade robe, his features gaunt, yet his eyes sparkled with a keen intensity. His fingers, long and poised, held the teacup with unwavering steadiness. After taking a sip of the tea served by the Fang residents, he frowned slightly, unreservedly spitting the tea back into the cup and placing it aside, his face betraying evident disdain. Beside the elderly man stood a young gentleman, perhaps in his early 20s. Clad in a white outfit adorned with flowing cloud patterns and cinched with a jade belt, he possessed a striking countenance, his brows furrowed in an air of arrogance. With his chin slightly raised, his gaze swept disdainfully across the furnishings of the hall. Addressing the matriarch, his voice rang out, loud, perhaps even jarring. Matriarch, it is not a matter of disrespect from the younger generation. Some truths must be articulated clearly. Regardless of whether your esteemed heir, renowned across the realm, is alive or otherwise, what right does the Fang family have to aspire to align with the illustrious daughter of our Xianyun sect? My junior sister, Lin Muqing, is now an inner disciple of Xianyun's sect, highly favored by our sect leader, with a promising future ahead. As he spoke, his gaze flicked toward the young girl seated beside the elderly man, his tone becoming increasingly aggressive. Today, I come alongside Elder Su, not to negotiate, but merely to inform the Fang family. Moreover, we seek the return of the Qinghuan jade pendant, a token left during the engagement between the Fang and Lin families. If you possess any sense, hand over the pendant willingly, and perhaps you may retain a semblance of dignity. Should you choose to be obstinate, he let out a derisive laugh, the threat unmistakable. Do not blame me for lacking compassion. In this capital, surely there are many willing to assist our Xianyun sect in ensuring that a contemptible and fallen household like yours vanishes prematurely. Upon hearing these words, the matriarch's fingers trembled with barely contained fury, her complexion turning ashen. How could the Fang family, of such esteemed lineage, endure such public humiliation from a mere junior? 8 years prior, such a brazen individual would have been swiftly expelled by a throng of enraged relatives. Yet now, the once mighty tiger had fallen to the ground. Bullied by mere curs, the Fang family weakened, facing an adversary from Xianyun's sect. The latter was one of the few martial arts sects in the great Qian dynasty, with roots deeply entrenched, far beyond the capabilities of the now frail and diminished Fang family to contend with. Suppressing her rising anger, her gaze inadvertently drifted toward the girl seated beside Elder Su. This girl, approximately 14 or 15 years of age, was attired in a flowing sky-blue silk gown, the hem embroidered with exquisite orchids, draped with a snow-white fox fur cloak. She stood gracefully, her beauty striking, with fair skin and features akin to a painting. Indeed, she possessed the makings of a true beauty. However, at this moment, she slightly lowered her head, her slender fingers twisting the hem of her garment. Remaining silent in the face of the young man's insults and demands for the annulment of the engagement, she neither concurred nor opposed, resembling a delicate jade sculpture. Her silence sending a chill through the air. This was Lin Muqing, the betrothed of Fang Jintian, established when Fang Yuni was born, and the legitimate daughter of the Lin family in the capital. The Lin family, though not as illustrious as the peak of the Fang family, was nonetheless regarded as a noble house. It appeared that Lin Muqing, having entered the Xianyun sect and gained a more formidable backing, had prompted the Lin family to hastily sever ties with the Fang family in this ill-fitted engagement. Zhao Feng, do not be disrespectful. The elder known as Su Chong interrupted the incessant prattle of the young man with a calm demeanor, his tone devoid of genuine reproach, more a display of authority than anything else. His eyes remained half-closed, seemingly indifferent to all matters concerning the other party. At that moment, Fang Yuni emerged from the library, accompanied by Uncle Fu, and strolled into the front hall. His presence immediately captured the attention of several individuals. The young man, slender and frail, bore a pallor indicative of prolonged seclusion from sunlight, clad in a somewhat worn green robe that amplified his fragile appearance. To any observer, he would appear to be a delicate medicinal jar, ailing for years on end. Zhao Feng's disdain for Fang Yuni was palpable, nearly spilling over, as a mocking smirk played at the corners of his mouth, evidently affirming that this was indeed the sickly scion of the Fang family. Yet, Fang Yuni seemed oblivious to Zhao Feng's unpleasant gaze. He respectfully bowed to his grandmother, addressing her as grandmother. Only then did he turn, his calm gaze sweeping over the three individuals in the hall, ultimately resting on the elder who had just spat out tea in disgust and the haughty Zhao Feng. His voice, though not loud, was distinctly clear, carrying a calmness and sharpness that starkly contrasted with his feeble exterior. Earlier, he had overheard the commotion within the hall, and had initially assumed unwelcome guests were disregarding decorum. Yet he now inquired, "Who among you is of high standing to grace my humble abode?" His gaze fixed on Zhao Feng as his tone suddenly chilled. This young man, arriving as a guest, dares to reprimand the host with raised voice and disrespectful words, threatening and coercing. Do your elders in the sect teach you only martial prowess, neglecting the fundamental etiquette of a guest? Or is such behavior a reflection of your sect's customary teachings? Upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere in the hall abruptly stiffened. Zhao Feng's arrogance and mockery faltered, swiftly morphing into wrath. How dare he be subjected to such questioning and ridicule? Especially when his sect was implicated. He stepped forward, his aura subtly fluctuating, revealing him to be a martial artist of formidable caliber. Presumptuous! You, a frail wretch, dare to insult my sect? Zhao Feng bellowed, seemingly poised to strike this audacious youth. Fenger, Elder Su interjected once more, his voice still tranquil, yet imbued with an intangible pressure that halted Zhao Feng in his tracks, though his gaze remained as predatory as ever towards Fang Yuni. Elder Su finally opened his eyes fully, the seemingly murky depths of his gaze flickering with a glint of clarity as he scrutinized the young man before him, who appeared weak, yet possessed an extraordinary calmness. Even Lin Muqing, who had been looking down, lifted her gaze in surprise at this fiancé she had never met. This individual seemed rather different from the ailing figure spoken of by others. Chapter 9. The Farce of Annulment. Elder Su began to speak slowly, his voice tinged with a deliberate authority. He gazed upon the matriarch seated at the head of the table, the venerable Lady Fang. In her heart, she scoffed at the absurdity of the situation. How could Elder Su feign ignorance of the visitor's identity? The Fang family, now reduced to her and the frail Fang Yunjing, had little else to offer. The purpose of their visit was unmistakable, yet they pretended otherwise. Perhaps to assert dominance or to confirm whether the ailing Fang Yunjing was truly alive and in what condition. Suppressing the indignation that simmered within her, her voice remained steady, albeit tinged with coldness. Elder Su, why must you feign ignorance? This is my grandson, Fang Yunjing. She lifted her gaze towards Fang Yunjing, her tone softening slightly, infused with affection yet laced with a hint of helplessness and caution. Yunjing, these esteemed guests hail from Xianyan sect. This is Elder Su, and this is Zhao Feng, along with Miss Lin Muqing from the Lin family. Fang Yunjing inclined his head slightly, his calm eyes sweeping over Elder Su and Zhao Feng. As for Lin Muqing, it was as if he merely glanced over her in passing, offering no further attention. Though the matriarch's introduction was brief, he had already gleaned their intentions from the snippets overheard outside. A sense of absurdity washed over him. Having traversed time from the 21st century, he found himself embroiled in a classic scenario of a marriage proposal being rescinded. Yet, he held little regard for such familial arrangements, especially those devoid of any emotional foundation. Given the current decline of the Fang household, the notion of severing ties appeared more of a relief than a burden. He certainly would not emulate the protagonists of tales past, uttering fervent vows about fortunes shifting with the tides. Such theatrics struck him as unnecessary and rather juvenile. As for personal feelings, perhaps a chill stirred within him due to their demeanor. Yet he felt no anger from humiliation. Instead, he experienced a detached understanding of worldly affairs. I see. Fang Yunjing spoke in a monotone, his sickly visage revealing no trace of joy or anger. You have come today regarding the marriage contract from years past. Wishing to reclaim the token, I presume? He unambiguously addressed the matter, without a hint of hesitation. The matriarch observed Fang Yunjing's unervingly composed response with a quiet sigh. It was evident to her that he was not merely putting on a brave face. He genuinely was indifferent to the engagement. This realization brought her both comfort and sorrow. Comforted by his resilient nature, unfazed by external pressures, yet saddened by the fact that the Fang family had fallen so low as to be unable to uphold even a former engagement, subjected to such coercion. Indeed, she felt a pang of reluctance. The engagement had been established by her late husband for his most cherished grandson, once embodying hopes for the future of the Fang family. Yet, as time had passed and circumstances changed, the family's fortunes had waned, and with Fang Yunjing's fragile health, her sole wish was for him to live out his remaining days in peace. Confronting the Xianyun sect head-on was far from a wise course of action. She silently nodded, tacitly acknowledging Fang Yunjing's assessment. Grandmother, Fang Yuni turned to the matriarch, his tone both gentle and resolute. Since Miss Lin has found a more promising future, our Fang family's current situation indeed does not warrant delaying her. A fruit that is forced to ripen is never sweet. Let us heed their wishes and dissolve this engagement. I kindly ask you to retrieve the green phoenix jade pendant and return it to them. The matriarch gazed into his clear and steadfast eyes. Finally letting out a long sigh, she slightly nodded to the waiting Zhao Mama behind her. With tears glistening in her eyes, filled with resentment and unwillingness, Zhao Mama turned to comply. Moments later, she emerged holding a somewhat worn brocade box. Seeing the Fang family's discernment, Zhao Feng's face immediately broke into a smug and contemptuous smile, unable to refrain from mocking. Oof. It seems you have some self-awareness after all. You realize your worth is not worthy of junior sister mooching. Had you acted sooner, it would have spared us much unnecessary dialogue. Meanwhile, Elder Su, who had been seated all along, exhibited a flicker of surprise. He had anticipated that this frail youth might react with youthful arrogance or indignation, potentially provoking the matriarch to adopt a more forceful stance. He had even prepared to reveal his martial prowess if necessary for intimidation. However, he did not expect this lad to be so decisive, voluntarily proposing to sever the engagement, rendering his prepared rhetoric and tactics obsolete. He then nodded slightly, acknowledging the outcome, yet a strange feeling towards this ailing youth began to take root in his heart. Fang Yuni paid no heed to Zhao Feng's derision, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. Nevertheless, deep within his lowered gaze, a fleeting glimmer of cold, murderous intent flashed. He had already sentenced Zhao Feng to death not for the dissolution of the engagement itself, but due to the latter's arrogance and repeated humiliations directed at his grandmother and the Fang family. Were it not for the presence of his grandmother in their own home, he would have taken action without hesitation. With his current martial prowess, he was confident he could subdue both Zhao Feng and Elder Su. As for Lin Muqing, with her unstable aura, she had likely just recently broken through to martial mastery and posed little threat. Zhao Feng, this foolish jester. I shall allow you to live a while longer, Fang Yuni thought coldly. Zhao Mama handed the brocade box to Elder Su, who opened it for inspection, revealing a beautifully carved and resplendent green phoenix jade pendant. Lin Muqing rose in succession, examining the pendant in her hand with a pleased expression before nodding at Elder Su and then placing it into her bosom. Thus, the engagement between the Fang and Lin families is rendered void, and the token is returned. I shall take my leave. Elder Su stood, his tone indifferent. No need to see me off, Fang Yuni replied curtly, not even making a gesture to bid farewell. Elder Su's gaze lingered on Fang Yuni for a moment, the peculiar feeling growing more pronounced. Yet he ultimately discerned nothing particularly special, attributing it merely to the boy's unusual temperament or perhaps a numbness to worldly affairs brought on by prolonged illness. He no longer pondered, turning to leave the front hall of the Fang residence accompanied by the smug Zhao Feng and the relaxed Lin Muqing. As the three departed, a brief silence enveloped the hall. The matriarch, seemingly drained of strength, leaned back in her chair, her expression weary and sorrowful. She gazed at Fang Yuni, her eyes filled with guilt. It is the failing of your grandmother. I could not preserve the dignity of the Fang family, causing you to suffer injustice. Fang Yuni approached his grandmother, gently grasping her frail hand. Grandmother, you speak unjustly. I do not feel wronged. My heart has never been invested in the affairs of the Fang family. The sooner we sever ties, the cleaner it will be. Chapter 10. The Subtle Emergence of Strength. As for dignity, a faint smile graced Fang Yuni's lips. The honor of the Fang family has never relied solely on a marriage contract. Today they came to our door. But in the future, there will certainly be those who come to ours. Let us see how the winds of fate will shift. The matriarch, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of astonishment. She sensed that this child had become somewhat inscrutable. She took it as a form of self-comfort, patting the back of Fang Yuni's hand. As long as you can be at peace, your grandmother desires nothing more than your health and safety. This capital is rife with turmoil and fickle hearts. Our Fang family has inevitably become an eyesore to certain individuals. Her words carried an undercurrent of deep helplessness and concern for the future. Do not worry, grandmother, Fang Yuni replied with a steady tone. I shall act with prudence. It seems my health has improved slightly compared to previous years. Perhaps heaven has not entirely forsaken our Fang family. In the days to come, I will exercise caution and find ways to nurture my body." The matriarch observed his pale, yet remarkably tranquil visage, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. She was unaware of the transformations Fang Yuni had undergone over the past 8 years, believing instead that this child, having endured great hardship, possessed a resilience far beyond her expectations. Perhaps this truly was the glimmer of hope for the Fang family? Meanwhile, having departed the Fang residence, Elder Su and the others returned to the Lin family estate. Nestled in the eastern part of the capital, the Lin residence stood in stark contrast to the desolate and dilapidated Fang estate in the west. The eastern district was home to the affluent and the powerful, with broad and tidy streets and impressive mansions lined in succession, adorned with grand gates and towering walls, exuding an air of magnificence. Although the Lin family was not among the highest echelons of nobility, their abode was noteworthy, with 2 formidable stone lions guarding the entrance and a gilded plaque glimmering under the setting sun. Within the estate, pavilions and towers, intricately carved beams and painted rafters, winding corridors leading to quiet corners, and ornamental rockeries and ponds adorn the landscape. Servants and maids, dressed elegantly and moving gracefully, radiated an atmosphere of meticulously curated luxury and vitality, standing in stark contrast to the somber, desolate aura of the Fang residence. The carriage drove directly into the estate, where a servant was already awaiting their arrival. As Elder Su and the others disembarked, Lin Wenbo, the head of the Lin family, hastily emerged from the main hall. He appeared to be in his 40s, donned in a dark blue robe embroidered with cloud and wild goose designs, wearing a jade crown, his complexion fair, and his neatly trimmed beard adding to his air of shrewdness and worldly wisdom gleaned from years in the officialdom. He held the esteemed title of Longzhong in the Ministry of Rites, a position of the 3rd rank. Although not of the highest authority, he still carved out a respectable niche within the refined circles, particularly after his daughter Lin Muqing garnered the attention of the Xianyan sect, which elevated his standing in the court significantly. "Su Elder, Feng Xian, Muqing, you have returned at last," Lin Wenbo exclaimed, his face beaming with warmth. "Was everything accomplished smoothly?" Zhao Feng interjected, his demeanor radiating pride as he clasped his hands in respect. "Rest assured, Uncle Lin, it went exceedingly well. The Fang family is now but a hollow shell, and that sickly lad is utterly spineless. Before we even made a move, he willingly relinquished the jade pendant. Truly a useless fellow." Lin Muqing nodded gently, her tone imbued with a hint of relief. "Father, the betrothal has been dissolved, and the jade pendant has been retrieved." She reached into her bosom to grasp the warm, exquisite Qinghuan jade pendant, a significant weight lifting from her heart. The thought of nearly being tied to that rumored sickly boy filled her with a mixture of dread and gratitude. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenbo let out a long sigh, his smile widening as he performed several bows in gratitude. "Wonderful. I am truly grateful to Elder Su and Feng Xian. To be honest, had it not been for my father's lingering sentiments towards General Fang, I would have long since sought to annul the engagement when the Fang family fell from grace 8 years ago. Now that the old man is bedridden and his mind has faded, and with Muqing being recognized by the Xianyan sect, her future is bright. How can we allow ourselves to be shackled by that fallen family? The resolution of this matter has truly alleviated a great burden from the Lin family. Thank you. Thank you." His words were laced with relief, tinged with a hint of reproach towards his father for his previous interference. Lin Muqing nodded in agreement, softly remarking that had she known it would be so simple, she might not have needed to trouble the elders and her brother from the sect to come in person. She felt somewhat that it was excessive to involve the sect over a family destined for oblivion. Elder Su waved his hand. Though his expression was not as light-hearted as that of Lin Wenbo and his daughter, his brow furrowed. "There is no need for formalities, head of the Lin family. While this matter is settled, the lad from the Fang family exhibited behavior today that was rather unexpected." He paused thoughtfully, contemplating the boy's unnaturally calm demeanor, far too tranquil for a 15-year-old, especially one who had suffered from prolonged illness and humiliation. "I fear that he may pose a challenge in the future." Zhao Feng scoffed dismissively, interrupting his words and eliciting a flicker of displeasure across Elder Su's face. "Elder Su, are you perhaps overestimating that worthless boy? A sickly wretch, clinging to life through mere luck. What waves could he possibly make? I believe he was simply intimidated by our Xianyan sect's reputation, aware of his unworthiness, and feigned composure to hastily hand over the jade pendant to spare the Fang family further disgrace. The most commendable news is that Sister Muqing has now freed herself from this burden. He spoke while casting a flattering glance at Lin Muqing. Lin Wenbo concurred. Feng Xian's words are indeed accurate. Elder Su need not worry. That sickly boy is merely a spent force. What could he possibly be of significance? Today, the two esteemed masters of the sect have exerted themselves, and a grand feast has been prepared at the residence to celebrate my daughter in a fitting manner. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Zhao Feng, already of an impulsive nature, found himself unable to remain seated after a few cups. Having journeyed from the sect to the capital with great difficulty, how could he endure lingering in the Lin residence, which felt somewhat confining? Seizing the opportunity as night deepened, he concocted an excuse and departed from the Lin residence alone. Though the capital's night was under curfew, certain areas still shimmered with light, and the distant sounds of music and merriment could be faintly discerned. Zhao Feng, his mind racing, inquired for directions and hurried toward the renowned area of pleasure and revelry, his face adorned with an eager and lascivious grin. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped beyond the threshold of the Lin residence, a pair of keen eyes had already latched onto him. In the shadows of a street corner, a ragged youth, his face smeared with soot, appeared to huddle against the cold wind, yet his gaze was sharp and piercing. Observing that Zhao Feng was indeed heading in the anticipated direction, the boy swiftly rose and darted into the back courtyard of a long-closed grocery store. Moments later, a gray homing pigeon flapped its wings quietly, merging into the night as it flew toward the western city. At the Fang residence in the library, a soft sound came from the window as the pigeon accurately landed on the sill. Fang Yuni, engrossed in a scroll of texts, lifted his head and retrieved the small bamboo tube tied to the bird's leg, extracting the note within. It contained but a few terse words. The fish has left the nest, heading to the flower street. Chapter 11. Ambush and Assassination. A cold and sharp smile slowly crept upon Fang Yuni's lips. Bathed in candlelight, his pale face took on an air of chilling determination. 3 years ago, upon gaining initial mastery of the Sword Tower's power and stabilizing his condition, he began to lay his plans in secret, utilizing the meager monthly allowance bestowed by his grandmother. Along with the occasional sale of inconspicuous old items from the residence, he discreetly gathered a group of orphaned youths, abandoned on the streets due to war or famine, with the help of loyal old soldiers from his household. These youths were sheltered in several concealed strongholds throughout the capital, trained in secrecy by those battle-hardened veterans who had returned maimed from the front lines. They learned the arts of stealth, tracking, and even some military skills, becoming Fang Yuni's eyes and ears lurking in the shadows of the capital. The pigeons served as one of their means of communication. The opportunity has arrived. Fang Yuni murmured to himself. Zhao Feng, petty and arrogant, having humiliated his grandmother and himself in such a manner today at the Fang residence, had long been marked for death. Moreover, like a venomous serpent, one must reveal their fangs. It is unwise to remain dormant in the den. It is time to stir the long quiet capital to create ripples of chaos. Only by inciting disorder in the capital, or even throughout the entire Deqian Empire, can one find an opportunity amidst the turmoil, thereby liberating the Fang family from its current plight. He rose and approached a hidden corner behind a bookshelf, where what appeared to be a wall concealed a secret compartment. Fang Yuni gently pushed, and the hidden compartment slid open, revealing a set of dull black knight gear and a long, ancient-style short sword, approximately 2 feet in length. After donning the knight attire, he secured the short sword at his waist. Fang Yuni took a deep breath, allowing the purple sky sword classic to quietly circulate within him. A stream of pure purple essence coursing through his meridians, completely concealing his aura, blending him seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. He then pushed open the back window of the library and, like a fallen leaf, silently glided into the night, his form disappearing beyond the high walls of the Fang residence after a few agile movements. He was already intimately familiar with the streets of the capital, particularly the secluded and dimly lit alleyways. He chose the essential route from the brothel district back to the East City Lin residence, Crow Alley. This narrow and winding passage was flanked by towering walls of mansions, seldom frequented by pedestrians at night, and due to its distance from the main thoroughfare, the intervals between patrols of the city guards were considerably longer, making it an ideal ambush location. Fang Yuni moved like a shadowy cat, darting between rooftops and darkness. His speed remarkable, yet he made not a sound. Soon, he arrived at the optimal ambush point in the middle of Crow Alley, beneath the shadow of an abandoned gatehouse. The area offered a clear view of both ends of the alley, and the shadow of the gatehouse was sufficient to perfectly conceal his form. He suppressed his aura completely, lying in wait like a stone statue, with only his pair of luminous eyes, glimmering in the dark, calmly observing the alley's entrance, anticipating the arrival of his prey. As time passed, the night breeze, laced with a chill, swept through the empty alley, stirring a few fallen leaves. In the distance, the faint sound of a watchman striking his clapper echoed, marking the second watch of the night. Finally, the sound of unsteady footsteps and indistinct humming reached the alley. Zhao Feng, his face flushed with intoxication, staggered into view. His attire was somewhat disheveled, and he wore a satisfied and lascivious smile, clearly just returning from a night of indulgence. As he walked, he appeared to be savoring the delightful experiences of the evening, mumbling to himself. The girls of Kyoto are much more charming than those down the hill tomorrow. I shall go again. Before he could finish his thought, he let out a loud belch. He remained utterly oblivious to the fact that, in the darkness, a pair of icy eyes had already locked onto him. The aura of death began to seep through the dim alleyway like a rising tide with each of his steps. Just as Zhao Feng, in his drunken stupor and complete lack of vigilance, walked directly in front of Fang Yuni's hiding place, exposing his entire back, Fang Yuni moved. His figure shot forth from the shadows like a specter. The short sword in his hand glimmered with an almost imperceptible cold light in the faint visibility, aimed directly at Zhao Feng's heart. This strike sought to be a fatal blow, as swift as lightning. However, Zhao Feng was, after all, a disciple of the Xianyun sect, a warrior of the martial artist realm, and years of training within the sect had endowed him with an extraordinary instinct for danger. Just as the icy blade was about to graze his clothing, a shudder from the depths of his soul alerted him to imminent peril. Danger! Zhao Feng was taken aback. The hazy intoxication that had clouded his mind was abruptly shattered. With no time to glance back, propelled solely by the instinct for survival, his internal vitality surged with unprecedented velocity, striving to coalesce behind him and form a protective barrier. A faint white halo of energy, appearing somewhat hurried and insubstantial, barely manifested on his back. However, it was too late. The hastily gathered protective energy was as fragile as parchment when faced with the solid, characteristic purple sword aura emanating from Fang Yuni. A soft hiss echoed, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. The pale protective energy offered little to no resistance and was effortlessly torn apart by the violet sword light. The dagger in Fang Yuni's hand penetrated Zhao Feng's back without hindrance, the blade emerging from his chest. A piercing pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Zhao Feng, who abruptly turned around, his face a mask of disbelief, terror, and fury. In the momentum of his turn, he caught sight of his assailant, a figure shrouded entirely in black, with only a pair of icy eyes visible. Who are you? Dare to kill a disciple of the Xianyun sect? Zhao Feng's visage twisted in rage, his eyes glowing crimson, as the fear of impending death ignited his primal ferocity. He understood that his heart meridian had been pierced, leaving him with no hope of survival. Yet the potent combination of fierce hatred and the pride of sect disciple spurred him to retaliate in his final moments. Disregarding the blood gushing from his chest, he channeled all his remaining vitality into his right palm. His once fair hand transformed into a vivid crimson, radiating an intense and fiery aura. As he struck at the chest of the cloaked figure before him, this was the Xianyun sect's infamous technique, the crimson flame palm. Those struck by would feel their organs ablaze. Despite his grievous injuries, this blow encapsulated his lifelong cultivation, a vow to perish alongside his enemy. Do you still find death insufficiently swift? A chilling glint flickered in Fang Yuni's eyes, surprised by Zhao Feng's ferocious counterattack in his dying moments. Yet, his left hand was already poised, and as he clenched his fist, rich purple energy rapidly coalesced. He did not flinch or evade, but instead met Zhao Feng's fiery palm with a punch of his own. The collision of fist and palm erupted with a thunderous boom, reverberating in the silent alleyway. The two distinctly different energies clashed violently, generating a visible shockwave that spread outward, stirring up dust and fallen leaves. Chapter 12. Aftermath of the commotion. The red energy and the solid purple energy clashed for less than a heartbeat before the outcome became evident. The purple energy, with overwhelming force, swiftly shattered the seemingly fierce crimson palm strike. A bone-cracking sound echoed, suffocating in its intensity. Zhao Feng's right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, the bones fracturing inch by inch. He was struck as if by a heavy hammer. The dagger embedded in his back jolted from the impact, spewing blood. He soared backward like a kite, severed from its string, propelled several meters before crashing violently against the solid brick wall of the alley. A thunderous crash ensued. The wall could not withstand the tremendous impact, collapsing with a thunderous roar, burying much of Zhao Feng beneath a cascade of debris and dust. Fang Yuni stood motionless, merely flicking his left hand, sensing the residual warmth of the opponent's palm energy, leading him to a preliminary assessment of the Xianyun sect's martial arts. The power was considerable, yet the vitality was muddled and impure, far inferior to the purple cloud sword classic I had cultivated. The sound of the collision had been quite loud, particularly the noise of the wall's collapse, which was especially jarring in the stillness of the night. In the distance, urgent footsteps and shouts from the city guards approached swiftly in this direction. This posed some trouble. Fang Yuni furrowed his brow, realizing he must act quickly to resolve the situation. With a flicker, he appeared before the pile of rubble like a wraith. Zhao Feng was trapped beneath, with only his head and half a shoulder exposed, his breath fading to the brink of extinction. A dagger was nearly thrust through his chest, blood staining the surrounding bricks. He saw the cloaked figure approaching, and in his final moments, his eyes brimmed with profound fear and uncomprehending resentment. He could not fathom how anyone in the capital would dare to kill him, nor how someone could possess such terrifying power. Fang Yuni crouched down, his cold gaze piercing through the mask as he regarded Zhao Feng's dying eyes, his voice tinged with a low rasp, deliberately altering his tone. In your next life, remember to keep your mouth in check. I shall send you on your way. With that, he allowed Zhao Feng no opportunity for response. Gripping the exposed tip of the dagger and twisting it sharply, Zhao Feng's body convulsed violently, his eyes widening in shock. The last few meaningless gasps escaping his throat before his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, filled with fear, pain, and unresolved confusion, refusing to close. Fang Yuni swiftly withdrew the dagger, wiping the blood on Zhao Feng's clothing before sheathing it. Hearing the approaching footsteps drawing nearer, he no longer lingered, leaping over a towering courtyard wall with the grace of a silent owl. In just a few bounds, he melded into the profound darkness of the night, vanishing without a trace. Barely a dozen breaths after Fang Yuni's departure, a squad of 10 city guards clad in light armor and wielding long spears hurriedly arrived at Crow Alley. Upon seeing the collapsed wall splattered with chaotic bloodstains and Zhao Feng, clearly deceased beneath the rubble, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Who would be so audacious as to commit murder within the capital? The squad leader, both astonished and enraged, barked an order. The security in the imperial city had always been stringent, especially following the curfew. Such a heinous act was a blatant affront to them, a slap in the face for the city guards. "Captain, the man is dead," a soldier reported after moving forward to inspect, noting the sword that had pierced through his back to his chest, delivering a fatal blow. The scene indicated that the assailant possessed extraordinary strength. Another soldier groped about the lifeless body of Zhao Feng and soon unearthed a cool, tactile token intricately carved with swirling cloud patterns. His expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly handed the token to the squad leader. "Captain, take a look at this." The captain received the token and, illuminated by the flickering light of a torch, scrutinized it carefully. The front bore the prominent inscription of Xianyun, while the reverse displayed the character NEI. His complexion instantly turned ashen, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. "This is the token of an inner sect disciple of the Xianyun sect." The captain's voice quivered with trepidation. The Xianyun sect was among the most esteemed sects within the Great Qian realm. The murder of one of its disciples in the capital was no mere homicide. It could unleash a tempest of turmoil. This was beyond the purview of their lowly city guard. Immediate reports were imperative. "Quick, seal off the scene. No one is to approach." The captain, forcing himself to remain composed, issued orders swiftly. "You, go at once to the prefecture of Jingzhou and the headquarters of the city guard. Inform them that an inner sect disciple of the Xianyun sect has been slain in Crow Alley. Hurry." The soldier named promptly obeyed, clutching the torch as he dashed into the darkened streets. The remaining soldiers anxiously surrounded the scene, the torchlight flickering, casting eerie shadows upon their tense and fearful faces, as well as upon the cooling corpse that lay upon the ground. News spread like wildfire, reaching the prefecture of Jingzhou and the headquarters of the city guard before dawn broke. The two high-ranking officials responsible for maintaining order in the capital were jolted from their slumber, their brows drenched in cold sweat upon hearing of the murder of an inner-sect disciple of the Xianyun sect during curfew. The Xianyun sect was a paramount martial arts sect within the Great Qian dynasty, with an intricate web of influence and numerous formidable masters, even possessing deep ties to the imperial family. The brutal death of one of its inner disciples within the imperial city was no trivial matter. A misstep could lead to catastrophic ramifications. The prefect of Jingzhou and the commander of the city guard wasted no time. They immediately dispatched additional personnel, enforcing a citywide lockdown, and meticulously inspecting every household, particularly in areas adjacent to Crow Alley, while sending the most skilled coroner and captains to the scene to investigate. However, the assailant had executed their task with remarkable efficiency, leaving behind scant evidence aside from signs of struggle and Zhao Feng's corpse with the token. The precision of the fatal strike, coupled with the overwhelming prowess that had swiftly thwarted Zhao Feng's dying counterattack, sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned captains. The perpetrator was undoubtedly a master at the martial artist level, or perhaps even beyond. During the morning court session, upon hearing of the incident, the Emperor of Qian was seized by righteous fury. It was not merely the death of Zhao Feng that incited his wrath, but the affront to imperial authority that such an event occurring in the capital represented, which could potentially ignite a conflict between the Xianyun sect and the court. Investigate. Conduct a thorough inquiry. He commanded. You must provide me with an explanation within 3 days, and an explanation for the Xianyun sect. The emperor's voice resonated throughout the Golden Lawn Hall, imbued with an undeniable authority. His gaze swept over the bowed heads of his ministers. Yet a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could this incident be connected to some restless forces at play? For instance, those former military officials who still harbor grievances towards the Fang family? When Zhao Feng's lifeless body was carried back to the Lin residence by the city guards, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire estate, soon erupting into uncontrollable panic. Chapter 13. Heightened Suspicions. Lin Wenba gazed upon the corpse draped in white cloth, his face paling, lips trembling, nearly unable to maintain his footing. Zhao Feng was a disciple of the Xianyun sect, having accompanied Elder Su and Lin Muqing to the Lin residence. Now, his tragic demise in the capital left the Lin family entangled in a web of implications. The wrath of the Xianyun sect was something that a mere minor official of the Ministry of Rites could hardly withstand. It could even jeopardize Qingru's future training within the sect. The moment Elder Su beheld Zhao Feng's body, his aura surged violently, an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloping the entire hall. The furniture within rattled ominously, and several timid Lin servants collapsed in terror. Who is responsible? Elder Su's hair bristled, his eyes ablaze with fury. Although Zhao Feng had a brash demeanor, his talent was commendable. He was a disciple greatly valued by Elder Su's lineage. How could he not seethe with rage at such an inexplicable death? He turned sharply towards the deputy of the city guards, his voice icy as steel. Where was he discovered? Have any clues regarding the perpetrator been uncovered? The deputy, intimidated by Elder Su's formidable presence, stammered in response. Reporting to the elder, it was in the West City's Crow Alley. The assailant was remarkably powerful, delivering a fatal blow, leaving no traces at the scene. West City, Crow Alley? A flash of insight sparked in Elder Su's eyes as he suddenly recalled his visit to the Fang residence just the day prior, which lay not far from Crow Alley. What a coincidence! The Fang family. Elder Su nearly spat out the words through clenched teeth, certain that the Fang family harbored resentment and acted in the shadows. Lin Muqing, having rushed over upon hearing the news, paled at the sight of Zhao Feng's grim fate, a flicker of dread passing through her eyes. Hearing Elder Su's conjecture, she furrowed her brow and spoke softly. Elder Su, the Fang family is now comprised only of the elderly, the weak, and the ill. Fang Yui is utterly powerless. How could they have killed Brother Zhao? One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Elder Su interrupted her, asserting that despite the Fang family's decline, there could still be a few loyal remnants lurking, having suffered such humiliation at the hands of Zhao Feng yesterday. How could that old crone and the sickly youth not harbor deep-seated animosity? They must have hired an assassin or employed some unknown means. The more he spoke, the more plausible it appeared. He immediately turned to Lin Wenba and commanded, Lin family head, dispatch someone to accompany me to the Fang residence at once. I shall see how long the Fang family can maintain their facade. At this moment, Lin Wenba was in a state of turmoil, eager to distance himself from the situation, and hastily complied. Yes, 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 I shall follow Elder Sue's orders without question. However, Lin Muqing maintained a semblance of calm. She gestured for her father and the surrounding panicked family members to remain composed. Father, there is no need for excessive worry. Since Brother Zhao's unfortunate demise occurred in the capital, the court and the Jingzhou Yinfu will undoubtedly pursue the investigation. The Lin family bears no direct connection to this matter and merely needs to cooperate with the investigation. The pressing issue at hand is to assist Elder Su in uncovering the truth. Although she harbors a dislike for Zhao Feng's character, the bond of their sect remains intact. And given that this incident pertains to the reputation of the Xianyun sect, she cannot remain indifferent. However, deep within her heart, she finds Elder Sue's immediate focus on the Fang residence somewhat hasty. Before proceeding to the Fang residence, Elder Su forcefully suppressed his inner fury and called Lin Muqing aside to a secluded spot. Muqing, think carefully. In the days since your senior brother Zhao Feng arrived in the capital, apart from the Fang family, has he offended anyone else? Or has there been anything unusual? Lin Muqing pondered for a moment, shaking her head, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Elder Su, you are well aware of senior brother Zhao's temperament. Upon his arrival in the capital, he felt a sense of superiority and indeed acted rather flamboyantly. She chose her words with care. Just the other day in the Easter market, he had a verbal altercation with a young master from the Yongchang Marquis household over a prize steed from the western regions, nearly coming to blows, were it not for me and the accompanying disciples who intervened. Yesterday, while dining at an inn, he scolded a few wandering adventurers over seating issues. His words quite ungracious. Yet to suggest that these incidents warrant taking his life seems rather far-fetched. Elder Su snorted coldly. The Yongchang Marquis household? Those pampered young lords lack the courage and capability for such actions. As for those wandering adventurers, there is a possibility. However, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he recalled the frail figure he had seen at the Fang residence yesterday. I cannot shake the feeling that this matter is connected to him. The Fang family, despite their apparent decline, has been entrenched in the northern borders for years, with numerous old military subordinates. It is not inconceivable that one or two skilled assassins could be lurking in the capital. The humiliation Zhao Feng inflicted upon them yesterday was tantamount to trampling their last vestige of dignity. It is only reasonable for them to resort to desperate measures for revenge. But Elder, how could Fang Yuni, in his current state, even walk without assistance, let alone command assassins? Moreover, the Fang residence is still under close surveillance. If there were any unusual movements, how could they possibly evade the court's scrutiny? That frail figure may well be a disguise. Or perhaps, he need not act personally. That old crone could orchestrate it all. Elder Su remained obstinate, convinced that the Fang family bore the greatest suspicion. Better to mistakenly kill than to let one guilty escape. Today, I shall personally test that lad. If he is indeed feigning illness, or if there are indeed skilled individuals hidden within the Fang residence, I will ensure his true nature is revealed. With that, disregarding Lin Muqing's slight misgivings, he strode out with a heart full of rage and intent to kill. Seeing this, Lin Muqing could only sigh softly and hurriedly follow after him. Within the Fang residence, Fang Yuni had just finished a light breakfast under the attentive care of Uncle Fu and was reclining on the couch, ostensibly dozing, while in reality, he was mentally reviewing the sword tower to consolidate his cultivation. He anticipated that Zhao Feng's demise would stir up trouble. Yet he did not foresee it happening so swiftly or directly at his doorstep. The first to arrive was a squad of constables from the Jingzhou Yin's office, their demeanor relatively courteous, inquiring about the whereabouts of everyone in the residence the previous night, particularly Fang Yuni and several key servants. The matriarch, mustering her strength, stepped forward to address the situation, stating that her grandson, Fang Yuni, had been frail since childhood and had retired early to the library last night, as was his custom. The steward and the patrolling guards could attest to the fact that he had never left the estate. As for the others within the household, they remained at their respective posts, with no one venturing outside. The head of the investigation meticulously recorded the details and examined Fang Yuni's condition, noting his pallor and faint breathing, which indeed suggested he lacked the capacity to commit murder. Furthermore, the high walls and deep courtyard of the Fang residence made it exceedingly difficult for a sickly youth to exit and return unnoticed. Finding no discrepancies, they intended to take their leave politely and investigate the neighboring area. However, just as they reached the threshold, The somewhat weathered door of the Fang Manor was suddenly thrust open with great force. Elder Su entered with a dark expression. Accompanied by Lin Muqing and several disciples of the Xinyan sect, their demeanor fierce. Lin Wenbao followed closely, flanked by a few servants, his countenance anxious. Matriarch Fang, the matter from yesterday remains unresolved, and I have come today to seek clarity. Chapter 14, The Confrontation. Elder Su's voice was as frigid as ice, his gaze cutting through the air like a blade, landing on the matriarch and the steward before finally resting on the seemingly frail Fang Yuni, who had just been assisted out by the steward. The matriarch felt a jolt of alarm, but maintained her composure, inquiring about the elder's intentions. What brings you back? Elder Su, my grandson requires peace and cannot be disturbed. Cannot be disturbed? Elder Su's Gop Gun Li. I suspect it is your conscience that is troubled. Zhao Feng was murdered last night, not far from your estate in Crow Alley. What do you have to say for yourselves? What? Young Master Zhao was killed? The matriarch was genuinely taken aback. Although she had harbored resentment towards Zhao Feng for his rudeness the previous day, she had not anticipated his sudden demise. Fang Yuni also displayed a fitting blend of shock and feigned terror, his frail body trembling slightly. Murdered? How could that be? Continue your charade. Elder Su stepped forward, his formidable presence pressing down upon them, causing the steward and the matriarch to momentarily struggle for breath. Speak. Is it not true that the Fang family, harboring resentment, sent someone to assassinate Zhao Feng in the dead of night? Elder Su, please show some respect. The matriarch trembled with rage, asserting, the Fang family is known for its loyalty and integrity. We would never resort to such underhanded acts. What evidence do you have? Evidence? Huh. Zhao Feng was humiliated at your residence yesterday and was found dead on the streets that night. This is your evidence. Elder Su declared arrogantly. If you wish to prove your family's innocence, allow me to examine this sickly boy to see if he truly lacks the strength to harm anyone. Without waiting for a response, he advanced, appearing before Fang Yuni like a specter, his withered hand, imbued with a menacing force, aimed directly at Fang Yuni's chest. Though the strike appeared casual, it concealed a hidden energy capable of shattering the heart of an ordinary person, intended to probe for any vital energy within Fang Yuni. Yuni. Both the matriarch and the steward cried out in alarm, their eyes wide with horror, desperate to intervene, but too late. Fang Yuni, however, felt a cold smirk form within. He had anticipated such a maneuver from his adversary. In that fleeting moment, the Zixiao sword classic within him surged with fervor, swiftly consolidating and compressing all of his vital energy and blood essence deep into his dantian. Simultaneously, he skillfully reversed a thread of his meridians, creating a deceptive facade of chaotic blood flow and obstructed channels. To the untrained eye, he appeared to be the same frail figure, devoid of any power to resist. With a resounding thud, Elder Su's palm struck firmly against Fang Yuni's chest. The young man was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string in midair. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the bluestone floor, a sight both harrowing and vivid. He crashed heavily to the ground, his face as pale as parchment, his breath becoming faint, as if he were on the brink of death. Young master, Uncle Fu rushed forward, tears streaming down his aged face. Elder Su, you have gone too far. Upon witnessing her grandson bleeding and collapsed, the 8 years of pent-up sorrow, indignation, and despair erupted within the old matriarch. She straightened her once stooped back, her eyes ablaze with fierce anger, emanating a resolute yet not overpowering aura. My Fang family has shed the last drop of blood for the great Qian, with our men perishing on the battlefield, wrapped in horsehide. Now only I, this frail old woman, and my sickly grandson remain. Do you truly believe you can bully us so? Do you think my Fang family is without defenders? Her voice, though hoarse, was laced with anguish. Uncle Fu, go to my chamber and retrieve the imperial sword bestowed by the late emperor. Today, I shall risk my life to wield it and approach the palace to confront the emperor. I wish to inquire whether the realm of great Qian still upholds the law of the land. Must the Fang family endure such humiliation, to the point where our last bloodline is compelled to perish within these walls? Her words reverberated through the courtyard like a thunderclap. The few constables of the Jingzhou Yinfu, who had initially intended to depart, now bore expressions of reluctance and discomfort. The leading officer, steeling himself, stepped forward and clasped his hands in front of Elder Su, saying, Elder Su, I beseech you to temper your wrath. The investigation is the responsibility of my Jingzhou Yinfu. The Fang family has made contributions to the nation, and the matriarch is a person of distinction. Your actions, lacking any evidence, are unjust and inadmissible by law. Should this escalate to the imperial court, it may tarnish the reputation of the Xianyun sect. Elder Su regarded the seemingly lifeless Fang Yuni, who appeared to be clinging to the last vestiges of life, and then turned his gaze to the matriarch, who was resolutely prepared to fight to the death. His brow furrowed deeply. He had indeed not sensed an ounce of vital energy within Fang Yuni. Rather, he perceived his meridians to be in a state of disarray, weak and fragile. Truly a case of terminal illness. Could it be that the Fang family was innocent? Yet, he refused to concede verbally, scoffing, an imperial sword bestowed by the late emperor? Such grandiosity, and yet what of it? To take a life demands recompense, and that is only just. Elder Su's admonition resonated like a thunderbolt in the oppressive courtyard of the Fang residence, imbued with a tyrannical and chilling intent. His gaze was fixed upon the bloodied and faint Fang Yuni, sharp as an eagle's, as if striving to penetrate the frail facade, seeking the hidden secrets concealed beneath. Lin Muqing stood silently aside, her water-blue dress starkly vivid against the oppressive atmosphere. It seemed she was entirely unaware that the current predicament had arisen from her actions. At this moment, her eyelids were gently lowered, her long lashes trembling slightly. Throughout it all, she maintained her silence, neither attempting to dissuade the enraged Elder Su, nor expressing a flicker of sympathy or dissent towards the harrowing scene unfolding before her. Her silence, at this juncture, represented a tacit stance, a cold acquiescence, as if the lives and honors of the Fang family had long ceased to concern her or the Xianyun sect, unworthy of her slightest attention. This indifference, removed from the fray, chilled the hearts of the onlookers more profoundly than Elder Su's overt aggression. Fang Yuni leaned against Uncle Fu, his body aflame with turmoil. Although he had skillfully redirected much of the force from the Elder's strike, the residual impact still left him internally wounded, waves of agony crashing upon him. However, what truly alarmed him was Elder Su's nearly obsessive targeting of him. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, igniting a spark of astonishment and vigilance. Did this old man truly perceive some hidden truth through unknown methods? Or was it merely due to Zhao Feng's egregious humiliation of him at the Fang residence yesterday, resulting in a gut feeling that placed him as the prime suspect? Or had he sensed something unusual about him? Fang Yuni swiftly reflected on his actions from the previous night, questioning whether he had acted with sufficient cleanliness, leaving no direct evidence, and had concealed his presence adeptly. It seemed that moving forward, he must exercise even greater caution and meticulousness. Not only should he eliminate visible traces, but he must also anticipate and evade the intuition of these adept individuals and any investigative techniques their sect might possess. Chapter 15. Reluctance to depart. The thought that his momentary impulsiveness had led his grandmother and the Fang residents into such dire straits today filled Fang Yuni with a tinge of regret, yet more so with a chilling resolve. If the situation became untenable, he would reveal himself, personally slay Elder Su, and strive to whisk his grandmother away from the capital. Yet, at this moment, it was evident that the time had not yet come. He was waiting, awaiting the appearance of those surveilling the Fang residence. Before that, he needed to flawlessly play the role of the ailing weakling. His gaze was vacant, breaths weak and rapid, seemingly devoid of the strength to even raise a finger. Occasionally, he emitted one or two suppressed coughs of pain, as if on the brink of extinguishing. The atmosphere in the courtyard was tense, with Elder Su's energy subtly swelling, poised to strike again at the slightest provocation, even to slaughter the Fang residents. The matriarch, wielding the treasured sword bestowed by the late emperor, though physically inferior to Elder Su, embodied a resolute stance and a gaze filled with sorrow and outrage, appearing as the last fragile barrier. The old soldiers, alerted by the commotion, stood with bloodshot eyes, ready to fight to the death to shield Fang Yuni and the matriarch. At this critical juncture, a steady and rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from outside the gate, accompanied by a voice that, though somewhat sharp, exuded authority. By imperial decree, as the onlookers turned to the source, they beheld a middle-aged eunuch clad in deep purple official garb, his face pale and devoid of a beard, gracefully advancing into the courtyard of the Fang residence, flanked by a cohort of approximately 20 valiant guards of the Feather Forest Guard. The eunuch's gaze swept across the disarrayed courtyard and the tense standoff among the assembled crowd, ultimately landing on the imposing figure of Elder Su, to whom he managed a smile that, while courteous, carried undeniable weight. Elder Su, it is an honor to finally meet the esteemed Xian Yun sect. With a slight nod, the eunuch spoke in a notably amicable tone, yet his words bore an unmistakable authority. The Fang family is one of great merit, and the matriarch is a person of courtly decree. To express anger within the Fang residence is, I fear, at odds with propriety and may tarnish the reputation of the Xian Yun sect. I implore you to temper your ire. All shall be resolved with divine judgment. He paused, raising his voice slightly, ensuring it resonated throughout the courtyard. By the emperor's command, I summoned the matriarch of the Fang family, Lady Lin, to the palace to meet his majesty at once. Upon delivering the decree, the eunuch turned his attention back to Elder Su. The emperor has already been informed of the tragic incident involving the disciples of the Xian Yun sect and is deeply grieved. He has instructed the authorities and the Imperial City Division to investigate thoroughly, ensuring justice for Elder Su. The truth shall be unveiled, and neither the innocent shall suffer nor the true culprits escape. This proclamation fell like a bucket of icy water, instantly extinguishing the thunderous wrath that had been brewing within Elder Su. His expression morphed through a spectrum of emotions, his chest heaving with suppressed fury, clearly unwilling to concede. However, he was acutely aware that the individual before him represented the emperor of the great Qian dynasty, the nominal supreme ruler of the capital. Though the Xian Yun sect was formidable, it would not dare to openly defy the emperor's edict over the fate of a mere inner disciple. Should he choose to act out in this moment, he would gain nothing and instead risk placing the Xian Yun sect in direct opposition to the court, a consequence far beyond the burden an outer elder could bear. Oomph. Elder Su emitted a heavy snort, forcibly suppressing the surging intent to kill. His gaze slithering like a venomous snake over the nearly lifeless Fang Yuni and the matriarch, filled with grief and indignation. Since the emperor has spoken, I shall await developments at the Lin residence. I trust his majesty will deliver justice to the Xian Yun sect. With that, he flicked his sleeve in a display of simmering resentment and strode away with purpose. Lin Muqing, who had remained silent throughout, cast a complex glance at the unfolding scene, particularly at the youth who appeared on the brink of death. His lips moved slightly, yet he uttered not a word, silently following Elder Su. Behind him, Lin Wenbo felt as though a weight had been lifted, hastily wiping away cold sweat as he trailed behind, accompanied by the family retainers in a hasty retreat. The heads of the Imperial City Division, too, exhaled in relief, bowing to the eunuch before swiftly departing. The eunuch, indifferent to Elder Su's departure, turned his gaze toward the matriarch, his tone softening somewhat. Matriarch, the emperor awaits you in the palace. The matriarch felt a tremendous weight lift from her heart as she witnessed the departure of the crowd, affirming her and Ear's wager had been correct. The vicinity of the Fang residence was saturated with the emperor's spies. Every occurrence here, particularly the visit from the elder of the Xian Yun sect, who had pressured the palace and even laid hands on the ailing Fang family sole descendant, would undoubtedly be reported to the throne at the earliest opportunity. Emperor Qian could watch the decline of the Fang family unfold, could silently condone or even instigate their suppression. But he would not permit the remnants of the Fang household to be brutally extinguished under his very gaze. This was a matter of imperial dignity and could easily dishearten those who still held fond memories of the Fang family. More importantly, Emperor Qian believed he understood the current state of the Fang residence better than anyone else. He would never entertain the notion that such a frail and decrepit household could possibly orchestrate the assassination of an inner disciple of the Xian Yun sect. If they had the capability, the Fang family would have long since vanished from Biqian. Obeying the decree, the matriarch exhaled slowly, entrusting the imperial sword to Zhao Mama for safekeeping, adjusting her attire and striving to maintain her composure. She cast her gaze upon Fu Bo and Fang Yuni, who was being examined by a member of the Feathered Forest Guard, her eyes brimming with concern. The guard withdrew his hand from Fang Yuni's wrist, shaking his head slightly at the eunuch. Master Wang, young Master Fang's pulse is weak and erratic. His vital energy is depleted, and he possesses no trace of foundational essence within. His injuries are severe. His tone was flat, yet it resonated like a final verdict, completely absolving Fang Yuni of any suspicion of martial prowess. Eunuch Wang nodded and spoke again to the matriarch. The condition of your grandson is critical. It would be prudent to summon a physician for diagnosis. The matriarch quickly instructed Fu Bo, hasten, assist Ear back to his chamber for rest. Zhao Manga, you must immediately fetch Mr. Li from Rinqin Hall. We must have him, no matter what. She then turned to Eunuch Wang, her voice tinged with earnest pleading. Eunuch Wang, I am but an old woman. Might I implore you to speak favorably of us before His Majesty? Ear's injuries are grave, and common physicians may not suffice. If we could enlist the imperial physician's office. Eunuch Wang waved his hand, interrupting her. Matriarch, it is imperative that we first enter the palace to pay our respects. We will find an opportunity to report your grandson's situation to His Majesty. His words were not definitive, but offered a glimmer of hope. The matriarch dared not delay further. Casting a glance at Fang Yuni, supported by Fu Bo and another elder as they returned to the chamber, she resolutely followed Eunuch Wang and the feathered forest guard outside the residence. Upon returning to the room, steeped in medicinal aromas, Fang Yuni was laid upon the bed. Fu Bo, with reddened eyes, hurried to prepare warm water and clean cloths. Once the door was gently closed, leaving him alone, Fang Yuni's previously vacant and pained gaze transformed into one of piercing sharpness. Glinting like a wolf awakened from a dark slumber. Chapter 16. An Unexpected Joy. The excruciating pain in Fang Yuni's chest persisted. Yet more fervent was the surging intent to kill and the chilling resolve within him. The surname Su, the Xianyun sect, the Lin family. These names rolled through his mind repeatedly, seared with a crimson imprint. The indignities of today, the sorrow of my grandmother, and the tragic farce of near death all arise from your actions. Not only do you seek to annul the engagement and humiliate me, but you also wish to extinguish the last flicker of hope for the Fang family. Very well, Fang Yuni coldly scoffed within, an unprecedented ferocity and desire for destruction burgeoning within him. Initially, he had only intended to eliminate Zhao Feng to settle a personal vendetta and stir the winds of change. However, it now appeared that he had been too merciful. Since you, Xianyun sect, and the Lin family have chosen to be adversaries, be prepared for the day when I shall uproot you entirely. Once I ascend a few more levels in the sword tower and master a new realm of the Zixiao sword classic, that will be the moment of your obliteration. For now, he must bury this hatred and murderous intent deep within his heart, awaiting the day of its emergence. Meanwhile, the turmoil within the Fang residence, particularly the elder of Xianyun's sect bullying their frail soul heir to the point of bloodshed and even alarming the emperor to dispatch court attendants and the imperial guard, spread through the capital like wildfire. Have you heard? The sickly scion of the former general of the state is still alive. Indeed, many thought he had perished long ago. Yet here he remains, defying fate. Defying fate? I see it as a cruel fate. The Fang family is in such dire straits, barely clinging to their last descendant, yet subjected to such humiliation by Xianyun's sect. I heard that Elder Su struck him down to the brink of death. Sigh. Truly the tiger falls to the ground and is bullied by dogs. Remember the days when General Fang was alive? How formidable he was. Hush. Tread carefully with your words. But on another note, does the Emperor's intervention suggest that the Fang family might still have a chance? It is uncertain, but after this incident, it seems the once derelict Fang residence might again capture the attention of many. Various discussions, speculations, sympathies, and even scheming flowed quietly through the undercurrents of the capital. After 8 years of silence, the Fang family, almost forgotten, along with the legendary sickly heir rumored not to survive past 10, resurfaced in a manner both humiliating and attention-grabbing. This deep pond, after an unexpected stone was cast, began to ripple with layers of disturbance. The hidden currents beneath the surface were soon to surge forth with great intensity. Within the Fang residence, following the departure of the court attendants, the imperial guard, and those from Xianyun's sect, a suffocating silence and unease settled in after the brief uproar. Uncle Fu and Nurse Zhao cautiously laid Fang Yuni back on his bed. His complexion was as pale as paper, with traces of dark red blood at the corners of his lips, his breath faint, leaving anyone who beheld him with the impression that his life was drawing to a close. Soon, Mr. Li from Rinqing Hall was summoned in haste by Nurse Zhao's son. This old physician had long been familiar with the Fang family, having treated Fang Yuni's ailments over the years. He meticulously examined Fang Yuni's pulse, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. How peculiar. Mr. Li stroked his beard, murmuring to himself, although the young master's pulse remained weak and erratic. With a deficiency of vital energy and blood, it appeared that despite the internal turmoil, his organs had not succumbed to the catastrophic collapse Mr. Li had initially feared. It seemed as though a peculiar vitality was clandestinely sustaining his life. However, regarding this injury, the old man felt utterly powerless, able only to prescribe a few gentle remedies to nourish the meridians and replenish the vital energy and blood. He feared the efficacy of the medicine would be limited. rendering it incapable of fully remedying the internal injuries. Subsequently, he penned a mild prescription, instructing Fu Bo to brew the medicine on time, and left some foundational tonics behind, shaking his head and sighing as he departed. Due to Fang Yunyi's persistent frailty, the Fang residence was seldom lacking in common medicinal herbs. Fu Bo promptly began preparing the medicine, personally overseeing the brewing in the kitchen. The rich aroma of the herbs once again enveloped the air above the Fang residence. Yet it could not dispel the increasingly oppressive gloom. Time passed gradually, the waning sun tilting toward the west. The matriarch had been summoned to the palace and had yet to return. Moreover, the imperial physician promised by the palace had not even cast a shadow. Lying on the bed, Fang Yunyi felt a twinge of anxiety as he noted his grandmother's prolonged absence. If the emperor truly wished to trouble them, there were numerous more direct methods at his disposal, without the need to resort to detaining his grandmother. Could it be that, aside from Zhao Feng's murder, other disturbances had occurred within the court or the northern borders that implicated his grandmother? Though doubts lingered in his mind, he understood that recovering his strength and injuries was of paramount importance. Mr. Li's prescription had become of little utility to him. The cold toxins within his body had formed a bizarre equilibrium with the purple energy, making it difficult for ordinary remedies to intervene. Furthermore, the hidden injuries inflicted by Elder Su's strike required pure vital energy for restoration and impact. Confirming that Fu Bo had gone to brew the medicine and finding the room empty, Fang Yunyi concentrated his thoughts, and in an instant, he vanished from the bed. The next moment, he found himself within the first layer of the mysterious nine-tiered sword tower deep within his mind. The space inside the tower remained ancient, enveloped in purple energy, far denser and purer than that of the outside world. Fang Yunyi sat cross-legged in the center of the tower, exerting his utmost effort to cultivate the first layer of the Zixiao sword classic. Threads of purple energy were drawn in, like rivers converging into the sea, continuously surging into his body. These purple energies were not only exceptionally docile, but also contained an ineffable vitality and sharpness, swiftly nourishing his damaged meridians and internal organs, dissipating the residual force left by Elder Su. During the healing process, Fang Yunyi was astonished to discover that although Elder Su's strike, imbued with martial master-level energy, had caused him injury, the aggressive external energy within the strike, upon being refined through the Zixiao sword classic, unexpectedly created a slight fissure in the barrier that separated him from the pinnacle of the martial master realm, which he had been on the verge of breaching. An opportunity. Enlightened by inspiration, Fang Yunyi immediately focused all his energy, directing a surge of mighty purple energy, akin to a torrential river, to assail the barrier of his cultivation. The Zixiao sword classic surged wildly within him, while a radiant purple light enveloped him, causing the entire layer of the sword tower to tremble slightly. The path of martial arts is a profound journey. A martial apprentice lays the foundation, a warrior cultivates vital energy, and a martial master can project their essence outward, enhancing their weapons and strikes to shatter stone and split earth. Yet, vital energy, though capable of separation from the body, is ultimately ephemeral and limited in strength. The realm of the Grandmaster signifies a qualitative leap. One must compress and refine the vital energy within until it transforms into a purer and more concentrated true energy. True energy and vital energy are akin to molten iron and iron ore, representing an essential elevation. Chapter 17. The Martial Arts Grandmaster. True energy not only enables prolonged external attacks with amplified power, but also allows for an initial fusion with the soul, granting heightened perception and insight into subtle changes in the surroundings, sensing danger, and even harnessing a whisper of the world's momentum to empower oneself. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, as if the heavens and earth were being born anew, erupting from the depths of Fang Yunyi's being. The barrier that had plagued him for an entire year shattered under the overwhelming surge of purple energy. In an instant, what had once been a mist-like purple vital energy within him rapidly contracted and coalesced, ultimately transforming into a more substantial and dynamic purple liquid. This was the hallmark of true energy at the Grandmaster level. His pores opened wide, and an overwhelming aura surged uncontrollably. It remained firmly contained within the confines of the sword tower. At that moment, Fang Yunyi's senses sharpened to an unprecedented degree, even with his eyes closed. He could perceive the flow of purple energy within the tower and faintly discern the footsteps of Uncle Fu bustling about in the kitchen outside. His bones resonated, and his blood coursed like mercury. A sensation of rebirth filled his entire being. The internal injuries inflicted by Elder Su were completely healed in that moment of breakthrough, with his meridians now broader and more resilient than before. At just 15 years of age, Fang Yuni had attained the status of a martial arts grandmaster. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and a flash of purple lightning flickered within his gaze. According to the historical records of the Tsangshuan continent, those who break through to grandmaster before the age of 40 are exceedingly rare, regarded as extraordinary talents. Yet here he was, merely 15. This accomplishment was undoubtedly due to his tenacious spirit cultivated over 2 lifetimes, but more importantly, it was the influence of the enigmatic sword tower and the miraculous effects of the Zixiao sword classic. Without the relentless nurturing and tempering of purple energy over the past 8 years, and without the guidance of this supreme technique, he could never have shattered the limitations of age. Just as he successfully broke through to the Grandmaster realm and established stable circulation of his purple true energy, an astonishing transformation occurred. In the center of the first level of the sword tower, where the initial text of the Zixiao sword classic had previously floated, the space began to warp. A spiral staircase of pure purple light slowly emerged, extending upward toward the second level, which had previously been unattainable. Indeed, Fang Yuni's heart raced with excitement. This was the next level that could only be unlocked upon perfecting the first layer of the Zixiao sword classic and achieving the corresponding martial arts realm. He had perfected the first layer of this heart method 4 years prior, but had been unable to access the second layer due to being stuck at the martial master level. Fang Yuni restrained his anticipation and stepped onto the violet staircase. The staircase appeared ethereal, yet was remarkably solid beneath his feet. Ascending step by step felt akin to traversing an invisible barrier. Upon placing his final footfall, he was greeted by a breathtaking vista. The space of the second tier of the sword tower was several times more expansive than the first. Here, the purple mist was denser, almost tangible. Drawing a deep breath, he felt invigorated, his internal energy surging with vitality. However, what captivated his attention even more was the presence of silvery streams resembling starlight, intermingled with vibrant jade-green glimmers pulsating with life. Could this be the essence of the stars and the vital energy of the wood element? Fang Yuni surmised, drawing upon his knowledge gleaned from ancient texts. These unique energies offered immeasurable benefits for refining the flesh, nourishing the soul, and accelerating cultivation. The energy density in this place was incomparably superior to that of the first tier. Moreover, he keenly sensed that the flow of time in this second tier seemed to accelerate beyond that of the first. If the first tier was several times faster than the outside world, this second tier might approach tenfold. This implied that 10 days of cultivation here equated to merely 1 day in the external realm. Just as he surveyed his surroundings, the space within the tower trembled, and radiant golden characters emerged from the void, as if summoned, swirling into a torrent that surged into his mind's sea of consciousness. The second volume of the Zixiao Sword Classic. This time, it was not a matter of viewing memories. Instead, it was directly imprinted upon the depths of his soul. The principles of the technique circulating effortlessly within him, as if inherently understood. This second volume of the technique corresponded to the cultivation methods of the Master Realm, detailing the refinement of true energy, the initial blending of the spirit, and the harnessing of the forces of heaven and earth. Having absorbed the essence of the technique, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to an object at the center of the second tier. There stood a sword, measuring approximately 3 feet and 3 inches in length. The blade exhibited a dark, profound purple hue, seemingly forged from some mysterious metal. The hilt was designed like a coiling dragon, adorned with an unknown gem in the guard, within which nebulas appeared to swirl. Countless intricate and ancient runes were etched upon the blade, not remaining static but rather gliding slowly, exuding an aura of timeless and formidable power. Merely gazing upon it, Fang Yuni felt as though his very soul was on the verge of being severed. The newly born purple true energy within him surged uncontrollably, resonating with clear, melodious sword cries. An invisible sword pressure enveloped the entire second tier, and had Fang Yuni not been sheltered by the sword tower and practiced the compatible technique, he might have been instantly crushed by this overwhelming force. What a divine weapon! Fang Yuni was astounded. The aura of this sword surpassed that of any weapon he had ever known, as if it itself embodied the pinnacle of the sword path. He cautiously approached, yearning to grasp the hilt. However, Just as he was 10 steps away from the sword's blade, an immense and formidable resistance suddenly manifested, as though an invisible wall of air barred his passage. No matter how he channeled his masterful essence, he could not advance a single inch. Clearly, with my nascent mastery of the Master Realm, I am yet insufficient to wield this sword. Nonetheless, Fang Yuni did not feel disheartened. Rather, his anticipation grew. This second level of the Sword Tower, with its unparalleled cultivation environment, the unique flow of time, and the presence of this mysterious and powerful sword, opened a new realm before him. He seated himself cross-legged, activating the second volume of the Purple Sky Sword Scripture, while simultaneously absorbing the rich purple aura and the essence of the wood element from the surrounding space, consolidating his breakthrough into the Master Realm, and endeavoring to comprehend the profound force that eluded him. Outside, the winds of change swirled and dark currents surged, yet within this unknown tower, he amassed an overwhelming power capable of overturning everything at an astonishing pace. When Fang Yuni returned to reality, twilight had descended. The last remnants of the sunset vanished below the horizon, and the dusk enveloped the sky in inky darkness. He felt the surging yet perfectly contained essence of the Master Realm within him, giving rise to an unprecedented sense of solidity and strength. Fang Yuni understood that from this moment on, he was no longer the frail youth who passively endured fate. The future of the Fang family would be rewritten by his own hand. Chapter 18. A confidential discussion in the study. Just as he had tidied his somewhat disheveled robe, he heard an urgent yet weary footfall approaching from outside the room. It was Uncle Fu, bringing the medicinal soup he had prepared. Under Uncle Fu's insistence, Fang Yuni reluctantly drank the soup, which had little effect on him. Once he had finished the large bowl and handed it back to Uncle Fu, the elder finally retreated with a semblance of reassurance. Fang Yuni, however, did not linger in his bedroom, but quietly rose and made his way to the study often used by his grandfather, Fang Zhentian, during his lifetime. There, the legacy and will of the Fang family resided, in a more secluded setting, suitable for the forthcoming discussion. As the sky completely darkened, the matriarch finally returned to the Fang residence, hurriedly approaching Fang Yuni's bedroom with the support of Nurse Zhao. Her aged face bore an unmistakable expression of worry and fatigue. The prolonged dealings and news from the palace had drained her spirit, yet her primary concern remained Fang Yuni's injuries. "How is he, Has old Masterly come to see him?" The matriarch inquired incessantly, her voice hoarse and tinged with urgency. Just as Nurse Zhao was about to respond, she noticed the door ajar, revealing an empty room, the bedclothes in disarray. "Matriarch, the young master is not in his room." The matriarch paused in surprise, confusion and a hint of anger crossing her aged features. Not his room? With such severe injuries, why is he not resting properly? What is he doing running about? This child is truly reckless. In her view, given that Fang Yuni had barely survived a strike from Elder Su today, it was a fortunate miracle he retained his life. He ought to be recuperating in bed. How could he be wandering around freely? Madame Zhao hastily replied, "Do not be anxious, my lady. I believe I have seen a flicker of candlelight coming from the study. Might the young master have ventured into the late masteress' study?" The mention of the study made the matriarch furrow her brow even more tightly, her heart filled with confusion. What could he possibly want in that study? Aside from a collection of old books and the remnants left by the old man, there was nothing else of interest. Nonetheless, she suppressed her unease and concern, and with Madame Zhao's assistance, turned towards the study. The door to the study was slightly ajar, a warm glow of candlelight seeping through the crack. As the matriarch approached, the door was gently pulled open from within before she could raise her hand. The figure of Fang Yuni appeared in the doorway, illuminated by the soft light. The dim glow outlined his slender silhouette, his complexion still bearing a hint of the pallor he had so carefully maintained, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Gone was the previous air of listlessness or forced composure. Instead, they sparkled like cold stars in the night, deep and tranquil, yet imbued with an ineffable strength and vigor. In that moment, his demeanor seemed to transcend the frailty he once embodied, though still somewhat slight. There was a subtle air of resilience and steadfastness akin to a towering cypress. "Grandmother, you have returned," he spoke, his voice calm, lacking the previous fragility, now replaced with a reassuring steadiness that brought comfort to the heart. The matriarch gazed at her grandson, who appeared transformed, momentarily lost in a daze. Was this truly her grandson, who had languished in illness for 15 years and had been on the brink of death just that very day? Though traces of his ailment remained, the profound change emanating from him could not possibly belong to one who was gravely injured and near death. Your injury. She instinctively reached out, yearning to touch Fang Yuni to ascertain that this was no mere illusion. Taking a step forward, he gently grasped his grandmother's frail hand. A wave of warm, tranquil energy silently flowing into her, dispelling the chill and weariness she had carried with her. Do not worry, grandmother. My injuries are no longer severe. The wind outside is strong. Let us speak within. He supported the matriarch, who was still in a state of shock and bewilderment, as they entered the study. Turning to Madame Zhao, who followed closely behind, he spoke with gentle authority. Madam, I must ask you to wait outside. No one is to approach. My grandmother and I have matters of great importance to discuss. Madame Zhao, taken aback by the young master's markedly different demeanor, felt a mixture of astonishment and excitement. But ultimately, she complied. She quickly agreed and softly closed the door behind her, standing guard outside the study. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast shadows over the figures of the grandmother and grandson. Fang Yuni assisted the matriarch into his grandfather's grand purple sandalwood chair, while he stood respectfully beside her. The matriarch's gaze remained fixed upon Fang Yuni's face as she took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. Her voice trembled slightly. What is happening? Your injury. And how have you seemingly transformed into a different person? Fang Yuni understood that the moment had come to reveal a portion of the truth to his grandmother. He could no longer allow the elderly matriarch to live in constant fear, worrying that the last bloodline of the Fang family might perish at any moment. He slightly bent his body, his tone calm, yet imbued with strength. Grandmother, your grandson wishes to first seek your forgiveness and share two pieces of good news. The first is that my childhood frailty was not due to an incurable illness or a congenital weakness, but rather the result of being poisoned from a young age. What? The old lady's eyes widened in shock as she sprang to her feet, her body trembling violently from an overwhelming mix of astonishment and fury. Poisoned? Who? Who would be so cruel as to harm a child? This revelation struck her like a thunderclap, leaving her dizzy. She had always believed her weakness to be innate, never suspecting it to be the result of a human conspiracy. Fang Yuni quickly supported her, gently patting her back to help her regain her composure. Grandmother, please do not be angry. I only learned of this later. The poison is exceptionally insidious and hidden deep within the meridians and blood, so ordinary physicians would scarcely detect it, believing it to be a congenital deficiency. This poison slowly erodes one's vitality. Had it not been for me, I fear the outcome would have been dire. He paused before revealing the second piece of news, which was indeed a cause for celebration. The poison has now been suppressed. Although it has not been eradicated, there is no danger to my life for the next decade. My health is gradually improving. The old lady clutched Fang Yuni's arm tightly, tears streaming down her face, a mixture of relief, anger, and immense joy. Suppressed? Improved? Is that truly so? Tears of joy filled her eyes as the burdens that had weighed heavily on his heart for the past 15 years seemed to crack open, allowing a long-lost light to shine through. Fang Yuni nodded emphatically, offering her reassurance. Observing his grandmother's emotional state, he decided to seize the moment and reveal part of the truth to ease her mind, while also crafting a plausible explanation. Grandmother, please do not be overly excited. Allow me to explain slowly. He helped her sit down, his voice steady. In truth, during these past 8 years, my time spent in the library was not solely for recuperation and study. Much of my illness was feigned. Feigning? The old lady was taken aback once more. Yes. Fang Yuni's gaze was unwavering. Even my injuries from Elder Su today were intentionally inflicted. I employed secret techniques to create the illusion of near-fatal wounds, all to thoroughly clear myself of suspicion and avoid unnecessary complications from the Xianyun sect and the court's subsequent inquiries. He shifted his tone slightly, a hint of coldness seeping through. As for Zhao Feng, indeed, it was I who took his life. The old lady gasped, her heart racing. Though she had suspected as much, hearing her grandson's admission sent shockwaves through her. She looked at Fang Yuni with a gaze filled with complexity, concern, dread, but above all, an incredulous scrutiny. Could her frail grandson truly have committed murder, feigned his condition, and emerged unscathed from the palm of a martial artist elder? The voice of the venerable matriarch was parched, and her heart was inundated with a tide of questions. She pondered how this grandson before her had acquired such remarkable abilities, who had cured his poison, from where had his martial prowess emerged. All of this seemed utterly unfathomable. Fang Yui understood that his grandmother was undoubtedly engulfed in a myriad of inquiries at this moment, and he had long since prepared his response. He could not divulge the secrets of the Sword Tower or the truth of his extraordinary journey. Such revelations would be too shocking and could potentially endanger her. Thus, he conjured an image of an enigmatic sage, one he had fabricated, to present at an opportune moment. "Grandmother, I comprehend the doubts that weigh upon your heart at this moment." Fang Yui spoke, his tone imbued with an appropriate blend of reverence and mystery. "All of this stems from the master I encountered 8 years ago." "Master?" The venerable matriarch murmured softly. "Indeed," Fang Yui replied, casting his gaze toward the night beyond the window as if lost in reminiscence. 8 years ago, while I lay unconscious in the library, in a haze of delirium, I encountered a wandering sage. He discerned the rare poison coursing through my veins and, moved by compassion, employed unparalleled secret methods to suppress its toxicity. Recognizing my resilient spirit, he clandestinely took me as his disciple, imparting to me both martial arts and medical knowledge. He wove intricate details into his narrative, describing his master as a being elusive and whimsical, whose presence was rarely witnessed. He had instructed Fang Yui never to disclose his existence to outsiders, for the peculiar poison within him was a result of his master's suppression, and the martial skills he possessed were also taught by this venerable figure. His master had once remarked that although the poison remained, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, through years of fortitude and the unique techniques he had imparted. Fang Yui's foundation was, in fact, more solid than that of an ordinary person. He turned his gaze back to the matriarch. "Grandmother, I have not only managed to control the poison for now, but I have also made modest progress in my martial arts, granting me the ability to protect myself. You need no longer worry day and night for my life. The Fang family will not succumb to despair. I assure you, one day I will restore the Fang family's former glory and even surpass it." As the matriarch listened to her grandson's account, waves of astonishment washed over her. A wandering sage, taking on disciples in secret? All of it sounded like the stuff of legends. Yet, gazing into her grandson's transformed demeanor and eyes, feeling the conviction and strength in his words, she found herself compelled to believe. How else could one explain the monumental changes in Yui? How could one account for his silent elimination of Zhao Feng, or his ability to withstand Elder Su's strike without harm? She trembled with excitement, tears once again blurring her vision, but this time they were tears of joy and hope. She grasped Fang Yui's hand, her voice choked with emotion. "Heaven has truly opened its eyes. Our ancestors have blessed the Fang family, allowing Yui to encounter such a noble benefactor. Where is this esteemed master now? I long to express my profound gratitude to him in person." She struggled to rise and pay her respects. Fang Yui quickly pressed her back down. "Grandmother, my master is indifferent to fame and fortune. He does not cherish mundane formalities. His whereabouts are elusive, and even his grandson is unaware of his current location. The old man once remarked that he would appear when the time is right, and it is best not to seek him in the meantime. He has crafted his persona to be even more transcendent and detached." Upon hearing this, the old matriarch felt a tinge of regret, yet understood that such extraordinary individuals must possess their peculiarities. She restrained her excitement and gratitude, nodding repeatedly. "Indeed, it was my impertinence. The grace of my esteemed teacher in saving my life and imparting skills shall forever be cherished by the Fang family." The old matriarch turned her gaze to Fang Yuni. Her heart lightened, dispelling years of gloom and filling her with a newfound vitality and unprecedented hope. She wished to inquire further about this master and Fang Yuni's cultivation, but Fang Yuni astutely redirected the conversation. "Grandmother, today you were summoned to the palace by His Majesty and have only just returned. What transpired within the palace?" Fang Yuni's expression grew solemn, logically, even regarding the matter of Zhao Feng and Elder Su's bullying. His Majesty could have soothed the situation without retaining her for such an extended period. Was there perhaps more than this at play? Mentioning palace affairs, the joy on the old matriarch's face faded, replaced by a deep sorrow. She sighed gently, patting Fang Yuni's hand to indicate he should take a seat beside her. "You have guessed rightly." The old matriarch's voice grew heavy. "His Majesty summoned me to the palace ostensibly to provide reassurance regarding the affairs of the Xianyan sect and to issue strict orders for the Jingzhou Yin and the Ministry of Justice to thoroughly investigate Zhao Feng's case, promising to deliver justice to our Fang family. However, the more pressing concern is the grave situation that has arisen in the northern border." "The northern border?" Fang Yunyi's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the old matriarch nodded, her eyes clouded with worry. In the battle 8 years ago, the main forces of the northern garrison were decimated, including your grandfather and uncles, Yin Ting, who perished in the north. Although His Majesty appointed Zhao Yuanming to oversee the northern border, the defense line has remained unstable for these 8 years, with morale dwindling, relying solely on a few veteran generals and remnants who remember the old ties to the Fang family for support. She paused, her tone growing increasingly somber. Recently, the barbarian royal court seems to have acquired some intelligence and has begun to stir restlessly, frequently provoking conflicts along the border, with small-scale skirmishes occurring incessantly. Even more troubling, the court has been cutting military funds for the northern border in recent years. Zhao Yuanming has focused solely on eliminating rivals and installing loyalists, leading to widespread discontent among the troops. 3 days ago, led by General Zhou, a former subordinate of your grandfather and the current commander of the Northern Patrol Camp, they united in dissatisfaction over the plundering of military funds and Zhao Yuanming's reckless commands that resulted in the unnecessary sacrifice of many soldiers. They even detained the grain supervisor sent by Zhao Yuanming and took control of the patrol camp's base, declaring that if the court does not severely punish Zhao Yuanming, replenish the military funds, and provide an explanation for the fallen brothers, they will. The old matriarch's voice trembled slightly at this juncture. They will act independently and no longer heed the court's commands. This is tantamount to a military insurrection. Chapter 20. A discussion between grandmother and grandson. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Fang Yunyi's eyes. A mutiny among the old troops of the northern garrison? Though not explicitly stated, it was nearly the same. The old matriarch lamented, "The news has reached the capital, and the court is in turmoil." His Majesty was greatly enraged, believing that the former members of the Fang family harbored grievances and harbored ulterior motives. However, given the current tense situation in the northern borders, where the barbarian tribes lay in wait, the court lacked anyone capable of truly suppressing those arrogant and fierce generals. Zhao Yuanming, already terrified, had fallen ill and remained motionless in the central military camp. She gazed at Fang Yunyi, her eyes reflecting a mixture of helplessness and hope. Thus, His Majesty summoned me to the palace, hoping that our Fang family could intervene to pacify the old guards of the northern borders. His Majesty indicated that as long as General Zhou and his men were willing to lay down their weapons and surrender the grain supervisor, all past grievances would be forgiven, and military supplies would be promptly replenished. The implication was for me, as a widow of the Fang family, to compose a personal letter, which would be expedited over 800 li to the northern borders, urging General Zhou and his men to prioritize the greater good and not to stray from the path, thereby betraying the peace of the northern borders that your grandfather and others had safeguarded with their lives. The study fell into a profound silence, broken only by the crackling of candle flames. Outside, the night deepened, seemingly heralding the impending turmoil of the great Qian dynasty. The unrest in the north, the encroachment of barbarian tribes, and the absence of capable figures in the court all seemed to conspire, drawing a massive vortex once again to the doorstep of the already declining Fang residence. Fang Yunyi listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, his gaze as deep as an abyss. The northern Fang family's once stronghold, the site where his grandfather, father, uncles, and brothers had shed their blood, now found itself once more at the eye of the storm. This was a crisis, yet perhaps it also represented a fleeting opportunity for the Fang family to rise anew. He raised his head and looked at his worried grandmother, a cold yet confident smile slowly curving his lips. "Grandmother, we shall write this letter." Fang Yunyi's voice was not loud, yet resonated clearly in the quiet study. The old matriarch suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with a hint of astonishment. She had expected Fang Yunyi to refuse out of indignation over the humiliation suffered by the Fang family and the coldness of the royal court, or at least to hesitate before responding with anger. To her surprise, he agreed with such decisiveness, even exuding a calmness she had never witnessed before, as if he had everything under control. The old lady began, her mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. She looked at the pale face before her, yet his eyes were sharp as a blade and deep as an abyss, feeling both familiar and alien. Was this still her frail grandson, who needed constant support and medicine? Fang Yunyi met his grandmother's astonished gaze, understanding her thoughts, and offered a slight smile, one imbued with a maturity and composure beyond his years. He approached the writing desk, his fingers gently gliding over the cold surface, and began to speak slowly. Grandmother, the northern borders are the land that my grandfather, uncles, and even brother Yunting risked their lives to protect. It is the final resting place of countless soldiers of the Northern Town Army. The Fang family may harbor resentment towards certain individuals in the court and may lament the royal indifference. Yet we cannot stand idly by as the northern defense crumbles, allowing the barbarian hoofs to trample upon our great Qian's territory and letting the blood of our soldiers be shed in vain. This letter, for both public and private reasons, we must write. He paused, then shifted his tone to one of gravity and strategy. However, grandmother, we must not allow ourselves to be mere pawns for His Majesty. Writing a letter is indeed feasible, and the Fang family could even dispatch someone to personally deliver the message to the northern frontier, demonstrating their sincerity and ensuring that the correspondence reaches General Zhou, persuading them effectively. However, we must establish two conditions that must receive the emperor's approval. Conditions? The old matriarch's heart raced at the thought of negotiating with the emperor, a most precarious endeavor. Yes, conditions. Fang Yunyi's gaze was intense. First, His Majesty must issue a clear decree, announcing to the court that the issues at the northern frontier arose from delayed military pay and mismanagement. The court must exhibit compassion towards the soldiers stationed at the border, ensuring that those involved in this incident from the former Northern Army are not held accountable in any form. Not only must there be a decree, but it will be preferable for it to be announced in front of the civil and military officials, disseminated to all provinces. The old matriarch instantly grasped his intention. This was to eliminate any possibility of Emperor Qian reneging and seeking retribution after achieving his objectives. With such a decree, at least on the surface, Emperor Qian would find it challenging to act against General Zhou and his men. For to do so would be to slap his own face and betray his trust in the eyes of the world. Second, Fang Yunyi continued, provisions and military pay must be dispatched by the imperial envoy, delivered in full to each soldier at the same time that General Zhou and his men release the supply officers and disarm them. It cannot merely be an empty promise. Tangible provisions and pay must be seen. The soldiers at the northern frontier have long suffered, and without visible benefits, mere words will not inspire trust. Listening to her grandson's coherent and thoughtful analysis, the old matriarch felt waves of astonishment wash over her. When had this child developed such meticulous thought and profound strategy? He not only contemplated resolving the immediate crisis, but also considered how to safeguard the loyal retainers of the Fang family, even seizing this opportunity to secure tangible benefits for the soldiers at the northern frontier. Such insight was not typical of a frail, 15-year-old boy, nor could it have been conceived by someone long bedridden and detached from worldly affairs. She gazed at Fang Yunyi, as if seeing her grandson for the first time. How much had he concealed from her all these years? To what extent had that so-called recluse educated him? Amid her shock, an indescribable sense of comfort and bittersweetness surged within the old matriarch. The Fang lineage was not extinguished. It had produced such a profound, resilient, and decisive heir, offering hope for the family's revival. Yet, it pained her to think of the burdens this child must bear to possess such depth and calculation at such a tender age. The old matriarch's voice trembled with mixed emotions. You truly astonish your grandmother with both joy and surprise. She paused, striving to steady her emotions, her gaze solidifying in resolve. You are right. If His Majesty wishes for the Fang family to intervene and quell the turmoil, he must not allow us to feel disheartened, nor permit the soldiers of the northern frontier to feel neglected. These two conditions are both reasonable and just. Seeing his grandmother's understanding and support, Fang Yunyi felt reassured. Grandmother, I have one more thought. The letter sent to the northern frontier carries great significance. Ordinary servants may struggle to fulfill this task adequately and may not convey the sincerity of the Fang family. I wish to personally journey to the northern frontier. What? Absolutely not. Upon hearing these words, the matriarch's expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively voiced her opposition. The journey to the northern frontier is perilous and long, and given the current chaotic circumstances, your health. Grandmother, Fang Yunyi interjected, his tone steady and confident. My constitution is no longer that of the past. I am more than capable of enduring the arduous journey. Chapter 21. The matriarch enters the palace. More importantly, it is only through my personal presence, as the sole male heir of the Fang family, that I can earn the trust of General Zhou and his men, thereby stabilizing their morale. He stepped closer, lowering his voice, his eyes gleaming with a keen intensity. Moreover, this presents an exceptional opportunity. Once I reach the northern frontier and meet General Zhou and other veterans, I can act accordingly. Our family has maintained a presence in the north for decades, and our foundation remains intact. I wish to witness it firsthand, to reconnect with those who still remember the Fang family fondly, to secure a path for our family's future, or perhaps to sow the seeds for a possible resurgence. Though the capital is splendid, it is a gilded cage. If the Fang family wishes to truly reclaim its former glory, our roots may very well lie in the north. This declaration resonated within the matriarch like a thunderclap. She comprehended fully that Fang Yuni harbored grand ambitions. He sought not merely to resolve the immediate military upheaval, but to seize this opportunity to escape the confines of the capital and return to the familial stronghold, to strategize and cultivate influence. The audacity, the cunning, the patience displayed by Fang Yuni reminded her vividly of her late husband, Fang Jintian, in his youth, even more profound and resolute than he had been. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to assimilate this overwhelming influx of information. After a long pause, she nodded firmly, tears of determination mingling in her eyes. Very well. Very well. Your ambition is commendable. Your grandmother shall support you. The future of the Fang family rests in your hands. Having resolved their course of action, the grandmother and grandson immediately set to work. The matriarch personally unfurled a sheet of rice paper, ground ink, and took up her brush. Though aged, her calligraphy remained vigorous, each stroke imbued with genuine emotion and the weight of the Fang family's legacy. In the letter, she first reminisced about the camaraderie shared by Fang Jintian and General Zhou, acknowledging the contributions and sacrifices of the Northern Army in defending their homeland. She then articulated the government's shortcomings, empathizing with their anger and helplessness. Yet, she swiftly pivoted her tone, earnestly urging them to prioritize the greater good, to place the safety of the populace and the northern frontier above all else, and to avoid missteps that would tarnish the reputations of fallen comrades. She assured them that the court had recognized its errors, and the emperor would soon issue a decree for amnesty, along with the immediate disbursement of all owed provisions. She hoped they would trust the court and the Fang family, release officials, return to their posts, and unite against external threats. Upon completing the letter, the matriarch retrieved a zetenwood box, which contained a personal seal belonging to Fang Jintian. She solemnly applied the seal to the end of the letter, impressing the 4 crimson characters of Fang Jintian's name. This seal held a weight in the Northern Army that surpassed even that of an imperial edict. With this letter and seal, General Zhou and his men would surely listen. The venerable matriarch caressed the seal, as if she were touching the former glory of her late husband. What remained was the anticipation of her audience with the emperor on the morrow to articulate her discourse. Fang Yuni meticulously dried the letter, folded it with care, and placed it within a specially crafted waterproof pouch. On the following morn, within the royal palace at Yangshin Hall, the emperor observed the venerable matriarch below, who bowed respectfully yet stood with an unyielding posture, her countenance exhibiting a fitting blend of warmth and compassion. Please rise, esteemed matriarch, he urged. Concerning the matter of Xian Yunzong, I have issued a strict order for thorough investigation. Justice shall be served to the Fang family. As for the northern frontier, we shall rely upon your wisdom. The matriarch rose slowly, her demeanor tranquil and poised. I am grateful for your majesty's concern. It is the duty of a loyal subject to alleviate the burdens of the nation. Regarding the northern frontier, I have contemplated extensively since returning home last night, and have drafted a letter that may persuade General Zhou and his compatriots to reconsider their misguided path. A flicker of delight crossed the emperor's eyes. Oh, you possess profound understanding, esteemed matriarch. It comforts my heart greatly. May I inquire as to the whereabouts of the letter? I shall dispatch it forthwith to the northern frontier with utmost urgency. Your Majesty, please hold, the matriarch interjected, lifting her gaze to meet the emperor's. I am willing to compose the letter and believe that General Zhou and his associates will honor the memory of my late husband, granting an opportunity for both the court and the Fang family. However, I have 2 humble requests that I hope your Majesty will graciously consider. The emperor's smile faltered slightly, an undercurrent of displeasure stirring within him. How dare the Fang family present demands to him? He suppressed his rising emotions and replied coolly, as long as it benefits the Qian, you may speak freely, esteemed matriarch. Firstly, she articulated clearly, To reassure the hearts of the soldiers in the northern frontier and alleviate their concerns, I implore your majesty to issue a decree in the court, clarifying the reasons behind this incident and assuring that no repercussions shall befall any soldiers involved. Secondly, she continued, the court has outstanding debts in provisions and military salaries for the northern frontier. Upon the arrival of my letter, I request that the appointed envoy ensure the full disbursement of these supplies, demonstrating the court's sincerity and addressing the urgent needs of the soldiers. The matriarch paused, adding, furthermore, to signify our family's earnestness and to ensure the letter's secure delivery, I intend for my grandson Uni to personally carry it to the northern frontier. This serves a dual purpose, to meet with General Zhou and to pay respects at the graves of his grandfather and 2 uncles. As your majesty is aware, it has been 8 years since their remains were interred in the northern frontier, and as a member of the Fang lineage, I have yet to honor them. I beseech your majesty to show understanding and grant permission. As the matriarch articulated her requests one by one, the warmth faded from the emperor's countenance, his gaze deepening with contemplation. He had not anticipated that this seemingly resigned and frail matriarch would so boldly present demands, striking directly at the heart of the matter and thwarting any possibility of posthumous retribution. Furthermore, she proposed sending that frail youth to the northern frontier. A surge of indignation welled within him. The Fang family had fallen to such depths and still dared to bargain with him. The emperor? What emboldened them? Was it the soldiers of the northern frontier? Or, he scrutinized the matriarch below, attempting to discern her thoughts through her expression. Just the previous day, she had appeared as a figure of sorrow and helplessness, reliant upon imperial favor. How could she have transformed overnight into someone so composed and assertive? There are additional demands. Why did she not bring them up yesterday? The emperor's voice carried a barely perceptible chill. A royal decree of amnesty could only embolden the border troops to undermine the court. As for the military provisions, the national treasury is depleted and gathering resources requires time. Moreover, sending that frail child, Yin Yi, to the northern frontier, how could he withstand the rigors of the journey? Should any misfortune occur, how can I face General Fang's spirit in the afterlife? The old matriarch seemed to have anticipated the emperor's response, her expression unwavering as she began to speak slowly. Your Majesty, in extraordinary times, one must take extraordinary measures. The current situation in the northern frontier is precarious, with the barbarians poised to strike. If we cannot swiftly stabilize the morale of the troops, any breach in our defenses could lead to unimaginable consequences. The royal decree of amnesty is intended to promptly quell the unrest and prevent greater calamity. It is for the preservation of the great Qian dynasty. And the Fang family harbors no selfish intentions. Regarding provisions, I am aware of the court's difficulties, but the soldiers in the north cannot afford to wait. Their morale cannot be neglected. If we cannot even guarantee their basic sustenance, how can we expect them to fight valiantly? She lifted her gaze, determination evident in her eyes. As for Yi, he is a son of the Fang family, devoted to the nation, and he would have no regrets even in death. Moreover, only by his personal presence, as a scion of the Fang lineage, can he gain the utmost trust of those nostalgic commanders. If your majesty finds this burdensome or doubts the efficacy of this letter, then I am powerless. The matriarch's words were a blend of softness and firmness, casting a heavy mantle of responsibility for the safety of the northern frontier while subtly implying her own helplessness. The emperor's expression fluctuated between dark and light. He was acutely aware of the northern frontier's significance and recognized that assuaging the prideful and fierce warriors was the only viable option. Although the demands of the Fang matriarch irked him, they indeed represented the quickest and least costly solution at this juncture. Should he provoke the northern border troops or allow the defenses to collapse, Great Qian might find itself in dire straits. After weighing the pros and cons, the emperor inhaled deeply, forcing down his anger and suspicion, and revealed a semblance of a smile. The old matriarch speaks with gravity. For the stability of the northern frontier, I grant permission. He immediately ordered the drafting of a decree to be issued across various provinces, granting amnesty to all soldiers in the north, and directing the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War to fully mobilize provisions to ensure their timely arrival alongside the imperial envoy. On behalf of all the soldiers in the north, I thank your majesty for your profound grace. The matriarch bowed deeply. As for Yun Yi, the emperor pondered for a moment. Since both you and I share this intention, let it be so. I shall dispatch a squad of imperial guards to escort him and ensure his safety. Thank you, your majesty. The matriarch expressed her gratitude once more, though her heart tightened at the thought of an escort. Perhaps it served more as a means of surveillance. After the matriarch departed from the Yangxin palace, the emperor's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy demeanor. He slammed his palm onto the imperial desk with a resounding crash. What a formidable Fang family! What a formidable matriarch! The emperor gritted his teeth, recalling how she had appeared so precarious just yesterday. Yet today, she dared to lay down conditions? And she wished to send that frail child to the northern frontier? What was her true intention? As he pondered further, an unsettling feeling gripped him. The demeanor of the elderly Lady Fang today was as starkly different from that of yesterday as night is from day. There must be someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. Who could it be? Perhaps some venerable ministers in the court still harboring fondness for the Fang family? Or could it be that the Fang family has clandestinely re-established connections with other forces? Moreover, knowing that the frail, ailing scion had little chance of survival, why would he venture to the northern borders, claiming to pay homage to the elders of the Fang family? Does he take me for a fool? Is it possible that the poison has been resolved? Has he miraculously recovered? Yet, considering that the toxin is deemed incurable throughout the realm, it seems utterly implausible. An absolute impossibility. Come fort, the emperor commanded sharply. A secret guard stealthily entered the Yangxin palace, kneeling upon the ground, attentive to the forthcoming decree. Conduct an investigation for me. A thorough examination. The emperor's gaze was menacing as he instructed the guard to scrutinize the comings and goings of the Fang residents over the past few months, even years, and to ascertain any interactions they may have had, particularly after the old matriarch returned home yesterday until today as entrance into the palace. Was there anything unusual at the Fang household? Were there any unfamiliar faces? I demand to know who is secretly advising the Fang family in their attempts to extricate themselves from their plight. Yes, your majesty. The guard replied in a hushed tone before rising and departing. The emperor remained solitary in the vast Yangxin palace, his fingers drumming on the armrest of the dragon throne, his eyes glimmering with coldness. It appears that the Fang family cannot be entirely trusted. That Fang Yuni, a frail child whose life was predicted to last no longer than 10 years, has not only survived to 15, but dares to venture to the northern borders? Is he truly resilient, or is there a deeper secret at play? He sensed that what he had believed to be under his control was beginning to unravel due to what seemed like a trivial upheaval within the Fang family, provoking an undeniable sense of discontent and a faint unease. While the turbulence in the northern borders might be temporarily quelled, the undercurrents in the capital have grown more tumultuous due to the seemingly conciliatory yet assertive maneuvers of the Fang family. Fang Yuni's journey to the northern borders is destined to be anything but tranquil. Furthermore, the emperor's suspicions and inquiries hang over the Fang family like a sharp sword, poised to strike at any moment. The following day, within the Golden Lawn Hall, the morning light streamed through the grand doors, illuminating the polished blue brick floor. It could not disperse the weighty atmosphere of tension and uncertainty that lingered in the air. The civil and military officials lined up on either side, holding their breath, awaiting the morning audience. Many well-informed individuals had already caught wind of the previous day's confrontation at the Fang residence involving the elder of the Xianyun sect and the emperor's summons of the elderly Lady Fang, and they were left to speculate fervently. The emperor has arrived. A eunuch's high-pitched announcement shattered the silence. Clad in his dragon robe, the emperor, with a composed countenance, ascended the imperial steps with steady strides, taking his seat upon the dragon throne. His gaze swept across the bowing ministers below, exuding a regal authority unique to sovereigns. Long live the emperor, the ministers proclaimed. You may rise. The emperor's voice was steady, betraying no hint of joy or anger. After the customary reports on administrative affairs, the emperor, unlike his usual practice of inquiring if there were any further matters from ministers, simply nodded to the eunuch at his side. The chief eunuch stepped forward, unfurling a bright yellow silk scroll, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, to the valiant soldiers of the northern frontiers, who guard the borders and serve the court with diligence, your labor and contributions are deeply acknowledged. Recently, I have learned that the northern patrol camp has faced disturbances due to delayed military payments and mismanagement. My heart is filled with compassion. This is a failure of the court's oversight, and not a fault of the soldiers. Therefore, I decree that all soldiers involved in this matter, regardless of rank, shall be exempt from punishment, and I hope they can comprehend my intentions and swiftly return to their duties to defend against external threats. Thus it is commanded, Upon the revelation of this edict, the court erupted in astonishment. This decree not only acknowledged the court's shortcomings, but also offered an unprecedented assurance against future repercussions. A notion previously inconceivable. How had His Majesty become so magnanimous, verging on softness? Fang Ming, the Minister of War, though he held the distant title of Grand Commander of the Northern Front, often resided in the capital. His countenance darkened immediately. This decree was akin to a public slap in the face, admitting his mismanagement in the north. His lips moved as if to voice a protest. But upon meeting the emperor's inscrutable gaze, he swallowed his words, his mind awash with uncertainty. Qian Yizhi, the Minister of Revenue, furrowed his brow, swiftly calculating the treasury's necessary disbursements for the overdue military payments, and what this expense would mean for an already strained national treasury. He furtively glanced at the emperor on the dragon throne, perplexed by His Majesty's unexpected generosity, which deviated from his usual meticulous nature. Several upright censors, known for their forthrightness, exchanged glances, as some had prepared to impeach the northern generals for their insubordination, only to find their plans thwarted by this imperial decree, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 23. The Proclamation within the court. Meanwhile, some seasoned nobles and elder statesmen, such as the Duke of England, Zhang Wei, keenly sensed the connection between this decree and the recent audience of the elderly matriarch, Madame Fang. The emperor's actions, though seemingly a concession, were, in fact, a rapid and calculated move to quell a potential calamity at minimal cost, while seemingly placing the Fang family back in the spotlight. He stroked his graying beard in silence, lamenting inwardly that the Fang family had once again been ensnared. Do any among you have dissenting opinions? The emperor spoke lightly, his tone unassuming yet imbued with an invisible pressure that swiftly silenced the murmurs within the court. No one dared to provoke the already resolute emperor at this moment. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers responded in unison, though their voices were tinged with myriad complex emotions. Shortly thereafter, a second decree was issued, appointing Li Wenhan, the Deputy Minister of Rights, as the envoy, with full authority to escort the first shipment of adequate provisions to the northern frontiers and to address related matters. Li Wenhan, a loyalist of the emperor, though a civilian official, was known for his efficiency and had earned the emperor's trust. His appointment not only underscored the court's seriousness, but also ensured the precise execution of the decree, perhaps with an eye towards oversight. As the bells signaling the end of court rang, the officials, laden with questions and speculations, gradually exited the Golden Lawn Hall. The emperor observed the departing figures with a barely perceptible smirk of coldness at the corners of his mouth, swiftly cutting through the chaos. The priority is to stabilize the northern borders. As for the Fang family, I am genuinely curious to see what tricks they, weak and solitary as they are, can conjure. Meanwhile, the Fang residence remains shrouded in an atmosphere of melancholy intertwined with tension. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent hoofbeats and the clattering of armor resonate from outside the gates. Uncle Fu rushes in to report. Old matriarch, young master, an envoy bearing the imperial decree has arrived at the estate. The old matriarch and Fang Yuni exchange a glance, each sensing a weight of seriousness in the other's eyes. They have arrived sooner than anticipated. Open a main gate, set up the incense altar, and prepare to receive the decree. The old matriarch swiftly commands, maintaining a calm exterior despite the tumultuous emotions within. Moments later, in the somewhat dilapidated yet tidily clean front courtyard of the Fang residence, the incense altar is already in place. A battalion of sharp-eyed imperial guards stands at attention on either side, an aura of solemnity permeating the air. At the forefront stands a pale, beardless middle-aged eunuch, his sharp gaze piercing, holding the bright yellow imperial edict. None other than the same Lord Wang who had visited the Fang residence the previous day. Supported by Zhao Mama, the old matriarch stands at the front, adorned in her official robes. Though aged, they exude a sense of dignity. Fang Yuni stands just slightly behind her, his complexion a sickly pallor, supported by Uncle Fu, appearing somewhat frail. The remaining servants, including Zhao Mama's family and Uncle Fu's nephew, kneel respectfully in the background. Lord Wang's gaze sweeps over the assembly, lingering momentarily on Fang Yuni. By the emperor's command, young Master Fang, being frail and injured, need not kneel to receive the decree. As his voice fades, he unfurls the edict, the sharp tone resounding clearly. The decree states, to the Fang family, loyal heirs of the valiant, whose lineage has sacrificed for the court, my heart is always heavy with sorrow. With the northern borders unstable, we must rely on the old loyalists. By the special request of old matriarch Fang, it is decreed that Fang Yuni shall travel to the northern borders with a family letter, to comfort the soldiers and honor the spirits of the ancestors, thereby stabilizing the frontier and comforting the loyal souls. This matter is of great importance. Fang Yuni is permitted to accompany the esteemed envoy, Li Wenhan, and must depart today without delay. Thus it is decreed. The decree is succinct yet laden with significance. Not only does it permit Fang Yuni's journey northward, but it also explicitly outlines his mission of comforting the soldiers, with an immediate departure date. This humble servant receives the decree, thanking His Majesty for his great kindness. The old matriarch bows slightly, and Fang Yuni mirrors her gesture with a subtle inclination of his head. Their privilege of not kneeling before the Emperor's edict becomes evident in this moment. Lord Wang folds the edict and hands it to the old matriarch, forcing a perfunctory smile. Old matriarch, young master, the Emperor's grace is profound. The situation in the north is urgent. The esteemed envoy, Lord Li, has assembled his forces outside the southern gate and will depart noon. So I implore young Master Fang to prepare swiftly, lest the time be missed. Thank you, Lord Wang. The old matriarch gestures for Zhao Mama to present a modest red envelope that is not overly lavish. Lord Wang glances at it, accepts it without further comment, and turns to leave with the imperial guards, leaving behind an air of solemnity and a hint of urgency. The imperial decree has been received, and the residence immediately became a hive of activity, albeit tinged with a sense of urgency and unease. The impending departure of His Majesty leaves little time for preparation. The matriarch grasped Fang Yuni's hand, her eyes brimming with concern and reluctance. Your body will endure much strain on this arduous journey. Do not worry, grandmother, Fang Yuni replied, firmly clasping her icy hand, his tone steady. I shall manage. His Majesty's haste only underscores the pressing situation in the northern borders. Thus, I believe this journey is of utmost necessity. He paused momentarily, speaking softly. Grandmother, the capital is not a safe haven. After my departure, please exercise utmost caution. Keep the doors tightly shut and refrain from leaving the residence unless absolutely necessary. Should an urgent matter arise, you may send for Uncle Fu. He lowered his voice further, sharing a few names and codes, all part of the extremely discreet network he had established over the years through orphans and disabled veterans. The matriarch nodded gravely, etching his instructions into her memory. Returning to his room, Fang Yuni swiftly donned a set of dark, practical attire, appearing less unkempt than in the loose hospital garb. From a hidden compartment beneath his bed, he retrieved an unassuming small bundle, containing some emergency healing ointments and silver, as well as 2 sealed letters. He summoned Uncle Fu, solemnly placing the letters into his hands. Fu, upon my departure from the capital, discreetly proceed to the Chen's grocery store in the southern city and deliver these letters to the shopkeeper, mentioning that they are entrusted by an old acquaintance from the north. He will understand. I comprehend, young master, do not worry. Uncle Fu carefully concealed the letters close to his person, his murky eyes revealing surprise. Yet he knew well what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. The matriarch intended to assign 2 young, robust servants, somewhat skilled in martial arts, to accompany him. But Fang Yuni firmly declined. Grandmother, too many eyes will only complicate matters. I have my own plans. Traveling alone will afford me greater agility. He understood that this journey would not be straightforward, and bringing servants would only serve as a burden. His true reliance lay in the sword tower within his mind and his already attained mastery. Recognizing his resolute stance, the matriarch discerned his deeper intentions and ceased to insist, her eyes reddening as she repeatedly adjusted his seemingly unordered clothing. Above all, prioritize your safety. Upon reaching the northern border, consult with General Zhou on all matters. I shall remember, grandmother. Fang Yuni bowed respectfully. Take care, and await my return. Chapter 24. Departing the capital. With these words, Fang Yuni no longer hesitated, turning and striding confidently towards the exit of the estate. To the matriarch's tear-blurred vision, his silhouette appeared less frail, imbued instead with a sense of unwavering resolve and stature. Outside the southern gate of the capital, banners fluttered in the breeze. The entourage of the imperial envoy, Minister Li Wenhan, was fully prepared, with hundreds of elite cavalrymen guarding the flanks, while in the center, carts laden with provisions and supplies formed an impressive procession, radiating an aura of significance. Li Wenhan, a man in his 40s, possessed a lean visage adorned with 3 strands of long beard. Clad in a scarlet official robe, he sat within a lavishly decorated carriage. Eyes closed in contemplation, his brow revealing a hint of the reserved impatience typical of literati. The unexpected decision by His Majesty to include the ailing Fang family scion in their entourage was met with his disdain. He considered the young man nothing but a burden. As noon approached and the procession prepared to depart, Fang Yuni had yet to arrive. Truly a piece of useless clay. Daring to be tardy for such an important matter. With a dismissive snort, Li Wenhan voiced his complaints to his aide, lamenting that were it not for the emperor's decree. At that moment, the soft sound of footsteps broke through the air. The assembly turned to see a slender, pale-faced youth clad in dark, simple attire, making his way toward them with slow yet steady steps. It was none other than Fang Yuni, who, upon reaching Li Wenhan's carriage, offered a slight bow. Esteemed Li Durun, I am Fang Yuni, here under imperial orders to accompany you. I apologize for my late arrival due to unforeseen circumstances. I hope for your understanding. His voice was calm, embodying neither servility nor arrogance. Li Wenhan slowly lifted the carriage curtain, scrutinizing Fang Yuni from head to toe. Observing the frail appearance of the young man, his contempt deepened, and he spoke with a measured tone. Young Master Fang, since you bear the emperor's command, you must remain ever vigilant. How can personal matters take precedence over public duty? Consider this a leniency, but should there be another delay, do not blame me for adhering to the law. Fang Yuni, disinterested in engaging in a war of words, merely nodded, his gaze sweeping over the procession. To his dismay, aside from Li Wenhan's carriage and the supply wagons, no means of transport had been arranged for him. Just then, a soldier approached, leading a rather ordinary yet sturdy steed. Young Master Fang, please mount. The journey to the northern territories is long, and we must ride. Although his tone was not overtly rude, a glimmer of scrutiny and barely concealed mockery lingered in his eyes. To compel a frail youth to ride such a distance was nothing short of deliberate cruelty. If Fang Yuni were truly the weakling they presumed him to be, he would likely find himself unseated or exhausted by the day's end. Fang Yuni inwardly scoffed, recognizing that many in this entourage wished to witness his misfortune or even his untimely disappearance. This sentiment likely extended beyond Li Wenhan, possibly even receiving tacit approval from the emperor himself or the influence of other unseen forces. He neither declined the offer nor displayed any signs of fear or discomfort, simply responding with a calm nod, "Thank you." As he spoke, he approached the horse, awkwardly grasping the saddle with a seemingly clumsy motion, placing his foot in the stirrup. With a slight exertion, it appeared to onlookers that he nearly swayed before managing to mount the beast. Once settled, he took a moment to catch his breath, his pallor deepening. The soldier's eyes flickered with disappointment before returning to his stoic demeanor. Li Wenhan, casting a glance from within the carriage, snorted derisively and let the curtain fall. "Let us depart." With that command, the procession began to move, carrying with it provisions, the imperial edict, and a young man regarded by all as a liability and pawn as they journeyed northward, embarking on an uncertain odyssey. As the news of Fang Yuni's departure from Kyoto reached the imperial palace, it swiftly stirred the halls of the Yangshin Hall. The emperor, listening intently to the report from his secret guard, tapped his fingers lightly on the dragon table before him. Oh, he truly managed to ride along, without complaint or falling behind. A flicker of surprise crossed the emperor's eyes. "Your Majesty, according to our informants, although Fang Yuni appears to struggle, his pallid complexion betraying his effort, he indeed remains steadfast on horseback, not lagging behind," the secret guard respectfully replied. The emperor pondered for a moment, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "This is rather intriguing. Convey my imperial edict. Let the news of Fang Yuni accompanying the court envoy northward to reassure the soldiers in the northern border be casually disclosed to the people of Xianyun Zone. Furthermore, inform the families once suppressed by Fang Jintian, such as the Li family of Longxi and the Pei family of Hedong, so they may also be aware. As you command." The secret guard understood the implication. The emperor intended to wield the knife of another, or at least to embellish Fang Yuni's journey north with countless obstacles. Ensure the eyes within the imperial guard remain vigilant on Fang Yuni. I wish to see what secrets this frail child, once declared by the physicians to have but a decade left to live, harbors as he stubbornly ventures northward. The emperor's gaze sharpened like that of an eagle, eager to discern whether his intent was solely to deliver messages or if ulterior motives lay beneath. Should any anomalies arise, report them immediately. Understood. After the secret guard withdrew, the emperor gazed pensively out at the somber sky beyond the palace walls. The tempest brewing in the northern regions, the undercurrents of Kyoto, and the seemingly fragile heir of the Fang family intertwined like an invisible net. He had released Fang Yuni as a pawn at the behest of the matriarch. Weighing the pros and cons, this maneuver aimed not only to stabilize the northern border, but also to eradicate any disorder within its military ranks, while secretly observing what unforeseen events might unfold. As for whether Fang Yuni would ultimately live or die, it mattered little to the emperor. What held significance was the necessity to entirely control or eliminate the last remnants of the Fang family's potential threat. With the imperial decree issued, the game was afoot. The emperor remained seated in Kyoto, an unyielding observer, awaiting the trials of the northern road to naturally extinguish that seemingly faint spark of rebellion. The official road departing from the capital twisted and turned like a colossal gray-white python, coiled upon the vast, wintry expanse of the earth. Frost coated the withered grass. The surrounding trees stood bare, and the biting cold wind whipped up dust, delivering a chilling embrace. The envoy's procession moved gracefully. Hundreds of elite cavalrymen from the Imperial Guard safeguarding the central carriage and supplies. The sound of hooves striking the yellowed earth resonated dully and rhythmically, shattering the silence of the journey. Fang Yuni sat atop a seemingly noble yet rather ordinary steed allocated to him, his body swaying gently in rhythm with the horse's gait. He kept his head bowed, mostly curled within the slightly oversized dark robe, his face still devoid of color, lips tinged with purple from the harshness of the cold and dryness. To any observer, the youth appeared as if he were a frail soul, desperately battling against the harshness of the road while clinging to his ailing body. Occasionally, he emitted a few suppressed coughs, the sound faint and feeble against the biting wind, eliciting either pity or disdainful glances from the nearby guards. Chapter 25, Deliberate Targeting. Inside a warm and comfortable carriage adorned with thick furs, the envoy Li Wenhan sat, lifting the slightly drawn curtain to glimpse the fragile figure struggling in the cold wind. A slight grimace crossed his lips, and a flicker of impatience crossed his gaze. He muttered to himself, then lowered the curtain, picking up a book beside him, dismissing the matter entirely. As long as this sickly youth did not perish within the ranks nor cause him undue trouble, he was disinclined to concern himself further. The caravan advanced at a steady pace, indicating that Li Wenhan was eager to expedite this arduous task. As they journeyed northward, the terrain gradually became more rugged, with low hills and barren woodlands appearing along the roadside. The setting sun cast its slanting rays, and twilight began to envelop the landscape. The cold wind grew increasingly fierce, slicing against their faces like a knife. The leader of the guards, a stern-faced man with piercing eyes, surnamed Wang, held the rank of lieutenant. He glanced at the sky, then surveyed the surroundings before raising his hand to signal the caravan to halt. 5 miles ahead lies a sheltered slope, relatively flat and near a water source. "We shall camp there," his voice boomed, carrying the weight of habitual command. The procession resumed, soon arriving at the chosen campsite. Nestled between 2 low hills, this gentle slope was shielded from the north wind, with a small creek nearby, still flowing, its gentle babble soothing the air. Surrounding them were stretches of withered grass and sparse woods, providing a clear view, a defensible position indeed. At Lieutenant Wang's command, the well-trained soldiers sprang into action. They unloaded supplies, erected tents, dug simple fire pits, gathered firewood, and fetched water for their horses, all executed with remarkable efficiency. In the span of half an incense stick's burn, a cluster of leather tents sprang up upon the slope, and several large bonfires crackled to life in the central area, their orange flames dancing. These flickering flames dispelled the encroaching dusk and chill, illuminating the weary yet vigilant faces of the soldiers. The aroma of food began to waft through the air, mingling with the scent of burning wood. Fang Yui was guided by a soldier to a modest tent at the edge of the camp, a location that was both distant from the bustle of the core area and conveniently adjacent to the resting quarters of soldiers on night patrol. At that moment, Lieutenant Wang approached, accompanied by a burly captain bearing a scar across his face. Wang's gaze swept over Fang Yui, his tone flat, yet imbued with a sense of deliberate arrangement. "Young Master Fang, you shall rest here tonight. Given your frail condition, it is best that you refrain from participating in the night watch." He paused, gesturing to the scarred captain. "This is Captain Liu. His team will not be on duty tonight and will rest in the adjacent tent." As he spoke, he turned to Captain Liu, raising his voice slightly to ensure that the nearby soldiers, who were engrossed in their tasks, could hear him. "Captain Liu, Master Fang possesses a unique status and is frail. Please take extra care of him tonight. It is imperative that Master Fang is able to rest peacefully. Understood? The emphasis he placed on care and peace carried an unspoken weight. Captain Liu, understanding the implication, immediately donned an exaggerated smile, bowing respectfully to Lieutenant Wang. Rest assured, my lord, I comprehend. He then turned to Fang Yuni, maintaining his smile, yet his gaze was devoid of warmth, tinged instead with mockery and scrutiny. Master Fang, you may rest assured, should there be any disturbances tonight, or if you feel cold or frightened, do not hesitate to call upon the brothers. We shall be right beside you, ever ready to ensure you enjoy a restful slumber. He deliberately elongated the phrase, enjoy a restful slumber, provoking low chuckles from the soldiers nearby. It was clear to any discerning listener that this so-called care was, in fact, surveillance, if not harassment, aimed at depriving him of genuine peace. Fang Yuni lifted his pale face, his gaze seemingly unfocused, and nodded slightly, his voice faint. I appreciate the efforts of Captain Liu and all the soldiers. His tone was flat, devoid of any anger or dissatisfaction, as if he genuinely accepted this so-called kindness. Internally, he felt a chill. He had anticipated this treatment. Their intent was evident, to prevent him from resting soundly, to withhold food and water, and to subject him to verbal ridicule. All in a bid to weaken his already fragile body. Until he reached the Northern Territory to deliver his letter, they would not kill him, but they would take pleasure in his suffering and the possibility of him falling gravely ill. Seeing Fang Yuni's submissive demeanor, Captain Liu's contempt deepened. He chuckled derisively and led his subordinates toward a nearby tent, their unreserved discussions and laughter still audible. Fang Yuni chose to disregard them, turning to stand before his small tent, not immediately entering. Instead, he scanned the camp. The sky had turned completely dark, the indigo canvas adorned with a few cold stars, while the waning moon cast a chilling glow. Within the camp, aside from several main bonfires, numerous smaller fires flickered, with soldiers gathered around, warming themselves, eating, and conversing in hushed tones, their weapons resting at their sides, glinting in the dancing flames. The biting cold wind, like an invisible blade, swept through the camp, causing the banners to snap and rustle, whipping up the dry grass and dust, making the bonfires flicker uncertainly. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, the musk of horses, and the characteristic dry chill of the northern wilderness. Fang Yuni lifted his gaze to the profound darkness of the night sky, feeling the increasingly piercing cold wind brush against his face and body as winter deepened. For an ordinary person, it would have been enough to make them shiver and pull their garments tighter, but for him, possessing the physique of a martial arts master, it felt like a gentle spring breeze, having no effect whatsoever. Today's journey was merely a facade. A barely perceptible, cold smile curved at the corners of his lips. The chess game has commenced. Ultimately, who shall emerge as the victor depends on each party's strategies and maneuvers. In Kyoto, at the Lin residence, within a heavily guarded, brightly lit study, the atmosphere felt oppressive and tense. Elder Su of the Xianyun sect sat in the main seat, his expression grim as he tapped his fingers against the back of a Wang Wallywood chair. Opposite him sat Lin Wenba, the head of the Lin family, who had returned from court that morning and promptly informed Elder Su of Fang Yuni's news of accompanying the imperial envoy to the north. At this moment, a hint of anxiety mixed with servility appeared on his face. In addition to the two of them, 6 disciples clad in Xianyun sect attire stood solemnly in the dim room, both men and women, each exuding a calm demeanor and sharp gazes, clearly not lacking in cultivation. They were the elite summoned by Elder Su, using the Xianyun sect's clandestine network in Kyoto in light of the urgent news. Chapter 26. Individual Arrangements. Is the news confirmed? Elder Su's voice was hoarse, laced with suppressed fury. That sickly wretch, having survived my strike, dares to accompany the imperial envoy north? Absolutely true. Lin Wenba nodded vigorously. The edict from His Majesty was issued this morning, and the convoy departed at noon, with Li Wenhan, the Right Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Rights, appointed as the imperial envoy, accompanied by a detachment of 500 elite imperial guards. Excellent. A chilling light flashed in Elder Su's eyes. Having killed a disciple of our sect, he believes he can traverse north unscathed? Do they take the Xianyun sect for mere clay? He abruptly rose, his gaze sweeping over the 6 standing disciples. The Fang family scoundrel must die. Otherwise, how can the Xianyun sect retain its dignity? How shall we avenge Zhao Feng's death? A sharp-eyed, resolute young disciple stepped forward. Elder Su, please give your orders. We shall take that rogue's head and honor Brother Zhao. Elder Su nodded in satisfaction. Very well. You six, depart immediately and discreetly follow the Imperial envoy's convoy. When the opportune moment arises, ensure the task is executed swiftly and cleanly. Eliminate that audacious young man. He paused, emphasizing, remember, your primary target is Fang Ming. Avoid direct confrontation with the Imperial guards at all costs, and do not engage in a fight to the death. Li Wenhan is the Emperor's envoy. His demise would bring insurmountable trouble. As long as you slay that youth, flee immediately and report back to the sect. We shall obey. The six responded in unison, their murderous intent palpable. Elder Su waved his hand. Go forth, exercise caution, and do not reveal our sect's identity. The six disciples bowed once more before exiting the study, merging into the night outside. Once they departed, Elder Su turned to Lin Wenbo, his tone softening. Head of the Lin family, Zhao Feng's remains must be returned to the sect for burial without delay. Tomorrow morning, I shall take Mu Qing and return to the Xianyun sect ahead of you. You will need to handle matters here and the subsequent affairs. Lin Wenbo stood, bowing in response. Elder Su, rest assured, I am fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Mu Qing's fortunate return to the sect, escorted personally by the elder, was indeed a stroke of luck. Elder Su nodded, a flicker of fatigue and severity flashing in his eyes. No matter what you conceal, Fang Ming, this journey to the Northern Territories shall undoubtedly be your grave. Almost simultaneously, several influential families in the capital, who had either past grievances with the Fang family or conflicts of interest with them in military affairs, received news of Fang Ming's northward expedition and quietly made their arrangements. The Li family of Longxi, whose ancestors had once produced a general to guard the borders, had not forgotten the enmity stemming from the execution of one of their own for defying the Fang family's orders within the Northern Army. The Pei family of Hedong, a family of civil officials, maintained a close relationship with Zhao Yuanming, who held power over the northern military. The presence of the Fang family was a perpetual shadow over Zhao Yuanming's complete control of the north, representing a potential risk to their political investments. Upon learning that the sickly heir of the Fang family, who was supposed to have perished, was still alive and granted permission by the emperor to venture north, both families felt a wave of unease. They unanimously concluded that one must eradicate the roots when cutting grass. Thus, each summoned the leaders of the assassins they had trained within their households, issuing similar commands. The scion of the Fang family must not be allowed to reach the northern territories alive. They were to find an opportunity to eliminate him along the way. Remember, maintain a clean operation. It would be best to stage it as an accident or to frame it on the barbarian tribes or the Xianyun sect. More crucially, both families had infiltrated the Imperial Guard, placing their own people within, almost as soon as the orders were given. They discreetly conveyed messages and instructions through secret channels to certain loyal members within the escorting team. These insiders would provide intelligence at critical moments to create chaos or turn a blind eye, facilitating the assassination. An invisible web of death had silently unfurled along Fang Ming's path northward. At the edge of the camp, amidst the biting wind, Fang Ming stood outside the tent. After what seemed like an incense stick's worth of time, Captain Liu finally poked his head out, impatiently calling, "Young Master Fang, the wind is strong outside. You mustn't let your health suffer. Please come inside and rest. The brothers still need to look after you." The sarcasm in his words was unmistakable. Fang Ming, as if just roused from a stupor, shivered slightly and responded softly, "I will go in." He hesitated before lifting the tent flap and stepping into the frigid little tent. Inside lay only a thin blanket, the chill penetrating to the bone. Yet for Fang Ming, this environment was hardly distinguishable from springtime warmth. He sat cross-legged upon the cold, withered grass, not yet asleep. Outside the tent, Captain Liu and his soldiers were indeed diligent, occasionally raising their voices and feigning disputes, creating a cacophony of noise. However, these distractions were meaningless to Fang Ming, who could infiltrate the sword tower for cultivation. Most of his consciousness sank into the second layer of the sword tower, a space where time flowed 10 times slower, enveloped in swirling purple mist and starlight. As he continued to solidify his mastery of the Grandmaster realm, as he delved into the profound intricacies of the second volume of the Zixiao Sword Classic, he simultaneously partitioned a fragment of his consciousness to remain attuned to any anomalous disturbances from the outside world. He understood that this night might not unfold in tranquility. Those who sought his life would not let the first night in this remote wilderness, far from the capital, pass without incident. The night drifted by amidst the surface clamor and the undercurrents of unrest. When the dawn's light dispelled the darkness, and the camp was roused by the sound of horns, Fang Yuni awakened at an opportune moment. He lifted the tent flap and stepped outside, his complexion still pallid, his gaze imbued with a semblance of feigned fatigue, as if the night's chill and attentions had truly taken a toll on him. This scene elicited a measure of surprise from Li Wenhan, the imperial envoy who had just emerged from the luxurious carriage to stretch his limbs, as well as from Captain Wang, who was directing the soldiers in the packing of their gear. Li Wenhan furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Fang Yuni, saying nothing. Yet a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. This lad truly possessed a remarkable resilience. Captain Wang, however, regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. He had anticipated that after a night of special attentions, this ailing youth would at least appear wan and enervated, yet he seemed little changed from the previous day, merely a touch more fatigued. He had underestimated the boy's fortitude. With a silent scoff, Captain Wang ceased his observations and raised his voice to issue commands. Prepare to break camp. We depart in a quarter of an hour. The cohort set forth again, journeying northward toward the desolate northern plains, a land that had not only claimed the lives of the Fang family's men, but also concealed myriad dangers and opportunities. Fang Yuni mounted his horse in silence, falling in line with the procession. The road ahead was long, yet he had already steeled himself to face whatever tempests lay in wait. This expedition to the north represented for him not merely a crisis, but the inception of a dragon emerging from the depths to stir the winds and clouds. Chapter 27. The assassination commences. Once the caravan distanced itself from the capital, the terrain grew increasingly treacherous. For several consecutive days, this remained the case. Fang Yuni maintained his feeble demeanor, swaying precariously on horseback during the day, while at night, under special care, he found himself tossing and turning in restless slumber. His tenacity, or what others perceived as sheer luck, astonished Captain Wang and Captain Liu, yet they regarded it merely as the fleeting strength of a sickly youth clinging to life. On this day, the caravan arrived at a perilous location known as Falling Eagle Gorge. The mountains on either side loomed steeply, adorned with grotesque rock formations, while the official road snaked through the canyon, its narrowest point barely accommodating two horse-drawn carriages side by side. The sky, pressed into a narrow line by the towering cliffs, cast a dim light, and the air was thick with a mingled sense of earth and decaying leaves. Captain Wang, seasoned in experience, promptly ordered the entire army to stand guard, instructing the cavalry to tighten their formation and the scouts to advance for reconnaissance. Even Li Wenhan, who had remained within the carriage, could not resist lifting the curtain to anxiously survey the eerily silent cliffs flanking them. A glimmer of sharp insight flashed in Fang Yuni's downcast eyes. This location was an ideal site for an ambush. He keenly sensed that on the heights above, several faint yet malicious presences lay in wait. They bore not the iron will of seasoned soldiers, but rather the cold, cunning characteristic of martial artists from the realm of Jianghu. It seemed that someone could no longer contain themselves. The first wave of assassination was upon them. He let out a cold sneer inwardly, but outwardly appeared even more terrified, shrinking his body on the horse's back. As if intimidated by the treacherous terrain, he instinctively moved closer to the few elite cavalrymen who were directly affiliated with Officer Wang. The cavalrymen frowned, but, bound by their status, refrained from driving him away. Sure enough, as the entire group progressed to the midpoint of the canyon, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sharp sounds of arrows slicing through the air erupted from the left cliff, targeting not the envoy's carriage, but rather the vulnerable Fang Yuni. These are poison crossbow bolts, glimmering with an eerie blue hue in the dim light, hurtling toward him at an astonishing speed. Enemy attack. Protect the envoy. Officer Wang reacted swiftly, shouting in alarm. The Imperial Guards immediately raised their shields, forming a solid barrier around Li Wenhan's carriage. Meanwhile, the crossbow bolts aimed at Fang Yuni were about to pierce his throat. In that critical moment, the elite cavalrymen, whom Fang Yuni had inadvertently approached, found themselves directly in the path of the flying bolts. Hearing the whistling arrows, they instinctively wielded their weapons to block or sidestep to evade. Clang, clang. Most of the bolts were deflected or dodged by these cavalrymen, but one bolt grazed the arm of a soldier, altering its trajectory slightly, and, with a sickening thud, embedded itself deep into the neck of Fang Yuni's mount. The warhorse let out a mournful neigh, rearing up in agony and then bolting forward in a frenzied charge. Fang Yuni screamed in terror, his body resembling a leaf caught in the wind, as he was propelled forward by the mad horse, narrowly avoiding further incoming poisoned arrows. Clutching the saddle with all his might, his body hunched low, he appeared to rely solely on survival instinct to avoid being thrown off. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. To onlookers, it seemed that Fang Yuni was merely fortunate to have been near the elite cavalryman, thereby escaping the poisoned arrows. Yet now he faced even greater peril due to his steed being struck. "Stop that horse!" Officer Wang's expression darkened. Should Fang Yuni perish here, particularly because of the guard's failure to protect him, he would bear some responsibility. A few cavalrymen attempted to intervene, but the frantic horse moved with incredible speed in an erratic path, disrupting the formation at the front of the group. In the midst of this chaos, 6 figures descended from the left cliff like phantoms, the disciples of Xianyun's sect. Their movements were agile, swords flashing in their hands, with a clear objective: Fang Yuni, who was still struggling atop his horse. "Bold rascals!" Officer Wang bellowed, personally leading a squad of elite soldiers to confront them. He recognized that these assassins were no ordinary bandits. The Imperial Guards quickly formed a battle array, their coordination impeccable, long spears like a forest, blades gleaming like snow. In an instant, they ensnared the 6 Xianyun sect disciples. However, these 6 were indeed formidable, particularly the leading young man, whose swordplay was fierce. He was already a master of martial arts, and for a time, he was evenly matched against Officer Wang and his men. Amidst the chaos, the frenzied steed carried Fang Yui, veering erratically towards a heap of jagged stones on the right side of the canyon. Just as it seemed they would collide with a massive boulder, Fang Yui appeared drained of strength. His grip slackened, and he tumbled from the horse, rolling several times before coming to rest in the shadowy recess of a colossal rock, motionless as though he had succumbed to unconsciousness. The frantic horse, however, crashed into the boulder, its brains splattering as it fell lifelessly to the ground. This particular location was exceptionally cunning, situated at the edge of the battlefield and shielded by great stones, making it difficult for either side of the melee below or any potential crossbow bolts from the cliffs above to reach him directly. The disciples of Xianyun's sect, witnessing their target seemingly incapacitated among the rubble, felt a surge of urgency to break through the resistance and deliver a lethal strike. Yet, the astute youth among them observed that each time they attempted to approach Fang Yui's position, the resistance from the Imperial Guards intensified, particularly from the valiant Captain Wang, who consistently thwarted their advances. "Brother, the Imperial Guards are formidable. Prolonged engagement is unfavorable," cried one disciple urgently. The astute youth recognized that the Imperial Guards were well trained, and though they could defend themselves under formation, swiftly penetrating their defenses to eliminate the target proved to be a daunting task. Moreover, the longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it became for them. "Retreat," the astute youth decisively commanded, feigning a strike to push back Captain Wang before signaling for withdrawal. The 6 of them retreated swiftly, scaling the cliffs with the agility of monkeys, vanishing into the dense forest. Captain Wang, wary of a trick, refrained from pursuing too deeply, ordering an immediate assessment of casualties, tending to the wounded and enhancing vigilance. In the aftermath of this skirmish, the Imperial Guard sustained several minor injuries, but no fatalities, while the 6 from Xianyun's sect returned empty-handed, having expended considerable energy. Li Wenhan, still shaken, emerged from the carriage, repeatedly inquiring, "Where are the assassins? What Fang Yui? Is he dead?" Captain Wang approached the pile of stones, observing Fang Yui curled within the rocky hollow, pale and unconscious. He checked for signs of life. Although faint, his breathing remained steady. "Reporting to you, my lord, the assassins have retreated. Young Master Fang is still alive." Seemingly overwhelmed by fright and has fainted, Captain Wang's words carried a hint of complexity. He harbored doubts about the recent turmoil, feeling it was rather odd that this frail individual had enjoyed such fortuitous luck. His poisoned arrow had been deflected, the panicked horse had serendipitously evaded further assaults, and his fall had fortuitously landed him in such a secure refuge. Yet, everything appeared so natural, devoid of any deliberate traces. Could it truly be that a fool was blessed with such fortune? Chapter 28, Waves Upon Waves. It is a relief that he is alive. Li Wenhan exhaled, then furiously exclaimed, "How outrageous! In broad daylight, they dare to attack an Imperial envoy. Captain Wang, can you discern the origins of these assassins?" Captain Wang replied solemnly. "Their martial prowess resembles that of the sects in the Jianghu, their strikes ruthless and their intent clear. They were specifically targeting young Master Fang." He withheld his suspicions regarding Xianyun's sect, lacking evidence to make unfounded assertions. Umph. The Fang family is truly a troublesome lot, Li Wenhan muttered under his breath. Hurry and awaken him, tidy up, and let us swiftly depart this cursed place. Fang Yunyao was abruptly roused from slumber by soldiers dousing him with cold water, a pretense he willingly maintained. He feigned weakness, coughing delicately, his visage etched with trepidation. He expressed profound gratitude to Captain Wang and Li Wenhan, thanking the Imperial Guardsmen for their life-saving intervention. His appearance of sheer panic and helplessness rendered him beyond suspicion. After approximately the duration of a stick of incense, the group reassembled and hastened their departure from Luoying Gorge. During this assassination attempt, Fang Yunyao did not expend a modicum of true energy. Instead, relying solely on his perceptive awareness of the environment and subtle guidance, he averted a lethal crisis with the aid of the Imperial Guards. He continued to embody that fortunate, ailing youth, yet the roles of hunter and prey were clandestinely shifting. In the ensuing days, the cohort heightened their vigilance, yet the attempts on his life persisted, becoming increasingly frequent and insidious. The second attempt occurred during a nighttime encampment when several Imperial Guards, bribed by rival families, endeavored to poison Fang Yunyao as drinking water. However, he had already discerned their intentions through their furtive glances and movements. He chose not to raise an alarm. Instead, after they had poisoned the water, he feigned clumsiness, spilling his water pouch, and then thirstily accepted fresh water offered by another unsuspecting soldier nearby. The traitorous guard who had administered the poison, during a subsequent patrol, inadvertently triggered a beast trap set around the camp's perimeter. His screams roused the entire camp, revealing his attempt to abandon his post, leading to a severe interrogation by Captain Wang. Though he did not divulge the mastermind, he suffered a shattered leg and was subsequently expelled from the Imperial Guards. The third attempt was executed with even greater stealth and meticulous planning. It unfolded 3 days after the group departed Luoying Gorge. During a dusky evening when the weary party prepared to set camp by a riverside nestled against the mountains. The terrain was relatively open and visibility excellent, which, by customary logic, rendered it an unsuitable ambush site. Yet, this very fact lulled them into a false sense of security. Captain Wang issued commands to bolster vigilance, but the cumulative fatigue of the preceding days, coupled with the relatively uneventful earlier encounters, caused some soldiers to inadvertently relax their guard. Fang Yunyao, curled upon his mount, appeared listless, yet remained acutely aware of his surroundings. As wisps of smoke began to rise from the campfire, and the majority of the soldiers set down their long weapons, preparing for a reprieve and meal, disaster struck. A thunderous explosion erupted from the adjacent hillside, a colossal fireball cascading into the center of the camp, detonating near the most opulent tent belonging to the envoy Li Wenhan. Flames soared skyward, thick smoke billowed, accompanied by chilling screams and the terrified whinnies of warhorses, seemingly aimed directly at the envoy. Protect the Lord. Assassins, form up. Captain Wang's eyes bulged with fury as his thunderous roar echoed throughout the camp. All Imperial Guardsmen were instantly roused, disregarding their exhaustion, seizing their weapons in a desperate attempt to shield the envoy's tent. Chaos engulfed the camp. Firelight, smoke, screams, and the silhouettes of fleeing figures melded into a perfect cover. At the very moment when everyone's attention was captivated by the explosion and the peril facing the Imperial envoy, 3 shadowy figures, akin to phantoms, stealthily emerged from the reeds by the riverside, cloaked in the dusk and chaos. Their movements were remarkably agile, their presence nearly imperceptible, gliding like nimble cats without a sound. Their target was unmistakable, a frail youth, Fang Yuni, who, in the midst of the turmoil, was frantically attempting to hide beneath a wagon, unnoticed by the surrounding chaos. This was a cunning ruse, a diversion to draw all the Imperial Guard's focus and strength towards the assassination of the envoy, while the true objective lay in eliminating the real target of this northern expedition. The orchestrators of this plan were acutely aware that they merely sought Fang Yuni's life, with no genuine intent to harm the envoy. The 3 assassins, evidently chosen with great care, executed their actions with precision and seamless coordination, encircling Fang Yuni in a triangular formation, effectively sealing off any potential escape routes. However, all their maneuvers had been anticipated by Fang Yuni. Just as one assassin's dagger was poised to pierce the vulnerable flesh of Fang Yuni's back, he stumbled over a protruding stone, sending him forward in an ungraceful fall. This seemingly clumsy tumble fortuitously allowed him to evade the lethal strike. Moreover, his direction of descent led him directly toward a supply cart laden with weapons. With a thud, Fang Yuni collided heavily against the cart's yoke, seemingly striking something, which elicited a muffled groan of pain. The assassin's determined thrust missed its mark, and in a moment of miscalculation, his wrist collided painfully with the sturdy iron yoke. A soft crack of bone, drowned out by the surrounding clamor, echoed in the air. The assassin stifled a grunt, his wrist aflame with agony, nearly losing his grip on the dagger. Observing this, the other two assassins exchanged glances, their resolve hardened, and without hesitation, they lunged forward again. Their blades aimed directly at Fang Yuni's throat and heart. Fang Yuni, seemingly paralyzed by fear, curled up beside the wheel, flailing his arms as if to ward off the impending doom. In the critical moment, just before the blades made contact, his erratic movements inadvertently brushed against a leather strap securing a bundle of spare long spears on the supply cart. This accidental touch caused the knot to miraculously loosen, sending several spears crashing to the ground with a resounding clatter directly upon the two assassins. Caught unawares, the assassins instinctively retracted their blades to defend themselves. Although the heavy spears were momentarily blocked, they disrupted the assassins' advance, leaving them in a rather precarious situation. Meanwhile, several Imperial soldiers, initially facing away and intently observing the envoy's tent, were startled by the sound of the spears hitting the ground and instinctively turned to look. "Assassins! Over here!" they shouted, quickly identifying the trio of suspicious figures cloaked in black. Instantly, a dozen soldiers were drawn to the commotion, rallying their weapons and converging upon the scene. The three assassins, realizing the futility of their endeavor, exchanged glances filled with reluctance and astonishment before turning away without hesitation. With a few agile movements, they melded once more into the reeds along the riverbank, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Fang Yuni sat slumped beside a wheel, gasping for breath, his complexion pale as death, his body trembling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of the underworld. Only he understood the precision required for the seemingly coincidental fall that had inadvertently brushed against the reins. Chapter 29, Alliance with the Barbarian Forces. "Young Master Fang, are you unwell?" A soldier approached to assist him. Fang Yuni weakly shook his head, his voice trembling with residual fear. "I am fine. Thank you, military sir." This meticulously orchestrated assassination attempt had once again been deftly thwarted by a series of unforeseen events and coincidences. Though the Imperial envoy, Li Wenhan, had been well protected and remained unscathed, the destruction of the tent had resulted in the deaths of two of his attendants amidst the explosion, leaving him profoundly shaken. His face turned ashen as he listened to Captain Wang's report. When he learned that the true target of the assassins might have been Fang Yuni, with himself merely serving as a decoy, he was consumed by rage that left him trembling. "Scoundrels! Scoundrels!" Li Wenhan could no longer maintain the decorum expected of a civil official, erupting into furious invectives against these reckless marauders. To attempt the assassination of an official merely to eliminate Fang Yuni was an affront too grave to tolerate. A palpable sense of crisis enveloped him. In the previous two assassination attempts, the thieves had targeted Fang Yuni directly, allowing him to remain detached, even entertained by the unfolding drama. Yet now, they had dared to use an Imperial envoy as bait, crossing a line that invoked a visceral fear of death. Who could predict that in their madness these fiends might not hesitate to eliminate him as well? "Captain Wang," Li Wenhan's voice was sharp and commanding. "Convey my orders. From this day forth, any individual exhibiting suspicious behavior, attempting to approach the convoy, or engaging in any assassination attempts, regardless of their target, shall be regarded as a provocation against the Imperial envoy's honor and dealt with ruthlessly. No need for consultation." "Yes, my lord," Captain Wang responded solemnly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The audacity of these assassins was escalating, their methods growing increasingly ruthless. If iron-fisted measures were not taken soon, it could lead to dire consequences. With the orders issued, the atmosphere within the convoy grew ever more tense. The Imperial soldiers heightened their vigilance, doubling the patrols, their gazes sharp as eagles, scanning for any signs of disturbance. However, the winds of fate were relentless. The true storm of assassination would finally descend on a fateful night a few days later. By this time, the convoy had traversed numerous barriers, entering the northern territories. The chill in the air intensified, the wind carrying with it the desolation and menace characteristic of the northern wilderness. Surrounding them were rolling hills and sparse woodlands. The night thick as ink, with the stars and moon obscured. The camp had been set upon a gentle slope backed by a stone mountain. The flickering campfire casting a glow upon the weary, yet vigilant faces of the soldiers. At the stroke of midnight, when weariness envelopes all, a chilling sound of arrows piercing the air erupted, resembling the wails of tormented souls, echoing from every direction. No longer sporadic shots, but a deluge of arrows descended like a relentless rain. An enemy assault. Form a defensive formation. The commanding voice of Captain Wang shattered the stillness of the night. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard reacted with remarkable swiftness, raising their shields to form a tight circle, safeguarding the envoy's carriage at its center. The arrows clanged against the shields, creating a suffocating cacophony, while occasionally a shaft would slip through a gap, resulting in muffled groans and the metallic scent of blood. Yet, this was merely the prelude. With a guttural roar imbued with primal ferocity, towering figures surged forth from the shadowy thicket, akin to famished wolves descending upon their prey, charging fearlessly towards the Imperial Guard's formation. These warriors, their faces obscured by black veils, revealed only their eyes glimmering with malevolence in the darkness. They were generally larger and more muscular than the soldiers of the great Qian Empire, exuding explosive strength. Their weapons diverged significantly from the standard arms of the great Qian, predominantly wielding curved blades, heavy axes, and clubs, each swing accompanied by a wild rush of wind. Even more alarming was their combat style, which starkly contrasted with the disciplined coordination of the great Qian forces. Theirs was a raw and savage ferocity. They exhibited no fear of casualties, often trading wounds and lives, executing broad, powerful strikes that could send both men and shields flying with a single blow. They are barbarians, an experienced veteran cried out in terror. Although their faces were concealed, their distinctive stature, feral fighting style, and the tribal totems faintly visible on their weapons unmistakably revealed their identity. Warriors from the northern wastelands. In the initial moment of the assault, Fang Ming was instinctively pulled to a relatively safer position at the rear of the formation by the two soldiers assigned to protect him. Yet at this juncture, the entire camp had descended into a bloody melee, leaving no place of absolute safety. The cacophony of battle cries, the clashing of weapons, and the anguished screams of the dying intertwined with the wild roars of the barbarian warriors, composing a symphony of death. Blood splattered everywhere, dismembered limbs littered the ground, and the thick aroma of blood rendered the air nearly suffocating. The relentless onslaught of the barbarians was aimed at the complete annihilation of this envoy. They would not permit the envoy, bearing the sacred edict of the Qian Emperor, to reach the station of the Northern Army's former garrison. The barbarian court, having not relinquished its ambitions to advance southward after the great battle 8 years prior, had been secretly plotting. Over the years, they had successfully forged connections with discontented generals from the Northern Army, disgruntled by unpaid salaries, and were clandestinely negotiating, offering substantial rewards to incite defection among these forces. Should they succeed, the northern defense line would crumble without a fight, allowing the barbarian cavalry to penetrate deeply, seizing the fertile lands of Yuzhou and its surroundings. The arrival of this envoy, particularly the potential calming influence of a personal letter from the Fang family that Fang Ming carried, undoubtedly posed the greatest variable in their plans. Thus, they must eradicate this team at all costs. Commissioner Li Wenhan had never witnessed such a hellish scene. Cowering in the carriage, he could hear the deafening cries of battle and the agonizing wails of the dying outside, feeling the violent jolts as the carriage was struck. His face drained of color. He trembled uncontrollably, as if a mere leaf in the wind, with a foul stench emanating from his trousers. The dignity of a high-ranking court official had long been cast aside, leaving only the most primal instinct of fear. Hold the line. Stand firm. Commander Wang, leading from the front, wielded a long spear, engaging in fierce combat with a barbarian warrior. The spear danced through the air, each thrust infused with the entirety of his martial prowess. In a frenzy of bloodshed, he was drenched in blood, his own and that of his enemies. From the onset, the battle had been brutally fierce, although the Imperial Guard was well-trained and fought in formation. They were being relentlessly pressed by the formidable individual combat skills of the barbarian warriors, leading to a rapid increase in casualties. What chilled Fang Ming's gaze further was the sight of a dozen figures weaving through the chaotic battlefield, evading entanglement with both the barbarians and the Imperial Guard. Like venomous serpents, they slithered across the bloody scene, directly advancing towards his position. Chapter 30. Who is the hunter? These individuals appeared slightly more slender compared to the barbarians, displaying agility in their movements, wielding weapons and martial arts that bore the unmistakable hallmarks of the Jianghu of Dakian. Some of their techniques even struck a familiar chord with Fang Yuni, reminiscent of the disciples of Xinyan sect he had encountered previously at Falling Eagle Gorge. Had they allied with the barbarians? Or were they merely seizing the opportunity presented by the barbarian attack? Perhaps they were in collusion with the barbarians, providing the Commissioner's team with intelligence on their movements, allowing the barbarians to confront the troublesome Imperial Guard while they themselves took advantage of the ensuing chaos to strike from behind. Once successful, all blame could be laid upon the ruthless barbarians, enabling their own safe retreat without leaving any traces. What a cunning scheme! Fang Yuni's heart boiled with murderous intent. At this moment, the camp was in utter disarray. Everyone was in a state of panic, fighting for their lives. Those two soldiers who had been watching him were now swept into the fray, struggling for their own survival, as the assassins broke through the scattered resistance. Closing in with deadly intent, terror etched itself upon Fang Yuni's face, letting out a scream as if paralyzed by fear. He turned and fled towards the dark woods on the outskirts of the camp. "Chase him! Do not let him escape!" the leading assassin barked, eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. The dozen figures immediately broke away from the chaotic battlefield, pursuing Fang Yuni like relentless parasites, plunging into the inky depths of the forest. The slaughter on the battlefield continued unabated, blood staining the slopes, and no one noticed the feeble escape of the ailing figure, or if they did, they were too preoccupied to care. Fang Yuni stumbled ahead, his speed seemingly unhurried, yet perfectly calibrated to maintain a distance from his pursuers. He neither allowed them to lose track, nor did he let them close in immediately. Purposefully selecting treacherous paths, he drew forth a stream of curses from behind. As he pursued onward, the cacophony of shouts and the flickering flames receded into the distance, leading him deep into the ominous silence of the forest. After approximately half a stick of incense had burned, Fang Yuni arrived at a relatively open glade amid the trees. In the center lay several enormous boulders, encrusted with moss, that loomed like slumbering beasts under the faint starlight. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, their gnarled branches resembling ghostly claws stretching toward the night sky, casting heavy shadows. The night wind swept through the forest, emitting a mournful wail. Exhausted, he halted before the largest boulder, leaning against his knees with his back to his pursuers, appearing to gasp for breath. Suddenly, a dozen figures darted swiftly toward him, fanning out in a semicircle, effectively cutting off any chance of escape. They gazed at the frail, trembling silhouette before them, their faces contorted with the cruel mockery akin to that of a cat playing with its prey. "Why aren't you running, you sickly wretch?" sneered a wiry man, his voice piercing through the stillness of the woods. "You've shown remarkable resilience, evading us time and again, forcing us to traverse this cursed forest at such an hour." Another voice chimed in, dripping with scorn. "Yet, the ambience here is quite delightful, serene, undisturbed. You've chosen a splendid spot for your final resting place, haven't you?" The group erupted into a low, mocking laughter, as if already envisioning Fang Yuni on his knees, pleading for mercy, only to be mercilessly dismembered. At that moment, Fang Yuni slowly straightened up and turned around. The terror and frailty that had once marked his expression vanished, replaced by a disquieting calm that sent shivers through the air. Beneath the shroud of darkness, a chilling and enigmatic smile crept across his lips. His gaze swept over the 12 vicious assassins, his voice flat, yet imbued with an imperceptible frost. "Why do you not consider that this may very well be the auspicious ground I have chosen for you?" His words hung in the air, momentarily stunning the group, before they erupted into even more exaggerated laughter, tears of mirth welling in their eyes. What did he just say? An auspicious ground for us? Has this sickly fool lost his mind, rambling in the face of death? The mocking jeers abruptly ceased, for in that fleeting moment, when their laughter reached its zenith and their guard was at its lowest, Fang Yuni made his move. Without any forewarning, without a trace. It was as though he had always stood there, or perhaps he had seamlessly melded into the night. No, it was not an afterimage. His speed transcended the limits of their perception. Crack, crack. The sound of neck bones snapping echoed chillingly, almost simultaneously. The wiry man who had laughed the loudest, and another burly figure found their mocking grins frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief, their heads tilted at an unnatural angle as their bodies crumpled to the ground, lifeless before they could comprehend the unfolding events. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. The remaining 10 assassins felt their smiles freeze instantaneously, as though an invisible hand had clutched their throats. Their pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. An overwhelming chill surged from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. They could not discern how Fang Yuni had moved. They merely sensed a fleeting breeze, and then two of their companions lay dead. The leader among them, his voice dry and hoarse, trembled with disbelief and terror. Fang Yuni remained stationary, seemingly untouched, casually flicking his wrist as if brushing off some dust. He lifted his gaze, and his eyes no longer reflected the calm demeanor or feigned trepidation of before, but instead radiated an icy indifference, as frigid as ancient glaciers, gazing down upon them as if they were mere ants. Were it not for certain reasons compelling me to remain concealed, do you truly believe you would have survived this long? His voice, though soft, resonated through the dense forest like a hammer, striking the heart of each individual present. A martial arts master? Upon sensing the suffocating aura emanating from Fang Yuni, akin to that of a primordial beast, the leader finally grasped the reality of the situation and let out a piercing, despairing scream. A martial arts master? This boy, whom they had regarded as a frail and useless wretch, was indeed a martial arts master. A 15-year-old martial arts master? How could this be? Fear spread like a plague among the remaining 10 assassins. They finally comprehended that they were not hunters, but rather had unwittingly stepped into a meticulously crafted death game, designed by their prey. Flee! Someone shouted, and in an instant, the 10 lost all resolve, their hearts shattering, desperate to escape this place as swiftly as possible. However, it was too late. Fang Yuni's figure moved once more. This time, he no longer concealed his martial prowess. The moonlight seemed to pierce through the clouds at that very moment, casting a silvery glow. Beneath this ethereal light, Fang Yuni's silhouette transformed into a streak of violet luminescence, darting through the forest. There were no extravagant techniques, no earth-shattering displays, only the simplest, most direct, and efficient forms of slaughter. He appeared like a wraith behind an assassin attempting to flee, his finger poised like a sword, gently pressing against the assassin's back. The assassin's body stiffened abruptly, a gaping wound exploding from his chest, and without uttering a sound, he collapsed to the ground. In a flash, he moved past another assassin, casually slicing through the air with his hand, severing the assassin's arm at the shoulder. Before the severed limb and weapon could touch the ground, the assassin's throat was pierced by an invisible force. The sounds of dull thuds, bone-crunching fractures, and bodies hitting the ground echoed incessantly. Swift, too swift. In the face of the absolute power and speed of a martial arts master, these assassins, barely at the level of warriors, were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly devoid of the means to resist. Their fear, their despair, their struggles held no significance in Fang Yuni's eyes. Some attempted to fight back desperately, their blades slicing through the air with a mournful whistle aimed at the violet streak. Yet they struck only at emptiness in the next moment. Their consciousness succumbed to eternal darkness. A figure knelt in supplication, their voice a haunting wail. Yet Fang Yuni's gaze remained unperturbed. With a mere flick of his fingers, a violet sword chi pierced through the center of the supplicant's brow. In the span of just a few breaths, as Fang Yuni stood silently in the center of the clearing, no living soul remained around him. 12 lifeless bodies lay sprawled in grotesque positions amidst pools of blood, their faces frozen in expressions of utter terror and disbelief. The pungent scent of blood wafted through the tranquil glade, provoking distant roars from nearby beasts, creating a stark and eerie contrast to the previous silence. Fang Yuni's expression was impassive as he surveyed the fallen, his eyes deep and contemplative. He exhaled softly, the fierce aura of a master gradually retracting, returning to a guise of unremarkable simplicity. Approaching the edge of the clearing, he gazed toward the distant encampment, where faint sounds of battle and flickering flames still echoed. The treachery of the barbarian traitor, Xian Yunzong, along with those hidden within the shadows of noble families, weighed on his mind. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he murmured to himself, "Indeed, the waters of the northern realm are murky. Very well, let me be the one to completely upheave this northern realm." His voice was low, his eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. He cast a final glance at the clearing, transformed into a hellish battleground by his own hand, where the 12 assassins' corpses silently bore witness to the brief yet brutal slaughter. Without lingering, he vanished like a specter into the darkened forest, stealthily advancing towards the encampment, his aura diminishing once more to that of a frail and unassuming figure. Shortly after his departure, two silhouettes descended upon the blood-soaked glade as silently as falling leaves. The newcomers were an elderly man and a young maiden. The elder, slender and clad in a faded gray scholar's robe, bore a head of white hair, yet his complexion was vibrant, skin as delicate as that of an infant. His eyes sparkled with a profound brilliance, as if capable of encompassing the stars and the seas. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, he harmonized perfectly with the surrounding environment, so much so that one might overlook his presence entirely. The maiden, appearing to be in her early 20s, wore a flowing moon-white gown adorned with a silver fox fur cloak, accentuating her graceful form. Her beauty was striking, skin as pure as snow, features like a painting, especially her autumn water-like eyes, clear and vibrant, sparkling with life. Yet at this moment, her exquisite visage bore an unmistakable expression of shock and astonishment, fixated on the direction in which Fang Ming had vanished. "Master," the maiden's voice trembled with disbelief as she turned her gaze to the elderly figure beside her. Her tone laced with confusion. Could that person's martial prowess have already reached the master realm? Her words faltered, as if needing to calm the tumult within her heart before continuing, her voice tinged with perplexity. "But he appeared to be even younger than I am? How can this be possible?" The young girl, regarded by her sect as an extraordinary talent in martial arts, had been nurtured with the utmost resources from a tender age. Yet, despite her unwavering diligence, she had only recently attained the pinnacle of the martial master realm, merely grazing the threshold of the grandmaster stage. She was acutely aware of the arduous nature of martial cultivation, recognizing that each step forward demanded immense dedication and resources. Thus, it was utterly confounding to learn that a boy younger than herself had already reached the grandmaster level, shattering her understanding of martial arts. The elderly figure in gray robes withdrew his gaze from the distant horizon, a flicker of astonishment lingering in his profound eyes. With a gentle nod, his voice, calm yet resolute, affirmed the truth. Indeed, the lad had indeed stepped into the realm of grandmaster. He paused slightly, seemingly savoring the faint remnants of energy he had just detected, alongside the sharp ripples of vital energy emanating from not far away. Analyzing the solidity of the boy's aura and the unyielding sword intent he had displayed, it was evident that his foundation was extraordinarily firm, and his vital energy remarkably pure, qualities not typically found in a novice grandmaster. This youth's mastery of the grandmaster realm appeared exceedingly stable, perhaps even having broken through a year prior. The old man, stroking his long beard, was lost in contemplation. Such a young grandmaster, within the expansive realm of Deqian and its neighboring states, was unheard of. What formidable power could cultivate such an astonishing talent? Could he be a prodigy secretly nurtured by the royal family of the Deqian dynasty? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion, shaking his head. No, the royal family's techniques were domineering and fierce, in stark contrast to the ancient and profound aura the boy had just revealed. Truly peculiar, he mused. How remarkable. After a moment of reflection, the old man turned to the still astonished girl beside him, his tone shifting to one of gravity. "Lingya, what you have witnessed today serves as a reminder that beyond the heavens, there exist greater heights, and beyond humanity, there are individuals of unparalleled skill. Though your talent is commendable, placing you among the elite of your peers, let not pride take root in your heart. Understand that the path of martial arts is boundless. Only through relentless diligence shall one remain on the true path. Should you allow mere fame to breed complacency in your practice, you will inevitably fade into the crowd, unable to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts." The girl trembled slightly at his words, her astonishment gradually transforming into resolute determination. She bowed her head respectfully. "Disciple shall heed Master's teachings and strive tirelessly, never daring to slacken." The old man nodded in satisfaction. "Well, as long as you understand, let us depart. The moonlit orchids reveal their beauty only at the zenith of the midnight moon. Had it not been for our quest to find them, we would not have ventured here at such an hour, nor would we have witnessed that extraordinary scene. This journey to the northern lands promises to be intriguing. We must prepare you for your breakthrough into the grandmaster realm. Otherwise, our sect's younger generation may find themselves overshadowed." With his words lingering in the air, the old man waved his sleeve lightly, an invisible force lifting the girl as their figures began to blur once more. They seemed to merge with the moonlight and gentle breeze, silently vanishing from the blood-stained clearing, continuing their search for the spiritual herbs they sought. Meanwhile, the battle at the camp appeared to be drawing to a close. Just as the Imperial Guard's defense was on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault of the ferocious barbarian warriors, Commander Wang, bearing numerous wounds, awaited his fate in despair. Suddenly, a thunderous and dense sound of hoofbeats echoed from afar, accompanied by the resonant blast of a horn, heralding the charge of cavalry. It was the border troops. "Our reinforcements have arrived." Several blood-soaked, nearly exhausted veterans of the Imperial Guard shouted hoarsely, their voices tinged with the euphoric relief of survival. In the flickering firelight, a cavalry unit, equipped with somewhat outdated gear, yet exuding an aura of lethal intent, surged forth like a torrent of steel, crashing into the flank of the barbarian forces. These seasoned riders, well acquainted with the tactics of the barbarian skirmishers from years of conflict, charged with unadorned efficiency, wielding their blades with the utmost simplicity and effectiveness. Their momentum, bolstered by the powerful strides of their steeds, sliced through the barbarian ranks with the ease of a hot knife through butter, instantly throwing their formation into disarray. In that moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The border cavalry surged back and forth, their sabers rising and falling, painting the ground with splatters of crimson rain. Though the barbarian warriors fought valiantly, the sudden and direct onslaught from the elite cavalry rendered their individual bravery insufficient to compensate for their tactical and structural disadvantages. The battlefield was filled with the cacophony of screams, the clash of arms, and the whinnies of distressed horses. Severed limbs and shattered bodies flew about, and the ground was quickly saturated with blood, the thick stench of iron hanging heavily in the air. Seeing the futility of their situation, the barbarian chieftain let out a few defiant roars, rallying the remnants of his guards as they fought desperately to carve a path through the chaos, retreating into the shadows, leaving behind a gruesome scene of dismembered corpses. As the fighting subsided, the camp lay in ruins. Most of the bonfires had been extinguished or doused in blood, with only scattered flames flickering weakly. Bodies lay strewn about, some belonging to the barbarians, but far more were those of the Imperial Guard. Of the original 500 elite troops, fewer than 100 could still stand, and all were wounded. Commander Wang leaned heavily upon his battered iron spear, his figure drenched in blood, his left arm hanging limply, a deep gash in his chest still oozing blood. Yet he persevered, directing the survivors to tend to the wounded and assess their losses. Meanwhile, Commissioner Li Wenhan, shielded by his loyal attendants, had escaped the barbarian's blades, but was struck by an arrow that had come from an unknown direction, piercing his left shoulder blade. At this moment, he sat slumped beside a deformed cart, his face as pale as parchment, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The accompanying physician was cautiously treating his wound. Each touch of the arrow shaft elicited a wail as agonizing as that of a slaughtered pig, tears streaming down his face, bereft of any dignity befitting a court official. "Be gentle, you incompetent fool. Do you wish to kill me? If anything were to happen to me, the Emperor would have you and your entire family executed." He cried out in agony, striking the ground with his functioning right hand, hurling venomous curses at the physician, his words laced with unrestrained bitterness. At that moment, from the shadows at the edge of the camp, a frail figure stumbled back, revealing itself to be Fang Ming, whom others believed had miraculously escaped. His appearance was even more disheveled than that of Li Wenhan. His face was ashen, devoid of any hint of color, and his lips trembled. His dark garments were caked with dirt and grass. His hair was disarrayed, and his eyes were filled with the terror of having narrowly survived, coupled with a profound sense of bewilderment. His body still quaked slightly, exuding an air of fragility and helplessness. Li Wenhan, wincing in pain, glanced up to see the seemingly unscathed Fang Ming, who appeared merely startled. In stark contrast to his own dire condition, an overwhelming surge of indignation engulfed him. Ignoring his wounds, he erupted in furious invective. "Damn you, you wretched scoundrel. You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Were it not for you, I would not have suffered this grievous fate. How did you manage to escape the clutches of those brutes? What good are you, other than to be a burden?" A torrent of vitriol poured from Li Wenhan's lips, unleashing all his fear, anger, and grievances upon Fang Ming. The latter seemed taken aback, instinctively shrinking his neck and lowering his head, nervously twisting the hem of his garment, indifferent to Li Wenhan's tirade, as though he had grown accustomed to such treatment. Yet, within the depths of his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed momentarily. The commander of the border troops, a man in his 40s with a stern visage, sun-kissed skin, and clad in dark iron armor adorned with a fierce tiger motif, was diligently directing soldiers to clear the battlefield and assist the wounded. His gaze was steady and his actions decisive, indicating a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. As his eyes swept across the camp and fell upon Fang Yunyi's face, his movement involuntarily paused. He fixated on Fang Yunyi's pale countenance, which bore a faint resemblance to a familiar visage, and a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Simultaneously, his brow furrowed instinctively, as if he had encountered someone who ought not to be present. However, he quickly regained his composure, the astonishment on his face vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared, replaced by an expression of stoic resolve, as though the momentary frown had never occurred. He continued to issue commands in a calm voice, as if merely casting a casual glance at an inconsequential survivor. Yet, this subtle reaction did not escape Fang Yunyi's seemingly lowered, yet observant gaze. Do I know him? Or perhaps, does he know someone from the Fang family? A flicker of intrigue stirred within Fang Yunyi, though his expression remained impassive, maintaining the guise of a frightened soul. He noticed soldiers struggling to carry the bodies of their fallen comrades, and the wounded groaning in agony. Hesitantly, he stepped forward, wishing to assist the injured or to offer some bandages and clean water. Get away, you frail wretch, don't cause more chaos here. A soldier from the Imperial Guard, nursing an arm injury and tending to himself, impatiently waved him off. If you knock something over or collapse yourself, we'll be the ones who have to take care of you. Several soldiers nearby cast disdainful glances at him, evidently perceiving him as a burden. Observing this, Fang Yunyi allowed a hint of grievance and helplessness to manifest upon his countenance, retreating a few steps hesitantly. He gladly sought a corner far removed from the stench of blood, curling up with his knees drawn to his chest, silently recovering from the shock. After approximately half an hour, the battlefield had been preliminarily cleared, and the wounded received rudimentary bandaging. The bodies of fallen Imperial soldiers were interred on the spot, while those of the barbarian foes were stacked for incineration to prevent the spread of disease. Chapter 33. Arrival at Iron Wall Pass. Once the border commander had arranged the sentry positions, he strode confidently before the envoy, Li Wenhan, clasping his fists in salute, his voice resonant and imbued with the distinctive timbre of a soldier. I am Zhou Ming, deputy commander of the Northern Patrol Camp. I pay my respects to the esteemed envoy. The name he proclaimed caused Fang Yunyi, seated in the corner, to involuntarily raise his eyelids slightly. Zhou, Northern Patrol Camp? Was it mere coincidence, or, at that moment, Li Wenhan, having regained a modicum of composure, still bore a grim expression. Suppressing his pain, he weakly inquired, General Zhou, your timely arrival is greatly appreciated, but this place is perilous, and we should not linger. What do you suggest? Zhou Ming immediately grasped the gravity of Li's words. Although the area had been cleared, the threat of a barbarian resurgence remained. I propose that we set forth at once, with myself leading the escort to Iron Wall Pass. 50 miles hence. Within the pass, medical officers and supplies are available to tend to the wounded, allowing you to recuperate in peace, my lord. Upon hearing of the potential for a barbarian return, Li Wenhan quaked in fear, momentarily forgetting the excruciating pain in his shoulder, and hastily replied, Very well. Very well. We shall heed General Zhou's counsel and depart immediately. His demeanor betrayed an unmistakable fear of death. A flicker of disdain briefly crossed Zhou Ming's eyes, yet his expression remained respectful. I shall obey your command. I will make the necessary arrangements at once. He turned to issue orders, his voice resonating throughout the camp. Everyone, heed the command. The lightly injured shall support one another, while the severely wounded will be carried by their comrades. Prepare your gear. We shall set forth immediately. Destination Iron Wall Pass. As the orders were given, the surviving Imperial Guards sprang into action. Though exhausted and in pain, the instinct for survival propelled them forward. Soon, a mixed contingent of the remaining Imperial cavalry and the envoy's carriage, under Zhou Ming's protection, trudged toward the northern stronghold, symbolizing safety. Their weary and battered bodies moving forward in the emerging dawn. Fang Yunyi quietly trailed at the rear of the procession, casting a glance back at the blood-soaked camp gradually fading from view, then forward at the broad back of the border commander, Zhou Ming, whose gaze was profound. The remnants of the Imperial Guards, under the escort of Zhou Ming's troops, made their way northward. Along the journey, a few severely injured soldiers succumbed to their injuries, taking their final breaths amidst the jostling and agony, hastily buried beneath the barren hills by the roadside. Though the envoy Li Wenhan's injuries were not fatal, the agony from the arrow wounds, compounded by excessive fright, led him to moan incessantly along the journey, urging the party to hasten their pace. Meanwhile, the valiant officer Wang bore his wounds with stoic resilience, attended to by several loyal confidants who took turns caring for him. Occasionally, he cast a glance at Fang Yuni, a fleeting expression of complexity flickering in his eyes, one that even he himself failed to recognize. This frail individual had miraculously survived the brutal assault the previous night, seemingly unscathed. Such fortune appeared almost excessive. Oblivious to his surroundings, Fang Yuni followed in silence, his inner vitality circulating and nurturing his body while he remained alert to the world around him. The deputy general, Zhou Ming, occasionally scrutinized him with a watchful gaze, but soon diverted his attention, refraining from any interaction. As night descended, the sky gradually brightened, yet the northern winds grew increasingly fierce, whipping fine snowflakes that stung against the skin. The landscape before them appeared increasingly desolate, the parched grasslands yielding to bare rock and frozen earth. Approaching midday, a colossal shadow emerged on the horizon, akin to a massive beast crawling upon the land. The Iron Wall Pass called out a weary, yet somewhat relieved voice from the cavalry. Fang Yuni, trailing behind the group, lifted his gaze to behold a grand fortress standing guard at a natural pass between two sprawling mountain ranges. The imposing walls rose high, built against the mountains, seemingly merging with the gray-brown rocks on either side. Constructed from dark slate stones, the walls bore the scars of time, showing signs of weathering and the ravages of war, with countless marks from blades, axes, and arrows etched into their surface. Dark red stains permeated the crevices, remnants of blood from years of relentless battles. The battlements, resembling jagged teeth, featured watchtowers and arrow towers at intervals, where armored soldiers stood like sentinels, their cold weapons glinting ominously in the dim light. At the highest point of the fortress, a colossal dragon banner, faintly bearing the character for Qian, fluttered defiantly, its fabric torn by the winds yet still resolutely waving. Before the pass lay a relatively open slope, now cleared to reveal a vast encampment. The sprawling tents resembled clusters of gray-white mushrooms, arranged in tiers according to the terrain, surrounded by chevaux de frise and watchtowers. Within the camp, military flags stood tall. Alongside those representing the Great Qian, numerous others bore the surnames of various commanders. Among them, a particularly striking banner embroidered with the character for Zhao towered above the largest encampment at the center. Soldiers could be seen patrolling both inside and outside the encampment, clad in standard border troops' cotton armor, with leather overcoats, their breath visible in the frigid air. The entire Iron Wall Pass and its surrounding encampment exuded an atmosphere of grim oppression and weary resilience, akin to a wounded beast baring its fangs. Clearly, the arrival of the envoy had already drawn the attention of the garrison stationed at the pass. Before they could approach the gates of the camp, the doors swung open with a resounding crash, revealing a cavalry of approximately 100 riders, escorting several commanders who galloped forth. At the forefront was a commander, in his 40s, with a fair complexion and a slight beard, clad in exquisitely crafted bright silver chainmail, adorned with a splendid embroidered battle robe. He appeared starkly at odds with the weary and battle-worn leaders of the border troops surrounding him. Beneath him was a magnificent white steed, its saddle and bridle lavishly decorated. Following closely were 4 or 5 armored commanders, each exuding a fierce aura and sharp gazes, clearly seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Yet they subtly acknowledged the fair-faced commander as their leader. This entourage halted their horses a mere 10 paces from the envoy. The fair-faced commander dismounted with agility, a warm yet slightly haughty smile gracing his face as he quickly approached Li Wenhan, who was being assisted down from his carriage by his attendants. With a resonant voice, he bowed deeply, introducing himself. "I am Zhang Huan, a military officer from the Northern Command and the garrison commander of TB Pass, paying my respects to the esteemed envoy." Lordly, the commanders behind him promptly dismounted, bowing in unison to honor the envoy. Fang Yuni observed from the rear of the group with a discerning eye. Zhang Huayuan, a military officer and garrison commander of TB Pass, was evidently a trusted confidant of the northern general Zhao Yuanming, overseeing this critical frontline stronghold. His demeanor suggested that he resembled more of a privileged noble from the capital than a rugged border general. Chapter 34. Conspiracy within the tent. Despite his injuries, Li Wenhan mustered his strength upon seeing the familiar face of Zhang Huayuan emerging from the camp, managing a faint smile. "There is no need for such formalities, General Zhang," I appreciate the efforts of all the generals. Last night's ambush was indeed harrowing, but we owe our gratitude to General Zhou for his timely assistance. Otherwise, I fear. Zhang Huayan interjected, his tone imbued with just the right amount of indignation and concern. You have been alarmed, my lord. The barbarian tribes have grown audacious, daring to attack the envoy. It is a grave failure on our part to provide adequate protection. I was deeply anxious, but with the heavy responsibilities at the pass, I could not leave my post and could only send Vice Commander Zhou post-haste. Fortunately, my lord has arrived safely. As he spoke, his gaze casually swept over the remaining Imperial guards and paused momentarily on Fang Ming, a flicker of disdain crossing his features before returning to Li Wenhan. Your injuries are serious, my lord. Please, allow me to escort you into the pass for rest. Warm tents and medical officers await within. Zhang Huayuan stepped aside, adopting a posture of invitation. Li Wenhan nodded appreciatively and, flanked by Zhang Huayuan and the other commanders, made his way into the camp. Commander Wang directed the remaining Imperial guards to follow suit, while Zhou Ming quietly led his own troops back to their designated area after reporting to Zhang Huayuan, choosing not to enter the camp. At that moment, the overcast sky began to release soft snowflakes. Initially, they fell sporadically, but soon they thickened, cascading like goose feathers. The cold fortress and the sprawling camp were soon cloaked in a melancholic white. The envoy, Li Wenhan, was ushered into the central command tent by Zhang Huayuan and his entourage. The camp was already prepared with warm charcoal fires, hot soup, and comfortable bedding. However, Fang Ming was led by a low-ranking officer under Zhang Huayuan to a secluded and modest tent at the edge of the encampment. Young Master Fang, you shall rest here for the time being. There are many eyes within the walls. For your safety, it is best not to wander about carelessly. The officer stated in a calm tone, yet with an undeniable air of authority. After speaking, he assigned two seemingly formidable soldiers to stand guard at the tent's entrance, one on each side, ostensibly for protection. Their true purpose was surveillance and confinement. Fang Ming was unperturbed by this development. He merely nodded and silently lifted the tent flap to enter. Inside the tent, there was a hardboard bed and a thin blanket, nothing more, and an icy chill permeated the air. He sat down at the edge of the bed, listening to the low murmurs of the guards outside and the soft sound of falling snow, his gaze tranquil and unfaltering. At this moment, he understood that the deputy general named Zhou Ming was not one of his grandfather Fang Jintian's former subordinates. They merely shared the same name. In this northern territory, the influence of the Fang family was being deliberately erased, and the true veterans of the Fang family were being marginalized and monitored, their situation likely more dire than he could perceive. Meanwhile, within the main tent of the army, several braziers burned brightly, radiating warmth akin to spring. Li Wenhan, having received careful treatment and bandaging from the physician, and after consuming a bowl of ginseng soup, appeared considerably better as he reclined on a soft couch covered with thick animal hides. Zhang Huayuan dismissed the surrounding officers, leaving only a few trusted generals and another figure, Mr. Wu, whose countenance was dark and adorned with a goatee. Lord Li, the emperor's decree, Zhang Huayuan inquired, casting a probing glance at Li Wenhan. Li Wenhan waved his hand dismissively, speaking weakly, the decree is intact in my satchel. He continued, the emperor's intent is to pacify the hearts of the northern troops, to forgive past grievances, and to disburse overdue rations, so that the border soldiers may appreciate the grace of heaven and unite against the enemy. As his words fell, Zhang Huayuan exchanged glances with Sun Ba and Mr. Wu. Sun Ba, known for his impetuous nature, spoke up without hesitation. My lord, those old subordinates, proud and unruly, have shown utter disregard for military discipline, detaining the grain officials as if in rebellion. If we let this slide and distribute rations in full, will we not be encouraging their arrogance? Who will be able to govern them in the future? Li Wenhan frowned. He was well aware of the intricacies involved. Yet the emperor's will was not to be defied, and at present, he merely wished to complete this unfortunate task swiftly and return safely to the capital. General Sun, this is the emperor's command. As subjects, we must act in accordance with his wishes. At that moment, the previously silent Mr. Wu stroked his goatee and spoke ominously. Lord Li, while General Sun's words may be hasty, they hold merit. The emperor, far removed in the capital, is unaware of the true situation in the north. Those former subordinates, under the banner of the Fang family, have become unruly and unmanageable. Should we allow them to succeed in obtaining rations, their arrogance will surely escalate. If they were to collude with the barbarian tribes, the Iron Wall Pass would be in peril and the northern territories would be endangered. He paused momentarily, lowering his voice. Moreover, General Zhao had previously sent a confidential letter, clearly stating that he would mediate the affairs of the northern territories, ensuring that none of the generals would face undue hardship. As for the Emperor's decree, as long as the matters were handled properly, any oversight would naturally be blamed on the barbarian tribes or the unruly soldiers who refused to be disciplined. The implication of this statement was unmistakable. Zhao Yuanming had signaled to them that they could outwardly comply while secretly defying, even resorting to creating incidents to completely eliminate the old guard of the Northern Defense Army, leaving the blame to be borne by the barbarians or the rebellious soldiers. Li Wenhan felt a jolt in his heart. Although a civil official, he understood the cruelty behind it. He opened his mouth, wishing to speak, but considering Zhao Yuanming's power in the court, along with the arrow wound on his shoulder and the terror of last night's experience, he ultimately swallowed his words, merely sighing and closing his eyes, tacitly acquiescing. Even if he disagreed, what would it matter? These individuals dared to brazenly mention Zhao Yuanming's secret correspondence in his presence, which was enough to demonstrate that they did not regard him with any seriousness. If things went awry, he feared he might never return to the capital. Seeing Li Wenhan's understanding, Zhang Huayuan felt a sense of reassurance wash over him, a smile of complete control gracing his face. He turned to Mr. Wu, who was astute and resourceful, pondering what clever strategy he might possess to resolve this predicament, one that would fulfill the Emperor's orders while ensuring no future troubles. Mr. Wu stroked his goatee, a cold glint flickering in his eyes, his voice low and laced with calculation. General, this matter is not difficult. Since the Emperor wishes to appease, we shall put on a grand show. Tomorrow, we can publicly announce the Emperor's decree of amnesty, stating that in 3 days, I shall personally escort the first batch of sufficient provisions to Wushan Pass to reward the soldiers. Zhang Huayuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Mr. Wu, would this not play directly into their hands? If they received the provisions, would it not make them even harder to deal with? Mr. Wu smiled ominously. Do not be hasty, General. The provisions must indeed be delivered, but we can tamper with them. Lowering his voice, he continued, we can mix in a poisonous herb known as broken heart red, unique to the barbarians. This poison is colorless and tasteless, making it exceedingly difficult to detect when blended with food. It will only take effect after 3 days of continuous consumption. As Chapter 35, the old guard of Wushan Pass unfolded, he elaborated, when this toxin manifests, it will cause severe abdominal pain and gradually lead to bodily decay and bleeding from all orifices, resembling a plague. The eyes of Sun Ba and the others glinted with a fierce intensity. Mr. Wu, do you mean that once the provisions arrive at Wushan Pass, we will secretly poison the water sources within the pass as well? In 3 days, when the soldiers inside fall victim to the poison, we will spread the rumor that barbarian spies have infiltrated and poisoned them. Mr. Wu's eyes sparkled with a similar cold light as he nodded slightly. At that time, under the pretense of rescue, we shall lead our troops into the pass and eliminate all those old guards rendered powerless by the poison, leaving not a single one alive. Li Wenhan, reclining in the tent, felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to their sinister plot. It was simply too much. Mr. Wu then turned to Li Wenhan, his tone laden with a palpable threat. My dear Li, should this plan succeed, you will need to report the proceedings to the Emperor upon your return to the capital. It is said that the former soldiers of the northern expedition were tragically poisoned by the barbarian tribes. Despite our valiant efforts to rescue them, the entire army was annihilated. At that time, Your Majesty will not only refrain from placing blame, but will instead commend us for our valor in resisting the barbarian threat and stabilizing the northern borders. Surely, Master Li, you would not refuse the honor we wish to bestow upon you, would you? Li Wenhan, having ascended to the esteemed position of left minister, is certainly not a man of folly. He is acutely aware that the generals, led by Zhao Yuanming, are attempting to ensnare him in their schemes. However, he finds himself with no recourse, and should their conspiracy succeed, it would indeed be a notable achievement for his return to the capital. Mr. Wu, observing the change in Li Wenhan's expression, realized that he was now free of any lingering doubts. He proceeded to elaborate, suggesting that since the grain supervisors who might leak information have already been detained at Wushan Pass, it would be fitting for them to perish alongside the former soldiers of the northern expedition, thus ensuring a clean resolution. Zhang Huan immediately clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Splendid! This way, we not only preserve your majesty's dignity, but also eliminate a lurking threat. Yet, what shall we do with that young scion of the Fang family? Is he not destined to pay homage at the family tomb? That tomb lies 10 miles from Wushan Pass at Luoxia Slope, a route frequented daily by the barbarians. We could dispatch men disguised as barbarian cavalry to launch a surprise attack during his worship. A frail youth falling victim to the blades of the barbarians would be entirely plausible." Sun Ba grinned menacingly. "I shall personally lead this endeavor, ensuring he reunites with the ancestors of the Fang family. General Sun must remember to execute this cleanly, employing the curved blades and arrows of the barbarians, leaving behind a few barbarian corpses. In doing so, we can also report to the court that the barbarian threat has escalated, as they have audaciously crossed into our territory to slay loyal descendants, thereby justifying our future military actions against them." Zhang Huaiyuan nodded in satisfaction. "Let us proceed with your plan, Mr. Wu. Masterly, what are your thoughts?" Li Wenhan's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down his brow. He realized he had been dragged into this treachery. To resist would likely mean his demise before returning to the capital. He could only tremulously acquiesce. "I shall leave everything to the arrangements of General Zhang and Mr. Wu." The following morning, 30 miles from the Iron Wall Pass. Unlike the fortified splendor of Iron Wall Pass, Wushan Pass appeared dilapidated and weathered. The walls, constructed of rough blue stone, bore numerous cracks, and the surface was riddled with arrow slits and marks of impact. The guard stationed there wore patched cotton armor, draped in tattered leather coats, shivering in the biting wind. Within the watchtower, several generals huddled around a meager charcoal fire, struggling against the chill. At the head sat a veteran nearing 50, his hair graying, with a ghastly scar marring the left side of his face. Zhou Qingtian, the commander of Wushan Pass. He had served as a personal guard to Fang Jintian, fighting alongside him for 20 years, and remained one of the loyalists of the Fang family. Seated to his lower left was Deputy Commander Chun Lai, a man with a dark complexion and a fiery temperament, known for his impulsive decision to detain the grain supervisors. To his lower right sat Zhao Qian, a pale-faced strategist with a long beard, regarded as the brains of the current military. "I have just received news that the Imperial envoy has arrived at TB Pass. Last night, they were besieged by the barbarian tribes in Luoying Gorge, suffering heavy losses." Zhou Qingtian spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Chun Lai snorted disdainfully. "Serving them right. The pampered Imperial guards from the capital have never set foot on a battlefield. When confronted by the barbarians, they are bound to crumble." Zhao Qian, however, shook his head, indicating that this was not the crux of the matter. The scouts reported that General Fang's only surviving grandson, the boy Yun Yi, has also come to the northern border with the envoy. At this revelation, a profound silence fell over the tent, with complex expressions adorning the faces of the men. Zhou Qingtian sighed heavily. The Fang family had but this lone descendant left, and he chose now to come to the northern frontier? Was the capital truly not safe? Chun Lai clenched his fists, for it was clear that someone in the capital could not tolerate him. Damn it, the Fang family has a legacy of loyalty, and now only this frail child remains, yet they still refuse to spare him. Zhao Qian expressed his concerns, stating that he was more apprehensive about Yun Yi's arrival in the north, fearing that he might be exploited by Zhang Huaiyuan and his ilk. "I've heard he has already been placed under house arrest at TB Pass." Zhou Qingtian suddenly leaped to his feet. "How dare they?" Zhao Qian gestured for him to calm down. "General, we are barely able to protect ourselves. Detaining the grain supervisor is tantamount to rebellion. The court will not let this slide. We have only 2 paths before us, to perish here in battle or to betray the Qian. Beatre de Qian. Align ourselves with the barbarians? I, Chun Lai, would rather die in battle than commit such an act of treachery. I share the same sentiment as General Chun. Our previous dealings with the barbarians were merely a temporary strategy to deter Zhang Huaiyuan from acting against us. However, truly siding with the barbarians is utterly impossible." Zhou Qingtian sank heavily back into his seat. "Yet we are now guilty of detaining a court official, a grave crime. How could His Majesty ever forgive us? Unless..." Zhao Qian's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. "Unless that child has come to the northern border to bring us an opportunity. I've heard he carries a personal letter from the old matriarch of the Fang family. Perhaps this is a chance bestowed upon us by the court." Chun Lai scoffed. "The court? When has the court ever granted us a way out? Over the years, they have withheld provisions and marginalized the old guards of the Fang family. Every single incident has been tacitly approved by the court. Zhou Qingtian raised his hand to silence him. Regardless, Yun Yi is of the Fang bloodline. We cannot abandon him. Zhao Qian, find a way to contact our informant within TB Pass, ensuring Yun Yi's safety. I have already made arrangements. Yet the informant has reported that the boy appears to differ from the rumors surrounding him. What do you mean? Zhou Qingtian pressed for clarification. The informant stated that although Yun Yi indeed seems frail, he has miraculously survived several assassination attempts along the way. In the last barbarian attack, everyone believed he was doomed. Yet he emerged unscathed. If this could be attributed to mere luck, then such luck is rather peculiar. Chapter 36. House Arrest in the Barracks. Chunlai remained unconvinced. What could a sickly child possibly be? He was merely fortunate. Zhou Qingtian pondered thoughtfully. The Fang lineage is not so simple. Send word down to bolster our defenses. I have an unsettling feeling that a storm is brewing in the northern frontier. His deep voice reverberated within the dilapidated fortress, imbued with a palpable tension akin to the oppressive atmosphere before a mountain storm. The last flicker of embers in the charcoal brazier cast a dim light upon the solemn and fatigued faces of several generals. The sudden appearance of Fang Yuni, the sole descendant of the Fang family, was like a stone cast into this already murky pond. Though seemingly light, it could provoke unforeseen ripples. Report. Just as the men fell into silence, contemplating how to strengthen their defenses against potential actions from the Iron Wall Pass or the barbarian tribes, a cold and hurried sentinel burst into the tent and knelt on one knee. General, a troop from Iron Wall Pass has descended upon us, led by the messenger of General Zhang Huayuan. They bring a message from the general. The expressions of those in the tent shifted to one of alertness, exchanging wary glances. Zhang Huayuan's men, at such a sensitive time? Speak. Zhou Qingtian commanded in a low voice. The messenger conveyed that Lord Li, the imperial envoy, had arrived at Iron Wall Pass yesterday at dawn, but had encountered an assassination attempt by the barbarians in Falling Eagle Gorge, sustaining injuries that prevented him from personally delivering the edict at Wushan Pass. This news aligned with their scouts' reports, and Zhou Qingtian nodded slightly, signaling the sentinel to continue. The messenger added that the envoy carried a decree from His Majesty pardoning their previous actions and resuming all overdue grain and salary payments. However, it required General Zhou to personally travel to Iron Wall Pass to meet the envoy in order to receive the decree and discuss the grain transfer. The sentinel's words plunged the men within the fortress into contemplation, leaving only the howling cold wind outside. Bang! After a few breaths, Chunlai slammed his palm on the table, rising abruptly with wide, furious eyes. What utter nonsense! Sending the general to Iron Wall Pass? This is clearly a trap. Zhao Qian, his tone grave, interjected, General, you must not venture alone into danger. This may very well be a deception. The envoy's arrival at Iron Wall Pass is true, and his injury may also be genuine, but for you to personally retrieve the pardon and grain? This is entirely against protocol. Such decrees are not like goods that require personal collection. This is obviously a scheme devised by Zhang Huayuan and Zhao Yuanming to lure you away from Wushan Pass, making it easy to capture you. Should anything happen to you, Wushan Pass would be left leaderless, and they could act at will. Zhou Qingtian's countenance darkened, for he too recognized the trap. Zhang Huayuan viewed them as thorns in his side, longing for their swift elimination. Given such a favorable opportunity, how could he readily relinquish the decree and grain? Forcing him to go personally was undoubtedly a ploy to detain him and threaten his comrades. Chunlai hastily urged, General, you absolutely cannot go. Since the envoy arrives with the decree, even if he must crawl, he will ultimately come to Wushan Pass to deliver it. This is a matter of imperial law. Given the recent surge in barbarian scout activities, there is a looming threat of a large-scale attack. The responsibility of defense rests heavily upon you. You cannot afford to leave. Let us delay a few days under the pretense of the situation and reassess before making any decisions. Zhao Qian nodded in agreement, acknowledging General Chen's words as profoundly insightful. The strategy of delay was presently the most prudent course of action. We might seize this opportunity to, on one hand, bolster our defenses, while on the other, send envoys to establish contact with Yun Yi, discerning his true intentions and the veracity of court affairs. Zhou Qingtian pondered for a moment, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Though he harbored no fear of death, he could not recklessly abandon his life, nor could he allow his loyal brothers, who had fought alongside him through thick and thin, to fall into despair. Addressing the messenger from TB Pass, Zhou Qingtian ultimately decided to respond. turning to his personal guard and stating that he was already aware of the situation. However, recent disturbances outside Wushan Pass have been reported by scouts, indicating signs of a large-scale assembly by the barbarian tribes. The responsibility of guarding the pass was a grave duty, pivotal to the safety of the entire northern frontier. Thus, he could not afford to be negligent for even a moment, and regrettably could not comply with the request to depart. Should the esteemed envoy possess an imperial decree, it would be appropriate for him to come to Wushan Pass to deliver the proclamation. As for provisions, it was the court's obligation to care for the frontier soldiers, and thus they should be dispatched immediately to ensure the morale of the troops, without necessitating his personal attendance. He paused briefly, adding that his tone could be courteous, yet his stance must remain resolute. Furthermore, he ordered an increase in scouts to meticulously monitor any movements at TB Pass. Should there be the slightest disturbance, immediate reports were to be made. Understood. The personal guard acknowledged the command and hastily departed. Chunlai and Zhao Qian breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yet the weight in their hearts had not lifted. Now that Zhang Huayuan had made his move, he would not easily relent. Meanwhile, within TB Pass, in a rudimentary tent at the edge of the encampment, Fang Yuni sat quietly, observing two soldiers stationed outside, resembling wooden posts, who occasionally cast glances inside. He understood that he could no longer afford to wait idly. From a night of the barbarian attack to the evident confinement following his entry into the pass, everything indicated that Zhang Huayuan and his cohorts were scheming something in the shadows. Given the current state of affairs in the northern region, it felt akin to a bowstring drawn taut, ready to snap at any moment. With this thought, he slowly rose, approached the tent's entrance, and lifted the curtain. The biting northern wind, laced with snowflakes, struck his face. The two soldiers immediately turned alert, hands resting on the hilts of their blades, their expressions wary and unfriendly. "What is it?" inquired the scarred soldier on the left, his tone brusque. Fang Yuni, pale and frail in appearance, yet with a steady gaze, calmly replied, "I wish to see General Zhang Huayuan." The soldiers momentarily stared, their faces quickly morphing into open mockery. The stout soldier on the right scoffed. "You wish to see General Zhang? Who do you think you are? General Zhang is preoccupied with military affairs. Do you think one can simply meet him at will?" Their disdain was palpable, and they could hardly be bothered to use formalities, their contempt evident in their words. The rumors circulating and Fang Yuni's perceived timidity rendered them incapable of respecting this so-called young master of the Fang family. Fang Yuni did not react with anger. Instead, he replied coolly, "Since you refuse to notify him, then I shall simply go to see him myself." With that, he lifted his foot, preparing to step out of the tent. "Stop!" Two soldiers stepped forward almost simultaneously. With a metallic clink, their blades slid from their sheaths, glinting ominously as they barred his path. The scarred soldier barked, "By order of the general, without permission, you are forbidden to leave the tent," he commanded. "Return inside at once, or else." His words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Fang Yuni halted, his gaze sweeping over the drawn blades before landing on the threatening and disdainful faces of the two soldiers. Chapter 37. The conflict outside the tent. Suddenly he smiled, a grin that seemed incongruous on his pale visage, tinged with a hint of coldness. "What is this?" Fang Yuni's voice rose slightly, ensuring that the soldiers drawn by the commotion could hear him. "Is Zhang Huayuan intending to confine me here, or is he prepared to slay me on the spot?" His tone, no longer feeble, now carried a sharpness that took both the soldiers and the onlookers by surprise. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The stocky soldier retorted angrily. "Nonsense?" Fang Yuni took a bold step forward. Despite his slender frame, an invisible aura emanated from him, compelling the two armed soldiers to instinctively retreat half a step. "I, Fang Yuni, come at His Majesty's behest, alongside the imperial envoy, to comfort the soldiers of the northern border and to pay homage to the departed spirits. Yet here I am, obstructed by you with blades drawn, treated as a prisoner." His voice grew louder, laced with long-suppressed fury. "You shall either strike me down here today, or step aside." His gaze, sharp as lightning, surveyed the two soldiers, whose expressions shifted, as well as the increasingly curious crowd of soldiers surrounding them. "Go and inquire of Zhang Huayuan whether he truly intends to proceed in this manner. Has he considered the consequences of treating a man of the Fang family, who comes on royal decree, in such a manner? Is he prepared to bear the repercussions?" His words struck like thunder, leaving the assembled crowd in stunned silence. Was this the same frail, timid figure who had accompanied them on the journey? How had he transformed so suddenly into such a formidable presence? At that moment, a haughty officer clad in the armor of a mid-level commander parted the crowd and approached, a confidant of Zhang Huan, a lieutenant by the surname Sun. He had been nearby and had already overheard the commotion. What in the world is all this noise? Lieutenant Sun's reprimanding voice reached them before he did. Approaching, he regarded Fang Yuni with disdain, as if he were an unsightly insect. You, young man, seem to have lost your bearings. This is TB Pass, not your dilapidated Fang residence in the capital. Do you dare to act out here? Are you not afraid of death? Fang Yuni met his gaze unflinchingly, a smirk playing on his lips. Afraid of death? If I were afraid, I would not have come to the northern border. You and your master Zhang Huayuan do not think that he, a mere garrison commander of TB Pass, can act with impunity. Go and ask that old fool, Zhao Yuanming in the capital, if he dares to lay a hand on me under the bright sky. His words resonated with a profound intensity, directly targeting the northern commander Zhao Yuanming, thus shattering the veil of pretense. Sun the captain was momentarily rendered speechless, his complexion alternating between shades of blue and white, particularly upon hearing Fang Yuni audaciously refer to the commander as an old fool. In a fit of rage, he felt the veins on his forehead throb violently. You're courting death, he bellowed, unsheathing his gleaming blade with a metallic clink, its sharp edge exuding a palpable aura of menace as he prepared to strike down upon Fang Yuni. Known for his volatile temperament, he could scarcely contain his fury after being publicly humiliated by Fang Yuni. An uproar erupted among the onlookers. Several remaining soldiers of the Imperial Guard rushed over, their faces betraying disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. How could this frail figure suddenly exhibit such audacity? Moreover, while his words were harsh, they seemed to possess an unsettling semblance of truth. Just as Sun the captain's blade was poised to descend, a commanding voice rang out from the crowd. Stop! The tone was laced with suppressed anger and a barely discernible urgency. The crowd parted to reveal Zhang Huayuan striding forth, flanked by a retinue of loyal soldiers. His countenance a stormy shade of gray. Sun the captain's weapon froze mid-air as he begrudgingly glanced at Zhang Huayuan approaching. General, sheathe your blade. Zhang Huayuan shot him a fierce glare, inwardly cursing his foolishness. He had already sensed the commotion from afar and had intended to observe what antics this frail individual would dare to display, never anticipating such sharp retorts or that Sun the captain would be reckless enough to draw his weapon in public. Zhang Huan harbored a fierce desire to eliminate this troublesome scion of the Fang family, yet he recognized that now was not the moment. Fang Yuni's words struck a nerve, highlighting that even the esteemed Zhao commander from the capital would not dare to act with lethal intent against this frail figure, let alone Zhang Huayuan himself. The Fang family may have fallen from grace, but the remnants of their influence still loomed large. There were indeed elder statesmen in the court who remembered the Fang family's past, and not all within the military were subservient to Commander Zhao. More critically, the Fang family appeared to be entwined with secrets that even the scions of prominent families dared not mention. Otherwise, given the Fang family's monumental contributions, it would not have been as simple as merely losing male heirs in battle. The matriarch in the capital and this frail individual would not have survived to this day. Some boundaries were not to be crossed lightly, especially in the eyes of the military and under the scrutiny of many. Reluctantly, Sun the captain sheathed his blade, yet his gaze upon Fang Yuni remained predatory. Zhang Huayuan took a measured breath, suppressing the murderous intent surging within him, and turned to Fang Yuni, striving to adopt a tone of calmness that still bore an icy edge. Young Master Fang, why let anger take hold? These individuals below merely act out of concern for your safety. The northern front is not like the capital. The barbarian spies are omnipresent. Fang Yuni regarded Zhang Huayuan's disingenuous facade with a cold smile hidden within, his expression remaining impassive. General Zhang, there is no need for such lofty rhetoric. Safety? When faced with a blade drawn by one's own kin, I fail to see where safety resides. He paused momentarily and declared, I am leaving here to pay homage to my ancestors beyond the pass. Whether you consent or not, I ask for a straightforward answer. Should you oppose me, feel free to act. Let us see whether my frail blood runs dry first, or your esteemed general's cap falls to the ground. His words were unreserved, casting the choice brazenly upon Zhang Huayuan. Zhang Huayuan's muscles twitched, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Fang Yuni, seemingly attempting to pierce through him. This frail figure was unlike the intelligence he had received. Did he truly possess some form of support, or had he simply chosen to embrace destruction? The surrounding soldiers, particularly those of the Imperial Guard, held their breath, observing the youth who stood resolutely against the powerful General Zhang Huayuan. Despite his pale complexion and thin attire in the biting wind, they felt tumultuous waves of astonishment. This was no longer the sickly individual who required assistance on the road, but rather a young lion temporarily concealing its claws. Were it not for his ashen face, they might have believed he was an entirely different person. After a moment of tense standoff, Zhang Huan begrudgingly managed to utter, "Since you, young Master Fang, are determined to honor your ancestors, I shall not obstruct you. However, the dangers beyond the pass are perilous. I hope you exercise caution." Chapter 38, Departure from the Camp. Zhang Huayuan ultimately chose to relent. Before fully severing ties, he could not afford to provide them with leverage. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuni let out a cold, mocking laugh. He then turned away from Zhang Huayuan, parting the crowd and striding outward. Initially, two soldiers attempted to impede his path, but a mere glance from Zhang Huayuan halted their advance. Fang Yuni's gait appeared slow, yet was remarkably resolute as he navigated through the gathering throng. As he passed, soldiers instinctively cleared a path, their expressions a mix of complexity as they regarded this extraordinary figure who had once been seen as a mere sickly boy. Just as he was about to exit the camp, a swift horse galloped in, its rider, a scout, bloodied and clearly having endured a fierce battle. Upon reaching the entrance, he collapsed from his steed, gasping out an urgent warning. A large band of barbarian cavalry has been spotted outside Wushan Pass. Before his words could fully settle, the uncontrollable warhorse came to a halt beside Fang Yuni, snorting anxiously. With a flash of determination, Fang Yuni seized the reins without hesitation, his movements surprisingly fluid, contrasting sharply with his frail appearance. The nearby soldiers and officers were taken aback. Fang Yuni mounted the horse, looking down at Zhang Huayuan and the others, whose faces were darkened with rage, and calmly stated, "I shall borrow this horse." Before his words had fully dissipated, he tightened the reins, squeezed his legs against the horse's flank, and the steed let out a powerful neigh, launching forth like an arrow released from its bow, bursting through the gates of the iron-walled camp. The cacophony of astonished, bewildered, and furious gazes fell far behind him, lost amidst the swirling snow. Zhang Huan stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on Fang Yuni as he galloped away with the horse, his clenched fists making a sound that echoed with frustration. Yet he ultimately refrained from issuing a command to intercept. Simultaneously, a sudden wave of unease surged within him. The departure of this frail figure seemed to herald a shift in the delicate balance of control over the northern frontier. "General, are we truly allowing him to escape?" inquired Sun Xiaowei, watching Fang Yuni's silhouette fade into the blizzard, a sense of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Zhang Huayuan's eyes, glinting with a menacing intensity, remained fixed on the direction from which Fang Yuni had vanished. "Do you still wish to pursue him? Little do you realize, the more he hastens to pay homage to his ancestors, the closer he edges towards his demise. Dispatch a message to proceed with our previously discussed plan." The tempest intensified, swiftly obscuring the hoofprints left by Fang Yuni. Above the northern expanse, dark clouds gathered ominously, heralding an even greater storm brewing in the void. Fang Yuni plunged into the relentless tempest, leaving behind the stifling atmosphere of TB Pass, replaced by the biting cold and swirling snowflakes. He gripped the reins tightly, lowering his body to minimize wind resistance, allowing his steed to gallop along the faintly discernible official road towards the northern Ushan Pass. The frigid air filled his lungs, imbued with the raw and deadly essence of the wilderness. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, pierced through the snowstorm, surveying the unfamiliar terrain. This land was where the sons of the Fang family had fought valiantly for generations, ultimately finding their resting place. The fate of his lineage was inextricably linked to this ground. It was his first time treading upon this blood-soaked territory. The path beneath his feet led not only to the burial grounds of his grandfather and uncles, but also to a painful history deliberately obscured. In the recesses of his mind, Fang Yuni coldly repeated the name of TB Pass. This stronghold did not even exist during the fateful battle that transpired 8 years prior. 8 years ago, the core of the northern defense line was Ushan Pass, a position of utmost strategic significance, a critical gateway to the bountiful southern lands, and the culmination of Fang Xintian's decades of toil. However, a sudden and perplexing defeat led to Ushan Pass being swiftly overrun by the marauding barbarian cavalry. His grandfather Fang Xintian, Uncle Fang Wenhan, second Uncle Fang Wenyuan, cousin Fang Yunting, and nearly 100,000 soldiers of the Northern Town Army. All perished in defense of their homeland, their blood staining the desolate plains. Once Ushan Pass fell, the northern gates were flung wide open. The barbarian horde surged forth, their blades aimed directly at Yuzhou City, a vital stronghold barely 200 miles distant, second only to the Northern Protectorate in terms of significance. Bustling with dense population and thriving commerce. Yet, in the absence of the main forces of the Northern Town Army, Yuzhou City could only withstand the onslaught for a few days before succumbing. Following the city's fall, the barbarians executed an inhumane massacre, nearly wiping out its entire populace, plundering its wealth, and setting ablaze for 3 days and nights, transforming the once prosperous Yuzhou into a desolate wasteland of ash. This was an unparalleled humiliation since the founding of the Qin dynasty, an eternal wound etched into the hearts of the military and civilians of the northern frontier. A year later, after Emperor Qian had initially purged the military power left by the Fang family, he was finally able to mobilize an army of 300,000, launching a thunderous northern campaign. At that time, the barbarian tribes, having plundered vast amounts of resources, were scattered, and the royal court had grown complacent, leaving them unprepared for the onslaught of the great Qian forces. Moreover, the newly appointed Grand Commander of the northern borders, Zhao Ming, displayed remarkable military prowess, advancing his army to reclaim Yuzhou and seizing the opportunity to retake the dilapidated Wushan Pass, driving the barbarian forces back to the desolate plains north of Wushan. However, after the recovery of Wushan Pass, Zhao Ming did not opt for a vigorous reconstruction to continue using it as a central defense line. Instead, he submitted a proposal to Emperor Qian, asserting that Wushan Pass, having endured fierce battles, had suffered severe damage to its fortifications. Although the terrain was perilous, it was no longer stable and overly protruding, making supply difficult. He ardently advocated for the construction of a new and more formidable pass 30 miles outside Wushan, which led to the establishment of TB Pass. From the perspective of any emperor, this action would be perceived as ceding territory. Yet, Emperor Qian readily approved the proposal. Consequently, a significant amount of the national treasury's resources was invested in the construction of TB Pass, transforming it into a formidable stronghold equipped with advanced armaments within a few years. The original Wushan Pass, however, was only minimally restored at the persistent pleas of the old guard of the Northern Army, becoming a frontline bastion against the barbarian threat once more. Thus, the strategic situation was utterly transformed. TB Pass emerged as the new frontier of the northern borders, firmly guarded by Zhang Huan, a trusted confidant of Zhao Ming, with ample provisions and a relatively secure position. Meanwhile, all the old members of the Northern Army, who harbored lingering doubts about the court and Zhao Ming due to the Fang family's catastrophic defeat 8 years prior, were dispatched to the most perilous front line at Wushan Pass. This maneuver was adorned with the pretext of relying on seasoned veterans to safeguard the nation's gates. Yet in truth, it placed them in the most precarious of circumstances. They were compelled to confront the barbarian forces directly while being distanced from the central command, often facing shortages of supplies and equipment. This situation drove individuals like Zhou Qingtian and others to the brink of desperation, resulting in their seizure of the supply officer. A clever strategy indeed, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A cold glint flickered in Fang Yui's eyes. Zhao Ming and Emperor Qian, having utilized the great battle from 8 years prior to eliminate the formidable Fang family, now sought to leverage the barbarians to eradicate those loyal to the Fang family who were privy to certain secrets. As for Fang Yui, the last remnant of the ailing Fang family, this northern journey was likely seen by them as yet another troublesome matter to be dealt with. The biting wind and snow lashed against his face, yet they could not extinguish the murderous intent and determination surging within his heart. He must go to Wushan Pass, not only to deliver his grandmother's letter, but also to witness firsthand the loyal soldiers guarding the borders of Great Qian and to behold the pass that bore witness to the glory and tragedy of the Fang family. With a sharp squeeze of his horse's belly, the steed neighed, accelerating as swiftly as an arrow loosed from a bow, racing toward the snow-laden Wushan Pass. Meanwhile, 50 miles northwest of Wushan Pass lay the barbarian royal court's frontline camp at Haishi Fortress. Unlike the impregnable iron wall, Blackstone Fortress exudes a rugged and primitive essence characteristic of the barbarian tribes. It is not entirely constructed, but rather reinforced with massive black stones and hardwood, built upon a naturally steep hill. The fortress walls, though not exceedingly tall, are remarkably thick, adorned with apparatus for hurling boulders and pouring boiling oil. Within the fortress, barracks are densely packed, with smoke spiraling into the air, suffusing it with the pungent aroma of beef and mutton, mingling with the scent of leather and metal, alongside a faint hint of the wildness belonging to the packs of wolves prowling the plains. The barbarian army harbors no fears of a sudden assault from the Great Qian. From the past several centuries, the only enemy to reach this stronghold was the renowned general from the Fang family, over a decade ago. At this moment, within the highest chamber of the fortress, a great hall illuminated by a roaring bonfire reveals faces marked by ferocity and untamed spirit. At the head of the assembly sits a particularly imposing barbarian general, draped in a cloak made of the hide of a snow wolf king. His exposed left arm is a tapestry of sinewy muscle, adorned with grotesque scars and dark tribal tattoos. His visage is chiseled, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes that glint with a piercing intensity, capable of unearthing the deepest of souls. This formidable figure is the commander of the barbarian royal court's southern expedition, the great king of the southern courtyard, Wushlu, who has just returned from the royal court, bearing the dust of his journey. Flanking him are 7 or 8 barbarian commanders, each exuding a fierce aura. Among them is the leader responsible for the recent ambush on the imperial envoy, named Gortai, a centurion renowned for his valor and cruelty under Wushulu's command. Gortai, Wushulu's voice rumbles like gravel grinding. In my absence of merely half a month, you took it upon yourself to mobilize my forces to attack the Qian envoy? What was the outcome? His tone remains even, yet carries an undeniable weight of authority. Gortai rises hastily, placing his right hand upon his chest in salute. His expression a mixture of reluctance and regret. Your Majesty, I received urgent intelligence that the Qian envoy carried a decree to pacify the garrison at Wushan Pass, along with substantial rewards. If we could intercept them, it would surely demoralize the garrison and possibly incite internal strife. Thus, I acted without prior consultation and led my men to ambush. Unfortunately, the Qian guards fought valiantly, and with timely reinforcements from a border cavalry, our efforts were thwarted, resulting in the loss of several hundred warriors. I humbly request your leniency in punishment. Wushulu snorts coldly, his gaze piercing through Gortai like that of a hawk. Impulsive. Do you think the Qian envoy is so easily dispatched? Your actions have only served to alert them further. In consideration of your loyalty to the barbarian king, I shall impose a 3-month salary suspension. Should you dare to act independently again, you will present your head before me. Yes, I thank your Majesty. Gortai exhales in relief and begrudgingly takes his seat. Wushulu's attention shifts away from him, sweeping across the assembly, his expression growing grave. This time, upon my return to the royal court and in my audience with the great barbarian king, I bring forth the latest royal decree. Instantly, the commanders straighten their posture, their demeanor turning solemn. As autumn gives way to winter, the biting cold approaches. The voice of Wushu Lu reverberates throughout the hall. The royal court, as well as various tribes further north, are beset by a dire scarcity of provisions. Livestock have perished in the frost, and the grasslands lie blanketed under heavy snow. Should this winter arrive without sufficient grain, cloth, and iron, countless tribesmen may succumb to hunger and the cold. After a waited pause, he declared that the Great Khan has commanded us to spare no effort to breach the Iron Wall Pass within a fortnight and to descend southward to plunder. Our initial targets are the nearby Qian towns, where winter supplies are hoarded. If we can conquer the Iron Wall Pass, we may even once again besiege Yuzhou City, securing enough resources to allow our royal court and its affiliated tribes to survive this harsh winter. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the generals sparkled with avarice and excitement. Raiding south is their most direct and customary means of securing survival. My king, while the Qian forces at the Iron Wall Pass are few in number, they hold the high ground, and particularly that Zhou Qingtan is a tough adversary, not easily dealt with, cautioned a more prudent elder general, meeting Wushu Lu's gaze with a worried expression. In response, Wushu Lu's lips curled into a cruel smile. Tough adversary? No matter how tough, they must be shattered. The Great Khan has issued a decree urgently mobilizing 50,000 elite troops from the Royal Guard and the 3 surrounding tribes, all under my command, to arrive at Blackstone Fortress shortly. At that time, our numbers will far exceed those defending the Iron Wall Pass, and our equipment shall be of the highest quality. He rose and approached a map crafted from fine clay at the center of the hall, pointing at the Iron Wall Pass. A direct assault will undoubtedly incur losses. Yet we are not without internal support. It seems that Zhao Yuanming is also keen on the disappearance of Zhou Qingtian and his old northern guards. According to intelligence reports, they may manipulate rations and even incite chaos. The eyes of the generals, including Zhirtai, brightened at this implication. Wushu Lu's eyes shimmered with intensity, indicating that we must closely monitor the movements at the Iron Wall Pass. Should internal strife arise, or if gifts from the Qian people take effect, it will be the moment for our grand army to advance, obliterating the Iron Wall Pass and launching an assault on the Iron Wall. With a powerful fist, he struck the clay map, causing the wooden gate representing the Iron Wall Pass to tremble violently. Within half a month, I shall raise the banner of our barbarian tribe above the Iron Wall Pass. The prosperous lands to the south shall once again tremble beneath the iron hooves of our people. For the tribe, for the royal court, and for the survival of our kin. All the barbarian leaders roared in unison, their fervent bloodlust and greed coalescing, as though to shatter the roof of Blackstone Fortress and merge with the brewing storm above the northern frontier. The wind and snow continue to swirl. As a lethal tempest targeting the Iron Wall Pass, the old northern guards and Fang Yui had been meticulously orchestrated at both Blackstone Fortress and the Iron Wall Pass, slowly unfurling its ominous prelude. Meanwhile, Fang Yui had already arrived beneath the Iron Wall Pass. Chapter 40. The dilapidated pass, the biting northern winds swept across the desolate expanse, carrying with it snowflakes that danced like feathers, howling as they traversed the wilderness, producing a lamenting sound akin to the cries of phantoms. The sight of Wushan Pass before Fang Yuni stood in stark contrast to the Iron Wall Pass he had departed from, resembling two entirely divergent realms. The Iron Wall Pass towered majestically, its walls constructed from pristine, dark blue stones, with neatly arranged crenellations and a multitude of watchtowers, flags fluttering in the wind, exuding an air of formidable military might that bordered on ostentation. In contrast, the Wushan Pass appeared as a colossal beast, battered and weary, crawling under the onslaught of wind and snow. The walls here bore the marks of hasty repairs, riddled with gaping cracks filled with mud and rubble, reminiscent of deep wrinkles on an aged visage, telling tales of past ferocity and present hardship. The color of the walls was a somber gray, stained by years of harsh weather and bloodshed, with patches of peeling plaster revealing a mottled, dark red earth beneath. The battlements were in a state of disrepair, featuring various size gaps hastily filled with sharpened wooden stakes. The watchtower seemed on the verge of collapse, its roof tiles incomplete, while a tattered banner of the Qin dynasty fluttered defiantly yet feebly in the storm, as if it might be torn asunder at any moment. Upon the wall stood figures clad in tattered, nearly unrecognizable cotton armor, draped in ragged fur coats or makeshift ponchos. In the bone-chilling winds, they resembled frozen sculptures, gripping their polished, long spears or crossbows with vigilance, their eyes fixed on the white expanse beyond the pass. As Fang Yunyi's gaze swept over these defenders, a tremor coursed through him, an indescribable pang of sorrow filling his heart. He pondered how these soldiers managed to endure year after year in such an inhospitable environment. Unlike the youthful, well-equipped troops he had seen at the Iron Wall Pass, the defenders here appeared mostly aged and weary. Many had graying hair at their temples, their faces etched with the ravages of time and weather, their backs perhaps no longer straight, yet their eyes, gazing steadfastly outward, remained sharp and resolute, bearing the weight of countless trials of life and death. The youthful faces were few. Even those who appeared young carried an air of exhaustion and maturity that belied their years. They were like the walls themselves, weathered yet resolutely anchored, using their flesh and blood to fend off the ravenous tribes lurking beyond. At that moment, an old soldier stationed on the wall took notice of a solitary warhorse and the figure atop it, obscured by the swirling snow. The old soldier's face was frozen, flushed crimson and violet, his brows and beard laden with frost. He immediately heightened his vigilance, barking a command, his voice hoarse against the howling wind, yet imbued with authority. "Halt! Who goes there? This is the Wushan Pass, a military stronghold, not a place for common folk. Depart at once, or face the arrows." As he barked orders, several nearby guards immediately tensed, drawing their crossbows, the sharp arrowheads glinting with a cold sheen amidst the swirling snow, aimed resolutely at the young man below, Fang Yuni. Upon hearing the commotion, Fang slowly lifted his head, directing his gaze toward the seasoned soldier who had shouted. He raised a hand, gently brushing off the snow that had accumulated on his hood and shoulders, revealing a face that, though pale, bore clear and distinct features. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, he summoned a barely perceptible trace of vital energy, projecting his voice clearly up to the battlements, his tone not loud, yet sufficiently resonant for those nearby to hear. Below is Fang Yuni, arriving from the capital to seek an audience with General Zhou Qingtian. Fang Yuni? Did he just say his name is Fang Yuni? Which Fang could it be? Upon hearing the name, the guards on the battlements, especially the older veterans, were taken aback, their bodies trembling involuntarily, incredulity etched across their faces. The soldier who had initially shouted widened his eyes, instinctively leaning forward, as if striving to discern the youth's features more clearly. In that moment, the snow and wind seemed to recede, all gazes converging upon that slender figure. The surname Fang bore monumental significance in the hearts of these veterans from the Northern Defense Army. It represented the indomitable spirit of a commander who had led them to countless victories, a leader for whom they had willingly shed blood and risked their lives, and a shared surname of the generals who had perished alongside innumerable brothers in a brutal battle 8 years prior. It was also a pillar of strength for those who had endured years of exclusion and hardship, yet remained steadfast. Who do you say you are? Repeat that. The soldier's voice quivered slightly, a barely perceptible tremor revealing his anticipation and anxiety, accompanied by a fear of mishearing. Confronted by the multitude of focused stares, Fang Yuni straightened his spine, which had slightly hunched from disguise, and spoke once more with clarity and gravity, his voice now even more steady than before. I am the descendant, Fang Yuni, of my ancestor Fang Jintian. I have come from the capital to seek an audience with General Zhou Qingtian, bearing a letter penned by my grandmother. This time, every word resonated with unmistakable clarity. The grandson of General Fang. It is young Master Yuni. Is he the child of the third master? By the heavens, he is alive and has come to the northern border. In that fleeting moment of realization, silence enveloped the battlements, swiftly followed by an eruption of uncontainable excitement akin to a volcanic explosion. The soldier who had previously shouted felt his eyes moisten, tears welling uncontrollably, mingling with the snowmelt on his face, leaving warm trails. He pivoted sharply, summoning all his strength to bellow toward the interior, his voice cracking with emotion. General Zhou, hurry, come out. It is young Master Yuni. The young master of the Fang family has arrived. As he shouted, he hastened down the stairs of the battlements to personally deliver the news. The other veterans remaining on the walls were equally overwhelmed with emotion, gripping the icy battlements and peering down with eager anticipation, gazing at the young man standing silently with a horse amidst the swirling snow. One might seek to find echoes of the legendary General Fang Wenyuan, who once dominated the battlefield, drinking heartily and fighting alongside them. Many spectators felt their eyes moisten, and faint sounds of suppressed sobs and muffled weeping could be discerned through the tempest. It had been 8 long years. They believed the lineage of the Fang family had long withered away in the bustling yet intricate capital. Yet here they stood, witnessing the descendant of the old general arriving at the very battleground where their forebears had sacrificed everything. News spread through the dilapidated Wushan Pass as if it had sprouted wings. In mere moments, hurried and heavy footsteps echoed from within the fortifications. Leading the charge was Zhou Qingtian, accompanied by several key commanders of Wushan Pass, including Chun Lai and Zhao Qian, who rushed up to the battlements. Zhou Qingtian barely had time to don his cloak, clad only in his worn armor, with the scar on his face flushing slightly from excitement. He reached the parapet, his gaze sharp as lightning, instantly locking on a Fang Yui below. Despite the 8 years that had elapsed, the frail child who once lay on a sickbed had transformed into a lean youth, yet the contours of his brow, especially his eyes, bore an astonishing resemblance to the spirited Fang Wenyuan of yore. He's so reminiscent, murmured an elderly officer beside Zhou Qingtian, his graying hair a testament to time, as he wiped his eyes with a roughened hand. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within, Zhou Qingtian bellowed with all his might, Yui, is that you? Fang Yui looked up, meeting Zhou Qingtian's intense and fervent gaze, nodding vigorously. Uncle Zhou, it is I, Fang Yui. Quickly, lower the drawbridge. Open the gates. Welcome young Master Yui inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qingtian issued the command, his voice resounding with urgency. The heavy winch creaked ominously as the weathered wooden drawbridge slowly descended, thudding against the frozen ground with a dull thump. The gate, which had been patched countless times and appeared precarious, groaned as it slowly opened inward. Leading his horse, Fang Yui stepped onto the drawbridge and entered Wushan Pass. As his figure passed through the battered gates and into the fort, a momentary silence enveloped the once boisterous walls, as if even the wind and snow recognized the significance, allowing more light to illuminate the youth's pale, yet sharply defined face. More soldiers, alerted by the news, gathered within the fort, lining the path with eager anticipation. Upon catching sight of Fang Yui's features, many older veterans froze, their expressions suddenly vacant, as if struck by a profound realization. So strikingly similar, they thought, noting the youthful vigor in his brow, the proud bridge of his nose, and especially the tranquil brilliance that flickered in his eyes. Apart from the lingering pallor of illness, he seemed to be a mirror image of the gallant General Fang Wenyuan, who once rode boldly into battle, laughter echoing across the sands of war. An old veteran, missing an ear, trembled as his lips quivered and his murky eyes instantly blurred. It seemed as though he gazed through the frail figure of the young boy before him, catching a glimpse of a time over a decade past, a time when he galloped across the northern wilderness, wielding a silver spear atop a white steed, effortlessly claiming the heads of enemy generals amid the ranks of countless foes. "General Sansan," he murmured unconsciously, his voice choked with emotion. The other veterans, similarly grizzled with age, felt their eyes well up as they succumbed to the silence of reminiscence. What a magnificent figure he was. Fang Wenyuan, the third son of the Fang family, though not as renowned as his father Fang Zhentian, nor as steady as his elder brother Fang Wenhan, nor as valiant as his younger brother Fang Wenyuan, was nonetheless the most spirited and beloved among the sons of the Fang clan. He possessed an unrestrained nature, able to share in the common soldier's meager wine and endure the bitter cold, his spear skills a true inheritance from Fang Zhentian, complemented by his clever strategies and unconventional tactics, often achieving victory against overwhelming odds. He was the silver spear fox, much loathed by the barbarian tribes. Yet, fate, envious of talent, claimed Fang Wenyuan's life before Fang Yuni was born, during what appeared to be an ordinary border patrol, where he fell victim to an unknown ambush. Fighting valiantly until his demise, his body never recovered, leaving behind only a broken silver spear. Now, upon seeing a son who bore such a striking resemblance to him, how could those veterans, who had survived alongside Fang Wenyuan through countless battles, not be stirred with emotion? How could they not reminisce about the glorious years of the past? Zhou Qingtian took a deep breath, suppressing the sting in his nose, and stepped forward with purpose, firmly patting Fang Yuni's shoulder, his voice betraying a hint of tremor. "Good boy. It's wonderful that you've come, truly wonderful." His hand, resting on Fang Yuni's shoulder, felt the thinness of the boy's frame beneath the robes, causing another pang in his heart. This child appeared even frailier than he seemed. "Zhou Bo," Fang Yuni slightly bowed in respect, his demeanor reverent. "Cool, mate. The wind is harsh here. Let's not linger outside. Follow me inside to speak." Zhou Qingtian wrapped an arm around Fang Yuni's shoulder, turning to wave his hand at the crowd of excited onlookers. "Everyone disperse. Those who must stand guard should do so, and those who can rest should take their leave. Since Yuni has arrived, he shall not depart immediately." As his words fell, a personal guard promptly stepped forward to lead Fang Yuni's horse away to the stables, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Yet, many veterans remained rooted to the spot, watching as Fang Yuni, encircled by Zhou Qingtian and others, made his way into the fortifications. Their gazes filled with affection, nostalgia, and an ineffable complexity of emotions. Fang Yuni proceeded alongside Zhou Qingtian, his eyes discreetly scanning the sights within the fort. Contrary to his expectations of a bustling border stronghold, Wushan Pass appeared desolate and dilapidated. The path beneath his feet was a muddy trail, hardened by frost, uneven and pockmarked from the passage of many feet. The barracks on either side were mostly lowly and rudimentary, constructed of rammed earth, with many roofs covered in thatch and tattered oilcloth, trembling in the wind and snow. Occasionally, a few slightly better brick and stone houses could be seen, their walls riddled with cracks. As twilight approached, wisps of smoke rose from various places within the fortress, yet the smoke was dismal, imbued with the stench of inferior firewood and damp, moldy timber, far inferior to the aroma of grains and broth wafting from Iron Wall Fortress. The soldiers encountered along the way were universally haggard and clad in tattered garments. Their cotton armor had long lost its original hue, patched upon patches, with many lacking even a decent winter coat. forced instead to wrap themselves in worn-out woolen blankets, huddling against the biting wind and stamping their feet incessantly to stave off the chill. The weapons they wielded were mostly antiquated, with the wooden shafts of spears polished smooth, blades marred by chips, and the strings of bows appearing somewhat slack. Yet, despite their beggar-like appearance, each soldier's gaze remained sharp, steadfast as rock. Holding the line at this foremost position, along the journey, several veterans paused to silently salute Fang Yuni. Their eyes, once filled with youthful fervor, now bore a depth of concern and compassion that felt almost tangible. They regarded this youth, so reminiscent of General San, observing his unhealthy pallor and his frail form, seemingly capable of being toppled by mere gust of wind, stirring a tumult of emotions within them. Zhou Qingtian walked alongside, quietly introducing the surroundings to Fang Yuni. Over there is the infirmary, in dire straits, lacking medicinal supplies. That is the granary, as you have seen, now completely empty. And that is the workshop, which barely manages to repair some weapons and armor. Forging new ones has become a daunting task. His voice was heavy, laced with profound resignation. Fang Yuni listened in silence, understanding dawning within him. No wonder Zhou Bo and his comrades had resorted to detaining the grain officer. This was not merely an issue of withheld military pay, but rather an intention to starve them, freeze them, and ultimately leave them to perish at Wushan Pass. Chapter 42. Reminiscences of the Watchtower. The Qian Emperor's court, or perhaps those now wielding power in the northern territories, Zhao Yuanming and his ilk, were deserving of scorn. Upon reaching the Watchtower, the tallest structure within Wushan Pass, it too appeared in a state of utter disrepair. The wooden doors hung askew, their paint long since peeled away. Pushing open the creaking door revealed a stifling atmosphere, thick with the mingling odors of mildew, sweat, and a faint trace of blood. The hall of the Watchtower was quite spacious, yet sparsely furnished, containing only a large wooden map marred by knife marks and arrow holes, along with a few rough-hewn wooden chairs. The sole large brazier stood in the center, its charcoal embers seemingly extinguished, leaving only a smattering of gray ash that emitted a feeble warmth, inadequate to dispel the bone-chilling cold within the tower. A personal guard hurried forward, bringing chairs for Zhou Qingtian, Fang Yuni, and the other key commanders who followed, while also retrieving a blackened iron kettle to pour warm water into the worn ceramic bowls before them. The water was merely lukewarm, failing to release even a wisp of steam in the frigid confines of the watchtower. Zhou Qingtian gazed at the icy water bowl and then at Fang Yuni's pale visage, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. He seemed to hesitate for a moment before gently waving his hand to the personal guard. "Go! Fetch the bamboo charcoal from the storeroom and light the brazier," commanded the general. The attendant hesitated, a reluctant expression crossing his face. "General, there is little charcoal left. It should be preserved. Do as I say." Zhou Qingtian interjected, his tone brooking no dissent. "Yuni's constitution is frail. He cannot endure the cold." The attendant glanced at Fang Yuni and, with a resolute bite of his lip, turned and departed swiftly. Before long, he returned bearing a modest cloth bag. With utmost care, he extracted a dozen pieces of dark brown bamboo charcoal, gently placing them into the frigid brazier, and then laboriously ignited them with a fire starter. As the charcoal caught fire, it crackled softly, releasing a hint of warmth and a delicate scent of bamboo. This seemingly trivial warmth, within the icy confines of the guardhouse, felt remarkably precious. Fang Yuni observed the attendant's reluctant actions and the resolute glint in Zhou Qingtian's eyes, stirring a deeper emotion within him. The plight at Wushan Pass appeared to be far more arduous than he had anticipated. Once everyone was seated, Zhou Qingtian introduced Fang Yuni to each individual present. He pointed to a fiery-faced general with a booming voice. "This is Chun Lai, Deputy General Chun, who once served as your father's personal guard and was trained by your second uncle into a formidable warrior." Chun Lai rose, clasping his fists in salute. "Yuni." His eyes brimmed with concern. "Uncle Chun," Fang Yuni replied with respectful reverence. Zhou Qingtian then gestured towards a wise-looking strategist with a long white beard. "This is Zhao Qian, our cunning strategist at Wushan Pass, who once served under the old general." Zhao Qian stood, offering a slight bow, his gaze imbued with scrutiny and inquiry. "Mr. Zhao," Fang Yuni echoed with equal respect. Zhou Qingtian continued to introduce several other generals, all of whom were loyal remnants of Fang Jintian or Fang Wenhan's command. Fang Yuni stood before these unacquainted uncles, maintaining an attitude of neither servility nor arrogance, his words clear and appropriate. Everyone regarded this sole surviving scion of the Fang family, who, despite his frail condition, exhibited proper decorum and clarity of thought, contrary to the rumors of his supposed folly. A flicker of satisfaction crossed their weathered faces. As long as this child possessed a good character, there remained hope for the Fang lineage. Yuni, how is your grandmother's health? Zhou Qingtian inquired with genuine nostalgia after concluding the introductions. He recalled the care he had received from the matriarch while recuperating at the Fang residence. Fang Yuni's expression dimmed as he softly replied, "Grandmother's health is fair, yet after learning of grandfather and my uncle's tragic fates 8 years ago, she has grown frail with worry." The room fell into a somber silence, sorrow etched on their faces. The Fang family, renowned for its loyalty and valor, had met such a fate. It was enough to chill the heart. And you? Zhou Qingtian observed Fang Yuni's pale countenance, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. You, my child, have endured so much since childhood. I recall the last time I beheld you. It was when you were but 3 years of age, cradled tightly in your grandmother's embrace. At that time, you were plagued by a relentless fever. Your small face flushed crimson, your breath as faint as that of a kitten, and your body radiated heat, prompting even several esteemed physicians to shake their heads in despair. As he spoke, his voice trembled slightly, as if he were once again witnessing the infant struggling against the throes of illness. We all believed that you would not survive the winter of that year. Yet, against all odds, Providence smiled upon you, and you emerged from that ordeal, having grown into such a fine young person. His words stirred the memories of all the seasoned veterans present. They were well aware that the Fang family had a frail grandson, who had been beset by ailments since birth, and he was the greatest concern of the entire clan. They had never cast blame upon the Fang family, nor had they reproached the child for not partaking in the northern memorials over the years. They understood that his very survival was nothing short of a miracle. Indeed, Yuni, your presence here today would surely bring joy to the spirits of the old generals watching over us. Chunlai spoke in a hoarse voice, attempting to dispel the somber atmosphere that had settled within the hall. Zhao Qian interjected appropriately, remarking that while the capital was vibrant, it was also a place fraught with challenges. The fact that the matriarch and you could live in relative peace in the capital was no small feat. As for the memorial, a heartfelt intention suffices. The old generals would undoubtedly be understanding from their celestial realm. As Fang Yuni listened to these sincere, yet simple words, and gazed upon the weathered faces that expressed unreserved concern for him, the indifference and detachment he had harbored since his arrival began to wane. He found himself curious about the profound bonds of loyalty and the charisma that enabled his grandfather, Fang Zhentian, to inspire such unwavering fidelity from these fierce veterans, even 8 years after his demise and the decline of their lineage. This loyalty transcended not only life and death, but also the constraints of time and space. He exhaled slowly, suppressing the tumult within, and retrieved a cloth-wrapped parcel from his bosom, carefully unwrapping it to reveal a collection of well-preserved letters. Zhou, esteemed uncles, this is a letter penned by my grandmother. Fang Yuni extended the letter with both hands to Zhou Qingtian, in which his grandmother had detailed the circumstances in the capital and the emperor's decree regarding the reinstatement of rations. Zhou Qingtian's expression grew solemn as he received the letter with gravity, unfolding it to read with great care. His brow furrowed at times, then relaxed, the scar on his face shifting subtly with his expressions. Chapter 43. The Shock of the Generals. After perusing the contents, he fell silent for a moment before passing the letter to the eager Chunlai, who then shared it with Zhao Qian, and they took turns reviewing it. Once everyone had finished reading, Zhou Qingtian finally lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing as they fixed upon Fang Yuni, and he inquired in a deep, measured tone, "Yuni, what is the current situation regarding the imperial envoy Li Wenhan? Is it true that His Majesty's proclamation in the court absolves us of our culpability? When can we expect the rations to arrive?" His question struck at the heart of the matter, delivered with the straightforwardness of a soldier. Fang Yuni met his gaze, responding with calm assurance. Li Wenhan was struck in the shoulder by an arrow, sustaining a grievous injury, and is currently recuperating at Ironwall Pass. The decree of pardon is utterly genuine. It is my design, confirmed by my grandmother within the palace. As for the rations, he paused, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. According to the edict, they should be escorted by the imperial envoy and distributed accordingly. However, given Li Wenhan's injury and the complete control Zhang Huayuan holds over Ironwall Pass, one fears that unforeseen complications may arise. As Fang Yuni's words hung in the air, the warmth that had briefly flickered upon his arrival, was abruptly replaced by a heavier chill. The brows of generals Zhou Qingtian, Chun Lai, Zhao Qian, and others knitted tightly, their faces shrouded in clouds of concern. Fang Yuni spoke the truth. They were all too familiar with Zhang Huayuan and the scheming Zhao Yuanming behind him. They were akin to venomous serpents lying in wait at Iron Wall Pass, ever ready to engulf the remnants of the Northern Defense Army. With the envoy injured, it provided them with an excellent pretext for delay and manipulation. Considering the precarious situation within the pass, food supplies dwindling, medicinal resources scarce, battered armor, and soldiers' morale faltering in the bitter cold, each individual present felt as though a colossal weight pressed upon their chests, inducing a suffocating tension. To expect Zhang Huayuan to comply with the decree and distribute rations was akin to chasing a phantasm. Yet, amidst this heavy atmosphere, Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian exchanged discreet glances once again. Both astutely discerned a crucial piece of information within Fang Yuni's words. The decree of pardon was orchestrated by me. A flicker of astonishment and inquiry crossed Zhou Qingtian's weathered eyes. He scrutinized the pale-faced youth before him, endeavoring to unearth some clue from the depths of his calm gaze. How could a frail scion, long regarded as a burden by the Fang family, partake in the intricate games of the court, even swaying the emperor's decrees? What implications did this bear? Zhao Qian shared a similar sentiment. His hand, stroking his beard, paused momentarily, his wise eyes glinting with curiosity, as if seeking to peer through Fang Yuni's exterior. This child was far from the simplicity he appeared to embody. The two exchanged a swift glance, each comprehending the other's thoughts. This matter was of paramount importance, yet with so many years around, it was not the time for in-depth discussions. They would need to inquire privately later. Zhao Qian, grasping the unspoken understanding, cleared his throat softly, breaking the almost palpable tension within the hall. Suppressing his surprise, he donned a mask of well-timed curiosity, his tone softening as if an elder expressing concern for a younger relative journey. He deftly shifted the topic. Cousin Yuni, you must have had a taxing journey. We have received word that your travels were fraught with peril, encountering several assassination attempts and even assaults from barbarian hordes. I hear you emerged unscathed from numerous life-threatening situations. Was it merely luck that saw you through? This question instantly drew everyone's attention back to Fang Yuni. Curiosity swept through the crowd, as Chun Lai and others cast their inquisitive glances. Indeed, how could a frail youth survive such a perilous series of murders? Merely attributing it to good fortune seems implausible. Even Zhou Qingtian momentarily suppressed his astonishment at Fang Yuni's revelation of orchestrating the scheme, focusing intently on his response. Amidst the gathering gazes filled with doubt and inquiry, Fang Yuni's pallid visage bore no trace of panic. Instead, his lips curled into a faint yet confident smile. He had no intention of concealing too much from the loyal uncles of the Fang family. It was time to reveal some of his strength to bolster their morale and lay the groundwork for future plans. Luck? Perhaps. His voice resonated with an air of tranquility. It carried an enigmatic confidence. Mr. Zhao, Uncle Zhou, esteemed uncles, I believe those mere rabble along the way could hardly harm me. If I were devoid of any means of self-preservation, would I dare venture here alone? As he spoke, seemingly inadvertently, he allowed a trace of his repressed aura to seep forth. This mere hint of presence was akin to a boulder cast into a placid lake. Boom! A potent, ancient aura emanated from Fang Yuni, radiating outward with startling intensity. Though it was but a brief release, fleeting as an illusion, the seasoned warriors present were acutely aware of its significance. In an instant, the hall fell into profound silence. Everyone stood frozen, eyes wide open, as if witnessing a ghost in broad daylight, fixated on the pale-faced youth who remained seated in quietude. Chun Lai's ceramic bowl clattered to the ground, hot water splattering everywhere. Yet he remained oblivious. Mr. Zhao, stroking his beard, felt a sudden tremor in his hand, inadvertently plucking out several strands of gray-tinged black hair. Zhou Qingtian abruptly rose to his feet, his face a tableau of disbelief and shock, the scar across his face contorting as his muscles tensed. His gaze remained riveted on Fang Yuni, his lips trembling as he questioned his own perception. A martial arts master? That fleeting aura, palpable and solid, bore the weight of a pressure that subtly disturbed the surrounding air, characteristics only a martial arts master could possess. But how could this be? How old was this lad? 15. A sickly boy, once deemed by physicians to have no more than 10 years to live, mocked by the world for 15 years, was actually a martial arts master? This revelation was far more shocking than the impending invasion of the barbarian horde. It utterly overturned their decades of understanding, who claimed that this lone scion of the Fang family was inept in both literature and martial arts, the family's sole blemish. If this were indeed a blemish, what then could be said of the talents in the world? A 15-year-old master, in all of the Qian, nay across the entire Xian continent. Such prodigies were exceedingly rare, verging on the extraordinary. Once the initial shock subsided, the minds of the onlookers began to stir with newfound vigor. They are not foolish individuals. In an instant, they grasped the intricacies of the situation. Chapter 44, each with their own schemes. Since Fang Ming possesses such formidable strength, it has remained silent and disguised himself as a frail figure until now. Could it truly be that he has journeyed all this way to the perilous northern territory merely to deliver a letter from the matriarch? This is utterly impossible. He must have deeper intentions. Reflecting upon his earlier mention of a plot regarding the imperial edict, combined with the strength he has just revealed, a vague yet exhilarating thought begins to crystallize in the minds of Zhou Qingtian, Zhao Qian, and the others. It seems that the last bloodline of the Fang family harbors grand aspirations. His arrival in the northern region may very well be to leverage the power of his old subordinates to stir the winds and clouds in this foundational territory of the Fang family, perhaps even to restore their former glory. Fang Ming observes the ever-changing expressions on the faces of those present, for this is the effect he desires. A judicious display of intimidation, coupled with unspoken intentions, is precisely what is required to compel these proud warriors to regard his presence with the seriousness it warrants, rather than merely viewing him as the son of a cherished friend in need of protection. At that moment, Zhou Qingtian forcibly suppresses the tumultuous waves of his emotions. He gazes intently at Fang Ming, his voice laced with a barely perceptible rasp and a hint of inquiry as he speaks solemnly. Esteemed nephew, your arrival here is likely not as simple as merely delivering a message, is it? As his words descend, Chunlai, Zhao Qian, and the other commanders swiftly redirect their attention to Fang Ming, their expressions laden with gravity, anticipation, and curiosity. All present hold their breath, eager to discern what revelations this deeply concealed yet astonishing heir of the Fang family will unveil. The fate of Wushan Pass, and perhaps the entire northern region, may pivot upon his forthcoming words. Simultaneously, at TB Pass, within the central military tent, the charcoal fire burns brightly, starkly contrasting the desolation of Wushan Pass. Zhang Huayan sits at the head, with Lieutenant Sun and the bearded Mr. Wu standing below. General, we have received a response from Wushan Pass. Zhou Qingtian has declined to meet the imperial envoy to collect the edict, citing the barbarian unrest as a reason for his refusal to come to TB Pass. Lieutenant Sun reports in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huayuan's face reveals not anger, but rather a predatory smile of anticipation. As expected, this old fox is exceedingly cautious. Mr. Wu grins ominously, stroking his goat beard. If he had indeed come, it would have saved us considerable effort. Since he will not, let us proceed according to plan. A cold glint flashes in Zhang Huayuan's eyes. Very well. Everything shall be executed as you have devised. Sunba, here. Lieutenant Sun steps forward. Prepare immediately to account for that batch of enhanced provisions in the storeroom. Zhang Huayuan commands with an ominous tone. Additionally, meticulously select a group of trustworthy and capable assassins, armed with the barbarian's curved blades and arrows, ready for action at any moment. Understood. A cruel smile spreads across Sun Ba's face as he accepts the orders and departs. Mr. Wu added, General, we must dispatch an eloquent envoy to convey our message to Wushan Pass tomorrow. Inform them that the esteemed envoy empathizes with the hardships faced by the border troops. Though gravely injured and unable to attend in person, he has decreed that 3 days hence, our forces will escort the initial shipment of sufficient provisions to Wushan Pass. To bolster the soldiers' morale, it is imperative that we instill hope in Zhou Qingtian and his men for this life-saving supply. Excellent. Let them wallow in despair amidst their hopes. Zhang Huan clapped his hands in laughter, as if envisioning the scene of chaos at Wushan Pass, with Zhou Qingtian and his comrades facing dire consequences. And that frail scion of the Fang family, did he not venture to Wushan Pass? Perfectly. Let them accompany each other on the road to the netherworld. At this moment, within the tribal council hall of Haishi Fortress, the southern king Wushilu gazed upon the newly arrived, travel-worn royal envoys, accompanied by several exceptionally robust and fierce tribal leaders, a look of deep satisfaction etched upon his face. Gortai, the royal reinforcements and elite troops from the three major tribes have arrived. Our forces and morale have reached their zenith. Wu Shilu's voice boomed, resonating throughout the hall. Immediately send more scouts to closely monitor Wushan Pass. Especially in 3 days, I want to see clearly whether any smoke rises from within those gates. His mention of smoke referred to the potential turmoil that Mr. Wu's scheme could incite when the poisonous plant, Duochao Duanchang was activated. All units, promptly organize your troops. Inspect your weapons and armor, and prepare ample arrows and provisions. Wu Shilu abruptly rose, drawing forth his gem-encrusted curved dagger, pointing southward. In 3 days, should turmoil arise at Wushan Pass, it shall be the signal for our grand army to march southward, to breach Wushan Pass and set our sights on TB Pass. Directing our military might towards Yuzhou, we shall seize the wealth and provisions of the south to fill our people's granaries. And let our clan's wolf flag wave proudly atop the southern ramparts. Roars of approval erupted from all tribal leaders. A cacophony of ferocity and greed merging into a palpable wave of sound, surging forth from the hall and intertwining with the increasingly fierce snowstorm over the northern wilderness. A lethal tempest targeting Wushan Pass and Fang Yui was already in motion, having completed its final preparations under the synchronized efforts of TB Pass and Haishi Fortress, poised to strike with overwhelming force at the opportune moment. Meanwhile, within the dilapidated watchtower of Wushan Pass, only Fang Yui, Zhou Qingtian, and Zhao Qian remained. The faint crackling of burning bamboo charcoal resonated distinctly in the stillness of the tower. The limited warmth from the charcoal could not dispel the weighty atmosphere and the lingering shock from earlier events. Zhou Qingtian inhaled deeply, as if attempting to suppress the tumultuous emotions roiling within his chest. His gaze was piercing, fixated on Fang Yui, his pronounced scar appearing even more menacing in the flickering light of the charcoal. Yet, in his eyes, there was a blend of disbelief and an almost fervent hope. With a hoarse voice, Zhou Qingtian broke the silence. What you just said and the cultivation you revealed, what is the meaning of this? Your visit to Wushan Pass today is not merely to deliver a message, is it? Although Zhao Qian remained silent, his perceptive eyes were fixed intently on Fang Yuni, his fingers unconsciously twisting the few strands of beard that had been plucked. He awaited the unveiling of the mystery by Fang Yuni. Meeting the probing gazes of his two elders, the pallor of Fang Yuni's face, reminiscent of illness, did not dissipate, yet his eyes were profound and unwavering, devoid of any fabricated timidity. He gently caressed the chilly rim of the ceramic bowl in his hand and spoke with a steady and clear voice. Uncle Zhou, Mr. Zhao, at this juncture, I shall no longer conceal the truth. My journey northward serves 3 significant purposes. The first is self-preservation and to seek a path for the Fang family. He paused momentarily, his tone imbued with a chilling analysis. The Fang residence in the capital, though it seems to be supported by my grandmother's authority, is in fact a fragile edifice, precariously balanced. The emperor's suspicion towards the Fang family runs deep. 8 years ago, my grandfather and uncles perished in battle, which may have been to his advantage. Presently, I am the sole male descendant of the Fang family, perceived by the world as a frail invalid, which has afforded us a temporary reprieve. Yet, as the saying goes, while the tree wishes for calm, the wind persists. As I grow older, despite my continuous frailty, as long as I draw breath, I remain a thorn in the side of certain individuals. Once my grandmother departs this world, there shall be no place for Fang Yuni in the capital. At that moment, the bloodline of the Fang family could be extinguished at the whim of others. His words pierced like ice picks into the hearts of Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian, evoking memories of the tumultuous intrigues of the capital and the inscrutable nature of the emperor as heart. Thus, I must escape the confines of the capital. The northern frontier was once the foundation of the Fang family strength. Only by coming here and leveraging the remaining power of my uncles can we secure a sliver of hope for the Fang family and for myself, plotting a path to survival. Most crucially, I cannot remain passive, watching the Fang family be silently erased. Zhou Qingtian struck the wooden chair beside him with a heavy fist, the chair groaning under the strain. How could His Majesty be so callous? The Fang family is renowned for its loyalty and valor. Though anger coursed through him, he recognized that Fang Yuni's words might indeed reflect a harsh reality. Zhao Qian nodded slowly, his eyes revealing understanding and approval. A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. Nephew, your ability to perceive this situation and your resolute decision to venture northward to break the impasse demonstrate a character and courage that far surpass the ordinary. I comprehend the first point. What about the second? A glint of sharpness flickered in Fang Yuni's eyes as he continued. The second purpose is to dismantle the current deadlock in the northern frontier, particularly concerning my uncles and the remnants of the Northern Town Army. His gaze swept across the dilapidated fortress, noting the dire state of Wushan Pass. From what I have observed, we are at an impasse. The court is withholding supplies, and Zhang Huayuan's relentless pressure, coupled with the looming threat of barbarian forces, leaves us in a precarious position. Should there be no turnaround, within a month, Wushan Pass will fall without a fight, with my uncles either perishing on the battlefield or being branded as traitors with no resting place. Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian's expressions darkened, for these were indeed the very concerns that plagued their thoughts day and night. As the north descends further into chaos, Zhao Yuanming's grip on the region weakens, causing increasing concern for the court. Yet, this turmoil presents us with an opportunity. Fang Yui's audacious words resonate. Only by stirring the waters can we seize victory amidst the disorder and uncover a glimmer of hope. Regarding the old troops of the Northern Defense Army, my strategy is as follows. Fang Yui deliberately lowered his voice, yet each word was crystal clear. Firstly, survival is paramount. Regardless of the means, we must secure provisions to stabilize the morale of our troops. Secondly, we must feign weakness to lull Zhang Huayuan and the barbarian tribes into complacency. Time is of the essence for us to amass strength, even if only incrementally. Next, we shall seek opportunities for battle. The barbarian tribes are not a monolith, and both Zhang Huayuan and Zhao Yuanming are not without their vulnerabilities. We can exploit the discord between them, even endeavor to redirect the barbarians' focus more towards TB Pass. He glanced at Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian, noting that the specifics of our actions must adapt to the evolving situation. I implore Zhou Bo and Mr. Zhao to believe that my arrival is not mere rhetoric, but a testament to my resolve to share in the trials and tribulations alongside you all. I, Fang Yui, do not seek for you, my uncles, to perish alongside my family. Rather, I aspire for us to carve a path to survival together, and perhaps even restore the Northern Defense Army to its former glory. His words, imbued with a maturity and vision beyond his years, stirred both Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian deeply. They perceived in Fang Yui a strategy and fortitude that transcended that of their forebears. Splendid. What a remarkable young man, Zhou Qingtian exclaimed, his eyes glistening with tears of excitement. If you truly possess such determination, I, Zhou Qingtian, along with the thousands of brothers at Wushan Pass, would gladly entrust my life to you. Zhao Qian also took a deep breath, solemnly clasping his hands in respect. Your ambition is commendable, my dear nephew. I am in awe. I am willing to offer my utmost assistance. Fang Yui nodded slightly, acknowledging their declarations, and then his tone shifted to one of profound gravity as he slowly articulated his third objective. This third aim is to uncover the true circumstances behind the devastating defeat 8 years ago in the north. As these words echoed in the hall, the atmosphere seemed to freeze instantaneously. The excitement on Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian's faces morphed into sheer astonishment, tinged with a hint of dread. This matter loomed like a great, festering wound, steeped in blood and obscurity, etched deeply into the souls of every former member of the Northern Defense Army. No one dared to approach it lightly, nor could anyone truly comprehend it. Yuni, Zhou Qingtian's voice tightened. Do you grasp the weight of your words? The court has already rendered its judgment. The barbarian tribes are formidable, and our army was unable to provide timely support, falling into encirclement. I refuse to believe it. Fang Yui interrupted, his voice firm yet measured, carrying an unwavering conviction. My grandfather was a master strategist, defending the north for decades, intimately familiar with the barbarian tribes. Both my uncles are seasoned veterans of the battlefield, and my cousin Yunting is no fool. How could 100,000 elite troops of the Northern Defense Army so easily meet their demise, failing even to organize a proper breakout? This defies all logic. He gazed intently at Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian, asserting that there must be hidden truths beneath the surface. This is a matter that involves 3 generations of my family and the lives of 100,000 loyal souls. They cannot perish without clarity. This matter requires thorough investigation. It is imperative to provide an explanation to the departed souls of the Fang family, as well as to the countless loyal spirits still buried beneath the Yamingwen. Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian were profoundly moved, their hearts trembling with emotion. They had never anticipated that Fang Yunyi's third objective would be so earth-shattering. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, and solemnly spoke, "Dear nephew, are you aware that investigating this matter is fraught with peril? If there were indeed a dark hand behind the events of that year, its power would likely transcend imagination. The old general may have sensed this long ago." He seemed resolute, revealing a secret he had long kept hidden. Days before the outbreak of the Great War, the old general, under various pretexts, had reassigned our younger commanders to secondary lines of defense, dispatched them to escort supplies, or like myself, kept them safely in the rear under the guise of military advisory roles. At the time, we were perplexed and even harbored some grievances. Now, in retrospect, it seems the old general had foreseen something, planting seeds for our future. Zhou Qingtian sighed heavily, his face etched with pain and nostalgia. Indeed, after our defeat, we felt it was inexplicable. How could the barbarians so precisely discern our military movements? Why were all avenues of reinforcements conveniently obstructed? Why did rumors proliferate within the ranks, disturbing the morale? Chapter 46, Speculation. We had privately conducted investigations, yet each time we uncovered a crucial lead. Either the witness suddenly perished, or the physical evidence vanished, as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything from the shadows, concealing the truth. These secrets weighed heavily upon them, like an oppressive shackle, rendering them breathless. They yearned for the truth, yet 8 years of fruitless endeavors and omnipresent resistance had left them feeling utterly powerless. Listening intently, Fang Yunyi's gaze turned increasingly frigid. Indeed, the old man's premonitions, the peculiarities surrounding our defeat, and the obstacles to our inquiries all indicated that the events of 8 years ago were far from simple. He spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a maturity and resolve beyond his years. "Uncle Zhou, Mr. Zhao, I comprehend the dangers involved. This matter is of great magnitude, and those behind it wield considerable power, potentially even reaching the emperor." Though Fang Yunyi did not articulate every thought, both Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian grasped the weight of his words, their expressions growing solemn. If this were true, then the adversary would be immensely formidable. However, Fang Yunyi shifted his tone, stating, "Regardless of the difficulty, I shall pursue the truth. Yet this cannot be rushed. 8 years have passed. I have ample time. The truth shall eventually surface. Presently, the most pressing concern is to resolve the predicament at Wushan Pass and ensure survival for all." He redirected the conversation to the present, demonstrating a remarkable sense of propriety and overarching vision. Only by surviving can we earn the right and capability to seek the long-delayed justice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian felt somewhat reassured, their admiration for this young man growing deeper. Clear in understanding of grievances, calculating before taking action, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. This youth is truly remarkable. "Yunyi, you speak wisely." Zhou Qingtian spoke in a deep voice, recognizing that the immediate priority was to address the issues of supplies and the threat posed by the barbarian tribes. "You just mentioned that Zhang Huayuan might be tampering with the provisions?" Fang Yunyi nodded vigorously, his eyes glimmering with intelligence. "In my estimation, the likelihood of Zhang Huayuan openly defying the imperial edict is minimal. However, it is exceedingly plausible that he could engage in covert machinations concerning the grain supplies. My brief encounters with him reveal a ruthless character. Should he indeed deliver provisions, they may not be a boon in times of need, but rather a death warrant. Drawing from historical dramas and accounts I've studied, I calmly deduce that Zhang Huayuan is likely to poison the supplies. Furthermore, it would not be an immediate lethal poison, but a slow-acting toxin that requires consumption over several days before it manifests. At that point, when the soldiers within Wushan Pass succumb to the poison, he could readily declare it an act of sabotage by barbarian spies or an outbreak of plague within the ranks, subsequently using the pretext of rescue to seize control or even massacre the garrison, shifting all blame onto others. His reasoning was both sound and chilling, causing a shiver to run down the spines of Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian. If this were indeed the case, Wushan Pass could instantaneously transform into a hellish landscape. Therefore, should Zhang Huayuan genuinely offer provisions in the coming days, Zhou must issue an edict. No grain shall be consumed without stringent examination. It is better to endure hunger than to fall victim to Zhang Huayuan's insidious plot. Understood. I shall make a note of it. Zhou Qingtian replied solemnly, his back drenched in cold sweat. Had Fang Yui not unveiled this treachery, they might have unwittingly welcomed what they believed to be life-saving supplies, with consequences too dire to contemplate. Zhao Qian regarded Fang Yui with admiration, recognizing that this scion of the Fang family not only possessed remarkable martial prowess, but also exhibited an astute and meticulous mind, displaying an insight into the malice of human nature that rivaled the cunning of seasoned court officials. The 3 generations of the Fang family were indeed far from ordinary, particularly when considering his father, Fang Wenyuan, known as the Silver Spear-cunning fox, whose tactical brilliance was legendary. It seemed that his son had surpassed him in cunning. The mere fact that Fang Yui had endured in silence for over a decade was indicative of a maturity beyond that of an ordinary youth. Fang Yui continued, moreover, they will undoubtedly not spare me. My ceremonial offering at the pass presents them with an opportune moment to strike. All they need to do is masquerade as barbarian cavalry and launch a surprise attack during my tribute. As a frail young man, should I perish at the hands of the barbarians, it would appear entirely reasonable. They could deny culpability, and the court would hardly mobilize for the death of a sickly boy. Perhaps even Emperor Qian would welcome my demise here, eliminating a future threat entirely. His tone was neutral, as if discussing an unrelated matter, yet the peril inherent in his words made Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian involuntarily clench their fists. Thus, I shall turn their scheme against them. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Fang Yui's eyes. They wish to kill me. I too shall seize this opportunity to see if I can strike back. At the very least, I aim to sever their outstretched claws and inflict some pain upon them. He cast his gaze towards Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian, thus requesting detailed intelligence regarding the recent activities of the barbarian forces at Wushan Pass over the past 6 months, including their troop deployments and the operational zones of their squads. He intended to devise a plan, leveraging the upcoming memorial event to create a strategic opportunity. This would not only allow them to counter potential assassination attempts, but might also reveal an escape route for Wushan Pass. For instance, they could intercept a supply convoy belonging to the barbarians or fabricate a misunderstanding that would incite friction between the barbarians and TB Pass. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingtian rose without hesitation, exclaiming, "Excellent. I shall immediately dispatch someone to deliver all intelligence files concerning the barbarians from the past 6 months to you. Our finest scouts are at your disposal." At that moment, he seemed to regard Fang Yui as the cornerstone of their plans. Despite harboring some doubts regarding his capabilities and strategies, he offered unwavering support. Zhao Qian clapped his hands in agreement, stating, "This plan is splendid. If successful, it will not only alleviate the crisis, but also procure essential supplies, while simultaneously provoking a rift between the barbarians and TB Pass. Truly a threefold achievement. I am in awe of my nephew's intellect." Once the arrangements were made, Zhou Qingtian could no longer suppress a question that had been lingering in his mind. "Yui, you mentioned that the Emperor's edict of pardon was orchestrated by you. How did you accomplish this?" Fang Yui understood that this was crucial for gaining their complete trust, so he refrained from further concealment and spoke candidly. "In truth, it is not overly complicated. I merely exploited the information gap and the dire predicament in the northern frontier to broker a deal with the Emperor. I had my grandmother convey to him that the situation in the north was on the brink of collapse. Should the old troops of the northern army be forced to rebel, or if Wushan Pass were breached by the barbarians, the entire northern frontier would descend into chaos, and Zhao Yuanming could not escape culpability, leading to a loss of face for the court. Conversely, if he could promptly issue a pardon and distribute provisions, it would stabilize the morale of the troops rapidly, at minimal cost, and with maximum efficacy. I surmised that, although the Emperor harbored no fondness for the Fang family, he valued the stability of the northern frontier and his own reign even more. In the face of a greater calamity, temporarily appeasing us would be more advantageous than detrimental for him. Thus, the edict, seemingly an act of grace, was in truth a decision made after weighing the pros and cons. I merely assisted him through my grandmother in calculating this equation, presenting him with what appeared to be the least unfavorable option. He spoke of it lightly, yet Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian could envision the precision and audacity required to navigate the intricacies of court politics and the situation at the borders. Daring to engage with such a formidable entity to facilitate this transaction, Zhou Qingtian exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on Fang Yui as if perceiving the hope for the future rise of the Fang family. He heavily patted Fang Yui on the shoulder, conveying unspoken understanding. Zhao Qian offered a profound bow, stating, "My nephew orchestrates with foresight and insight into human nature. I am thoroughly convinced." With the Fang family's continuation, the spirits of the late general and all the other commanders must find solace. As the night deepened and the wind and snow persisted, a new force was quietly coalescing within the dilapidated structure of Wushan Pass. The arrival of a frail youth was akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters, sending ripples that would ultimately transform into a tempest raging throughout the northern territories. At this moment, Fang Yuni's journey in the north truly commenced. After bidding farewell to the hopeful and fervent Zhou, Qingtian, and Zhao Qian, the dilapidated gatehouse was left with Fang Yuni alone. The precious bamboo charcoal still emitted a limited warmth, dispelling the chill in the corners, while also reflecting the tranquility and profundity on his face that belied his youth. Shortly thereafter, several of Zhou Qingtian's loyal soldiers entered the gatehouse, respectfully presenting scrolls of various intelligence reports. These documents varied from parchment to coarse paper, and even included information simply recorded on wooden boards with charcoal. They were the fruits of blood and sacrifice from the soldiers at Wushan Pass, detailing the movements of the barbarian tribes over the past 6 months. Moreover, a series of concise yet sensitive intelligence reports, derived from Zhou Qingtian spies stationed within TB Pass, chronicled the troop deployments and supply movements of Zhang Huayuan's forces, as well as some unusual activities. Fang Yuni dismissed the soldiers, securing the rickety wooden door. Approaching the table, he casually picked up several scrolls and, guided by the flickering dim light of the candle atop the desk, took a seat. The candlelight cast an intermittent glow on his pale visage, yet his eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. He cast aside distracting thoughts, immersing himself entirely in the dry yet crucial information before him. His fingers glided over the coarse paper, which recorded the dates, locations, troop numbers, scale, and equipment of the barbarian scouts, as well as the outcomes of encounters with his army's reconnaissance. He read swiftly, his gaze penetrating, while his mind raced to filter, analyze, and synthesize the information he sought to comprehend. From the direction of Haishi Fort, the frequency of barbarian scout activities had surged by 30% in the past month, with their primary patrol routes shifting southeast, seemingly compressing the reconnaissance space of Wushan Pass. Numerous small-scale plundering incidents primarily occurred during midnight or just before dawn, marked by clarity of target, rapid execution, and swift retreat, tactics characteristic of elite hunters rather than mere tribal stragglers. Regarding TB Pass, Zhang Huayuan's 3rd and 5th battalions had undergone an ambiguous troop rotation 2 weeks prior, deliberately circumventing the visual range of Wushan Pass. Concurrently, several unidentified convoys entered the pass late at night without inspection, heading directly into the heart of the central military area. Records from a supply officer indicated that the materials allocated from TB Pass to Wushan Pass had remained below 60% of the quota for 3 consecutive months, often comprising substandard rice and inferior weapons, while TB Pass reportedly received a new batch of powerful crossbows from the workshops in the capital. A myriad of information intertwined in his mind. He occasionally furrowed his brow in contemplation, at times tracing gentle lines on the dusty tabletop, sketching an invisible strategic map. The arrogance and probing of the barbarian forces, the insidiousness and scheming of TB Pass, the fortitude and struggle of Wushan Pass. This intricate game of chess in the northern territories gradually became clearer within his heart. He particularly noted several pieces of intelligence regarding an elite 100-man unit of the barbarians known as the Bloodwolves. This enigmatic group is renowned for its formidable combat prowess, excelling in infiltration and surprise attacks. Their most recent appearance was in a valley located approximately 40 miles northwest of Wushan Pass, 3 days prior. In that very direction lies a concealed pathway, capable of circumventing the primary surveillance zone of Wushan Pass and penetrating directly into the rear. Bloodwolves. Their presence at this juncture and location raises questions. Fang Yuni gently tapped his fingers on the table, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Was this a precursor to reconnaissance, or was it a preparation for something more significant? He continued to peruse the documents, seeking any potentially overlooked details, hunting for the key to unraveling the situation. The fate of Wushan Pass, the destiny of the remnants of the Northern Town Army, and even his own safety hinged upon his precise interpretation of this intelligence. As one candle burned down, he silently replaced it with another. Outside the watchtower, the north wind howled, swirling increasingly dense snowflakes that battered against the doors and windows, producing a mournful sound, as if composing a somber prelude for the solitary sage amidst the dark night. Meanwhile, not far from the watchtower, in a relatively intact barracks, Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian had yet to succumb to slumber. A small brazier burned in the center of the room. Yet the atmosphere was markedly different from the solitary analysis within the watchtower, tinged with a sense of stifled excitement and unresolved doubt. Zhou Qingtian paced back and forth in the cramped space, his scarred face appearing particularly fearsome in the flickering firelight. Yet could not conceal the complexity of emotions in his eyes. "Old Zhao, what do you think of Yunyi's words today? How much truth and how much falsehood lies within them?" He finally paused, his voice low as he inquired. Zhao Qian sat on a low stool, cradling a cup of lukewarm water, his brow slightly furrowed. "General, this matter is indeed hard to believe. A 15-year-old martial arts master, having bided his time for so many years, suddenly arrives in the north, aiming directly at the heart of the deadlock. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing his aura and my own ears hearing his analysis, I would surely consider it a mere fantasy." Indeed, Zhou Qingtian exhaled heavily. His composure and strategy are not attributes one would expect from a youth long bedridden and detached from worldly affairs. Yet, if he truly possesses such capabilities, why did he not reveal himself sooner? Why wait until the Fang family has withered to this extent, until he himself is ensnared in peril, before daring to venture north? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qian slowly responded, "Perhaps this is precisely his brilliance. The waters of the capital are deep, and the emperor's suspicion of the Fang family is not new. Had he unveiled his talents too early, he likely would not have survived to see this day. Only by presenting himself as frail and incapable could he lower the guard of those with ulterior motives, preserving his life until he amassed sufficient strength to alter the situation." Chapter 48. Ambush outside the pass. Strength? Zhou Qingtian's gaze sharpened. "Are you suggesting that there are masters beyond this world advising him?" Zhao Qian nodded, then shook his head. Whether there exists a formidable figure behind him remains to be seen. However, Yunyi's martial prowess is indisputable, serving as his greatest support. As for his cunning, one need only observe his astute deductions regarding Zhang Huayuan's treacherous schemes and his grasp of the northern frontier's circumstances. These are not mere theoretical musings. I cannot shake the feeling that he has already perceived everything, that this undertaking is meticulously planned. Zhou Qingtian approached the window, gazing out at the pitch-black night. Shrouded in wind and snow, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Regarding the three matters he mentioned, I believe in the first two, self-preservation and breaking the siege of Wushan, which is also for our own benefit. However, the third matter, unearthing the truth from 8 years ago, entails significant ramifications. Our clandestine investigations back then encountered insurmountable obstacles. The resistance we faced was all too clear. A youth, even with the mastery of a martial arts grandmaster, how can he contend with such colossal forces? Might he be somewhat impetuous, unaware of the vastness of the world?" Zhao Qian fell silent for a moment before continuing. "General, perhaps we should not regard him merely as a youth. His ability to endure for 15 years speaks volumes of his resolute spirit, far surpassing our imaginations. Since he dares to bring it up, he may indeed possess unknown trump cards or leads. Moreover, uncovering the truth is the sole path to comfort the late general and the spirits of the 100,000 brothers in heaven. This ambition is commendable and aligns with our desires, albeit our strength may be lacking." Zhou Qingtian turned, his face resolute. "Regardless, he is of the Fang family's bloodline, the only son of Brother Wenyuan. His willingness to disclose part of his strength and plans today reflects immense trust, for both public and private reasons. We at Wushan Pass must ensure his safety. As for the rest, we shall proceed with caution. Should he truly possess the capability to carve a bloody path for us, what harm would it be for me, Zhou Qingtian, to entrust my life to him?" He paused, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. "I only hope he does not become overly rash. The depths of the northern frontier are far more intricate and murky than he may anticipate." Zhao Qian wholeheartedly agreed. The pressing matter at hand is to address Zhang Huayuan's provisions and potential assassination attempts. We shall observe how Yunyi arranges things tomorrow. We will offer our full cooperation while discreetly monitoring this prodigious scion of the Fang family, to see what surprises or tempests he might bring. Their conversation gradually faded beneath the howling wind and snow, their doubts not entirely alleviated, yet a seed of hope had quietly been sown amidst despair, awaiting the moment to break through the soil. As night wore on, silence reigned. When the faint light of dawn struggled to pierce through the heavy leaden clouds and the swirling snow, the cold of the northern frontier reached a new zenith. The snowstorm did not relent. Rather, it intensified, with snowflakes as thick as goose feathers nearly obscuring visibility, while the biting wind whipped the snow like icy blades against their faces. The temperature plummeted, breath crystallizing in the air, and even the dilapidated walls of Wushan Pass seemed on the verge of cracking from the relentless chill. Inside the fortress, the guards huddled in drafty barracks, relying on each other's warmth and a meager supply of low-quality charcoal to stave off the cold, each face reflecting exhaustion and the struggle against the biting frost. As noon approached, amidst the swirling snow and wind, a lone horseman struggled towards the Wushan Pass. Adorned in the thick, standard cotton armor and cloak of the Iron Wall Pass, the rider was enveloped entirely, save for a pair of keen eyes that glinted with determination. Who approaches the pass? The sentinels atop the walls immediately raised their voices in caution, the sound of bowstrings being drawn resonating dully through the tempest. The rider reined in his steed and shouted upwards, his voice slightly distorted by the howling winds. I am Wang Tong, deputy military officer under General Zhang Huayuan of the Iron Wall Pass. On the orders of General Zhang and the esteemed Commissioner Li, I must urgently meet General Zhou Qingtian regarding matters of supplies. Open the gates without delay. The message swiftly reached Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian, who exchanged solemn glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation. Let him in, Zhou Qingtian commanded in a low voice, directing the rider to the council chamber. The heavy drawbridge was lowered once more, and the gates creaked open. Wang Tong rode in, his horse's hooves leaving deep impressions in the thick snow. Upon entering the pass, his sharp eyes discreetly scanned the surroundings. What he beheld was a scene far more dilapidated than the rumors had suggested. The roads were frozen and muddy, the barracks low and drafty. Soldiers appeared emaciated and clad in tattered garments, and the air was thick with a mingling of mildew, sweat, and despair. All of this stood in stark contrast to the Iron Wall Pass he hailed from. A cold smile flickered within him as he meticulously noted the morale of the garrison and the layout of the defenses. Critical intelligence for General Zhang Huayuan. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of Wushan Pass, the Lieutenant Qiangui, tasked with guarding a section of crumbling wall on the west side, was nervously rubbing his hands. His eyes darted furtively towards the approaching Wang Tong and his entourage. Seizing the moment while the guards were distracted by the envoy, he subtly gestured toward the shadow behind him. Soon, around 20 figures, cloaked by the snowstorm and aided by Qiangui's deliberate diversion, stealthily emerged from snow-obscured, dilapidated secret passage, vanishing into the white wilderness beyond the pass. Leading them was a tall, imposing figure with a fierce gaze, Sun Ba, who had been tasked with exiting the pass to ambush Fang Ming during the memorial. Upon their departure, they quickly donned the distinctive leather armor and curved blades of the Bloodwolf squad, replacing their arrows with the bone-tipped variety favored by the tribesmen. Watching them disappear, Qiangui sighed in relief, his expression betraying a mix of greed and apprehension. 8 years prior, following a significant defeat, he had been bought by Zhang Huayuan with promises of wealth and advancement. Over the years, he had lurked within Wushan Pass, providing valuable intelligence and engaging in unsavory dealings. He could only hope that once this affair concluded, Zhang Huayuan would fulfill his promise, transferring him back to the comparatively secure Iron Wall Pass, if not further afield. After exiting the pass, Sun Ba, guided by the map provided by Qiangui and previous reconnaissance, made his way directly towards the falling sunset slope, the resting place of Fang Ming. They halted in a sheltered valley not far from the cemetery, swiftly clearing a patch of ground to conceal themselves. Everyone, hide well, Sun Ba commanded his subordinates in a low, menacing tone. This wretched weather is freezing me to death, but you must endure. That sickly boy will likely emerge today to pay homage to his deceased grandfather and kin. Chapter 49, The Plan for Tomorrow. The moment that frail wretch appears, heed my command, and we shall strike together, ensuring his head is severed. We must act swiftly, as ferociously as the barbarians, and afterward, leave behind a few of their weapons at the scene. The group nodded in agreement, tightly wrapping their cold leather armor around themselves, curling up against the biting chill, awaiting the appearance of their prey. Meanwhile, in the council hall of Iron Wall Pass, Wang Tong encountered Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian. his arrogance plainly visible as he offered only a slight bow, a mere pretense of respect. General Zhou, Officer Zhao, I trust you are well? He feigned cordiality, his gaze scrutinizing. Deputy Wang, if you have something to say, please speak plainly, Zhou Qingtian replied, disinterested in pleasantries. Wang Tong cleared his throat. A false smile plastered across his face. On the orders of General Zhang and the esteemed Lord Li, I have come to inform General Zhou. His Majesty, in his benevolence, is mindful of the hardships faced by our border troops. Although Lord Li is too grievously injured to attend in person, he has instructed General Zhang to ensure that within 3 days, the first shipment of sufficient provisions is dispatched to Iron Wall Pass. To alleviate our immediate needs and bolster our troops' morale against external threats. His words flowed smoothly, laced with a sincerity that belied the political maneuvering at play. General Zhang is aware of any previous misunderstandings and will personally come to mend fences with General Zhou to discuss our border defense strategies. Both Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian exchanged knowing glances, stifling their disdain. Zhou Qingtian replied, coolio, then we are grateful for the efforts of General Zhang and Lord Li. The personnel at Iron Wall Pass eagerly await your arrival. Noticing that his words had not raised suspicion, Wang Tong seized the opportunity to feign concern. By the way, I have heard that the grandson of General Fang, the esteemed young Master Uni, has also accompanied the envoy to the northern frontier. Is he currently within the pass? The weather outside is perilous, and the barbarians are rampant. Should young Master Uni wish to venture out to pay respects to his ancestors, he must exercise utmost caution. I could arrange for an elite escort from Iron Wall Pass to ensure the safety of the Fang lineage. At this, Zhou Qingtian let out a cold snort, resolutely declining. There is no need for that. Since young Master Uni has arrived at Iron Wall Pass, we shall take responsibility for his safety. And there is no need for General Zhang or Deputy Wang to concern yourselves with this matter. Wang Tong encountered resistance, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face before he quickly masked it with a hollow laugh. If that is the case, then all is well. My mission has been accomplished, and I shall return to Iron Wall Pass to report. He intended to discreetly inquire about Fang Yuni's whereabouts and physical condition, yet was met with indifference from Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian, who skillfully deflected his probing. After half a stick of incense, Wang Tong departed on horseback, carrying the intelligence he had gathered under the cold and indifferent gaze of the guards at Wushan Pass. Shortly after Wang Tong's figure vanished into the swirling snow, Fang Yuni emerged slowly from the shadows of the watchtower, arriving at the entrance of the council hall. Though he had not made his presence known, he had keenly observed Wang Tong's words and demeanor. He gazed towards the direction in which Wang Tong had departed, his pallid face betraying no emotion. Only the corners of his lips subtly lifted, forming an almost imperceptible and cold arc. In a voice scarcely audible to anyone but himself, he murmured, "Are they so eager? With provision secured and the assassination of Zhang Huan inevitable, your methods are indeed straightforward." His gaze seemed to penetrate the tempestuous snow, envisioning the hidden barbarian ambush waiting in the frigid cold near Luoxia Slope. Surely, there are those already awaiting my arrival beyond the pass. His heart remained undisturbed, even tinged with a hint of mockery. Very well, let them savor the harshness of the storm first. This weather should be sufficiently uncomfortable for them. He was in no haste. The initiative had begun to subtly shift in his favor. Fang Yuni turned, his steps appearing light, yet grounded as he made his way toward the council hall. He needed to confer with Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian on how to utilize this meticulously orchestrated assassination attempt to deliver a grand gift to Zhang Huayuan and his barbarian allies in return. The northern winds howled more fiercely, as if heralding an impending tempest that would erupt across the desolate plains, ignited by the schemes of this frail youth. Upon entering the council hall, Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian immediately approached him, their faces etched with seriousness and inquiry. "Uni, Wang Tong has departed," and his words were laced with attempts to gauge your movements. "It seems Zhang Huayuan is resolute in striking during your ancestral rites," Zhou Qingtian remarked, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Zhao Qian added slowly, emphasizing the delivery of provisions in 3 days, suggesting it was an attempt to lower our guard, while simultaneously creating an opportunity for the assailants. "Cousin, how do you plan to respond?" Fang Yuni approached the brazier, extending his slender fingers as if drawing warmth from the meager flames, though his countenance remained icy. "There is no need for concern, Zhou Bo, Mr. Zhao. If they wish to stage a grand performance of barbarian ambush, we shall play along. However, the conclusion of this play will be determined by us. His voice was steady, imbued with an air of composed insight. Firstly, I suspect the group preparing for the assassination is currently lying in wait near Luoxia Slope. Given this relentless snowstorm and biting cold, let them endure a night of discomfort. In extreme conditions, patience wanes and reaction slow. This bodes well for us. He paused, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. Secondly, the scouts of the barbarians beyond the pass are not blind. This territory belongs to them, and it is improbable that their infiltration would go unnoticed. Thus, we must not only seize this opportunity, but also amplify the commotion surrounding it. Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian, invigorated by the revelation, understood that Fang Yunyun had devised a plan. Yunyun, what do you imply? A glint of cold determination flashed in Fang Yunyun's eyes as he spoke with resolute clarity. Tomorrow, I shall make a grand display, accompanied by a select few soldiers from Wushan Pass, to pay homage at Luoxia Slope. It is imperative that not only the assailants who attacked me witness this, but also that the scouts of the barbarian tribes monitoring the borders clearly recognize the sole descendant of the Fang family. Fang Yunyun has emerged from the pass. This maneuver serves two purposes. First, to lure the snakes from their holes, ensuring the assailants believe the time has come to reveal themselves as barbarian impersonators. Second, to divert all attention, providing cover for our true operation. True operation? Zhao Qian keenly seized upon the pivotal phrase. Indeed, Fang Yunyun affirmed, tracing an invisible strategic map upon the dusty table. At the moment those attackers make their move, all the scouts from the barbarian tribes will be drawn to Luoxia Slope. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades. Zhou, you must select several hundred of the most elite and reliable brothers from within the pass, those well-versed in the terrain beyond the gates. Have them shed the tattered uniforms of Wushan Pass and don the standard cotton armor and equipment of TB Pass. Chapter 50, Coercion. They should be divided into 3 or 4 teams, each led by the most capable veterans. Zhou Qingtian's pupils narrowed, as if he grasped the underlying implications. Fang Yunyun continued, articulating their mission. It is not to rescue me, but to exploit the chaos and swiftly bypass the battlefield at Luoxia Slope, launching a surprise attack on the nearest, relatively unguarded small barbarian tribes outside the pass. Their objective is to incinerate their tents and seize their livestock, grain, and furs. Whether the barbarians resist or not is of no consequence. They are to be exterminated without mercy. Simultaneously, their actions must be swift and ruthless, retreating immediately after their success, leaving no survivors. His tone remained composed, yet it carried a chilling intensity. Remember, during the operation, deliberately leave behind items bearing the insignia of TB Pass. For instance, arrows and scabbards. We could even instruct comrades who understand the barbarian tongue to inadvertently intersperse a few phrases characteristic of the TB Pass dialect while shouting our war cries in the official language of the Qian. Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian were taken aback by the audacity of this strategy. Such a maneuver is ruthless. Not only must we act as bait to counter the assassins, but we shall also take advantage of the situation to resolve Wushan Pass's logistical crisis. Moreover, we will frame Zhang Huayuan, leading the barbarians to believe this is a brutal raid initiated by TB Pass against their rear tribes. Once successful, Zhang Huayuan will find himself at a loss for words. Following the losses of both tribes and resources, the barbarian wrath will undoubtedly turn towards TB Pass, significantly alleviating the pressure on Wushan Pass, which may even be able to watch the ensuing conflict unfold from a distance. Splendid. Remarkable. Zhao Qian, exhilarated, trembled with excitement, proclaiming it a masterstroke. Cousin, this plan deftly manipulates both Zhang Huayuan and the barbarians. Zhou Qingtian, too, felt a surge of fervor, yet soon voiced his concerns. Yun Yi, though your plan is ingenious, to place yourself as bait is exceedingly perilous. The assailants are not to be underestimated in their martial prowess. Fang Yun Yi waved his hand, and the frailty that once graced his visage was instantaneously replaced by an aura of resolute confidence. Zhou, have no worry. I possess the discernment required. You all need only to adhere to the plan. The fate of Wushan Pass hinges upon this very moment. His gaze was both icy and unwavering, an embodiment of absolute confidence born from the mastery of life and death. Zhou Qingtian observed his face, which bore a striking resemblance to Fang Wenyuan, yet possessed a deeper intensity, and nodded gravely. Excellent. I shall make arrangements forthwith. 300 elite troops, disguised in the standard leather armor and weaponry of Taibiguan, will ensure flawless execution. At Taibiguan, within Zhang Huayuan's central tent, Wang Tong had returned and was respectfully reporting to Zhang Huayuan and Mr. Wu about the expedition to Wushan Pass. General, sir, the state of Wushan Pass is even more dilapidated than rumored. The garrison appears haggard, and their morale is dismal. Although Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian feigned bravado, they were evidently preoccupied with provisions, clearly at the end of their tether. Wang Tong spoke with a tone of disdain. But have you seen that lad from the Fang family? Zhang Huayuan was more concerned about Fang Yunyi's whereabouts since his departure from the military camp. Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, reports from informants within the pass indicated that Fang Yunyi was indeed inside. It seemed Zhou Qingtian was preparing an offering. It appeared that the ailing youth was likely to emerge in the next day or so to pay homage at the tomb of Fang Zhenqian and others. Wang Tong added, this information was procured at a cost from Qiangui. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Huayuan and Mr. Wu exchanged glances, their faces alight with satisfaction. Indeed, it aligns perfectly with your predictions, sir. Zhang Huayuan clapped his hands in mirth. That young man, though filled with commendable filial piety, is clearly rushing toward his demise. Mr. Wu stroked his goatee, his tone ominously pleased. This is indeed fortuitous. Lieutenant Sun must have already taken his position. We shall await the moment that frail youth steps out, for it will surely mark his end. Wang Tong, you have done well, Zhang Huayuan declared, his spirits lifted. Go and claim your reward. Thank you, General. Wang Tong bowed and exited. Within the tent, only Zhang Huayuan and Mr. Wu remained. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Zhang Huayuan's eyes, sir. Arrangements at Wushan Pass are in order. As for Li Wenhan, we must intensify our efforts to ensure his complete compliance. Mr. Wu nodded in agreement. Your words are most astute, General. Let us pay another visit to Lord Li. The two then rose and proceeded toward Li Wenhan's quarters. At that moment, Li Wenhan lay on his couch, sighing deeply, lamenting the arrival of the two men once more. Lord Li, has your condition improved? Zhang Huayuan feigned concern. Do not trouble yourself, General. It remains as before, Li Wenhan replied weakly. Mr. Wu took the lead, his tone imbued with an undeniable urgency, my lord. We have just received confidential reports indicating unusual movements within Wushan Pass. Zhou Qingtian may resort to desperate measures to ensure the Emperor's will is effectively communicated and to stabilize the northern front. We require your esteemed presence at the Central Command when our troops escort supplies to Wushan Pass in 3 days. What did you say? Li Wenhan was so startled that he nearly leaped from his couch, the movement aggravating his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Mr. Wu, this injury of mine. My lord, Zhang Huayuan interjected, his tone growing more assertive. This is an extraordinary time. Only with the presence of the imperial envoy can the authority of the court be manifested, deterring the wicked. Should you, my lord, shy away from your responsibilities due to your injury, the ensuing chaos in the northern territories may well become a burden you cannot bear. His gaze was sharp, laced with a clear threat. Li Wenhan, upon observing the lethal glint in Zhang Huayuan's eyes and the cold, calculating expression of Mr. Wu, felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. It dawned upon him that these two were resolutely coercing him to board the ship, leveraging his status as the imperial envoy to legitimize their actions. If he declined, it would not merely be a question of his injury's recovery. Here, in this remote land, the Emperor's reach seemed a world away. As a wounded civil servant, he found himself utterly powerless against these warlords armed with formidable forces. A sense of fear and regret gripped Li Wenhan's heart. He longed to return to the safety and splendor of the capital, far removed from the blood-soaked turmoil of the northern front. His complexion turned pale, lips quivering as he despondently conceded, given the gravity of the situation. I shall heed the General's counsel and depart in 3 days. A satisfied smile instantly spread across Zhang Huayuan's face. Your Excellency demonstrates great wisdom. I am in admiration. Rest assured, I shall ensure your safety. With their objective achieved, the two departed contentedly. Inside the tent, Li Wenhan lay slumped on the couch, feeling utterly drained, staring at the tent's ceiling, his eyes brimming with despair. He felt akin to an insect ensnared in a spider-esque web. The more he struggled, the tighter the confines became. This northern region was truly his nightmare. Outside, at the foot of the Windshield Mountain, Sun Ba and the 20 elite warriors he had brought with him huddled in a hastily cleared snowdrift, shivering from the cold. The biting wind whipped through their leather armor, stealing away the meager warmth they possessed. Chapter 51. A delight in watching the show. The temperature was frightfully low, their breath crystallizing in the air, frost coating their eyebrows and beards. This wretched weather, forcing us to lie in wait for that sickly wretch, is truly a matter of life and death, grumbled the scarred man, rubbing his nearly frozen hands vigorously. They had been enduring this frigid torment for nearly a day, both body and spirit nearing their limits. Boss, is the information reliable? That frail wretch, would he dare venture out in such weather? Let us not be made fools of. Another voice echoed, heavy with resentment. Sun Ba's face was ashen, his lips tinged with purple. Did he not harbor doubts? Yet, contemplating Zhang Huayuan's ruthlessness and the substantial rewards promised upon success, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. Hold steady, Sun Ba bellowed, his voice distorted by the cold and fury. That bastard Qian Gui took my money and wouldn't he dare deceive me. That sickly wretch will undoubtedly emerge. Once we take him down, upon our return to TB Pass, there will be ample wine and women to enjoy. Whoever dares complain, I will deal with them first. Silence enveloped the crowd. Yet the discontent in their eyes and the tremors of their bodies betrayed their true feelings. That night, the wind and snow persisted, as frigid as countless fine needles piercing their very marrow. Each passing moment felt like an eternity, a torment woven from their yearning for warmth and their doubts about the mission, gnawing at their nerves. Unbeknownst to them, they were not merely pawns being exploited, but bait poised for sacrifice. A greater storm, aimed not only at them but also at their masters, was quietly brewing amidst the swirling snow. Meanwhile, the movements of Sun Ba and his entourage unfolded precisely as Fang Yuni had anticipated. Under the cover of money and the concealment of the storm, he and his cadre of over 20 elite assassins stealthily slipped out of Wushan Pass, believing themselves to be unnoticed as they crept toward Luoxia Slope. However, every action of theirs had already been observed by several pairs of keen eyes hidden behind the veil of snow. Beyond the pass lay the vast and merciless northern wilderness, the ancestral hunting grounds of the barbarian tribes. In this realm, every snowdrift and every thicket of withered trees could conceal the finest hunters and scouts of the barbarians. They navigated this land with the familiarity of wolves and the cunning of snow foxes. Unless equipped with extraordinary means or an exceptional stroke of luck, it was nearly impossible for any personnel from the Great Qian to evade the ever-watchful eyes of the barbarian scouts once they ventured beyond the pass. Just as Sun Ba and his companions were less than half a stick of incense's journey from the pass, approximately 2 miles from their clandestine route, a patch of snow seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment stirred slightly, revealing 2 pairs of sharp, eagle-like eyes. Clad in white camouflage furs and smeared with frost-resistant oils and white pigments, they melded almost entirely with the snowy terrain. "Boss, look over there," a young barbarian scout whispered in a hushed tone, addressing his leader in their native tongue. His gaze penetrated the storm, landing precisely on the indistinct figures of Sun Ba and his group, a squad, about 20 or so, sneaking out from Wushan Pass. Their movements do not resemble ordinary soldiers. They appear to be seasoned warriors from the Qian army. The leader of the scouts, a middle-aged man bearing a frostbite scar on his face, squinted as he observed the scene for a moment, a cold curve forming at the corners of his mouth. So sneaky, yet donning our blood wolf skins? Too bad. They may resemble us in appearance, but their gait and the traces left in the snow reveal them to be the soft-footed officials of the Qian. After a brief contemplation, he commanded the young scout, "You, return to Haishi Fortress immediately and report to King Wushalu. Inform him that we have discovered a squad of Qian elite disguised as our warriors, heading towards Luoxia Slope. Their intentions remain unclear, but they're likely connected to that young brat from the Fang family who just arrived at Wushan Pass." "Understood." The young scout acknowledged the order and, like a white weasel in the snow, silently descended the slope, swiftly vanishing into the storm as he raced toward Haishi Fortress. Meanwhile, the scout leader continued to trail behind Sun Ba's group, embodying the patience of the most vigilant hunter, closely observing their every move, and firmly imprint their final ambush location at the leeward hollow of Luoxia Slope in their minds. Haishi Fortress, the southern encampment of the barbarian king. The great King Wuzulu was just informed by the scouts, his massive form nestled within a broad chair adorned with an entire bear pelt, his fingers rhythmically drumming against the sturdy armrests. Disguised as warriors of my kin, headed to Luoxia Slope? A flicker of understanding and mockery danced in Wuzulu's brown eyes. Luoxia Slope is where the family of that old man Fang Jintian lies buried, no doubt. It seems that Zhang Huayuan's dog, the Qian man, is all too eager to cleanse his master's doorstep. At his words, a centurion stepped forward, bowing deeply, his right hand resting upon his chest. My king, since we are aware of their scheme, allow me to lead a contingent to capture them along with that young master of the Fang family. Patience. Wu Zilu interrupted with a wave of his hand, a near cruel smile gracing his face. These Qian folk often delude themselves, believing that everything should be under their control, especially that cursed Zhang Huayuan, a man of insidious and ruthless nature, not to be underestimated. He has chosen to act against the young master of the Fang family. He must be prepared, or perhaps intends to frame another. But so what? Let him stage his grand performance. We shall see what unfolds with great amusement. Why rush to intervene in this dog-eat-dog quarrel? He rose and approached the rough map hanging before him, pointing to the position of Luoxia Slope. Relay to the scouts on watch. Without my command, no one is to act rashly. Let me observe keenly how Zhang Huayuan's dogs sink their teeth into the last vestige of the Fang lineage. In addition, let us see how the old factions of the Fang family at Wushan Pass react. He paused, his tone laced with anticipation. Once they have wounded each other, or if that young master's head falls, we shall emerge to tidy up the aftermath. If fortune smiles upon us, we may seize a piece of flesh from Wushan Pass. My king is wise. The assembled generals echoed in unison, their faces adorned with wicked smiles of anticipation. In their eyes, the internal strife within the great Qian was the optimal ally for their southern advance. Since others were willing to eliminate obstacles, they were more than pleased to reap the benefits. Thus, an order emanated from Haishi Fortress to maintain vigilant surveillance, to hold their positions, and to await developments. In an instant, countless pairs of barbarian scouts' eyes, like wolves in the night, converged from all directions upon Luoxia Slope, eagerly awaiting the anticipated spectacle. Chapter 52, A Farewell at the Pass. The following day, at noon, the blizzard that ravaged for a day and a night began to wane. Although leaden clouds still hung low in the sky and the biting cold wind persisted, the snowfall had lessened considerably and visibility had improved significantly. As one surveyed the surroundings, the world appeared a vast expanse of white, the snow deep enough to reach one's knees. With only the broken silhouette of Wushan Pass standing resolutely like a stubborn elder amidst the silver-clad wilderness. Within the confines of Wushan Pass, Zhou Qingtian had meticulously prepared offerings of 3 sacrificial animals for Fang Yui. Though modest in nature, they represented the finest provisions available within the stronghold, accompanied by incense, candles, and spirit money in full measure. Yui, everything is ready, Zhou Qingtian stated, observing Fang Yui clad in a plain cotton robe, draped with an oversized black cloak. Despite his pallid visage, his gaze remained remarkably tranquil. Allow me or Chunlai to accompany you. The presence of additional guardians is prudent. Chunlai chimed in with a deep voice. Indeed, nephew Yui, let Uncle Chun go with you. I wish to see who would dare to lay a hand on you. Fang Yui gently cleared his throat, shaking his head, his voice tinged with a deliberate frailty. Uncle Zhou, Uncle Chun, your kindness is duly noted. However, in this endeavor, a larger contingent would only attract undue attention, particularly with your presence, which might alert the barbarian forces. Should they suspect a significant offensive is underway, they could dispatch heavy troops to surround you, which would prove detrimental. He paused before continuing. I require merely a squad of capable personal guards to make a bold display, suggesting to the bandits that I am undertaking this peril alone, thereby enticing them to act. Simultaneously, it would lead the barbarian scouts to perceive this as an ordinary sacrificial rite, minimizing their scrutiny. Were it not for the necessity of this charade, I might even wish to proceed alone. After all, venturing beyond the pass carries various unpredictable risks. Every life is singular, and we must strive to avert casualties. Zhou Qingtian and Chan Lai exchange a glance, recognizing that Fang Yui's resolve was firm and his reasoning sound. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Qingtian turned to the squad of personal guards, already standing at attention behind him. Zhou Hu, here, General, a robust officer, approximately 30 years of age, with a stern countenance, stepped forward, his voice resonant. He was the captain of Zhou Qingtian's personal guard and a distant nephew, a master at the pinnacle of martial prowess, unwaveringly loyal to both the Zhou and Fang families. Following him were 9 personal guards, each possessing sharp eyes and steady breaths. Evidently seasoned veterans among the garrison of Wushan Pass, and among the youngest soldiers remaining there. You shall take a team of brothers to escort young Master Yui to Luoxiap Slope for the sacrificial rites. Remember, Under no circumstances must you allow young Master Yui to come to harm. If anything goes amiss, I will hold you responsible. Zhou Qingtian commanded gravely. Rest assured, General, unless we are utterly vanquished, we will not allow young Master Yui to lose even a single hair. Zhou vowed emphatically. Fang Yui offered a slight nod to Zhou Qingtian and Chun Lai. Then, surrounded by Zhou Hu and the others, mounted a prepared steed. This horse was not the military mount he had seized the previous day, but a gentler nag more befitting his frail condition. Let us depart, Fang Yui murmured. The heavy drawbridge was lowered, and the gates swung open. Fang Yui led the way, followed closely by Zhou Hu and the 9 personal guards, who marched with a simple display of formality, carrying the offerings as they rode forth from Wushan Pass onto the snow-laden wilderness beyond, heading towards Luoxiab Slope. Shortly after Fang Yuni emerged from seclusion, another clandestine operation commenced quietly within Wushan Pass. Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian swiftly returned to the conference hall, where Chun Lai and 3 other meticulously selected and utterly reliable officers awaited their arrival. Aside from them, the other soldiers within the pass, including the majority of junior and mid-ranking officers, remained completely oblivious to the impending true operation. Is everyone here? Su Qingtian inquired in a graviton. Zhao Qian nodded vigorously, affirming that according to their plan, 300 of the most elite brothers had been secretly gathered in the abandoned western encampment under the pretense of enhancing night watch, personally overseen by General Chun. The weaponry and the few sets of iron wall pass, standard cotton armor, and arrows painstakingly retrieved from the storerooms were all prepared. Chun Lai grinned, his face alight with a bloodthirsty excitement. General, Mr. Zhao, rest assured, the brothers have been itching for a fight, eagerly awaiting this opportunity to feast on the enemy. We will ensure that the operation is executed flawlessly and that the blame falls squarely on that scoundrel Zhang Huayuan. Zhou Qingtian firmly patted Chun Lai on the shoulder. Chun Lai, your actions must be swift and ruthless. After achieving your objective, retreat immediately along the predetermined route. Do not linger in battle. Your safety is equally paramount. Understood? Chun Lai and the other 3 officers responded solemnly. There were no further pre-battle speeches, no impassioned oaths. Only concise, effective commands and an unwavering commitment to the mission. Soon, Chun Lai and his companions departed quietly from the conference hall, making their way to the western abandoned encampment to rendezvous with the 300 elite soldiers. They would wait there for the signal from the direction of Luoxia Slope, which would mark the commencement of the assassination and the diversion of the barbarians' attention. Outside the pass, upon the snowy expanse, Fang Yuni, accompanied by his loyal guards led by Zhou Hu, proceeded leisurely towards Luoxia Slope. The hooves of their steeds crunched upon the deep snow, echoing across the silent wilderness. He appeared weakly draped over the horse's back, occasionally covering his mouth to cough lightly, as if succumbing to the biting cold. Yet his lowered gaze discreetly surveyed the surrounding environment. He could distinctly sense that from the moment they exited the pass, no fewer than a dozen pairs of eyes had been cast upon them from various directions. These were the scouts of the barbarians, like leeches trailing them from a distance, monitoring their every move. He could even surmise the approximate locations of these scouts, on the left at the edge of the withered woods, ahead, behind a gently rising mound of snow, and further afield, atop a small hill with an unobstructed view. Zhou, who evidently sensed these prying gazes as well. He rode closer to Fang Yuni and whispered, "Young Master Yuni, there are many eyes around us." "That is of no concern," Fang Yuni replied calmly. "Let them look. The clearer their view, the more advantageous it is for us." He sought to make it abundantly clear to all observers that he, Fang Yuni, the last scion of the Fang clan, was leaving the relatively secure Wushan Pass, accompanied by but a handful of guards, and was unwittingly advancing toward a preordained death trap. Chapter 53. Unexpected Exposure. Simultaneously, around Luoxia Slope, numerous barbarian scouts had taken their positions, utilizing the advantages of the terrain and their camouflage. They effectively concealed themselves within the snowy landscape, akin to wolves lying in wait for their prey. With icy stares, they surveyed the area that was soon to become a battlefield, as well as the beleaguered Sun Ba and his team, still suffering in the valley. The scouts communicated among themselves in their own unique manner, relaying real-time reports of Fang Yuni's gradual approach. At Luoxia Slope, sheltered from the wind in the valley, when Sun Ba and his nearly frozen comrades caught sight of Fang Yuni's group appearing at the edge of the snowfield, they were almost overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. They had come. At long last, a voice from one of the death warriors, hoarse and low, reverberated with uncontainable excitement and murderous intent. The torment of the past day and night had been akin to hellish suffering for them. The extreme cold drained their physical strength, while the biting winds tormented their will, and uncertainty gnawed at their nerves. Crouched within their icy snow burrows, sustained only by a few sips of strong liquor and the fantasy of reward upon mission completion, each person bore a pallid complexion, their limbs numb, and their eyes bloodshot from prolonged tension. Sun Ba licked his cracked and peeling lips, his eyes igniting with a terrifying ferocity. All his resentment, all his suffering, at that moment transformed into an overwhelming hatred directed at Fang Yuni. It was all because of that accursed, sickly wretch. He muttered through gritted teeth, raising his hand sharply to signal. The death warriors concealed in the snow instantly regained their focus, suppressing their bodily stiffness and discomfort as they drew forth their powerful crossbows. Loading them with poisoned bolts, the arrowheads glimmered with an eerie blue hue in the faint light reflecting off the snow, aimed squarely at the approaching Fang Yuni and his entourage. "At my command," Sun Ba whispered, his voice slithering like a serpent's hiss. When they draw closer, within 50 paces, target that sickly one protected in the middle, along with his guards. Shoot to kill. Leave none alive. He could hardly contain his anticipation to see Fang Yuni pierced by the poisoned arrows, to hear his death cries, and to return with his head to report to Zhang Huayun before escaping this wretched icy abyss. At that moment, Fang Yuni's party was proceeding at a leisurely pace, drawing ever nearer to the valley where Sun Ba lay in wait. 300 paces, 250 paces, 200 paces. Just as they were about to enter the optimal range for arrows, approximately 150 paces away, Fang Yuni suddenly reined in the reins, raising his hand to signal the party to halt, furrowing his brow slightly. A hint of appropriate vigilance and unease crossed his face as his gaze swept over the seemingly tranquil valley, which was, in truth, fraught with hidden perils, as well as several high points where barbarian scouts might be lurking. Captain Zhou, though Fang Yuni's voice was low, it was sufficiently audible for the nearby guards. The terrain ahead was treacherous, an ideal place for an ambush. He instructed everyone to remain vigilant, paying close attention to the sides and the front. Zhou immediately responded, "Yes, all on alert." The 10 guards tightened their grips on their weapons, their shield bearers slightly advancing to form a rudimentary defensive formation, encircling Fang Yuni for protection. Fang Yuni appeared to be surveying the potential ambush point ahead, yet in truth, he was rapidly calculating in his mind. He was assessing the angles and timing at which Sun Ba and his group might launch their assault, while also estimating the precise positions of the barbarian scouts lurking farther out. His plan was straightforward. When Sun Ba and his associates finally revealed themselves, he would lead Zhou Hu and the others in feigned panic, retreating while drawing the conflict towards the nearest group of barbarian scouts. He intended to transform this barbarian attack into a true three-way melee, compelling the barbarian scouts to become unwittingly embroiled in the chaos, thereby substantiating the accusation against the Iron Wall Pass soldiers for assaulting the scouts or small teams, thus providing a perfect pretext and opportunity for Chun Lai and his compatriots. In the valley, Sun Ba observed in frustration as Fang Yuni's contingent halted at the edge of range, adopting a defensive posture that nearly caused him to spit blood in anger. Damn it, this sickly wretch, is he part rabbit? So alert. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into the flesh. Just a bit more. If only he could advance another 20 steps. He would be confident that a single volley of crossbow bolts could decimate most of the opposing forces. At this moment, he felt as though the arrow was already on the string, compelled to be released. The longer he waited, the greater the risk of exposure and the chance of being rendered immobile by the cold. "Boss, what should we do?" "They're not coming," an anxious assassin beside him asked, his fingers stiff from gripping the icy crossbow mechanism for too long. Sun Ba's gaze was fierce, his heart racing. Should he continue to wait, or take the initiative? Waiting might lead to a missed opportunity. Attacking now would mean facing a prepared enemy, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of a surprise strike. In this tense standoff, perhaps the prolonged agony had frayed nerves, or perhaps the biting cold caused a loss of control. On the flank of the ambush, one assassin, overly tense and chilled, felt his fingers tremble. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt was loosed, tracing a feeble arc before it thudded into the snow about 10 paces in front of Fang Yuni's group. The fletching quivering incessantly. This shot was not aimed. It seemed an accidental discharge, yet like a stone cast into a still pond. It shattered the fragile equilibrium of the snowy expanse and ignited the long-simmering fuse of violence. All eyes were drawn to the trembling bolt embedded in the snow. A look of shock flickered across Fang Yuni's pale face. Sun Ba in the valley was momentarily taken aback before he glared furiously in the direction from which the arrow had come, cursing in his heart at the blundering fool who had jeopardized everything. The barbaric scouts, observing everything from afar, were invigorated, realizing that the grand spectacle was about to commence. The air over the snowfield became instantly charged, a palpable aura of impending death permeating the atmosphere. Damn it! Which fool made the first move? In the valley, Sun Ba was so enraged he nearly spat blood. The unexpected arrow had completely disrupted his plans. With their whereabouts now exposed and further concealment futile, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he abruptly drew his poisoned curved blade, shouting with ferocity. Brothers, kill. Slay that frail wretch. Leave no one alive. Kill. Over 20 death warriors, already on the brink of collapse from the biting cold and the agonizing weight, erupted like famished wolves escaping from their cage. Howling with madness as they leapt from their snow burrows, they eschewed stealthy crossbow shots and instead spread out in a fan formation, charging forward while unleashing a barrage of bolts from their powerful crossbows, aiming to suppress the group led by Fang Yuni with a dense rain of arrows, while swiftly closing the distance to encircle them. Chapter 54, Clash Upon Meeting. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The poisoned bolts sliced through the frigid air with a deathly shriek, descending upon Fang Yuni and his retainers like a swarm of locusts. Raise shields. Protect the young master. Zhou Hu's pupils constricted as he bellowed. The well-trained retainers reacted instantly. The shield bearers surged forward, their sturdy ironwood shields clashing loudly as they deflected the majority of the bolts. Yet, a few cunning arrows slipped through the gaps, narrowly parried by the weapons of other retainers, the poison tips embedding in the snow, sizzling and corroding the surrounding drifts. Perch on horseback. Fang Yuni swayed slightly with the sound of the arrows slicing through the air, his complexion appearing even paler, as if he might topple at any moment. However, beneath his lowered eyelids, his gaze remained as cold as ice, swiftly scanning the entire scene. Just as Sun Ba and his men burst forth, drawing all attention, Fang Yuni issued a rapid command in a voice only Zhou Hu could hear, yet it was clear and resolute. Captain Zhou, heed my orders. Everyone, do not linger in battle. Let us break through towards the northeastern edge of that withered forest. He pointed seemingly at random, but it was the location where he had sensed a small band of barbarian warriors, numbering around a dozen, concealed previously. Along the way, I will indicate several positions where the eyes of the barbarians lie hidden. Divide your forces, seek opportunities to approach, and ensure none escape. We cannot afford any leaks. Zhou Hu, taken aback, parried a stray bolt with his blade while urgently protesting. Young master, there are barbarians to the northeast? Are we really charging in that direction? It's far too dangerous. Your safety execute the orders. Fang Yuni interrupted, his voice suddenly turning cold, imbued with an undeniable authority. He lifted his gaze to glance at Zhou Hu, his eyes deep as an abyss, instilling a shiver in the seasoned warrior's heart. Fear not, with these ragtag foes. And those few barbarian soldiers, they cannot harm me. His tone was calm, yet it carried an unwavering confidence. Zhou Hu gazed at the extraordinary calmness etched upon his pale visage, and recalled the terrifying aura that had briefly manifested within the confines of the Guan building the previous day. Gritting his teeth, he nodded resolutely. Understood. All units. Heed my command. Follow the young master and charge northeast. Attempt to flee? Surround them. Observing this, Sun Ba let out a sinister chuckle, directing his subordinates to hasten their encirclement, the crossbow bolts raining down with heightened intensity, seeking to obstruct their path. Fang Yuni tightened the reins, and the seemingly docile steed beneath him deftly pivoted under his command, galloping swiftly toward the northeast. Zhou Hu and the others followed closely behind, forming a compact phalanx with blades and shields at the fore and long spears at the center, advancing with fervor while deflecting the arrows that sought to hinder their progress. The wind and snow blurred into ethereal lines as Fang Yuni crouched upon his mount, his voice cutting through the chaos, clear and resonant for his loyal guards. 30 paces to the left, behind the snowdrift, 2 men. 50 paces to the right, behind the dead tree, 3 men. Directly ahead, at the edge of the timberland, approximately 5, scattered and concealed, with each position reported. Zhou Hu swiftly gestured for 2 or more of the most adept veterans in stealth and assassination to break from the formation. using the snow and terrain as cover, akin to phantoms silently converging upon their prey. These elite guards, chosen from the best, were well-versed in combat within the northern snowy expanse, and upon receiving clear directives, moved with lethal efficiency. Simultaneously, Fang Yuni led the charge, drawing ever closer to the desolate grove. He could distinctly observe the subtle movements of figures clad in white camouflage, betraying their presence as his approach grew imminent. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. As Fang Yuni veered, not toward the direction of Wushan Pass, but instead straight toward their concealed position, the leader of the barbarian scout team, a centurion bearing frostbite scars upon his face, instantly realized their exposure. This was no frantic escape. It was clearly a cunning ploy to lure the assassins masquerading as barbarians toward him. Cunning chin dogs. We have been discovered. The centurion, both alarmed and enraged, swiftly commanded. Loosen the arrows. Eliminate that leader. We cannot allow them to disrupt our formation. They had initially come to observe, only to find the stage collapsing upon them. In an instant, the edge of the desolate grove resonated with the twang of bowstrings, as over a dozen bone arrows imbued with the unique strength of the barbarians shot forth, slicing through the air with a chilling hiss, akin to venomous serpents emerging from their lairs, aimed directly at the leading Fang Yuni. The formidable bows employed by the barbarian forces possessed immense power, their arrows far surpassing the speed of the standard crossbows wielded by Sun Ba and his ilk, capable of piercing through ordinary iron armor. Young master, be cautious. Zhou Hu's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, his voice strained. He was but a few steps away from Fang Yuni, yet it was too late for intervention. However, in the face of these sudden and seemingly fatal projectiles, Fang Yuni, upon his steed, demonstrated an astonishing reaction that defied belief. He seemed to have anticipated the trajectory of the arrows long before they were loosed, his body moving with an almost ethereal grace, as if devoid of bones, executing a series of exquisitely subtle yet masterful evasive maneuvers atop his steed. Several lethal arrows whizzed past, brushing against his robes and grazing his cheek, narrowly missing their mark, not even managing to pierce the hem of his garment. More astonishingly, as he dodged, his slender right fingers, index and middle, came together, a faint lavender aura swirling at their tips, akin to the delicate plucking of a string on a lute, casually striking the area just behind the horse's neck and near the saddle. With a soft thud, several arrows aimed at the horse's vital points were deflected by the concentrated energy emanating from his fingertips, altering their course to embed themselves at an angle into the snow. Startled by this unexpected turn of events, the horse let out a long whinny and accelerated, carrying Fang Yui like a bolt from a bow, surging into the concealed range of the barbarian squad. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment the barbarian scout released the arrows to Fang Yui's flawless evasion and deflection, scarcely a breath had passed. Behind him, Sun Ba and his companions, who were desperately pursuing, along with the barbarian centurion who had just commanded the volley, stood frozen in disbelief. Could this be accomplished by a frail individual? The uncanny agility and the effortless manner in which he repelled the arrows were nothing short of extraordinary. At that moment, Fang Yui abruptly yanked on the reins, causing his warhorse to rear up and emit a resounding neigh. He surveyed the astonished barbarian scouts momentarily caught off guard, as well as the fiercely advancing Sun Ba and his men, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Now is the moment. Scatter. According to the plan, eliminate all eyes. This area is mine to secure. As his voice echoed, the loyal followers who had been closely trailing him, though filled with apprehension, adhered to the military command with unwavering resolve, bolstered by Fang Yui's earlier display of superhuman prowess. Without hesitation, they executed the orders. Chapter 55. The Dancer on the Chessboard. The remaining 6 or 7 loyal guards dispersed like droplets into the sea, merging seamlessly with the surrounding deadwood and snow mounds, heading towards the other ambush points previously indicated by Fang Yui. In that instant, only Fang Yui and his solitary steed remained, isolated between the barbarian scouts and the pursuing forces of Sun Ba. The barbarian centurion, witnessing this scene, glanced at the fierce and bewildered Sun Ba and his men. Clad in the Blood Wolf squad's leather armor and brandishing curved blades, their faces twisted in aggression. A horrifying realization surged through his mind. We have fallen into a trap. This frail figure and his band of impostors are colluding. Their elaborate ruse is designed to lure us out, allowing others to eliminate our peripheral sentinels. Their true target is our vigilant eyes positioned beyond this checkpoint. With this thought igniting within him, the centurion was consumed by rage, feeling profoundly mocked and threatened. Damn those Qian people! How dare they scheme against us? Kill them all. First, slay this phantasm of a sickly wretch, then finish off those impostors behind. He has utterly relinquished any inclination to watch the spectacle, perceiving both Fang Yui and Sun Ba as adversaries that must be eradicated. Meanwhile, although Sun Ba is momentarily astonished by Fang Yui's prowess, the arrow is on the string and must be released, with the target within arm's reach. He bellows with reddened eyes, "Forget those barbarians. There is but one target. Eliminate Fang Yui. Charge!" In an instant, chaos ensues. The barbarian squad forsakes stealth, brandishing curved blades and bone axes, howling as they charge toward the seemingly isolated Fang Yui, leading over 20 of his elite assassins. Sun Ba disregards the presence of the barbarian forces, his gaze fixated solely on Fang Yui as they surge forth in a frenzy of slaughter. The two factions, drawn together by the bait that is Fang Yui, are inevitably destined to collide. "Stop those barbarians! Kill Fang Yui!" Sun Ba commands fiercely, parrying a bone axe aimed at him with his own blade. He assumes these barbarians were dispatched by Wushan Pass to aid Fang Yui. "Eliminate these Qian dogs. Leave no one alive," roars the barbarian centurion, mistaking Sun Ba and his men as allies of Fang Yui. In that moment, a tumultuous brawl erupts. The air is filled with glinting blades and the cacophony of clashing weapons, the visceral sounds of flesh meeting steel, and the anguished cries of the mortally wounded shatter the tranquility of Luoxia Slope. Blood splatters against the pristine snow, creating a vivid yet brutal tableau. At the eye of this storm, Fang Yui remains like a rock amidst a torrential current. His figure sways precariously atop his steed, yet at each moment of impending peril, he deftly evades the slashing blades and piercing spears by the narrowest of margins. He does not attack. Rather, he navigates the chaotic melee with the grace of a detached observer, yet simultaneously acts as a precise orchestrator. His very presence exacerbates the misunderstandings and violence between the two parties. One of Sun Ba's assassins, poised to strike Fang Yui, is suddenly cleaved from behind by a frenzied barbarian warrior. A barbarian scout, aiming a bone arrow at Fang Yui's back, finds his throat pierced by a crossbow bolt from a fellow assassin who mistakenly believes he is under attack. Fang Yui dances through the shadows of steel, his pale visage devoid of expression, save for his deep, cold eyes, which meticulously calculate each step and guide every act of carnage. Occasionally, when an unavoidable assault approaches, he either flicks a fingertip, unleashing an invisible force that deflects the weaponry, or with a subtle flick of his wrist, he strikes with his whip like a venomous serpent, landing precisely on the attacker's wrist or eye, eliciting a pained cry that momentarily halts their advance, allowing another combatant in the melee to seize the opportunity for a decisive kill. He plays a game of chess, and all engaged in the fray are mere pawns upon his board. As the tumult of battle erupts on Luoxia Slope, captivating the attention of all barbarian watchers. To the west of Wushan Pass, Chunlai leads 300 elite troops clad in the standard armor of Iron Wall Pass, akin to leopards stalking their prey under the cover of night. They split into 3 groups, silently launching an assault on the 3 small barbarian tribes closest to Wushan Pass, which had become relatively undefended due to the main reconnaissance forces being dispatched to Luoxia Slope. These tribes, largely reliant on the formidable Blackstone Fortress, roamed the desolate plains, subsisting on herding and plundering. Accustomed to the Qian people cowering within their stronghold, they could scarcely fathom the emergence of a well-equipped and ferocious Iron Wall army, descending upon their encampment like the Grim Reaper on this wind-swept afternoon. "Kill! For General Zhang! For Great Qian!" Chunlai led the charge, wielding a replica of the Iron Wall army saber, raised high and echoing with a war cry. He deliberately mimicked the accent of an Iron Wall officer, even interspersing his battle shouts with a clumsy barbarian dialect mixed with the official tongue of Great Qian. "Damn barbaric dogs! Take everything! Burn all! For General Zhang!" The soldiers behind him echoed with thunderous roars, surging like a torrent of steel into the unsuspecting tribal camp. In an instant, chaos erupted within the tribe. Cries of alarm and the bleating of livestock filled the air. Flames soared skyward as dry tents and fodder ignited, spreading rapidly, thick smoke reflecting the merciless countenances of the soldiers. The sharp sabers fell ruthlessly upon anyone who dared resist, be they warrior or fleeing elder, woman, or child. Blood stained the tents, the snow, and the weapons marked with the insignia of the Iron Wall. Hurry, move quickly, seize all the food, pelts, and livestock, Chun Li shouted, cleaving down a charging barbarian. He witnessed a young soldier, after slaying an elderly tribesman, toss aside an arrow inscribed with the Iron Wall's markings near a burning tent. Cold, efficient, and brutal, this was war, the law of survival in the northern wastelands. There was no compassion, no mercy, only life and death, and an unyielding determination to persist. The three tribes simultaneously fell into a hell of blood and fire. The plundering proceeded smoothly, with vast amounts of hides, winter provisions, and dairy products quickly gathered and bound. Retreat. Follow the planned route, back to Wushan Pass immediately. Chun Li, seeing that they had collected enough supplies, dared not linger and promptly issued the order to withdraw. 300 elite soldiers moved like the wind, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Flames licking the sky, corpses strewn across the ground, and the anguished cries of the despairing. Only those deliberately discarded arrows, scabbards marked with the Iron Wall insignia, and a tattered military flag bearing the insignia of a certain camp, inadvertently torn down, silently narrated the orchestrators of this atrocity. Chapter 56. He is a master of martial arts. At Luoxia Slope, amidst the chaos of battle, the clash had persisted for about the duration of a stick of incense. The 20 or so death warriors led by Sun Ba, along with a small band of barbarian troops, had suffered heavy losses, exacerbated by mutual slaughter and the unintentional guidance of Fang Ming. Sun Ba found himself surrounded by fewer than 10 injured comrades. The centurion of the barbarian troops found himself with merely 20 subordinates still struggling to hold their ground. It was only at this moment that Sun Ba and the barbarian centurion gradually emerged from the frenzy of their brutal skirmish, a chilling realization creeping into their hearts. Something was amiss. It was utterly inconceivable. How could that sickly wretch remain unscathed amidst such tumult? His seemingly desperate dodges were impeccably timed, and his sporadic interventions consistently inflicted mutual devastation upon both sides. He was not fleeing for his life. He was orchestrating this slaughter. Sun Ba's gaze abruptly shifted to Fang Ming, who remained seated upon his horse, pallid yet exuding an icy demeanor. An unsettling thought clawed at his very soul. This was no mere ailing youth. He was a monster, a being who had mastered the cadence of combat and the intricacies of the human psyche to an extraordinary degree. The barbarian centurion, too, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Observing the fallen elite among his ranks, he glanced at the gravely wounded, yet equally manipulated Sun Ba, and then at Fang Ming's unfathomable gaze. A profound terror seized him. Retreat. We have been ensnared. Quickly withdraw. The centurion bellowed in his native tongue, refusing to linger any longer. This young man from the Han was far too enigmatic. Almost simultaneously, Sun Ba entertained thoughts of retreat, while the prospect of failure was daunting. Losing his life here was inconceivable. Let us depart. Quickly, he commanded his remaining men. However, at the very moment they contemplated retreating from the fray, Fang Ming, who had been observing like a bystander, made his move. With a gentle pat on his horse's neck, the steed obediently halted. He then slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the fleeing Sun Ba and the barbarian centurion, and for the first time, a palpable intent to kill manifested on his face. Now you wish to leave? Do you not think it too late? His voice remained calm. It had borne an invisible weight that made the hearts of all surviving onlookers sink. In the next instant, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from Fang Ming, akin to a dormant volcano suddenly awakening. Boom! An invisible tempest descended, causing the surrounding snow to collapse under the pressure of this force, the air resonating with an unbearable hum. This aura was ancient, harsh, and wielded an absolute power that instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. A martial arts master. This was undoubtedly the aura of a martial arts master. Sun Ba and the barbarian centurion's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, their faces drained of color, overwhelmed by sheer terror and disbelief. A master? A mere teenager? The frail wretch from the Fang family, predicted to live no more than 10 years? How could this be? It utterly shattered their understanding of martial arts. Sun Ba felt a chill run through him. He finally comprehended the folly of the task he had undertaken, to assassinate a martial arts master. It was akin to an elderly man consuming arsenic in a desire for longevity. He thought of Zhang Huayuan within the Iron Wall Pass, merely a peak martial artist, insignificant before a true master. A master. That is someone who can single-handedly confront 1,000 foes, a towering figure revered by emperors who seek to curry favor and show respect. The barbarian centurion felt his heart shatter. As a warrior of his tribe, he understood just how terrifying a martial arts master could be on the battlefield. Such power could not be countered by mere numbers. Flee. They must escape immediately and relay this news. This singular thought consumed their minds. However, since Fang Yuni had already revealed the aura of a master, how could he allow them to escape as they wished? He gazed at the terrified crowd with indifference, as if observing a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. Raising his right hand, he pointed like a blade, pure violet energy coalescing instantaneously into a terrifying, tangible blade of light, extending nearly 10 feet in length. The blade shimmered unpredictably, exuding an aura sharp enough to rend anything asunder. It was time to conclude this. He murmured softly to himself, swinging his right hand dramatically. Swish! Two massive blades of violet light, akin to the scythes of death, swept outward in a fan shape. As the blades passed, the air was sliced apart, emitting a sharp, piercing wail reminiscent of fabric tearing. On the snowy ground, two profound furrows were carved. The remaining 20-odd barbarian warriors, including the centurion who wore a face of despair attempting to block the attack, and several equally terrified soldiers beside Sun Ba, could not even utter a cry. The moment they encountered the blade, their bodies were severed as if sliced by a hot knife through butter, cleaved in two. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, innards spilling onto the ground, instantly staining the surrounding snow a blinding crimson. The overwhelming stench of blood mingled with the foul odor of entrails permeated the air, inducing nausea. In an instant, the scene fell silent. Only the howling cold wind remained, stirring the scent of blood and the horrific tableau of dismembered limbs akin to a hellish battlefield. Sun Ba, positioned slightly off to the side and deliberately spared by Fang Yuni's control, felt the blade merely graze his body, sending him tumbling several feet away, crashing heavily into the snow. Though he was not bisected, his bones were shattered and blood spewed from his mouth, leaving him utterly incapable of resistance. He lay amidst the pool of blood and scattered remains, gazing at the pale, ethereal youth still seated atop his steed, filled with boundless terror and complete despair. He could neither comprehend nor accept why a martial arts master could appear so frail, why he would come to the northern lands, and why he sought to exterminate them. Mia Ents. At that moment, Zhou and several other personal guards returned in succession, bloodied from their encounters, having evidently dealt with the scouts Fang Yuni had instructed them to eliminate. However, upon witnessing the hellish scene at the center of Luoxia Slope, they all froze in place. Dumbstruck, their minds blank. Amidst the desolation lay the remnants of slaughtered bodies, the bisected barbarian warriors and the fallen combatants, accompanied by the haunting chasms and the suffocating scent of blood that lingered in the air, intertwining with the still palpable aura of dread emanating from the master of the martial arts. Was this all the doing of young Master Yuni? They gazed at the slender, pallid figure atop the horse, a boy so frail he seemed as if a mere gust could topple him, juxtaposed against the gruesome scene. A stark contrast that led them to question their own reality. Zhou swallowed hard, his atoms apple-bobbing as he cast a look of unparalleled shock and reverence towards Fang Yuni. While he had suspected something extraordinary, witnessing the master's prowess firsthand brought forth a visual and spiritual impact that defied description. Chapter 57, Self-Termination. Fang Yuni paid no heed to the astonishment surrounding him. His calm gaze settled upon Sun Ba, who lay crumpled on the ground like a broken doll, as he urged his steed to approach slowly. The hooves struck the thick pool of blood with a rhythmic clop, akin to the ominous beat of a death knell, echoing against Sun Ba's nearly shattered psyche. Fang Yuni looked down upon him, his expression void of emotion, save for his eyes, deep and frigid, as if they could freeze one's very soul. Now, we may converse properly. He spoke softly, yet his voice plunged Sun Ba into an icy abyss, causing him to tremble violently. He recognized his demise, and, perhaps, the end of the Iron Wall Pass as well. To provoke such a young, patient, and decisively lethal martial arts master was tantamount to self-destruction for Zhang Huayuan and Mr. Wu. The winds and snow, unbeknownst to them, began to intensify once more, the drifting snowflakes attempting to veil the carnage beneath, yet only serving to accentuate the stark cruelty of the scene. The ambush at Luoxia Slope concluded with one side utterly decimated and the other's leader captured alive. while the ensuing storm was merely beginning to sweep across the northern skies. The scattered limbs and freely flowing blood, set against the pristine white snow, formed an extraordinarily brutal and tragic tableau, the pungent scent of blood almost tangible, eliciting nausea. Sun Ba lay supine in the cold snow, mingled with the warmth of blood, his bones fractured in multiple places, agony piercing through him. Yet, what filled him with greater despair was the overwhelming pressure akin to a towering mountain that loomed over him. Before him stood a pale-faced boy, no longer a mere sickly child, but a harbinger of death from the abyss, an entity he could neither comprehend nor withstand. The notion of a martial arts master haunted him like a nightmare, relentlessly grinding down the remnants of his will. Fang Yuni looked down, his gaze calm and unperturbed, as deep as a frigid pool, revealing no hint of a victor's satisfaction, only a detached awareness of life and death. He did not pose inquiries, yet the invisible pressure made it abundantly clear to Sun Ba that he was merely a fish upon the chopping block, devoid of any bargaining power. A broken, raspy laugh escaped Sun Ba's throat, mingled with blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. He strained to lift his head, striving to meet the gaze of those eyes that sent shivers through his very soul. Yet even that minuscule strength was nearly exhausted. The victor reigned supreme, while the vanquished become the outcasts. In the realm of enmity, it is a matter of life or death. This truth, after years of clandestine dealings on behalf of Zhang Huayuan, was certainly not lost on Sun Ba. Now, having fallen into the hands of his adversary, and especially into the grasp of a martial arts master, to hope for mercy is but a fool's dream. Zhang Huayuan would not come to his rescue. Indeed, he might desire Sun Ba's silence more than anyone else, seeking to conceal the truth. Betrayal? Pleading for mercy? Perhaps it might extend his life for a moment. Yet the ultimate outcome would remain unchanged, tarnishing the last vestige of dignity he possessed as a man of arms. Though Sun Ba may not be a virtuous man, he possessed the courage to choose how to face his demise. To remain silent and take his own life was the only course available to him, the one that would best preserve his dignity. His eyes, once filled with sheer terror, gradually dulled, only to flicker with a glimmer of resolve. Gathering the last of his strength, he clenched his teeth tightly. Fang Yuni observed him in silence, witnessing the transformation in Sun Ba's gaze, from fear to despair, culminating in the determination to die. He comprehended the unspoken words. He could have intervened, employing his mastery to force Sun Ba into a state of desperate survival, prying open his mouth to extract the confessions he sought. Yet he refrained, as Sun Ba had surmised, in the realm of enmity. It is a matter of life or death. Now victorious, Fang Yuni deemed it unnecessary to impose further humiliation on the defeated. Instead, he respected Sun Ba's choice to conclude his life with dignity, a rare display of integrity amidst the brutal laws of survival. To honor this choice was but a trivial act for Fang Yuni, a final, insignificant gesture of respect towards an enemy. Just as Sun Ba was about to exert his tongue in a desperate attempt to end his own life, Fang Yuni averted his gaze, seemingly oblivious to Sun Ba's actions, instead focusing on the vast, desolate expanse of snow in the distance. Crack! A faint yet suffocating sound of bone snapping pierced the air. Sun Ba's body convulsed violently, his eyes widening in shock. His pupils dilated rapidly, and torrents of blood gushed from the corners of his tightly shut mouth, staining his chest and the white snow beneath him. He gasped for breath, the sound escaping his throat like the hissing of a dying ember, until his head tilted to one side, the last flicker of light extinguished from his eyes, and his breath ceased. He chose to end his own life in the most direct and brutal manner, preserving what little honor remained in his heart while obliterating any direct evidence that could implicate Zhang Huayuan. Only then did Fang Yuni slowly retract his gaze, casting a glance at the lifeless Sun Ba, his expression remaining impassive. He spoke softly, his voice resonating with striking clarity across the silent snowfield. Clear the battlefield, sever the heads of all barbarian corpses, and construct a display before the setting sun on the cliff. Bury the bodies of these assassins here. Yes, sir. Zhou Hu and the others, awakening from their profound shock, quickly bowed in acknowledgement of the command. They gazed at Fang Yui, their eyes filled with an unprecedented reverence, tinged with a trace of fear. The prowess and temperament of this young master far exceeded their imagination. Captain Zhou, position your men to guard the perimeter. Should any barbarian scouts dare to intrude, eliminate them without hesitation. Fang Yui continued, his tone leaving no room for dispute. Understood. Zhou replied solemnly, promptly directing his subordinates to disperse, occupying advantageous positions, and vigilantly observing the snow-laden wilderness. Once the arrangements were complete, Fang Yui gently nudged his seemingly ordinary steed, guiding it towards the place where Zhou Hu and the others had hastily set down the offerings before the battle commenced. The offerings were carefully placed beside a relatively clean, wind-sheltered snowbank. 3 sacrificial animals, incense, candles, and paper money, though modest, were arranged with meticulous precision. Dismounting, Fang Yui's steps appeared somewhat unsteady. As if the earlier fierce combat had drained the little strength he possessed, he bent down to personally lift the offerings, then, with measured steps, ascended toward the higher ground of Luoxia Slope, where the 4 solitary burial mounds stood. These mounds are the final resting places of his grandfather Fang Jintian, his uncle Fang Wenhan, his other uncle Fang Wenyuan, and his cousin Fang Yunting, each a testament to their existence in this world. 8 years ago, after a devastating defeat, the sons of the Fang family were nearly annihilated, and the few relics that could be found were interred here, marked by a monument in their memory. Chapter 58, Return to the Pass. Ironically, these 4 burial sites and their markers were not erected by the Deqin court, nor by the surviving remnants of the Northern Town Army, but were commissioned by the barbarian chieftain, known as the Tsonglong, after that great battle. The gravestones were fashioned from the unique dark blue-black stones of the northern frontier, imposing and rugged, embodying the barbarian's characteristic rawness. The markers bore little ornate decoration. Only the names of the deceased inscribed in both barbarian script and Deqin characters, indicating their identities. Here lies Fang Jintian, general of the Northern Town Army. Here lies Fang Wenhan, deputy general of the Northern Town Army. Here lies Fang Wenyuan, colonel of the Northern Town Army. And here lies Fang Yunting, vanguard of the Northern Town Army. These inscriptions were etched deeply, reflecting a near-cruel respect between adversaries. The orientation of the graves was not in accordance with the Deqin tradition of facing south, but rather directed towards the south, towards the capital of Deqin. This may have been the barbarian chieftain's way of proclaiming that the sons of the Fang family, even in death, gazed longingly towards their homeland, yet could never return. Perhaps it held a deeper, unknown significance. This was the first time in 8 years that Fang Yui, or any member of the Fang family, set foot on this land. Arriving at the graves of his kin, the wind and snow whispered against the gravestones, emitting a mournful sound, as if countless heroic souls were softly recounting their tales. Fang Yui approached the graves, standing in silence for a moment. He extended his hand, gently brushing away the accumulated snow from his grandfather Fang Jintian's gravestone. His movements tender and meticulous, as though fearing to disturb the slumbering spirits. Subsequently, he meticulously cleared the snow from the gravestones of his uncle and cousin, revealing the cold, hard stone beneath. He then arranged the offerings he had brought before the graves, one by one. Though the offerings were modest, they represented the utmost sincerity that the Wushan Pass could muster. He lit incense and candles, inserting them into the snow before the tombstones. Where the flickering orange flames danced defiantly in the cold wind, exuding a faint scent of pine. He grasped the wine pouch, uncorked it, and the rich aroma of alcohol wafted into the air. Slowly, he poured the crisp liquid before the 4 tombstones, the wine seeping into the ice and snow, leaving dark stains in its wake. Grandfather, uncle, second uncle, brother Yunting, Fang Yuni began, his voice soft yet remarkably clear, imbued with a steadiness and resolve that belied his frail appearance. I have come to visit you. He picked up the joss paper, igniting it with the candlelight, watching as it quickly curled and blackened in the chilly breeze, turning to ash and scattering away. For 8 years, the Fang family has endured untold grievances. Surely, you find it hard to rest in peace below. He spoke in a low tone, as if confiding a secret or making a vow. Those in the capital believed that the Fang family's fortune had run dry, thinking they could easily manipulate and erase them. Here in the north, there were those who sought to uproot the last vestiges of loyalty to the Fang family by the hands of the barbarian tribes. Yet the Fang family has not perished. I, Fang Yuni, am still alive. The flames from the burning joss paper illuminated his pale face, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance, akin to cold stars in the dark night. I am aware that the battle 8 years ago was peculiar, the defeat shrouded in mystery. Behind it lies a conspiracy and betrayal that cannot bear the light of day. This blood debt I shall remember. Today, I honor your spirits with the blood of an assassin sent by Zhang Huayuan and the head of a barbarian scout. This is but the beginning. His voice grew colder, imbued with a piercing intent. The winds of the north are due for a change. Those lurking in the shadows, the ungrateful, and those who view the Fang family as mere stepping stones shall be rooted out one by one. The glory of the Fang family shall not be allowed to sink into oblivion. The unfinished endeavors and unavenged grievances will be inherited by me. He spoke no more, standing quietly, watching the joss paper burn to ash, and the candles shorten with each passing moment. The wind and snow rustled his broad cloak, making him appear slender, yet seemingly harboring a strength capable of supporting the heavens. The memorial ceremony was simple yet solemn, devoid of wailing or lengthy eulogies. Every action, every whispered word, bore the weight of profound sorrow and unwavering resolve for vengeance. As the last wisp of blue smoke dissipated into the wind and snow, Fang Yuni slowly bowed deeply 3 times before the 4 tombstones. At that moment, the sky darkened further, the leaden clouds hanging low as if within reach. The winter of the wilderness brought brief days and swift, deepening nights. The dusk spread like ink in clear water, rapidly engulfing the last glimmers of light in the world. Young master, it is growing late. We should return to the pass. Zhou Hu approached, having arranged for vigilance and cleanup, and whispered a reminder. Outside the pass at night was exceedingly perilous, fraught with not only barbarian patrols, but also various ferocious, cold-resistant beasts. Fang Yuni nodded slightly, casting one last glance at the 4 gravestones that appeared particularly desolate in the twilight, before turning and mounting his horse. With a swift motion, he and his entourage rode towards Wushan Pass, the deepening night enveloping them. The wind and snow intensified once more, gradually concealing the hoofprints and the bloodied battlefield they left behind. By the time they reached the base of Wushan Pass, the sky had completely darkened. Flickering torches ignited upon the gate, resembling faint stars guiding them through the pitch-black night and the swirling snow. The drawbridge lowered, and the gates swung open. As Fang Yuni stepped inside, Zhou Qingtan, who had been waiting anxiously, approached him with an unmistakable expression of concern and urgency. "Yuni, you have finally returned. Are you unharmed?" Zhou Qingtan scrutinized Fang Yuni, noting that aside from his paler complexion, he appeared to be mostly unscathed, which slightly eased his anxiety, though a deeper unease loomed within him, fueled by the unsettling commotion from the direction of Luoxia slope and the faint, ominous aura he sensed. "Zhou Bo, I am fine," Fang Yuni replied calmly. "This is not the place for conversation. Let us proceed to the council chamber." "Understood." Zhou Qingtian nodded, eager to address the multitude of questions weighing on his mind. The two hastened towards the council chamber. Upon entering, they found Chun Lai and Zhao Qian had already been waiting there, along with several corps captains who had participated in the recent operation. The expressions on their faces were a complex blend of excitement and gravity. "Yuni, my nephew, you have returned." Chun Lai's booming voice resonated with uncontainable exhilaration from their success. "How did it go on your end?" "We have returned with a bounty." Fang Yuni's gaze swept over the assembled group, finally resting on Chun Lai. "Uncle Chun, was your operation successful?" "Indeed, it went exceedingly well," Chun Lai exclaimed, slapping his thigh with enthusiasm. "Following your plan, we divided our forces into 3, striking directly at those 3 tribes. Those barbarians were utterly unprepared for our sudden assault and were caught off guard. We seized a substantial amount of grain, leather, and livestock, enough to sustain our brothers within the pass for over half a month." Chapter 59, Wu Shilu. Chun Lai paused, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. "As per your instructions, we executed everything with precision. Every mark you wished to leave was accounted for. We ensured that those barbaric wretches would attribute this reckoning squarely to Zhang Huayuan of Iron Wall Pass." Zhao Qian stroked his beard, nodding in agreement. "Our operation was swift, and our retreat was timely. The casualties from this raid were minimal. Nephew, your strategy can be likened to killing 2 birds with 1 stone, as it not only alleviated our immediate crisis, but also successfully incited discord between the barbarians and Iron Wall Pass." Fang Yuni inclined his head slightly, not surprised by this outcome. He took a seat nearby, appearing casual, yet exuding an air of mastery over the situation. On the Luoxia slope, the 20 or so assassins dispatched by Zhang Huayuan, along with a monitoring team of barbarians, have all been eliminated. Sun Ba has taken his own life. His tone was flat as he reported the results, despite being mentally prepared. Zhou Qingtian and the others could not help but gasp in shock upon hearing the complete annihilation involving the barbarian scout team. They were well aware that Sun Ba had taken skilled warriors with him, and that scout team was not to be trifled with. Could it be that Yun Yi accomplished this solely through his own strength, or rather, with the support of merely 10 elite guards? This was particularly striking when they sensed the faint, lingering aura of ferocity in Fang Yun Yi's words. Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian exchanged a glance, and their horrifying conjecture was almost confirmed. Excellent. What a fine slaughter. Chun Lai felt his blood surge with excitement. Regardless of the process, the outcome was utterly gratifying. Meanwhile, at Blackstone Fortress, within the southern campaign of the barbarian royal court, the atmosphere was starkly different from the undercurrents at Wushan Pass. It resembled a powder keg ignited, brimming with violent rage and murderous intent. The great King Wushalu's countenance was ashen, his sturdy fingers gripping the armrests of his throne, emitting a creaking sound as if they would shatter it at any moment. Before him knelt several disheveled and wounded barbarian warriors, survivors from the 3 attacked tribes, bearing the grim tidings of their villages being ravaged and their supplies plundered. Please say that again. Wushalu's voice was ominously deep, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Great King, one survivor cried, tears streaming down his face, filled with grief and indignation. It was the Qian people, the Qian army from Iron Wall Pass. They wore the standard armor of Iron Wall Pass and wielded the official weapons. They killed on sight, plundered everything, and set fire to our tents. They even shouted for General Zhang. Our tribe is finished, Great King. My tribe too, and mine. The other 2 survivors echoed his cries, their voices laden with despair and hatred. Iron Wall Pass, Zhang Huaiyuan. Wushalu abruptly rose, his massive frame stirring a gust of wind, his brown eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. Previously, he had mocked the infighting among the Qian, believing Zhang Huan merely sought to eliminate the Fang family boy through treachery. Little did he expect Zhang Huaiyuan to be so cunningly ruthless, utilizing Fang Yun Yi's memorial service to divert all scouts' attention, while secretly dispatching elite forces to ambush the unmonitored, vulnerable tribes behind him. What a brilliant feint. What a remarkable Zhang Huaiyuan. I have truly underestimated you. In his rage, Wushalu laughed coldly, his laughter rife with lethal intent. Do you think you could deceive the world by framing the remnants of Wushan Pass? Your standard armor and weapons from Iron Wall Pass, along with those accents and markings left behind. Do you truly believe me a fool? Initially harboring some doubts and apprehension regarding Fang Yun Yi's enigmatic prowess, at this moment, the fury over the bloodshed of his tribes completely eclipsed all else. In his view, a frail youth like Fang Yun Yi, no matter how peculiar, could not possibly orchestrate both the upheaval at Luoxia Slope and the assault on 3 tribes simultaneously. This was undoubtedly a meticulously crafted scheme by Zhang Huaiyuan. Send the orders. The roar of Wushalu reverberated throughout the Grand Hall, summoning all available cavalry of the Blackstone Fortress. At noon tomorrow, the forces shall be divided into 2 routes. One contingent, led by Gortai, consisting of 5,000 light cavalry, shall clear all sentry patrols outside the Wushan Pass. Any individuals from the Great Qian encountered shall be mercilessly slain. Their outstretched claws shall be severed at my command. The other contingent, commanded by Baruch, comprising 5,000 heavy cavalry, shall advance directly to the Wushan Pass and proclaim that this battle is solely for avenging the assault on the Iron Wall Pass. Should they wish to avoid annihilation, they must open the gates. If Zhou Qingtian remains obstinate, we shall breach the Wushan Pass. Upon breaching, every soul shall be exterminated, none shall remain. His eyes glinted with a frenzied and cruel light. Zhang Huan dared to assault my tribe and seize my provisions. Thus, he shall pay dearly with his hold over the northern frontier. I shall observe how long his Iron Wall Pass can stand without the Wushan Pass as its frontline bulwark. Dispatch swift horses to convey this matter to the royal court, requesting the Great Khan's authorization. I intend to muster a grand army to soon lay waste to the Iron Wall Pass and offer Zhang Huaiyuan's head as a tribute to the souls of my fallen kin. Yes, my king. The assembled generals roared in unison, their spirits ablaze with battle fervor. The tribe had been attacked, brethren slain, and resources plundered, igniting the fury of all the barbarian warriors. In this moment, they yearned to charge immediately to the Iron Wall Pass, to rend Zhang Huaiyuan limb from limb. As Wushalu's orders were issued, the war machine of the Blackstone Fortress roared to life, countless barbarian cavalry surging forth like a flood released from a dam, cloaked in the night and the snowstorm, propelled by a tide of vengeance toward the Iron Wall Pass. A greater conflict and storm, ignited by Fang Yunyi's cunning strategy, had already commenced bloodily unfolding in the night sky of the northern frontier. The fragile equilibrium between the Iron Wall Pass and the barbarians had been utterly shattered. The architect of this turmoil now sat within the dilapidated assembly hall of the Wushan Pass. Fang Yunyi's pale visage bore neither joy nor sorrow. Only a cold glimmer of control flickered in the depths of his eyes. Within the assembly hall, the faint crackle of bamboo charcoal in the fire pit illuminated the faces of those still caught in the thrill of recent success and the weight of newfound seriousness. Zhao Qian was the first to regain his composure from the exhilaration of the successful ambush. He stroked his beard, his brow furrowed, and in a grave tone, he broke the brief silence. Young nephew Yuni, though your stratagem is indeed brilliant, it has now yielded dual results. However, the subsequent troubles may well be significant. Zhao Qian's gaze swept over Fang Yuni, tinged with concern. Zhang Huang, wronged in this manner, would not let this matter rest, given Wu Shilu's temperament. The impending retaliation from the barbarian army would likely not target the Iron Wall Pass first, but rather our own Wushan Pass, standing resolutely at the forefront. Chapter 60, Strategies for Response. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingtian's countenance darkened instantly, his fists clenching unconsciously. Mr. Zhao speaks the truth. Should the barbarians aim to assault the Iron Wall Pass, our Wushan Pass is the thorn they must remove. Otherwise, as their forces march southward, how can we hope to observe their flanks? What shall be our course of action henceforth? If the barbarian army were to descend upon us in mass, given the current state of Wushan Pass, it would be a dire situation. Zhou Qingtian refrained from elaborating, yet his meaning was unmistakable. The walls were in ruins. Our forces were insufficient, and although provisions had been temporarily replenished, how long could we withstand the onslaught of tens of thousands, if not more, of the barbarian main force? Chen Lai, too, had lost his mirth, speaking in a coarse voice. Damn it, we were too focused on the thrill. Now it seems we have stirred a hornet's nest. Those barbarians will undoubtedly come seeking revenge. Can our meager resources truly suffice? He glanced at Fang Yuni, who, despite his admiration for the young man's prowess and wisdom, felt a twinge of unease at the approaching threat. In that moment, all eyes in the hall turned once more to Fang Yuni. This young man, who had displayed both ruthless decisiveness and profound cunning, was undeniably emerging as the backbone of Wushan Pass. They were eager to discern how this heir of the Fang family would respond to what appeared to be an insurmountable crisis. Fang Yuni could sense the collective gaze upon him, filled with concern, anxiety, and an inexplicable trust. He coughed lightly, his voice carrying an unintentional frailty. Yet the words that followed plunged the room into an icy silence, akin to the rumble of thunder. Uncle Zhou, Mr. Zhao, Uncle Chun, esteemed elders, he began, his tone eerily calm. The encroachment of the barbarian army was anticipated. Should they seek retribution against Zhang Huayuan, Wushan Pass is indeed a thorn in their side and an inevitable target. However, he paused, a cold glint returning to his eyes, his voice suddenly heavy with a chilling resolve. Why must we hold our ground? Why should we sacrifice the lives of our esteemed elders and nearly 10,000 brothers to confront the barbarian spear, shielding that treacherous Zhang Huayuan from disaster? Yuni, do you imply that Zhou Qingtian's mind raced, his pupils constricting as a bold, soul-shaking thought emerged? Indeed, Fang Yuni met Zhou Qingtian's astonished gaze, articulating each word with clarity. If the barbarian army wishes to pass, then we shall allow them to do so. What? Allow the barbarians to pass? Chen Lai was the first to rise, nearly incredulous at what he had heard. Are you mad, Yuni? Letting the barbarians enter the pass? What then is the purpose of our steadfastness? Will Wushan Pass and the northern defense line merely become a facade? Zhao Qian's expression shifted as well. Dear nephew, this is utterly unacceptable. It is far too perilous. If we permit the barbarian forces to charge through, should the Iron Wall Pass fall, the counties behind us will surely be devastated. When news reaches the court, no, we need not wait for the court to demand accountability. We will have already branded ourselves as the world's pariahs, destined to bear the blame for generations. The illustrious name of the Fang family, known for their loyalty through the ages, would be irrevocably tarnished. This is akin to severing our ties with the world. He lamented deeply, believing Fang Yuni's scheme to be a descent into madness. The other officers exchanged glances, their faces painted with disbelief and resistance. Upholding the northern borders and safeguarding the territory is a conviction etched deep within their very bones. Today, however, Fang Yuni unexpectedly proposes to lower the defenses, a notion that completely subverts their long-standing understanding of border protection. In the face of the crowd's fervent reactions, Fang Yuni remains unperturbed, merely raising a hand. An invisible pressure emanates from him, silencing the restless throng in an instant. His gaze sweeps across the assembly, his voice calm and unhurried, yet imbued with a penetrating strength that dispels the fog of uncertainty. Esteemed uncles and elders, please remain calm and allow me to finish my thoughts. He rises slowly, approaching the rugged sand table, his finger resting upon the location of Wushan Pass. My intention in allowing their entry is not to permit the barbarian forces to rampage unchecked within our Dacian lands, slaughtering our populace. That would not be a solution, but an act of bloodshed. Though I, Fang Yuni, am not a narrow-minded individual, I am acutely aware of where our limits lie. His finger glides southward from Wushan Pass, crossing over the marker denoting TB Pass, ultimately landing upon a relatively narrow area flanked by mountains to the sides. Our objective has never been merely to hold Wushan Pass or to watch the barbarians and TB Pass engage in mutual destruction. What we seek is to achieve victory in one decisive stroke. We aim to ensure that the main force of the barbarians beyond the northern frontier, particularly that formidable King Wusalu of the southern court, finds this incursion to be a one-way journey. Fang Yuni's voice, though not raised, resonates with an unwavering authority, striking deeply into the hearts of all present. A one-way journey? Zhou Qingtian gasps. Yuni, your ambitions are exceedingly grand. The barbarian main force numbers in the tens of thousands, all elite cavalry, and Wusalu is a renowned general among them. How can it be so simple to capture them? Even if we let the barbarian army through, once they breach TB Pass and plunder, they can easily retreat at their leisure. How shall we impede them? Thus, we must not only allow their entry, but also devise a means to instill in Wusalu a sense of assured victory. We need him to commit as many of his main forces as possible, including those from Haishi Fortress and the further royal reinforcements. Fang Yuni punctuates his words by emphatically placing his finger upon the location of TB Pass, declaring, "We shall transform TB Pass into a grave for the barbarians and the cornerstone of our resounding triumph in reclaiming the northern frontier." Zhao Qian seems to have a sudden realization, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "Cousin, do you mean to draw the enemy in and then strike them down?" But the gate of TB Pass is extraordinarily fortified, and Zhang Huayuan commands nearly 10,000 troops. It cannot be so easily breached by the barbarians. Should they fail to capture it after prolonged assault and suffer significant losses, they may very well turn their wrath upon Wushan Pass, coming to devour us instead. Mr. Zhao's concerns are indeed pivotal. A chilling, almost ruthless smile graces Fang Yuni's lips. Therefore, we must ensure that TB Pass is breached. Moreover, it must fall in a manner so brutal that Wusalu believes it worth committing his entire force, and it must occur under his direct command. He gazes at the assembly, intelligence glimmering in his eyes, revealing a burgeoning fierceness. No man is a true man without the capacity for ruthlessness. Zhang Huayuan and Zhao Yuanming regard us as expendable pawns, seeking to eliminate us with the aid of the barbarian tribes. Why should we harbor any compassion for them? The garrison within the Iron Wall Pass consists entirely of Zhao Yuanming's loyalists, who enjoy the tranquility afforded by the sacrifices of our northern army while depriving us of our rations. It is high time for them to shed their last drop of blood for the northern front and for the glory of Dacian. Chapter 61, Strategies. Our objective is to stage a feigned defeat as the barbarian forces approach Wushan Pass, retreating into the woods on our right. Moreover, we must extend a hand to assist the invading barbarian army. Fang Yuni's voice dropped to a whisper akin to a serpent's hiss, sending shivers down the spines of the seasoned generals present. How shall we assist? Zhou Qingtian inquired solemnly, realizing that Fang Yuni's plan was far more intricate and perilous than he had anticipated. Fang Yuni traced patterns on the sand table, elaborating on his audacious yet intricately woven scheme. First, a display of weakness to lure the enemy. Starting tomorrow, Wushan Pass must project an image of impending doom. We will deliberately dispatch small units to harass the enemy, only to retreat in disarray, leading the barbarian scouts to believe that our forces, driven to the brink by Zhang Huayuan, have no way out. Simultaneously, we must have you, Zhou Bo, feign a resurgence of your old injuries, rendering you bedridden, further lulling Wuzhou into a false sense of security, convincing him that Wushan Pass is no longer a threat. allowing him to bypass us with minimal forces left to keep watch. Second, we must present a strategy for breaching the city. We require an utterly trustworthy confidant, a loyal assassin to carry a secret missive outside the pass to be captured by the barbarians. This missive must be written in my voice and must convey several crucial points. Firstly, I, Fang Ming, have been driven to desperation by the harsh treatment of Zhang Huayuan, Zhao Yuanming, and the court towards the former members of the Fang family, who have been deprived of their provisions and repeatedly targeted by assassins. My enmity with the court and Zhao Yuanming is irreconcilable. Secondly, seizing the opportunity while General Zhou Qingtian is incapacitated, I leveraged the prestige of the Fang lineage and decisive action to take control of the military tokens for Wushan Pass, now commanding the forces within. Thirdly, to avenge familial grievances and reclaim lost honor, I am willing to collaborate with the king, feigning defeat to allow his main forces to pass through Wushan Pass and strike directly at Iron Wall Pass. To gain the trust of Zhang Huayuan and the court, it is imperative that the king stage a mock attack and defense at the pass. I shall retreat, leading my troops into the woods to the west. Thus, the king's forces can seamlessly advance upon Iron Wall Pass, and my retreat can be satisfactorily explained to the court, sparing my grandmother in the capital from disgrace. Fourthly, when the king breaches Iron Wall Pass and captures Zhang Huayuan, I shall lead the remaining troops from Wushan Pass to coordinate efforts and assist the king in eradicating Zhao Yuanming's influence in the northern territories. Upon a successful completion of this endeavor, I demand the heads of Zhang Huayuan and Zhao Yuanming, along with the court's acknowledgement of the Fang family's authority over the northern region. As for the northern lands, I am willing to delineate borders and govern jointly with the king, facilitating trade and ensuring lasting peace. As his words echoed in the chamber, a profound silence enveloped the room, broken only by the occasional crackle of the charcoal fire. This discourse delineates the reasons for betrayal, the foundational collaboration, the operational blueprint, and the subsequent division of spoils with remarkable clarity. It sounds reasonable and exceedingly tempting. Zhao Qian, with a furrowed brow, was the first to voice his concerns, his tone heavy with gravity. Esteemed nephew, while this plan appears comprehensive, the risks are immense. Wu Shulu is a barbarian warlord, inherently suspicious. Would he readily place his trust in your solitary act of allegiance? He paused, casting a keen gaze upon Fang Yui, lowering his voice moreover. Even if he were to believe it, this secret correspondence would serve as irrefutable evidence of treason, should it fall into the hands of others. Or if the barbarians were to turn against us, exposing it to the public, you, Fang Yui, and the once great reputation of the Fang family would be irrevocably tarnished, leading to an eternal downfall. Such infamy would be far more grievous than the disgrace of our defeat 8 years ago, nearly impossible to cleanse. Upon hearing this, Fang Yui's expression betrayed no sign of disturbance, as if he had already contemplated this thoroughly. He gently tapped the tabletop, speaking softly, "Mr. Zhao, your concerns touch upon the crux of the matter. Paradoxically, this very apprehension may lead Wu Shulu to trust us." Rising, he approached the window, gazing out into the inky darkness and the falling snow, his voice laced with a frigid insight. Wu Shulu is no fool. The peculiar nature of that great victory 8 years prior must linger in his mind. Though his barbarian forces are valiant, how could they have so easily decimated my 100,000 elite troops without assistance? Deep within, he must recognize the irreconcilable rift between my family, the court, and Zhao Yuanming. My motivations for betraying the throne, driven by personal vendetta, might seem entirely plausible to him. This act of feigned submission is also a test, a probe into how much he truly comprehends the truth of those past events. He turned, his gaze sharp as lightning. Moreover, following today's battle at Luoxia Slope, I have revealed a fraction of my strength while deliberately allowing a few barbarian scouts to return with news. Wu Shulu must now realize that I am not merely a frail invalid, but rather a man of enduring resolve and decisive action, such a scion of the Fang family. Having endured such injustice and persecution, driven to madness by the thirst for vengeance, would seem entirely reasonable in his eyes, perhaps igniting his belief to at least 50%. Returning to the sand table, he pressed his finger firmly on the passage between Wushan Pass and TB Pass, his tone resolute. As for the evidence of collusion, I have my contingencies. Besides, I shall not permit the barbarian forces to cross an inch beyond TB Pass, thus sparing the people of Deqian any harm. What fear do I have of the enemy's slander? Even should this letter become my death warrant, history favors the victor. As long as I protect the citizens of Deqian, this death warrant could very well serve as a pretext for mobilizing an army. As his words resonated, a chill swept over the assembly, for Fang Yui's approach appeared utterly heretical to them. Fang Yui continued, "As long as Wu Shulu perceives my actions as a goodwill gesture, a token of my earnestness to collaborate, he will inevitably be swayed and follow the script I have laid out." Listening to Fang Yui's meticulous dissection of the enemy's psyche and the clever transformation of their disadvantages into bait and leverage, Zhao Qian found himself breaking into a fine sheen of cold sweat. He gazed upon the pale and tranquil profile of the youth before him, a chilling unease swelling within his heart. This lad, it seems, had meticulously orchestrated this intricate series of events well before deciding to venture beyond the borders to pay his respects. From a moment he became bait. He had been deftly guiding everyone's actions. The assassination of Zhang Huaying, the surveillance by the barbarian tribes, even Zhou Qingtian's old wounds, all seemed to be mere pawns in his predetermined chess game. He had immersed himself in the fray, calculating 5 moves ahead with each step he took, which was indeed somewhat terrifying. Zhao Qian pondered silently. Once his adversary drew him into this intricate scheme, every move would likely lead him, like a puppet on strings, toward the conclusion preordained by the youth. Such cunning and strategy surpassed that of his forebears. The other generals in the hall, including Zhou Qingtian and Chun Lai, were equally enveloped in the shock brought forth by Fang Yui's grand and perilous plan. They could almost envision a colossal storm sweeping across the northern borders, quietly coalescing at the fingertips of this frail boy. Chapter 62. A Troubled Heart. Meanwhile, at Iron Wall Pass, within Zhang Huan's central tent, he listened grimly to the report from a trusted lieutenant, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the back of his chair. "General, the intelligence from within Wushan Pass indicates that Fang Yui returned safely to the fort by evening, appearing seemingly unscathed." Unscathed? Zhang Huayuan's drumming ceased abruptly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Was Sun Ba and the others? No news whatsoever? None. Our men only witnessed Fang Yui's return. There has been no word on Lieutenant Sun and his troop, nor on what transpired after Fang Yui departed the fort. Our eyes outside the pass have fallen silent, as if swallowed by the sea. Zhang Huayuan's countenance darkened further, an ominous premonition enveloping his mind. Fang Yui's safe return signified that Sun Ba's operation had failed. Yet, such a complete failure without a trace of disturbance was exceedingly peculiar. Had they encountered a devastating ambush by the barbarian forces? Or had the defenders of Wushan Pass discerned their intent and retaliated decisively? He suddenly rose, pacing irritably within the tent, and shouted towards the entrance. "Come fort. Summon Mr. Wu to me at once." Shortly thereafter, Mr. Wu entered, parting the tent flap, his demeanor as grim and composed as ever. However, upon seeing Zhang Huayuan's troubled expression, he had already surmised much. "General, has there been a change regarding Wushan Pass?" Zhang Huayuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the unease within, and recounted the news he had just received, then fixed his gaze upon Mr. Wu. "Sir, what is your perspective? Are Sun Ba and the others alive or dead? How did that frail boy manage to return?" Mr. Wu stroked his goatee, the glint of calculation shining in his triangular eyes as he began to analyze slowly. "General, the situation could unfold in several ways. The worst-case scenario is that Lieutenant Sun and his men were compromised, detected in advance by Wushan Pass, and fell into an ambush, resulting in their complete annihilation. Fang Yui's excursion beyond the fort may very well have been a ruse." Zhang Huayuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the astonishing capabilities of the remnants at Wushan Pass. How could they annihilate over 20 of Sun Ba's skilled warriors in the wilderness without a whisper of the event leaking out? If Zhou Qingtian had been prepared, it would not have been impossible. Perhaps we have underestimated Fang Yuni himself. Memories of vague rumors about Fang Yuni in the capital surfaced, along with the audacity he displayed by venturing north alone, instilling a sense of unease within him. Mr. Wu continued with another possibility. Perhaps the unfortunate encounter of the soldiers under Commander Sun with a large contingent of barbarian cavalry led to their demise. Consequently, Fang Yuni might have fortuitously escaped or may not have even crossed paths with Commander Sun's forces at all. Yet, Zhang Huayuan questioned, why did the barbarian army not seize the opportunity to assault Wushan Pass, allowing Fang Yuni to return safely? Mr. Wu suggested that the barbarians might harbor ulterior motives, or perhaps they were merely a small reconnaissance group, incapable of breaching the defenses. He was also uncertain about a faint possibility that Sun and his men had successfully assassinated Fang Yuni, but the news was suppressed by Wu Shan, and what they returned with was merely a ruse. However, based on intelligence reports, Fang Yuni had returned on horseback independently, making this scenario highly improbable. Zhang Huayuan felt increasingly agitated, regardless of the circumstances. It indicated the failure of his plan to eliminate Fang Yuni and the loss of a capable general in Sun Ba, along with a squad of elite soldiers. In any case, the fact that Fang Yuni had not perished and had returned to Wushan Pass was far from favorable for them. With a grave tone, Zhang Huayuan declared, "Sir, we must devise a strategy post-haste. The situation in the northern frontier is becoming increasingly murky." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Mr. Wu's eyes. "General, remain calm. The immediate priority is to dispatch scouts without hesitation to ascertain precisely what transpired at Luoxia Slope. Simultaneously, we must closely monitor the movements at Wushan Pass. Fang Yuni's return will undoubtedly herald changes within. Our plans may require adjustment." The flickering candlelight in the tent cast shadows on the uncertain faces of Zhang Huayuan and Mr. Wu. Unbeknownst to them, a monumental storm targeting TB Pass and the entire northern frontier had silently begun to brew under Fang Yuni's cunning machinations, and they stood at the very center of this impending tempest. The following day, as dawn broke, the relentless wind and snow from the previous night finally ceased. The leaden clouds hung low, seemingly within reach. The world inside and outside the pass was blanketed in white, with snow covering the desolate mountains and concealing the bloodshed of the previous night at Luoxia Slope. Only the biting cold wind, akin to an invisible blade, swept across the crumbling walls of Wushan Pass, stirring up flurries of snowflakes. Within Wushan Pass, a somber atmosphere prevailed. The guards methodically inspected their weapons and reinforced the fortifications, each soldier's face etched with fatigue, yet in the depths of their gazes there flickered a new fire, a blend of hope and resolution ignited by Fang Yuni's entry into the pass. In the darkest hour before dawn, a resolute man clad in the ordinary armor of a soldier from Wushan Pass was summoned in secret to the council chamber. His name was Han Qing, an orphan taken in by Zhou Qingtian in his youth, who remained unwaveringly loyal. Agile and adept in stealth and reconnaissance, he was the ideal candidate for this mission. Fang Yunin personally handed him a sealed letter, inscribed with a special ink that appeared blank, requiring a unique powder from the barbarian royal court to reveal its contents, thereby enhancing its credibility. How he came to know of such a powder existing within the barbarian court was revealed to him after reviewing intelligence the previous night. This letter bore significance not only for the survival of Wushan Pass, but also for the possibility of avenging the grievances of the Fang family. Fang Yunin, with a pale countenance and piercing gaze, cautioned him against capture by the barbarian scouts and emphasized the necessity of delivering the letter intact to the barbarian southern court's king. Wu Shilu, regardless of the tortures he might encounter, he must not divulge the true intent, insisting instead that he came to surrender on their behalf. Han Qing knelt on one knee, solemnly accepting the letter and placing it securely in his inner pocket, his voice deep and resolute. He understood the gravity of his mission and vowed not to fail. Zhou Qingtian placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his fierce gaze compelling. "Return alive." Han Qing nodded firmly, uttering no further words, and melted back into the lingering shadows of night. Approximately half a stick of incense later, from a concealed, snow-covered, dilapidated opening on the side of Wushan Pass, a figure emerged like a weasel, swiftly vanishing into the snow-covered expanse beyond the fort. Rather than heading directly toward Haishi Fortress, he first veered westward, creating the illusion of attempting to bypass the barbarian forward sentries. Chapter 63. The Delivery of the Letter. Indeed, as Han Qing ventured less than 10 miles from Wushan Pass into a hilly terrain, sharp whistles suddenly pierced the air from behind a snow-laden slope. Whoosh! Several bone arrows whizzed past him, embedding themselves in the snow, followed by 5 barbarian scouts draped in white furs, emerging like phantoms from the snow, surrounding him in a fan-like formation with glinting, curved blades in hand. Their eyes were alert and menacing, clearly having identified their solitary quarry. Feigning terror, Han Qing drew his blade in a futile attempt to resist, but his movements appeared clumsy and ineffective to the seasoned scouts. In mere moments, his weapon was knocked away, and a scout kicked him to the ground, a cold curved blade pressed against his neck. A spy from the Qian? Quite audacious. The leading scout barked in coarse Qian dialect, stepping on Han Qing's back as he began to search him. Han Qing struggled, emitting meaningless gasps as if in shock. When the scout leader retrieved the seemingly blank letter from his inner pocket, Han Qing's struggles intensified, despair evident in his eyes. The scout leader examined the paper, holding it to the light, his brow furrowing. This letter was entirely blank and concealed so meticulously. It certainly harbored secrets. Take him away. Return him to Blackstone Fortress for the king's judgment. With a decisive gesture, the squad leader signaled 2 scouts to step forward, binding Han Qing tightly with rawhide ropes, silencing him and swiftly dragging him toward Blackstone Fortress. Meanwhile, on the expansive snowy plains outside the fortress, an atmosphere of impending doom hung heavily in the air. The mournful sound of a horn echoed across the landscape, reminiscent of a beast's growl. A throng of barbarian cavalry was gathering. On one side, 5,000 light cavalry, led by the centurion Goltai, were clad in light armor, bearing sturdy bows and curved sabers, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Perched atop their restless steeds, their eyes glimmered with the ferocity of ravenous wolves, brimming with an insatiable thirst for slaughter and plunder. The restless hooves churned the snow beneath, exhaling clouds of vapor that mingled in the chill air, thickening the atmosphere of menace. On the opposite side stood 5,000 heavy cavalry, commanded by the valiant centurion Baruch. These were the elite of the barbarian court, their horses and riders clad in formidable armor, even the vital areas of their steeds protected by sturdy leather and metal plates. The knights wielded long spears and massive axes, resembling a moving fortress of steel. They formed a silent line, an oppressive weight palpable in the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Sunlight occasionally broke through the clouds, glinting off the icy armor, casting a chilling brilliance. Ushalu stood atop the towering walls of Blackstone Fortress, draped in the striking cloak of the Snow Wolf King, his brown eyes surveying the surging tide of steel below. A cruel smile etched upon his face. The flames of vengeance ignited within his breast. He sought to make the Iron Wall and Zhang Huayuan pay a bloody price. "My warriors!" Ushalu bellowed with all his might, his voice resonating like thunder across the assembly ground. "The Qin people have betrayed us, ambushed our tribe, and slain our kin. This grievance shall not go unavenged. I swear it. Today, we shall crush Wushan and shatter the Iron Wall. With the blood of the Qin, we shall cleanse our dishonor. With their food and wealth, we shall fill our packs. For the tribe, for the tribe, for the king." A roar akin to a tidal wave erupted as the barbarian warriors brandished their weapons, their battle fervor reaching a fever pitch. Goltai and Baruch exchanged glances, both recognizing the bloodlust in each other's eyes, eagerly awaiting Ushalu's command, ready to surge forth like a flood unleashed. However, just as Ushalu inhaled deeply, poised to issue the order to attack, a rider on horseback rushed in from the distance, the scout radiating heat from exertion. He galloped to the fortress wall, reining in his steed, and called out urgently, "Great King, the forward post has captured a scout from within Wushan Pass, and a suspicious letter has been discovered. He has been brought before the fortress." Ushalu furrowed his brow, the momentum of the impending assault interrupted, causing him some displeasure. Yet, the mention of Wushan Pass and the letter stirred something within him. He waved his hand, "Bring him forth." Moreover, orders were dispatched to Jurtai and Baruch to delay their military advancement and convene for a discussion. The command was swiftly communicated, causing the war machinery that was on the verge of activation to temporarily come to a halt. Despite their inner doubts, Jurtai and Baruch promptly dismounted and ascended the fortress walls with urgency. Soon, Han Qing, bound and appearing somewhat disheveled, was brought forth by 2 barbarian warriors, who forced him to kneel before Wuzhalu. A blank letter was also presented to Wuzhalu by one of the soldiers. Holding the letter in his hands, Wuzhalu's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept over Han Qing, his voice tinged with a chilling intent. "Who sent you? What is the purpose of this letter?" Han Qing raised his head, feigning a mixture of defiance and trepidation, responding in the official dialect of the Great Qian. "I am the personal guard of young Master Fang Yuni. By his command, I have come to deliver this letter to the great king of the barbarians. The contents of the letter pertain to your ability to successfully breach the Iron Wall Pass and capture Zhang Huayuan. As for the letter's contents, they can only be revealed using a special potion. I am unaware of the specifics." Fang Yuni? A glimmer of insight flashed in Wuzhalu's eyes, the peculiar circumstances at Luoxia Slope resurfacing in his mind. He subtly signaled to his personal guard beside him. The guard understood, taking Han Qing away to be detained. and procuring a specially crafted small pouch containing a powder prepared by the royal court's sorcerer, designed to reveal certain concealed messages. The guard dissolved the powder in clear water and cautiously immersed the letter within. Moments later, lines of clear Great Qian characters gradually emerged on the paper. Wu Zilu picked up the letter and began to read attentively. Initially, his expression bore the usual arrogance and scrutiny, but as he delved deeper into the text, his demeanor began to shift. It transformed from astonishment, as if confronted with something utterly unbelievable, to profound suspicion, his brow furrowing tightly. Yet ultimately, it settled into a grave countenance. The letter's contents aligned precisely with what Fang Yuni had articulated in the council chamber at Wushan Pass. It elaborated on the blood feud between Fang Yuni and the court, as well as with Zhao Yuanming and Zhang Huayuan, and his earnest proposal to collaborate with Wu Zilu to jointly dismantle the Iron Wall Pass and subsequently delineate the northern territories. Particularly captivating were the mentions of internal and external cooperation to assist the king in clearing Zhao Yuanming's influence in the north, along with the proposal for territorial governance, which appeared as a substantial delicacy laced with poison, brimming with temptation. Chapter 64, Revising Conditions. Wu Zilu passed the letter to Zhitai and Baruch for their perusal. Upon completion, both men displayed a mixture of shock and skepticism. "You all take a look," Wu Zilu said in a low voice, tinged with a barely perceptible agitation. "What do you think of this young Master Fang's defection?" Zhitai, having read the letter, spoke first, his tone imbued with intense doubt. "Great King, this letter is exceedingly implausible. The Fang family has been adversaries of our clan for generations. Their blood feud runs deep. Even if Fang Yuni bears a grudge against Zhang Huayuan, how could he so easily betray the great Qian that his ancestors vowed to protect with their lives? I believe this must be a ruse of surrender, intended to lure our forces into a trap, only to be ambushed from both the front and rear at the Iron Wall Pass." Baruchia voiced his agreement in a deep, resonant tone, asserting that Golt was indeed correct. The Han people are cunning and should never be trusted. This could very well be yet another performance orchestrated by Zhou, Qing Tian, and that frail wretch. It would be far wiser for us to amass our forces and first subdue Wushan Pass. However, a somewhat older commander with graying hair, known as Tu Hubuhua, pondered before speaking. "My lord, esteemed colleagues, I believe this matter may not be entirely fabricated." He pointed to the letter, which mentioned events from 8 years prior. Alluding to the rift between the Fang family and the court, this was indeed a matter of fact. Fang Xintian, with his remarkable achievements, had aroused the suspicions of the Qian emperor, which was no mere rumor. Fang Yuni, this young man, having endured in silence for many years, once he revealed his martial prowess, suddenly found himself the target of an assassination attempt, harboring immense resentment and potentially acting in a reckless and extreme manner, is not outside the realm of possibility. More importantly, a glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Tuatao Buhua's eyes as he proposed a condition we could not refuse: to open the Wushan Pass and even offer cooperation from within TB Pass. If this were true, our army could advance swiftly and directly, avoiding the attrition at Wushan Pass and striking at the very heart of TB Pass. This would entail a far lesser cost than a direct assault on Wushan Pass. I trust all of you understand the formidable capabilities of the old forces of the Northern Town Army within Wushan Pass. Though they number no more than 10,000 and most are no longer in their prime, we must not underestimate them. Conversely, even if there is deception involved, Tuatao Hua's tone shifted suddenly, asserting that as long as we proceed with caution, leaving room for contingencies while closely monitoring the movements at Wushan Pass, what could Fang Yuni's mere few thousand remnants possibly stir up? Should he truly dare to play tricks, we could always turn back and crush him and those old forces. As Tuatao Hua's words settled, the tent erupted into intense debate. Some believed the opportunity should not be missed and advocated for a daring attempt, while others deemed the risk too great, insisting on a steady approach. Wu Shilu listened to his officer's arguments, his fingers lightly tapping on the chair's back, his inner scale swaying. Fang Yuni's proposal indeed struck at the heart of his greatest need at that moment, offering a swift and low-cost means to breach TB Pass. Moreover, Fang Yuni's display of martial prowess and ruthless determination at Luoxia Slope convinced him that this youth might indeed undertake such a reckless act of vengeance. "Enough," Wu Shilu interjected, his voice silencing all discussions. His gaze swept across the assembly before he made his decision. Regardless of the veracity of this letter, it presented an opportunity for our forces. If true, we could save countless efforts and significantly reduce soldier casualties while directly targeting TB Pass. If false, Wu Shilu scoffed, a fierce glint in his eyes. Then we shall first crush Wushan Pass and then assault TB Pass. Before our overwhelming might, any schemes or tricks would be futile. He turned his gaze to Bourgeois. You are the most meticulous here. You shall be responsible for liaising with Fang Yuni and monitoring the movements at Wushan Pass. The army must assemble as originally planned, yet refrain from launching an assault on Wushan Pass for the time being. They shall remain stationary. Jurtai, dispatch more scouts from your light cavalry to thoroughly sever the connection between Wushan Pass and the outside world, while simultaneously infiltrating towards TB Pass to gather intelligence on Zhang Huayuan's defenses. But look, your heavy cavalry stands ready, prepared for an immediate strike. Yes, the commanders responded in unison. Time has elapsed for over half a day. Imprisoned within a modest stone chamber, Han Qing appeared outwardly calm, yet internally he was engulfed in anxiety, uncertain of the success of his mission. At that moment, the door to the chamber swung open, and Tuachuo Boa entered, flanked by several loyal guards. After scrutinizing Han Qing with piercing eyes, he spoke slowly. The king has reviewed Fang Yui's letter. Han Qing's heart tightened, though his exterior remained composed. Tuachuo Bourgeois continued. The king has agreed to collaborate with Fang Yui. However, the conditions must be amended. His tone was firm and brooked no dissent. The delineation will not be Wushan Pass or TB Pass. Rather, it shall be the boundary of Yuzhou. All territory north of Yuzhou, including TB and Wushan Pass, will belong to our barbarian tribes. Only south of Yuzhou shall be Fang Yui's domain. Upon hearing this, Han Qing was profoundly shaken. These conditions were far more arduous than those proposed in the letter. Yuzhou is a crucial stronghold in the northern frontier. Conceding it would mean relinquishing the gateway to the northern borders of the great Qian dynasty. Furthermore, Tuachuo Bourgeois coldly added, you shall return and inform Fang Yui that regardless of his agreement, tomorrow morning, my king, Wuslu, will personally lead the army to Wushan Pass. Should he possess the wisdom to consent, he must act in accordance with his letter, opening the gates to surrender and cooperating with our forces. If he dares to play tricks, Tuachuo Bourgeois did not finish his sentence, but the ominous intent was unmistakable. This was both a final ultimatum and a test of Fang Yui's sincerity. Han Qing fell silent for a moment, as if digesting this astonishing news. Ultimately, he raised his head, his face devoid of any expression, and responded in a steady tone, I shall convey the king's words verbatim. Tuachuo Bourgeois waved his hand dismissively, gesturing for his guards to untie Han Qing and escort him out. Upon reaching the fortress exterior, a slightly emaciated warhorse awaited. Without a word, Han Qing mounted the steed. He glanced back at the imposing blackstone fortress and the densely packed barbarian army in the distance, then spurred his horse onward towards Wushan Pass, galloping away. The biting cold wind whipped up snowflakes, stinging his face, yet within him burned a fierce determination. He understood that the young Master's plan had already succeeded halfway. The remainder hinged upon how the defenders of Wushan Pass would navigate this increasingly intricate and perilous situation. As Han Qing departed, the monumental storm in the northern frontier, orchestrated by Fang Yui, finally spiraled beyond anyone's control, accelerating towards an unknown and bloody fate. Chapter 65, as anticipated. Wushan Pass, Conference Hall. The glow emanating from the charcoal brazier seems utterly incapable of dispelling the weighty chill that pervades the air at this moment. Upon his return to the confines of Wushan Pass, Han Qing meticulously reported his encounter with Wushu and the stringent demands put forth by the barbarian tribes. The barbarian general, Tuachuo proclaimed that their king demanded the territory be delineated by Yuzhou, claiming all lands north of Yuzhou, including TB Pass and Wushan Pass, as their own. He further commanded that the young master submit to their terms by dawn the following day, or face the wrath of their advancing armies, leading to mutual destruction. As Han Qing's words fell, the council chamber became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Zhou Qingtian's complexion darkened to a deep shade of iron, his chest heaving violently, the grotesque scar on his face contorting with fury, resembling a living centipede. He slammed his fist down upon the sturdy wooden table beside him with a resounding crash, causing it to tremble violently, nearly collapsing under the force. Yuzhou, Wushilu truly harbors an insatiable appetite. How dare he? How dare he impose such conditions? Zhou Qingtian's voice erupted like that of a wounded lion, laden with incredulous rage. Yuzhou is the very heart of our northern frontier, the true gateway to our great Qian's northern borders. It was a national disgrace to have lost it 8 years ago, and countless soldiers fought valiantly to reclaim it. Now, with a mere flutter of his tongue, he demands we relinquish half of our northern territory. This is utterly inconceivable. It seeks to shatter the backbone of our great Qian, to hand over the lands that the Fang family has guarded for generations. I, Zhou Qingtian, would rather perish in battle than acquiesce. Zhao Qian's expression mirrored his own, filled with profound discontent. His fingers, twisting his beard, turned pale from exertion, and his wise eyes now brimmed with shadows of worry. To govern Yuzhou under such conditions is no longer an act of cooperation, but a blatant act of annexation. Wu Shilu has calculated our enmity with the court and Zhao Yuanming, convinced that we are cornered, thus proposing such outrageous terms. His intent is not merely to exploit our breach, but to seize the fertile lands of our great Qian in one fell swoop. Drawing a deep breath, he turned to Zhou Qingtian, his tone heavy with foreboding. General, should we comply with these demands, we shall be condemned throughout history as traitors, and the noble legacy of the Northern Defense Army will be tarnished forever, leaving us with an eternal stain of infamy. This is a cost we cannot afford to bear. Both men were filled to the brim with immense anger and humiliation, as if they could already envision the barbarian hordes trampling across the land of Yuzhou after inviting them in. It seemed evident that Wu Shilu's army would soon emerge in full force, their ambitions far exceeding their initial expectations. However, at the precipice of this mounting tension and fury, Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian instinctively turned their gazes toward Fang Yui, who had remained silent throughout. There he sat, quietly poised, his fingers lightly tapping the back of his chair, his pallid face betraying no sign of shock or anger, not even a flicker of unexpected turmoil. His deep-set eyes remained tranquil, as if what Han Qing had brought back was not a cataclysmic piece of news, but merely an ordinary occurrence long anticipated. This extraordinary tranquility descended like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the flickering flames of anger within Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian, replacing it with a profound sense of bewilderment. Zhou Qingtian could not help but speak, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. You seem unfazed. Could it be that all of this was within your expectations? Zhao Qian, too, fixed his gaze intently on Fang Yuni, searching for any trace of pretense upon his countenance. But he was met with failure. The calmness exuded from the very depths of his being. Fang Yuni ceased his tapping, lifting his eyes to meet the probing gazes of the two, a faint yet chilling smile gracing his lips. Mr. Zhao, please remain composed. His voice was steady, imbued with a soothing power, yet underpinned by an undeniable confidence. If Wu Shilu lacked such ambition, he would not be the formidable ruler of the southern courtyard, who even the grandfather found troublesome. His demand for Yuzhou was entirely anticipated by me. Anticipated? Zhou Qingtian exclaimed in astonishment. Then does that mean that what he desires, we must concede to him? Fang Yuni interrupted sharply, his tone suddenly hardening, laced with a hint of lethal intent. Yuzhou is our great Qian's Yuzhou, a land safeguarded with the blood of my grandfather, my uncles, and 100,000 soldiers of the Northern Expeditionary Army. If Wu Shilu and his barbarian army dare to covet it, they shall not return. His words resonated like a drawn sword, its icy gleam dispersing the shadows within the hall and invigorating Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian. Yuni, are you suggesting? Zhao Qian hurriedly interjected, the spark of hope rekindling in his eyes. Fang Yuni rose, moving with deliberate grace to the center of the modest sand table. At that moment, Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian noticed that the sand table had been meticulously reshaped. No longer crude and indistinct, it had transformed into a remarkably detailed representation. Almost lifelike. Wushan Pass, TB Pass, Haishi Fortress and surrounding mountains, rivers, hills, forests, paths, and secret routes were all distinctly identifiable. Even the undulations of the terrain rendered with precision. Clearly, Fang Yuni had devoted considerable time and effort to reconstruct this sand table well before Han Qing's return. He picked up a slender wooden stick, pointing to the location representing Wushan Pass, and began to quietly expound upon his intricately interlinked and astutely devised subsequent plan. Though his voice was soft, it reached Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian with clarity, every word imbued with a chilling intent to kill. The plan unfolds in 4 phases. Fang Yuni's stick moved across the sand table. First, we shall eliminate their eyes and sever their communications. When the battle commences tomorrow, our army will feign retreat. Slipping into the western mountains, we must immediately dispatch 1,000 elite troops, led by a vigilant, decisive, and utterly reliable commander, to stealthily exit Wushan Pass through the secret routes we control and lie in ambush in the designated area outside the pass. Their sole task shall be to strike as soon as Wushalu leads the main force of the barbarian army into the pass, advancing towards TB Pass. All scouts and messengers of the barbarian tribes stationed outside the pass must be eliminated with utmost speed and efficiency. It is imperative that not a single one escapes, thereby severing all connections between Wuzalu and our stronghold, Blackstone Fortress, as well as other barbarian factions beyond the walls. Fang Yunyi's gaze swept over Zhou Qingtian and Zhou Bo. The leader of this operation is of paramount importance. He must possess not only meticulous foresight, but also the ability to utilize the terrain and move stealthily. Furthermore, he must exhibit formidable martial prowess and exhibit unwavering loyalty to our cause. Once these criteria are met, he is to lead his troops to lie in wait outside Wushan Pass for further instructions, remaining undetected by any onlookers. Chapter 66. The plan unfolds in 4 steps. Zhou Qingtian nodded solemnly, without hesitation, assuring, "I shall personally select seasoned veterans, undoubtedly reliable." A few suitable candidates flashed through his mind. Fang Yunyi nodded in acknowledgement, shifting his wooden staff towards Wushan Pass and then pointing to the narrow passageway leading to Iron Wall Pass, approximately 2 miles in length. The second step involves reclaiming the stronghold and creating an icy path. After Wuzalu's forces enter the pass, it is unlikely they will abandon their positions to assault Iron Wall Pass. He will certainly leave a contingent stationed at Wushan Pass to guard against our treachery while ensuring a safe retreat. Once their main force has moved away, we must dispatch another elite unit of about 3,000 troops, led by a formidable general, to stealthily return with a thunderous momentum, annihilating the barbarian forces left behind at Wushan Pass. His tone was resolute. Total extermination is essential, with not a single individual allowed to escape and relay information to Wuzalu. Once Wushan Pass is reclaimed, immediate execution of a subsequent critical mission is required, the creation of an icy surface. Fang Yunyi's staff struck the passageway and the walls of Wushan Pass. It was the harsh depths of winter, the air frigid and biting. He commanded the soldiers to procure water from within the stronghold and thoroughly soak the 2-mile stretch of road, repeatedly dousing it until the surface transforms into a smooth, thick layer of ice several inches deep. Simultaneously, water must be liberally applied to the battlements of Wushan Pass and the slopes within, ensuring a treacherous ice crust that is difficult to traverse. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian exchanged bewildered and perplexed glances. Soaking the ground? Dousing the walls? This was a strategy utterly foreign to them. Zhou Qingtian could not suppress his confusion and inquired, "Yunyi, while your plan to freeze the ground may indeed make it slippery and hinder their advance, it will also complicate the movements of our own forces in the future. Moreover, what purpose does soaking the walls serve?" Zhao Qian's brow furrowed, clearly equally baffled. Fang Yunyi's seemingly frivolous orders stood in stark contrast to the clever stratagems they had envisioned. Yet, observing their puzzled expressions, Fang Yunyi refrained from direct explanation, simply stating, "Zhou Bo, Mr. Zhao, follow through with the orders. This is the key to ensnaring our enemies. And in due time, you shall comprehend its profound utility." The soldiers tasked with this operation, upon completing the water dousing assignment, are to immediately conceal themselves within Wushan Pass, awaiting quietly for further commands. Without orders, they must remain motionless. Seeing Fang Yunyi's unwavering confidence, Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian, despite their lingering doubts, chose to suppress their inquiries and place their trust in this nephew who had consistently performed miracles. They speculated internally that each seemingly peculiar command from Fang Yunyi must harbor profound significance. In the third step, they would maneuver behind enemy lines, awaiting an opportunity to strike when the enemy was fatigued. Fang Yunyi's wooden staff departed from Wushan Pass, tracing a grand arc along the Serpentine mountain range to the west. They needed to circumvent the main force of the barbarian army and ultimately reach a desiccated riverbed approximately 5 miles from TB Pass. The remaining core troops, numbering around 5,000, would be personally led by Zhou Bo, accompanied by Chen Shu and Zhao Xianxing. They would avoid the main roads, traveling light and discreetly scaling the western mountains to arrive at this elevated riverbed, which offered concealment. The terrain here was elevated, allowing them to survey a vast expanse in front of TB Pass, and with the forest at their backs, it was conducive to stealth and retreat. When they arrived, regardless of whether TB Pass had been breached by the barbarian forces, both sides would undoubtedly be embroiled in fierce combat, suffering heavy casualties. Fang Yunyi's gaze was as cold as steel as he continued to articulate his strategy. There would be 3 potential scenarios to address. If the barbarian army had breached the pass and was flooding into the city in disarray, our forces would strike during their vulnerable moment. At that time, I will have further arrangements, utilizing the terrain to prepare a unique water assault for the barbarian horde. Should the 2 sides remain locked in a stalemate at the pass, we would observe patiently, biding our time to allow them to inflict mutual destruction before we launched our attack. The most probable scenario, however, would be that the barbarian army, leveraging their numerical superiority, would breach TB Pass at a great cost. While they might emerge victorious, their physical exhaustion and casualties would leave gaping flaws in their ranks. Fang Yunyi's voice carried a hint of ruthlessness. It would then be our optimal moment to strike. Our forces would conserve their strength and initiate range attacks with arrows. Not ordinary arrows, he paused, casting a glance over Zhou, Qingtian, and Zhao Qian. We must attach dispersed poison sacs to our arrows. I intend to unleash a barrage of poisoned arrows upon the barbarian encampment. Poison? Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian were taken aback, their hearts racing, glancing at Fang Yunyi with a mix of fear and deeper admiration. The use of poison, while not a noble tactic in warfare, was indeed the most effective means of inflicting mass casualties upon the enemy. However, Zhao Qian spoke gravely, esteemed nephew. While this plan is ruthless and could severely damage the barbarian forces, we lack a sufficient supply of such potent poison in our ranks. To effectively harm tens of thousands of barbarians would require an enormous quantity. Where shall we procure this on such short notice? Fang Yunyi appeared to anticipate this question, waving his hand dismissively with a calm demeanor tinged with an enigmatic undertone. There is no need for concern, Mr. Zhao. I have made preparations regarding the poison. Before we set off tomorrow, I will provide you with an ample supply. He refrained from disclosing the source of the poison, and Zhou, Qingtian, and Zhao Qian, understanding the unspoken implications, did not press further. They could never have imagined that Fang Yunyi's confidence stemmed from the mysterious storage space within the sword tower in his mind. For 3 years, amidst his cultivation, he had utilized the time differences within the small tower and the materials he gathered to concoct a substantial quantity of hybrid poisons, initially intended as a trump card, which now proved to be fortuitously applicable. This is splendid. Zhou Qingtian inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his heart. And what a 4th step. The 4th step involved a strategic maneuver to ensnare the enemy, like capturing a turtle in a jar. Fang Yunyi's staff struck decisively upon the location of Wushan Pass, delineating a circle connecting TB Pass to Wushan Pass. Once we execute a pincer attack and severely damage or annihilate the main forces of Wuzilu beneath TB Pass, any remaining barbarian troops wishing to retreat must traverse through Wushan Pass. At that moment, the passageway we have soaked and frozen will fulfill its purpose, transforming into their nightmare. The icy surface will render movement treacherous, drastically reducing their speed, turning them into living targets for our ambush at Wushan Pass. Furthermore, the walls of Wushan Pass, coated in ice, will be almost insurmountable. Should they attempt to seize the pass and flee, it would be akin to scaling a mountain. With formidable ice obstructing their path, and our forces in hot pursuit, arrows raining down upon them, and perilous mountains flanking them, their escape route has been effectively seized and fortified by our icy stronghold. Wuzilu and his barbarian horde are indeed akin to turtles in a jar, beasts in a cage, destined to be methodically exterminated until their entire army is obliterated. Chapter 67. The plan unfolds. Fang Yunyi's voice resonated with unwavering certainty, imbued with an air of lethal intent, as if he could already envision the barbarian army's demise amidst ice, fire, poison, and arrows. Zhou, Qingtian, and Zhao Qian felt their hearts swell with excitement, yet shivered at the chilling implications. This plan, meticulously interwoven, was ruthless and resolute, ingeniously employing the harsh winter conditions and the advantageous topography of Wushan Pass, alongside the strategic positioning of our forces, to their utmost potential. Every move anticipated the enemy's actions, thoroughly deciphering Wuzilu's psychological patterns and the barbarian army's modus operandi. This transcended mere military strategy. It resembled an intricately choreographed dance of death, with Fang Ming as the unyielding dancer orchestrating the entire rhythm. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Zhao Qian could not suppress his applause, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Ice would hinder the enemy, poisoned arrows would wound them, ambushes would decimate them, and ultimately, they would be trapped. My dear nephew, this plan is a masterstroke. Even though Wu Zilu possesses unmatched courage, with a youthful martial arts master like you in command, once he falls into this trap, escape will be impossible. Zhou Qingtian, equally stirred, slapped his thigh with vigor. Excellent. Let's proceed. I have longed to leave this band of barbarians in the northern frontier for over a decade, and at last, the opportunity has arisen. Uni, we shall adhere to your every directive. Fang Uni nodded, yet his expression bore a weight of seriousness. While the plan was commendable, its successful execution remained paramount. I shall reiterate, tomorrow, the 1,000-man team tasked with reconnaissance and the 3,000-man team returning to seize the pass must be led by vigilant and reliable commanders, with no room for error. Zhou Qingtian declared solemnly, rest assured, Uni, I appointed Han Qing to lead the 1,000-strong contingent, for he has recently distinguished himself and possesses an intimate understanding of the terrain beyond the borders and the deployment of the barbarian scouts. His meticulous nature serves him well. As for the 3,000-strong force, I entrusted its command to Chun Lai. Though his temperament is fierce, he executes military orders with unwavering resolve and displays sufficient ruthlessness in battle, ensuring the swift eradication of any lingering threats from the barbarians. This arrangement is most agreeable. Fang Uni expressed his concurrence, recognizing Chun Lai as indeed the optimal candidate for the mission of seizing the pass. He then shifted his tone, which turned chillingly grave, emphasizing one final and crucial point: confidentiality. No details of tomorrow's operations must be divulged, not even the slightest whisper prior to their initiation. The nearly 10,000 soldiers within the fortress, though loyal, cannot be guaranteed free of traitors like Zhang Huayuan and spies planted by the barbarians. Fang Uni's gaze pierced through the air like a blade, surveying Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian. Gentlemen, you are undoubtedly aware of the presence of infiltrators within. Before the onset of battle, we must cleanse them completely, leaving not a single one behind. Otherwise, should our plans be exposed, all our endeavors may unravel into naught. The expressions of Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian turned exceedingly serious in an instant. They were acutely aware of the underlying corruption within the fortress, as evidenced by the affair involving Qiangui. However, due to the previously challenging circumstances, they had been unable to conduct a thorough reckoning. Now, at this critical juncture of survival, they could no longer afford even the slightest grain of sand in their gears. I understand. Zhou Qingtian's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. This matter shall be entrusted to me and Mr. Zhao. We shall act tonight. Excellent. Fang Uni nodded in approval. Our actions must be swift and clandestine. You should already possess the list of suspects. Remember, it is better to mistakenly eliminate a few than to let even one escape. The fate of the northern border and the entire northern garrison hinges upon this decisive action. The night enveloping Wushan Pass was thick as ink, thoroughly shrouded in darkness. The cold wind howled outside the fortress walls, stirring up flurries of snow that wailed mournfully. Most of the barracks within had fallen into silence, interrupted only by the heavy footsteps of patrols and the occasional clang of weapons, which shattered the tranquility of the night. Yet, beneath this seemingly calm exterior, a silent purge was quietly underway. Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian, armed with the list of suspicious individuals they had meticulously compiled over the years and the leads uncovered from the Qiangui incident, set off on separate missions. Zhou Qingtian personally led a squad of fierce and formidable troops straight to the quarters of several mid-ranking officers. These individuals had either been handsomely bribed by Zhang Huayuan or maintained dubious associations with Tai Biguan. Captain Wang, open the door. The general has urgent military matters to discuss. The captain of the elite troops rapped firmly on a wooden door. Inside, a rustling sound and a slightly anxious reply came forth. What business does the general have at this late hour? Before the words were fully uttered, Zhou Qingtian forcefully kicked the door open, darting inside like a flash of lightning. Without allowing Captain Wang a moment to react, his large hand, akin to an iron claw, seized the man's throat, abruptly silencing his words. Captain Wang's eyes widened in terror as he struggled to free himself, yet no sound emerged. Zhou Qingtian's gaze remained frigid as he regarded him, as though looking upon a corpse, and he spoke in a low voice. You treacherous wretch, you shall not be spared. With a sudden surge of strength, a crisp crack echoed as Colonel Wong's head slumped helplessly to one side, his gaze instantly vacant, and his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Search. Look for any evidence of communication with the outside. Zhou Qingtian commanded his loyal soldiers, releasing his grip. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously in various corners within the pass. Zhao Qian led another group, tasked with rooting out the more covert spies disguised as ordinary soldiers. His keen intellect allowed him to discern subtle clues through the observation of others' behaviors and interactions. A seemingly unassuming veteran, when escorted out of the barracks by two loyal soldiers, suddenly erupted in violence. A dagger sliding from his sleeve to strike at the throat of one of his captors with a savage and swift ferocity that was far beyond that of a common soldier. Yet, just as he made his move, a crossbow bolt shot forth from the shadows, accurately penetrating his wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. In an instant, several steel blades were poised against his neck. Take him away. Interrogate him rigorously, Zhao Qian ordered, his expression impassive. There were also those who attempted to resist or flee. But with Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian personally leading the charge, all opposition was swiftly quelled, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Blood occasionally splattered in the darkness, only to be quickly obscured by the night and the accumulating snow. The entire cleansing operation was executed with efficiency and coldness, devoid of any grand tumult, only the brief sounds of struggle and the sickening thud of blades meeting flesh. Many soldiers were subdued or executed in their sleep, utterly oblivious to the chaos unfolding around them. That night, the air within Wushan Pass was thick with an invisible stench of blood. As the darkest hour before dawn passed and the eastern sky began to lighten, the purging operation came to an end. Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian reconvened outside the council hall, both bearing a faint scent of blood, their gazes weary yet sharp. All 17 names on the list had been eradicated, and 5 additional hidden spies had been unearthed, totaling 22 individuals. None escaped justice. Chapter 68. The Barbarian Army Approaches. Zhou Qingtian reported solemnly, his voice tinged with an air of impending doom. Zhao Qian added from some of them, we uncovered unsent secret letters containing information about our defenses and supplies within the pass, even mentioning your return yesterday, Uni. Fortunately, we acted in time. Fang Uni stood within the hall, gazing out at the gradually brightening sky, exhaling a breath of stale air. Excellent. Now that the internal threat has been eliminated, it is time to confront Wuzhou with a decisive battle. He turned, his pallid face illuminated by an extraordinary gleam in his eyes, akin to an unsheathed sword. Its cold light piercing. Zhou Bo, issue the orders. According to the plan, prepare all troops to commence action. Understood, with Fang Yuni's command. The once silent stronghold of the border began to function like a war machine wound tightly, embarking on its predetermined path. A bloody conflict, destined to reverberate throughout the northern realm and impact the fate of the Deqian Empire, was about to unfurl its crimson curtain. Dawn, akin to a bashful maiden, cautiously unveils a glimmer of light behind the leaden clouds, yet fails to disperse the ominous aura that permeates the northern wasteland. This morning, within and beyond the walls of Wushan Pass, the heavy snowfall has ceased, rendering the surroundings eerily silent. Beneath this stillness lies an atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. On the ramparts, the garrison appears considerably sparser than usual, the banners flutter askew, subtly betraying a sense of despondency and disarray. At the pinnacle of the watchtower, a somewhat tattered banner emblazoned with the character Fortune flutters in the biting cold wind, as if engaged in a final struggle. Gradually, beyond the gate, a dark line begins to materialize on the distant horizon, akin to ink diffusing across the snow, slowly tainting the edges of the white expanse. The mournful sound of a horn pierces the frigid air, long and desolate, imbued with the essence of the untamed wilderness. It heralds the advance of the barbarian horde. In no time, the dark line transforms into a surging tide, countless barbarian horsemen pouring forth like a deluge from the farthest reaches of the snowy plains. The light cavalry sweeps like the wind, stirring up flurries of snow, while the heavy cavalry thunders like a mountain, causing the earth to tremble beneath their might. Colorful tribal banners dance wildly in the cold breeze, and weapons glint with a chilling light, coalescing into a suffocating forest of steel and gold. The sound of hooves draws nearer, ultimately merging into a deep, resounding thunder that reverberates in the hearts of every soldier stationed at Wushan Pass. Tens of thousands of barbarian warriors arrive, gradually unfurling their formation just an arrow's flight from the pass. Prominently displayed at the center is the massive banner of the Grey Wolf King. Beneath it stands the Southern Court's king, Wu Zhulu. He sits astride an exceptionally magnificent black warhorse, draped in a cloak of snow wolf fur. His brown eyes sharp as a hawk's, coldly surveying the seemingly crumbling fortress before him. To his left and right, formidable generals such as Jurtai and Baruch stand at attention, their gazes rife with the thirst for conquest and bloodshed. The warning horns atop Wushan Pass sound a mournful clarion call, echoing across the entire fortification. Tinged with urgency and unease, the gates slowly creak open and the drawbridge descends. A contingent of approximately 1,000 guards from Wushan Pass surges forth, arraying themselves in formation before the gate, seemingly intent on halting the advance of the barbarian horde. Yet, in stark contrast to the boundless barbarian forces opposite them, this contingent appears diminutive and frail. Leading them is not the seasoned veteran Zhou Qingtian, but a youth clad in silver armor, wielding a gleaming silver spear, none other than Fang Ming. Today he has shed his loose-fitting robes for a tailored suit of silver armor. The armor, though not pristine, bears a few scratches, yet it imparts an aura of vigor and sharpness that starkly contrasts with his frail visage. His complexion remains pallid, his lips devoid of color. Yet his eyes, profound as the abyss, calmly regard the tide of barbarian warriors before him, devoid of any trace of fear. This marks his first appearance on the battlefield, armored and armed, under the watchful gaze of the multitude. The gleaming silver spear, seemingly weightless in his grasp, pointed menacingly at the ground, its sharp blade shimmering with a cold radiance under the dim light. Is he truly the scion of the Fang family? Wu Zhi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Fang Ming from afar, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. He possesses a semblance of the pretense that his deceased father lacked, yet alas, he is destined for a brief existence. Tawachu Obuwa murmured nearby, "Your Majesty, observing the current state of Wushan Pass, it is evident the morale of the defending troops is waning and their numbers sparse." With Fang Ming taking the field personally, it seems his words were not mere fabrications. Zhou Qingtian's old injuries have likely resurfaced, rendering him incapable of commanding the army. Wu Zhi, however, merely snorted in disdain. Whether it is true or not, we shall ascertain it through trial. Jurtai, step forward. The subordinate galloped forth, a sanguine excitement etched upon his visage. Go, entertain this ailing youth. Let us see if he possesses even a fraction of his father Fang Wenyuan's prowess. Remember, do not kill him. His life is of use to me. Wu Zhi commanded, his tone dripping with condescension. As you command, Jurtai sneered, spurring his steed forward, leading a contingent of several hundred elite light cavalry, akin to arrows released from a bow, charging towards the feeble formation at Wushan Pass. You young scion of the Fang family, I hear you are on the brink of death. Instead of resting at home, have you come here to seek your demise? Jurtai's boisterous taunts echoed even before his arrival, delivered in a harsh yet derisive dialect of the Dacian. A ripple of unrest coursed through the ranks of the defending soldiers at Wushan Pass, clearly intimidated by the barbarian cavalry's imposing presence. Yet, Fang Ming remained poised atop his steed, his expression unperturbed as he faced the oncoming horde. He merely raised his silver spear, its tip directed at Jurtai, and his voice rang clear, infused with an extraordinary resonance that transcended the tumult of battle. You barbaric old wretch, you encroach upon my territory and harm my people. Today, I, Fang Ming, stand here. I shall not permit your insolence. The frailty in his voice seemed to diminish, replaced by a newfound vigor. Before his words had fully dissipated, he fiercely squeezed his horse's flanks, and the seemingly ordinary steed emitted a powerful neigh, surging forward, carrying him alone against the throngs of barbarian light cavalry. Young master, no? A shocked cry erupted from the battlements of Wushan Pass. Laughter erupted within the ranks of the barbarian forces, who deemed this ailing fool utterly deranged, seeking his own end. Jurtai, in particular, guffawed, seeking death are we? He brandished his curved blade, accelerating towards Fang Ming, his eyes gleaming with the anticipated vision of cleaving the young man from his mount. The distance between them rapidly diminished. 50 paces, 30 paces, 10 paces. Just as Jurtai's blade was poised to descend, Fang Ming made his move. With a flick of his wrist, the silver spear shot forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, transforming into a streak of silver light, striking for Jurtai's throat with preternatural swiftness. Fang Yuni's thrust was swift, precise, and lethal, an execution that belied his frail appearance. Chapter 69, The Rout. The sinister grin on Jurtai's face froze instantaneously, his pupils constricting in shock. He had never anticipated Fang Yuni's speed and the angle of his strike to be so astoundingly acute. He barely managed to sidestep, his curved blade hastily rising to parry. Clang! The tip of the spear poised against the side of the curved blade emitted a sharp crack. A tremendous force surged forth, numbing Jurtai's arm and nearly causing him to lose his grip on the weapon. A wave of terror washed over him. This frail, sickly figure possessed extraordinary strength. Before he could alter his tactics, Fang Yuni swiftly retracted and thrust his spear, akin to a serpent flicking its tail, sweeping the shaft down heavily upon the forelegs of Jurtai's steed. A bone-crushing sound echoed, chilling the air. The warhorse beneath him let out a piercing neigh, its forelegs shattered, collapsing forward in a sudden kneel. Taken by surprise, Jurtai cried out and was violently thrown from his mount, crashing into the snow and rolling several times before coming to a halt, utterly disheveled. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The ranks of both armies fell into a profound silence, as every eye turned in disbelief towards the pale-faced youth who remained steadfast on his horse, silver spear inclined. Just one clash. Merely one clash. The fierce barbarian Centurion Jurtai had been unseated. Although he had survived, the humiliation was palpable. Fang Yuni reined in his steed, his gaze sweeping over the bewildered barbarian cavalry, his voice laced with feigned breathlessness and haughty disdain. Is that all the barbarian generals have to offer? Who else wishes to meet their demise? His display not only showcased considerable prowess, convincing Wu Zilu of his worth for collaboration and rebellion, but also maintained his facade of fragility. More importantly, it successfully drew the attention of all, laying the groundwork for subsequent plans. Useless. Wu Zilu's expression darkened as he observed the scene from afar, muttering a curse, uncertain whether it was directed at Jurtai or Fang Yuni. Yet, the disdain he held for Fang Yuni had undeniably diminished. But look, I grant you 5,000 troops. Within an hour, flatten this force before Wushan Pass and capture Fang Yuni. Wu Zilu, having lost patience, issued a direct order for an all-out assault. At your command. Baluk responded in a booming voice, wielding his colossal bone club, leading a mixed battalion of 5,000 barbarian infantry and cavalry, advancing like a moving mountain towards Wushan Pass. This time, it was no longer a mere probe, but a genuine offensive. Fall back. Quickly retreat into the pass. Fang Yuni exclaimed, feigning alarm as he issued his command. The 1,000-strong garrison at Wushan Pass, already stricken with fear, felt as though a reprieve had been granted upon hearing this order. They hastily turned, crowding around Fang Yuni as they retreated towards the open gates, their formation in disarray, armor discarded, appearing utterly beleaguered. Pursue. Do not let them escape. Baluk roared. The barbarian forces accelerating their charge, arrows raining down like locusts upon the retreating soldiers. Many of the lagging defenders were struck down, their anguished cries piercing the chaos. The scene devolved into utter pandemonium. Fang Yuni, shielded by his guards, was the last to enter the gates. Even as he crossed the threshold, he glanced back at the advancing barbarian horde. Release the arrows. Quickly fire at them. Zhao Qian, in a hoarse voice, commanded the defenders atop the walls, ordering them to unleash arrows to thwart the enemy. Scattered arrows rained down from the battlements, yet they had little effect on the robust and shielded barbarian vanguard. A thunderous sound echoed as the heavy drawbridge was hastily raised, while the gates began to close with a suffocating and panic-stricken clamor. However, the barbarian front had already surged to the gates. Bang! Bang! A series of colossal impacts resounded as the barbarian soldiers began to batter the gates with their bodies and rudimentary tools. The defenders on the walls fought back valiantly, unleashing rolling logs and stones that struck the barbarian soldiers, leaving them bloodied and battered. Yet, the sheer number of the barbarians overwhelmed them, their assault relentless as a tide. This siege was exceptionally brutal. The defenders appeared to expend every resource at their disposal. Arrows, rolling logs, and hot oil poured down upon the barbarian ranks. Yet the dead and wounded piled beneath the gates. The damage to the walls was extensive, and the defenders seemed to lack the necessary manpower, their line precariously faltering. Fang Yuni ascended the watchtower, his silver armor stained with blood and soot. Breathing heavily, he spoke to Zhao Qian. Mr. Zhao, There's no need to hold the line any longer. According to plan, inform General Zhou to prepare for retreat. His voice echoed with despair and reluctance. Zhao Qian, filled with rage and sorrow, nodded gravely and shouted to a trusted lieutenant beside him. Quick! Report to General Zhou that the walls are on the verge of collapse and urge him to arrange for evacuation. Send scouts on swift horses to break through to TB Pass and seek aid from General Zhang Huayuan. Tell him that Wushan Pass is in dire peril. If reinforcements do not arrive soon, the northern gates will be wide open. This call for help was, of course, intended for the eyes of any lurking barbarians or spies from Zhang Huayuan, a calculated part of their strategy. It not only served to further deceive Wushilu, but also laid the groundwork for later accusations against Zhang Huayuan for inaction. The lieutenant, upon receiving his orders, displayed a resolute expression, clasped his hands in salute, and hurried down the city. Before long, a rider burst forth from a concealed exit on the flank of Wushan Pass. Bearing several arrows and stained with blood, a picture of desperate flight, racing towards TB Pass. Everything unfolding within Wushan Pass was keenly observed from afar by Wushilu. My lord, the defenders at Wushan Pass are showing signs of defeat and have dispatched a messenger for aid, reported to Achuo Buhua. A cruel smile played upon Wushilu's lips. Aid? Zhang Huayuan would be delighted to see them all perish. Why would he come to their rescue? Order Baruch to intensify the assault. I wish to stand atop the watchtower of Wushan Pass before noon. Yes, the barbarian onslaught intensified with fervor. Ultimately, after incurring significant casualties, a section of the already battered wall collapsed under the frenzied assault of the barbarian soldiers, creating a gaping breach several feet wide. The wall has fallen. Charge in. The barbarian soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers, surging like a tide through the breach into Wushan Pass. Retreat, quickly, into the mountains from the west. Within the pass, the strained voice of Zhou Qintian rang out, accompanied by the chaotic retreat of the defenders. The soldiers abandoned their banners and supplies, fleeing like headless flies into the sprawling forest to the west of Wushan Pass. Fang Ming, amidst the chaos, was surrounded by the loyal guards of Zhou Hu, blending rather awkwardly with the retreating soldiers, disappearing into the forested edge on the western side. The entire sequence appeared tumultuous, yet it was meticulously orchestrated. The paths of retreat and the discarded supplies were all carefully designed, appearing authentic while maximizing the preservation of strength and diverting the gaze of the barbarian tribes. Baluchi, leading the vanguard of the barbarians, easily seized the nearly deserted walls of Wushan Pass. The banner of the Wolf King was raised atop the fortifications, fluttering proudly in the wind. What a pitiful Wushan Pass, utterly defenseless. In Chapter 70, everything proceeds according to plan. Baluchi stood atop the fort, gazing down at the panicked retreat of the Qian army, bursting into a triumphant laugh. Wu Zilu, flanked by his troops, slowly entered Wushan Pass through the open gates. He surveyed the disarray within and the faint silhouettes of fleeing soldiers visible in the distant woods, nodding in satisfaction. This Fang Ming is astute. He plays his part convincingly. Wu Zilu remarked to Toachuo Buhua. It seems he genuinely wishes to exact vengeance on Zhang Huayuan through our hands. Our king is indeed wise. Thus, the path to TB Pass is now open for our grand army. Toachuo Buhua responded with flattery. Relay the orders. Wu Zilu, you shall lead the vanguard. Set forth immediately, directing your forces towards TB Pass. Jurtai, take your light cavalry to pursue the retreating soldiers from Wushan Pass, driving them further away to prevent them from harassing our rear. The remaining forces will follow me to the Central Army, with the objective of TB Pass. Today, I shall bestow rewards upon the 3 armies within TB Pass. The barbarian army erupted in a fervent roar. The colossal force moved like a great black serpent, gradually slithering along the official road. Marching forth from Wushan Pass towards TB Pass, situated 30 miles away, Wu Zilu left approximately 2,000 soldiers behind, led by a centurion named Tuma, to guard the rear base of Wushan Pass and the retreat path. However, neither the triumphant Wu Zilu nor the stationed Tuma seemed aware that shortly after the main contingent of the barbarian army departed, in some inconspicuous corners of Wushan Pass and specific areas of the western forest, scattered figures quietly began to regroup. Moreover, no one noticed that 1,000 elite soldiers, under the command of Han Qing, had already stealthily exited Wushan Pass through secret passages known only to the former members of the Northern Town Army. This hidden force began to silently eliminate the barbarian scouts and sentinels stationed beyond the walls. At this moment, within the central tent of TB Pass, Zhang Huan was engaged in military discussions with Mr. Wu when a scout lieutenant burst in urgently, kneeling on one knee, breathless as he reported, "General, urgent news from Wushan Pass." "Speak." Zhang Huayuan's heart tightened. This morning, tens of thousands of the barbarian army, personally led by the southern King Wu Zilu, launched a fierce assault on Wushan Pass. The garrison at Wushan Pass could not withstand the assault for even half an hour before the walls were breached. Zhou Qingtian, suffering from a recurrence of old wounds, was unable to command, and Fang Ming led the remnants in retreat, vanishing into the western mountain forests. The loss of Wushan Pass was confirmed with a voice of dread from the scout. "What? So soon?" Zhang Huayuan sprang to his feet, his face a mask of astonishment. Although he had hoped for the fall of Wushan Pass, he had not anticipated it would occur with such swiftness. Mr. Wu, upon hearing the news, furrowed his brow in immediate concern. "What Fang Ming? Is he alive or dead?" According to a messenger who had broken through from Wushan Pass, Fang Ming appeared to be quite skilled in martial arts, having fought valiantly against the barbarian general at the pass without defeat and ultimately led his men to retreat, suggesting he was still alive. The messenger, gravely wounded and having fought desperately to escape, collapsed after delivering his report. "Quite skilled in martial arts?" Zhang Huayuan and Mr. Wu exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment in their eyes. This contradicted the intelligence they had received. "General, with Wushan Pass lost, the next target of the barbarian horde will undoubtedly be our TB Pass." Mr. Wu spoke solemnly, urging immediate closure of the gates, full readiness, and preparation for battle. At the same time, he ordered swift riders to seek reinforcements from Governor Zhao and the court. Suppressing his own uncertainty, Zhang Huayuan issued commands without delay. "Relay the order. Secure all 4 gates, and all soldiers ascend the walls to defend. Load the crossbows, and bring all logs and stones to the battlements. Dispatch an urgent message to the governor and the court, stating that the barbarian army has descended southward, Wushan Pass has fallen, and TB Pass is in imminent peril. Requesting immediate support." In an instant, TB Pass was thrust into a state of utmost battle readiness, the atmosphere charged with tension. Zhang Huayuan and Mr. Wu ascended the watchtower, gazing northward with grave expressions. They understood that the true battle was about to commence, yet they could not fathom why it had come so abruptly. Within Wushan Pass, the main force of the barbarian army had departed over an hour prior, leaving the centurion Tuma to oversee the accounting of meager spoils with his subordinates amidst the clamor. Suddenly, from the edge of the forest where the fleeing soldiers had retreated, a thunderous battle cry erupted. Following this, thousands of soldiers clad in the armor of the Wushan Pass garrison surged forth from the woods like divine warriors, led by a fierce general with a black face wielding a massive axe resembling a door, none other than Chunlai. "Brothers, annihilate these barbaric dogs and reclaim our pass." Chunlai roared, his voice thundering as he charged ahead. With a swing of his colossal axe, he cleaved a barbarian soldier attempting to block his path, splitting him and his shield in twain. "Kill!" The 3,000 elite soldiers, having conserved their strength for so long, surged forth like unleashed tigers, fearlessly assaulting the remaining barbarian forces within the pass. Tuma was instantly struck with panic. What is happening? Where did these soldiers come from? Hadn't they all fled? Taken by surprise, the 2,000 remaining barbarian troops were caught off guard. They had believed Wushan Pass was easily captured and had relaxed their guard, pillaging the remaining supplies, completely unprepared for such a fierce counterattack. Chunlai's forces were evidently well prepared, with clearly defined roles. Some engaged the main body of the barbarian army, while others swiftly rushed towards the gates and the winch room. A third group carried buckets and wooden basins, pouring water along the official road leading to Iron Wall Pass and specific areas of the wall. In the midst of a harsh winter, with temperatures plummeting, the cold water splashed onto the frigid stone pavement and walls, quickly freezing into ice. What were they doing? Tuma was momentarily perplexed upon seeing water being poured, unable to comprehend the purpose of such an action. However, he soon had no time for contemplation, as Chunlai charged towards him like a vengeful deity. Tuma, a warrior of formidable strength, met the challenge with his blade. Yet, Chunlai, filled with wrath, struck with overwhelming force. Within just 3 or 5 exchanges, Tuma's curved sword was sent flying by the might of the giant axe, and in the next moment, the axe's edge severed a massive head, which soared into the air, leaving behind an expression of disbelief. With the death of their commander, the remaining barbarian troops descended into chaos. The battle raged on for less than half an hour, resulting in the complete annihilation of the 2,000 remaining barbarians, with not a single soul escaping. Wu Mountain Pass, having fallen just 2 hours prior, was reclaimed by Chun Lai and his 3,000 elite troops at an extraordinarily minimal cost. However, the barbarian banner of the Songlong king still stood upon the wall, unremoved and unaltered to display that of the Great Qian. Quickly, according to Yun Yi's orders, continue pouring water. Freeze this path and the wall for me. Chun Lai wiped the blood from his face and shouted loudly. Chapter 71. The Assault on Iron Wall Pass. Though the soldiers were bewildered, military orders were as solid as a mountain, and they immediately sprang into action. A considerable volume of water was splashed onto the official road, and soon a slick, mirror-like ice path approximately 2 miles long appeared in the direction from Wu Mountain Pass to Iron Wall Pass. The inner slopes and parapets of the wall were also covered with a thick layer of ice, reflecting an eerie sheen beneath the overcast sky. With all this accomplished, Chun Lai promptly issued further commands. Clear the battlefield and discard all barbarian corpses beyond the wall. Everyone, adhering to the prearranged plan, swiftly took up concealed positions. Without orders, no one was to speak or light a fire. Those who disobeyed would face execution. The reclaimed Wu Mountain Pass fell into an eerie silence, resembling a desolate fortress. Only the smooth ice path and the icy wall bore silent witness to the abnormality of the situation. Meanwhile, Fang Yun, Zhou Qingtian, Zhao Qian, and others, leading the main force of over 5,000 from Wu Mountain Pass, struggled through the undulating western mountains. The rugged mountain paths, thick with snow, made progress exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, the old garrison of the Northern Town Army had long been stationed there and was familiar with the terrain, knowing of certain hidden trails suitable for pack horses. Fang Yun remained clad in his silver armor, though his black cloak was drawn tightly around him, and his complexion appeared increasingly pale in the biting cold. Zhou Qingtian observed Fang Yun's silhouette, his eyes filled with complexity. The youth's performance during the skirmish at the pass and the resilience he displayed in their current march continually reshaped Zhou's perceptions. Yunyi, we likely need another 2 hours to reach the riverbed high ground you mentioned, Zhou Qingtian remarked, hastening his pace to speak in a hushed tone. Fang Yunyi nodded slightly, the breath he exhaled crystallizing into frost upon his brow. Time was ample. The army led by Wu Zilu would not advance rapidly. Reaching the Iron Wall Pass required time. When the moment arrived, we would await them with ease. He lifted his gaze toward the overcast sky and murmured, I only hope this weather turns even colder. The troop advanced silently, resembling a sinuous serpent swiftly weaving through the snow-laden forest. Their destination a desiccated riverbed that overlooked the battlefield of the Iron Wall Pass. Before the Iron Wall Pass, Wu Zilu's horde finally arrived after midday, dark and oppressive, filling the fields before the fortification. The banner of the Black Wolf King danced wildly in the wind, exuding an air of menace that soared to the heavens. Wu Zilu, astride his steed, gazed greedily at the imposing fortress before him, significantly more formidable than the Wushan Pass. On the walls, Zhang Huayu and Mr. Wu, and the other commanders of the Iron Wall Pass watched the boundless horde of barbarians outside, their expressions turning grim. Despite prior preparations, witnessing such a vast army firsthand instilled a sense of despair. This was the first time in years of guarding the Iron Wall Pass that he faced such a colossal barbarian force, and the first time the barbarians had breached the Wushan Pass, their blades now poised at this very location. In the past, with Zhou Qingtian and others manning the front lines, he had remained unconcerned upon hearing of the barbarian breaches. Now, confronted with the reality, he realized the true terror of the barbarian horde. Wu Zilu, though Zhang Huayuan felt a flicker of fear within. He summoned his strength and shouted down to the base of the pass, You dare to provoke conflict and assault my city. Do you not fear that the heavenly soldiers of Dakian will arrive and leave you without a burial place? Wu Zilu responded with a boisterous laugh. Zhang Huayuan, do not attempt to intimidate me with your empty threats. Your emperor is far away in the capital, and Zhao Yuanming is but a cowardly turtle. Today, I shall flatten your Iron Wall Pass and use your heads to honor my clan's warriors. Without further ado, he drew his curved blade, pointing it fiercely at the Iron Wall Pass, his voice thundering like a storm. Men, breach this pass, and take the wealth and women as you wish. Kill! Kill! The barbarian horde erupted in a roar akin to a tidal wave, and the assault commenced. The first wave consisted of thousands of barbarian foot soldiers, brandishing rudimentary ladders, surging toward the towering walls of the Iron Wall Pass like an army of ants. Upon the walls, arrows rained down like a torrential storm, while rolling logs and stones thundered as they crashed. Numerous barbarian soldiers were shot down or crushed into pulp, their screams echoing in a cacophony of despair. Yet, the barbarian warriors were fiercely valiant, climbing over the bodies of their fallen comrades in a frenzy. Occasionally, ladders reached the battlements, and barbarian soldiers howled as they leapt onto the walls, engaging in a brutal melee with the defenders. Zhang Huayuan personally oversaw the battle atop the walls, directing the defenders to resist with all their might. The garrison of the Iron Wall Pass, well-equipped and rigorously trained, relied on their stronghold to inflict significant casualties upon the barbarian invaders. The battle raged from the afternoon until dusk. With a thick layer of barbarian corpses accumulating beneath the city walls, the snow stained in crimson, and the air heavy with the stench of blood. However, the barbarian forces maintained an overwhelming advantage, with Wu Zhilan disregarding casualties and continually deploying fresh troops. Though the defenders fought valiantly, their strength waned under the relentless assaults, and casualties mounted, compounded by a lack of sufficient supplies. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a section of the wall succumbed to the barbarian soldiers' repeated, reckless charges, creating a breach. The gates had fallen. A frenzied cheer erupted from the barbarian ranks as they surged through the gap like a torrent unleashed. Hold the line. Zhang Huayuan's eyes bulged with desperation as he personally led his elite guard towards the breach, attempting to stem the tide. A brutal street battle ignited within the Iron Wall fortress, as defenders and barbarians fought fiercely for every inch of blood-soaked ground. Mr. Wu, pale and shaken, gazed at the chaos unfolding before him, murmuring that the iron wall could not withstand the onslaught. The cacophony of clashing weapons and dying cries filled the air, and even from several miles away, the haunting echoes of battle reached the ears like a dirge from the depths of hell. Fang Ming withdrew his gaze from the carnage, his expression tranquil and unperturbed, as if the horrific scene was merely an inconsequential tableau. He slowly turned to Zhou Qingtian beside him, his voice steady and clear, imbued with cold determination. "Zhou, the moment is ripe. You shall lead the main force, taking advantage of the terrain and shadows, silently approaching within a mile of the iron wall, and prepare to form ranks. Remember, lower your banners and silence your troops. Horses must be shod quietly, and ensure that before we launch our attack, we remain undetected by the barbarians." "Understood." Zhou Qingtian nodded gravely, the scar on his face appearing even more menacing in the snowlight, and he swiftly turned to relay the orders. Chapter 72. I am willing to surrender. Nearly 5,000 elite soldiers from Wushan Pass flowed like a tide of shadows in the deepening twilight, stealthily advancing toward the iron wall under the cover of the dusk and the intricate terrain. As the army commenced its movement, Fang Ming inhaled the frigid air and nodded slightly to Zhao Qian before vanishing like a specter into the dim night and the forest shadows. His objective was to eliminate all eyes and ears surrounding the iron wall, the scouts deployed by the barbarian forces to monitor and relay information around the main army. The mastery of his martial prowess was evident at this moment. His movements were as swift as lightning, yet as light as a feather, leaving no trace upon the snow and landing soundlessly. The perception expanded like an invisible spider's web, reflecting every rustle within a radius of hundreds of meters. Moments later, he locked onto the first group of targets. 3 barbarian scouts, stealthily lurking behind a patch of withered grass on a dirt slope, vigilantly watching the official road leading to Iron Wall Pass, utterly oblivious to the impending death approaching from behind. Fang Ming moved like a predatory cheetah, his form flickering as he silently closed the distance. His fingertips shimmered with an imperceptible lavender aura, akin to a summons from the Grim Reaper, with 3 nearly simultaneous sounds, as soft as the tearing of decayed fabric. The 3 barbarian scouts froze abruptly, their pupils dilating in shock as their throats were pierced by the formless true energy. Before blood could spurt forth, they were encased in a chilling frost. They collapsed softly onto the snow, their eyes wide with astonishment and confusion, never comprehending what had transpired. Fang Ming's movements did not waver. He vanished once more, lunging towards his next target. He was like the harbinger of death in the snow, efficiently and ruthlessly reaping lives. Whether through distant strikes, close-range force shattering vital points, or of forming ice needles from the snow to shoot into the temples of his foes. His methods were diverse, yet invariably silent and lethal. In less than half a stick of incense. Over 20 seasoned barbarian scouts from at least 7 groups surrounding Iron Wall Pass have been wiped out utterly by Fang Ming's solitary prowess, rendering the main army of barbarians blind to the imminent lethal threat, stripping them of all warning capabilities. Meanwhile, the battle within Iron Wall Pass seemed to have escalated into its most brutal phase. Numerous breaches marred the walls as barbarian soldiers surged like a tide through the gaps, engaging in bloody skirmishes with the defenders in every street and tent. Outside the central command tent, 2 formidable figures were locked in a frenzied clash. The sound of their energy colliding echoed like thunder. It was the barbarian King Wusalu of the southern courtyard and Zhang Huan, the commander of Iron Wall Pass. Wusalu wielded a heavy, golden-inlaid, curved blade, executing wide and powerful strikes that carried a fierce and untamed aura, as if he could cleave mountains apart. His Snow Wolf King cloak was already stained with blood, his brown eyes ablaze with rampant battle fervor and murderous intent. Zhang Huayuan, on the other hand, wielded a finely forged iron spear, his technique rooted in the orthodox practices of the Deqian army. Rigorous and sharp, the spear danced like a rain of pear blossoms, accurately targeting Wusalu's vital points. As a pinnacle martial master, his internal energy was profound, and with each flourish of the spear, the sounds of wind and thunder could be discerned, clearly indicating he was exerting every ounce of his strength. Clang! The curved blade and long spear clashed violently once more, sparks flying. A tempest of ferocious energy surged from the two, sweeping away the accumulated snow and blood from the ground, revealing the dark stone slabs beneath. Zhang Huayuan, today, I shall claim this Iron Wall Pass. Wusalu laughed maniacally, dragging his curved blade with an ear-piercing screech, aiming to slice through Zhang Huayuan's grasping fingers. Zhang Huayuan's complexion turned ashen, his wrist suddenly flicking, causing the spear to spin like a serpent. The spearhead burst into a crimson blur, confusing the vision, while the tip aimed at a cunning angle, striking at Wusal's underarm vulnerability. A mere trick? Wusal did not flinch, his left arm's muscles bulging as he met the spear's point with his armored arm. Clang! The clash of metal resonated. Zhang felt as if he had struck a piece of tempered steel, his arm vibrating with the impact. Meanwhile, Wusal's curved blade was like a shadow, accompanied by a chilling sound, slicing horizontally at him. Alarmed, Zhang recognized the opponent's superior strength and dared not withstand the blow. With agile footwork, he retreated, executing a technique that bent the spear into a perilous arc, narrowly deflecting the lethal strike. Yet, Wusal pressed forward relentlessly, his attacks coming like a tempest, each strike swifter and heavier than the last. The dance of the curved blade evoked the image of a howling wolf beneath the moon, its lethal energy carving deep gashes into the surrounding walls. Zhang found himself entirely suppressed, struggling to maintain his stance, his spear moving like a flowing stream, yet primarily defensive and fraught with danger. The vital energy within him was rapidly depleting. The skin between his thumbs had split, blood staining the spear's shaft. Suddenly, in a moment of negligence, Wusal's blade grazed Zhang's left shoulder, leaving a trail of blood deep enough to expose bone. Zhang grunted, staggering slightly. Wusal's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the curved blade descended like a thunderbolt, its force akin to striking a mountain. Before the blade reached him, the fierce wind generated made Zhang's breath laborious. His pupils constricted, realizing he could not evade entirely. He let out a furious roar, channeling all his remaining energy into the spear, bracing it horizontally. Boom! An ear-splitting crash echoed. The stone floor beneath Zhang cracked inch by inch, and he felt as if struck by a colossal hammer. His knees buckled, collapsing to the ground, a spurt of blood escaping his lips. The iron spear was bent by Wusal's wrathful strike. The cold edge of the blade pressed against his deformed spear, mere inches from his forehead. Waist. Wusal loomed above, eyes filled with disdain and cruelty. With such meager skills, do you dare send troops to massacre my tribe? Zhang's face turned as pale as parchment. Feeling the terrifying force and murderous intent emanating from the blade, his mental defenses crumbled under the weight of injury and despair. He disregarded the dignity of a general, begging for mercy. My king, spare my life. Great King Wusal, I beseech you, I am willing to surrender. I will offer up the Iron Wall Pass, just to beg for my life. Spare you? Wusal laughed mockingly, pressing down with force upon Zhang's wounded shoulder. Zhang screamed in agony, the pain nearly rendering him unconscious. Now you know to plead for mercy? As you dispatch troops to slaughter the frail, the elderly, and women and children of my clan, incinerating our habitats and seizing our provisions, did you ever contemplate sparing them? The voice of Wu Shilu was frigid, and he exerted force once more. The sound of cracking bones distinctly audible. Chapter 73, Realization of the Deception. Zhang Huayan, in agony, wept profusely, the dual torment of mind and body nearly driving him to madness as he struggled and cried out, "No, I did not. Wu Shilu. I admit that I wished to kill Fang Yuni. I dispatched Sun Ba with 20 men beyond the pass, but I never sent any large army to assault your tribe. That was a frame-up, a conspiracy. It was Zhou Qingtian, it was that little bastard Fang Yuni who did it. Yes, it must be them." Clinging desperately to what he perceived as a lifeline, he shouted with reckless abandon, "I, Zhang Huayan, swear to heaven that if I sent even a single soldier to attack your tribe, may I be struck by lightning and meet a wretched end. My life is in your hands. Why would I deceive you?" Wu Shilu's previously furious gaze faltered slightly upon hearing Zhang Huayan's fervent oath. He fixed his stare on Zhang Huayan's eyes, twisted with fear and pain, and through years of experience in discerning truth from deceit, sensed that perhaps the man before him was not fabricating his words. Zhang Huayan, now a prisoner, held his life entirely within his own thoughts. If he had indeed committed such an act, whether he confessed or not, the outcome would remain unchanged. Perhaps a straightforward admission would lead to a swifter demise. His vehement denial, even issuing a solemn oath, birthed a far more terrifying thought that slithered into Wu Shilu's mind like a venomous serpent. If it were not Zhang Huayan, then who could have precisely attacked 3 tribes outside Wushan Pass and so flawlessly framed the blame on Taibiguan? It could only be the retreating guards of Wushan Pass, the cunning Zhou Qingtian, or the sickly yet sinister Fang Yuni. Could it be that all of this was the machinations of that wretched boy? Fang Yuni. Wu Shilu spat out the name through clenched teeth, his brown eyes instantly suffused with blood. An overwhelming fury of having been deceived and manipulated surged within him, nearly incinerating his reason. He recalled Fang Yuni's uncanny prowess at Luoxia Slope, the seemingly reasonable letter of trust, and the impeccably timed collapse of Wushan Pass. Everything appeared to be woven into a meticulously crafted net, and he, like a foolish wild boar, had charged in, even gnawing away at the hard bone of Taibiguan on behalf of the adversary. Well, what a cunning Fang Yuni! A true masterstroke, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wu Shilu trembled in rage, his hand gripping the curved blade, veins bulging with extreme fury. I have roamed the northern borders for decades, only be toyed with by a mere child. This was a tremendous humiliation indeed. Meanwhile, Zhang Huayan, lying on the ground, snapped out of his brief stupor and instantly comprehended the situation. When all the clues intertwined, they pointed towards that frail figure he had never truly regarded. It was him. It truly was him. Fang Yuni, you insidious and cruel little wretch. May you meet a wretched end. Zhang Huayan unleashed a curse filled with venomous hatred. And at this moment, his animosity towards the opponent, Yun Yi, eclipsed even his disdain for the looming figure of Wu Shilu. Not only had he exploited the barbarian forces to breach his own defenses, but he had also been unjustly burdened with the blame, enduring the wrath of Wu Shilu. Just as Wu Shilu's fury reached its peak, and Zhang Huayan was engulfed in a haze of curses, Tu Hua, reeking of blood, hurriedly approached from the direction of the city walls, a hint of barely concealed anxiety etched upon his face. "My lord, the remnants of the enemy within the gates have been largely eradicated, yet I feel an unsettling disquiet." Tu Hua spoke rapidly. "Our incursion into the pass was far too effortless, and the collapse of Wushan Pass seems overly contrived. Additionally, our scouts beyond the gates have failed to report back for some time. I am concerned." Before he could finish, both Wu Shilu and Zhang Huayan's expressions shifted dramatically. At that very moment, a shrill whistle, piercing and unlike any ordinary arrow, echoed from above the western wall of the Iron Wall Pass. It was a signal of assault. Wu Shilu and Tua Thabu Hua instinctively looked up, only to see, emerging from behind the ramparts once held by the barbarian army, a multitude of figures clad in the armaments of the Wushan Pass defenders. Their eyes were cold as ice, the bowstrings taut in their hands, and the arrowheads glimmered with an ominous green hue. In the distance, from several other directions of the Iron Wall Pass, the ominous sound of bowstrings vibrating resonated, sending shivers down spines. An enemy attack. The people from Wushan Pass. They have come here? Tuatu Hua exclaimed in horror, the color draining from his face as he finally grasped the source of his apprehension. My lord, we have fallen into a trap. We are surrounded. Loose arrows. A chilling voice, as if emerging from the depths of the netherworld, reverberated across the battlefield, eclipsing all the clamor. It was the voice of Fang Ming. The next instant, like a swarm of locusts darkening the sun, or a torrential downpour, thousands of poisoned arrows rained down from all directions of the Iron Wall Pass, indiscriminately saturating every corner, sparing neither the barbarians nor the remaining defenders of the Iron Wall Pass. Raise your shields. Quickly, raise your shields. Wu Zilu, his eyes filled with fury, swung his sword to deflect several incoming poisoned arrows, bellowing fiercely. However, the sheer density of the arrows, coupled with the erupting clouds of toxic mist, rendered the situation unimaginably dire. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed relentlessly. A barbarian warrior, having just cleaved through one poisoned arrow with his curved blade, was struck in the thigh by another. He roared in agony, attempting to extract the arrow, only to discover a violent wave of numbness radiating from the wound, quickly followed by an indescribable, excruciating pain coursing through his body. He watched in horror as the muscle in his leg visibly blackened and decayed, emitting a foul stench. Within mere breaths, his leg shriveled and rotted like decayed wood. A chilling, inhuman wail escaped his lips as he collapsed, convulsing on the ground, frothing at the mouth. And in an instant, he succumbed to silence. A valiant officer of the Iron Wall Fortress brandished his shield, striving to protect the panic-stricken envoy, Li Wenhan. Yet, a poisoned arrow pierced the edge of his shield, grazing his arm. Initially dismissing the injury, he soon found his entire arm devoid of sensation, the skin turning a ghastly purple, veins protruding grotesquely like worms. In an instant, with a deafening crack, his arm erupted, transforming into a puddle of blackened blood and shattered flesh. The venom coursed through his veins, racing towards his heart, and before he could even emit a cry of despair, he succumbed to a horrendous death, blood pouring from his orifices. Li Wenhan, utterly terrified, was rendered helpless, his trousers soaked, as he collapsed to the ground, captured effortlessly by several barbarian soldiers, as if he were a mere chick. Mr. Wu was equally doomed. A few of his guards attempted to shield him as they sought refuge within the fortress, but they were met with a barrage of poisoned arrows. The armor of those brave leaders proved as fragile as paper against the onslaught, each struck warrior succumbing instantly to the venom, their bodies rotting away as they fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Chapter 74. The Ferocity of Poison. Mr. Wu himself was pierced through the chest by a poisoned arrow. He looked down at the rapidly spreading blackness and decay at his breast, his eyes filled with a bitter blend of fear and self-mockery for a life spent in calculation. He opened his mouth, yet only a torrent of black blood gushed forth, before he collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. At that moment, as the chilling wind swept through, a noxious mist began to envelop the area. This was no ordinary smoke or dust, but a bizarre gray-green fog laced with a faintly sweet and metallic scent. It rose from the sites where the poisoned arrows had landed, carried by the frigid wind, swirling and spreading like a living entity, quickly shrouding every corner of the Iron Wall Fortress. The terror of this toxic mist became immediately apparent. A barbarian soldier watched in horror as the fog crept over his ankles. Clad in leather boots, he initially felt secure, but the toxins seemed to corrode the leather, unleashing an excruciating itch and pain. He looked down to see his boots darkening and softening at an observable rate, followed swiftly by his foot, flesh peeling away as if by an invisible hand, rapidly succumbing to decay and oozing pus, revealing ghastly white bones. He let out a haunting scream, unrecognizable as human, frantically striking at his legs in a futile attempt to disperse the insidious mist, only to taint his hands with the poison, hastening the spread of his own decay. Within mere moments, he collapsed in excruciating torment, convulsing, a horrific corpse still undergoing the ravages of rot. Even worse, those who merely inhaled a breath of the sweetly acrid air felt their throats ablaze, their lungs pierced by countless needles. They clutched their necks, their faces shifting from crimson to violet, eyes bulging, as they coughed up black blood mixed with fragments of their own insides, ultimately choking to death in a grotesque display of suffering. wherever the poisonous fog drifted. Both the fierce barbarian warriors and the remaining terrified defenders of the Iron Wall fortress fell as if harvested like wheat, collapsing in droves. The once deafening cries of battle and clashing weapons within the fortress were swiftly replaced by the more piercing and despairing wails of the dying and the groans of the mortally wounded, transforming the scene into a nightmarish tableau of human tragedy. Upon the western wall of the Iron Wall Pass, Zhou Qingtian, Zhao Qian, and thousands of soldiers from Wushan Pass had already ingested a specially formulated antidote. They held their breath, gazing down from their elevated position at the hellish scene unfolding within the fortress. Despite their mental preparations and understanding that this was a necessary tactic to preserve their own lives against the enemy, witnessing the horrific spectacle of life wilting like weeds under the onslaught of toxic vapors sent a chill racing from Zhou Qingtian's feet to the crown of his head. Even an old warrior seasoned in the blood-soaked chaos of battle felt a tremor in his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. He was no stranger to taking lives. The clash of blades and the sight of blood on the battlefield were part and parcel of honorable combat. Yet, the near slaughter before him churned his stomach and drained the color from his face. Zhao Qian, though a scholar-turned-soldier with a mind brimming with strategies, had never anticipated the ferocity of this poison. He watched in horror as the barbarian soldiers writhed in agony, their flesh dissolving amidst the miasma, their heart-wrenching wails resonating in the air. A shiver coursed through him, and he instinctively glanced at Fang Ming, who stood calmly beside him, his icy gaze fixed on the grim tableau below. A mix of relief and an indescribable dread swelled within Zhao Qian. The heir of the Fang family exhibited a ruthless ingenuity and a chilling resolve towards their foes that surpassed all imagination. To show mercy to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself, he silently reminded himself, but the instinctual dread lingered, refusing to dissipate. He understood that following this battle, Fang Ming's reputation as a poison master would likely reverberate throughout the northern territories, his intimidation factor eclipsing even his martial prowess. Not only the two commanders, but also the thousands of soldiers on the wall experienced a suffocating sense of oppression. They clutched their bows and crossbows tightly, their quivers emptied of poisoned arrows, observing the enemies below, who succumbed to the miasma, transforming into terrifying corpses. Many seasoned veterans felt their palms sweat and their throats dry. This was their first encounter with such a method of warfare. No desperate melee, no thunderous war drums. Merely a rain of arrows and a cloud of poison could collapse a foe many times their number, leading them to despair. This revolutionary approach to combat did not bring the ecstasy of victory, but instead a heavy blend of fear and relief. They turned their gaze towards the slender, upright figure clad in silver armor ahead, their eyes filled with reverence, even tinged with fear. In the center of the battlefield, Wu Lu, drawing upon the profound vitality of a peak martial master, formed a faint aura around himself, temporarily shielding against the encroaching poison. Yet his guards lacked such fortitude, collapsing one by one, succumbing to the toxic fumes or contamination with anguished cries. He watched as his valiant warriors fell like sheep stricken by plague, collapsing in groups, suffering agonizing deaths, leaving behind scarcely a whole corpse. As far as the eye can see, there lies a grotesque array of decaying flesh, contorted corpses, and the wails of despair. Fang Yui, Fang Yui. Wu Shilu's eyes brimmed with fury, his hair standing on end. Bloodshot brown irises ablaze with murderous intent and insatiable wrath, threatening to consume him whole. He brandished his curved blade, resembling a madman, driven by an overwhelming desire to charge the city walls and rend that ailing youth into 1,000 pieces, feasting upon his flesh. When the world is this? This is no descendant of a famed general. He is clearly a merciless poisoner, treating human life with the utmost disdain, emerging from the depths of hell. The Fang family, known for 3 generations of loyalty, has guarded the northern borders. Though they have faced off against barbarian tribes, their conduct on the battlefield has always been honorable. How could such a ruthless and inhumane means be employed by a grandson who resorts to any method to achieve his ends? How could Fang Zhintian, a hero in his own right, have such a grandson? My king, the situation is dire. The poison mist is overwhelming, and our men cannot hold on much longer. Tu Atabu Hua covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, his face turning pale. Though a martial artist, his energy was depleting rapidly, and he felt waves of dizziness wash over him. He grasped the nearly deranged Wu Shilu, shouting hoarsely, "We must break through immediately. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. We will return to the royal court, gather our forces, and take our revenge." Wu Shilu trembled violently, surveying the increasingly dense poison mist and the elite soldiers falling around him. Reason finally triumphed over rage. He understood that if they delayed further, even he, at the peak of martial prowess, would succumb to the poison once his energy was exhausted. Breakthrough. Charge toward Wushan Pass. Chapter 75. Interconnected. Wu Shilu gritted his teeth as he issued the command, each word laced with profound hatred and reluctance. He suddenly recalled Zhang Huayan sprawled on the ground and the paralyzed Li Wenhan beside him, a flash of malevolence passing through his gaze. Bring these two useless fools along. They are irrefutable evidence of Fang Yui's collusion with my barbarian kin against the throne. I shall ensure they return to the royal court alive. And I will make the Emperor of De Qian aware of the treasonous scoundrel that emerges from the Fang family. I will see him utterly disgraced, never to find peace in this life or the next. At that moment, he was convinced that Fang Yui's previous gestures of cooperation, including that sealed letter, were but a cunning trap to ensnare him. He intended to use Zhang Huayuan and Li Wenhan as witnesses to turn the tables on Fang Yui, branding him with the heinous crime of conspiring with the barbarians to assassinate the imperial envoy and slaughter the border troops. Immediately, several of Wu Shilu's personal guards stepped forward, roughly hoisting the gravely injured Zhang Huayuan and the stunned Li Wenhan. Alongside the remaining elite barbarian warriors, they formed a desperate force of around 2,000 men. Under Ta'abu Hua's command, they charged toward the city gates leading to Wushan Pass, launching a final, desperate assault. The poison arrows seemed to thin out in that direction, and the resistance appeared feeble, as if it was their sole glimmer of hope amidst despair. Upon the wall, Fang Yui coldly observed the marauding troops attempting to break through, focusing on the encircled Wuzilichuo Biahua and the captured Zhang Huayuan and Li Wenhan. A chilling smile crept upon his lips, suggesting that he had everything under control. Issue the command. Archers on the western wall, cease fire and allow them passage. His voice was calm and unwavering, as if merely stating an established fact. Let them go. Zhou Qingtian, hearing this, turned sharply to Fang Yui, confusion and urgency evident in his eyes. Yui, why release the tiger back into the mountain? Wu Zilichuo is the chief of the barbarian horde. Capturing him would be paramount. Zhou Bo, Fang Yui interrupted, his gaze still fixed on the retreating marauders. Do you truly believe he can escape today? The troops breaking through, if obstructed, would only ignite their desperate will to fight. To minimize unnecessary casualties, we need not engage them in direct confrontation. We shall simply trail behind them, herding them like sheep, ensuring our strength remains intact while leading the fleeing barbarians to despair. Once they reach Wushan Pass, they will find no refuge left. Even if a few manage to slip through, are there not still nearly 1,000 lurking outside the pass? Listening to Fang Yui's calm, yet chillingly calculated words, Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian exchanged glances, each recognizing the unmistakable blend of shock and awe in the other's eyes. Zhou Qingtian exhaled deeply, as if trying to expel the chill that had settled in his chest upon witnessing the devastation wrought by the poisonous fog. He struck the icy parapet with a heavy fist, his voice trembling ever so slightly, yet filled with an ineffable admiration. Intricately interwoven, peril at every turn. Yui, your strategy is indeed unfathomable. From the counterattack at Luoxia Slope, to framing Zhang Huan, enticing the barbarians into the snare, and now this iron-walled pass beset by lethal arrows, culminating in the drive of the remnants into the icy abyss. Wu Zilichuo and Zhang Huayuan have been deftly manipulated by your hand. He surveyed the nightmarish scene below, akin to a hell on earth, then glanced at Fang Yui, whose pallid complexion belied a keen sharpness in his gaze, and at the soldiers of Wushan Pass, whose losses were minimal. An unprecedented confidence surged within him, with nearly zero casualties. They had annihilated tens of thousands of the barbarian forces, while simultaneously eliminating the threat posed by Zhang Huayuan. Should word of this victory spread, it would undoubtedly reverberate across the land. The Fang family's prospects for resurgence will be brightened. Zhao Qian, stroking his beard, sighed deeply. As a strategist, he appreciated the exquisite and ruthless ingenuity of Fang Yui's plan even more. He interjected, his tone laced with both dread and relief. Your intellect, dear nephew, is truly beyond the reach of ordinary minds. Yet he shifted his tone. A deep concern etched upon his face as his gaze wandered to the still lingering gray-green poison fog within the pass, and further towards the direction of Yuzhou City. However, dear nephew, your poison is excessively potent and ruthless. While much of it is currently contained within the pass, if it lingers through the night, it is difficult to ensure that residual toxins will not disperse with the wind. He pointed into the distance, his voice heavy with gravity. The Iron Wall Pass lies a mere half-day's ride from Yuzhou City. Should this noxious fog be swept away by the wind, even if merely diluted, it would spell an unimaginable catastrophe for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians in Yuzhou. Even if we were to annihilate the invading barbarians and safeguard the northern frontier, if it were to result in the devastation of Yuzhou, the consequences would be inscrutable, fundamentally contradicting the very purpose of the northern garrison to protect the populace. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Qingtian's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the severity of the situation. If the spread of the toxic fog were to wreak havoc upon Yuzhou, they would become eternal pariahs. All prior victories and schemes would lose their significance, becoming an indelible stain on their legacy. Sensing the genuine concern from the two elders, Fang Ming slowly turned around. His pallid face bore little color, yet his gaze was as steadfast as a mountain. He raised his hand gently, signaling them to quell their anxiety. Uncle Zhou, Mr. Zhao, your worries have already been taken into account. He spoke in a calm, yet convincingly assured tone. This toxin, known as corrupting bone miasma, is a meticulous concoction derived from ancient texts, combined with several unique poisonous herbs and minerals from the northern region. Though its nature is fierce, it possesses two significant characteristics. Firstly, it requires my specially designed fuse to detonate before transforming into a toxic mist, while it is potent upon direct contact with arrows or skin. It does not spontaneously vaporize and disperse. Secondly, and most crucially, Fang Ming raised his gaze, feeling the biting cold wind. This toxic fog is remarkably unstable. When exposed to the air, especially under such frigid and arid northern winds, its toxicity rapidly diminishes. Within an hour at most, its potency will dwindle to a mere fraction, transforming into a common acrid haze, devoid of any lethal threat. He pointed towards the pass, where the fog was gradually thinning and taking on a grayish-white hue, explaining, "You see, the toxic fog is dissipating. While the northern wind has aided its earlier spread, it has also accelerated its decomposition. Within an hour, aside from residual impurities, there will be no more lethal toxicity. Yuzhou City is absolutely safe." Upon hearing Fang Ming's thorough explanation, Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian finally exhaled in relief, the weight in their hearts lifting significantly. Zhao Qian could not help but marvel once more to have calculated even the duration and dissipation method of the toxic fog. Your foresight is truly astounding, dear nephew. I am thoroughly convinced. Chapter 76, Driven to a Dead End. At this moment, the remnants of troops led by Wu Zilu and Tuatabuhua had burst forth like frightened dogs, breaking through the deliberately opened city gates. They fled down the official road towards Wushan Pass, their figures appearing frantic and disheveled against the twilight and lingering toxic mist. Fang Ming withdrew his gaze, his expression hardening like iron, and began to issue final cleanup and pursuit orders. Uncle Zhou, Mr. Zhao, time is of the essence. His voice carried an undeniable resolve. Mr. Zhao, you are to lead 3,000 soldiers to remain at Iron Wall Pass and oversee the battlefield cleanup. He paused momentarily, his voice chillingly emphatic. Remember, this pertains to all battlefields, within and beyond the gates. Every corpse of the barbarian or the Iron Wall's defenders, regardless of their state, alive or dead, must be gathered together, doused in oil, and set ablaze until nothing remains. Particularly those who succumb to poison. Ensure not a single one is overlooked. Should any semblance of life be detected, regardless of who it is, deliver the final blow without hesitation, leaving no survivors. This matter involves our very lives and the success or failure of our subsequent plans. There can be no room for compassion, nor can a whisper of this leak out. Fang Ming's gaze swept over Zhao Qian and Zhou Qingtian, the icy glint in his eyes causing even these seasoned veterans to feel a shiver of trepidation. He silently mused that beneath this decaying flesh, aside from a few taken by Wu Zilu, there should be no living souls left within the gates. Yet, one must always be cautious. Absolute certainty is paramount. Zhao Qian nodded solemnly, assuring, "Rest easy, my esteemed nephew. I understand the gravity of this situation. I will ensure this area is dealt with meticulously, leaving no future troubles. Excellent. Fang Yuni replied, then turned to Zhou Qingtian. Zhou, assemble 2,000 elite troops and prepare to depart with me immediately. The battlefield is littered with the barbarians' warhorses. We shall mount them and pursue our quarry. Our objective is not to annihilate them outright, but to drive them like hounds chasing a wounded stag, persistently harrying them from behind and the flanks with arrows, instilling fear and exhaustion until they bleed out their last vestiges of strength and will, forcing them into the meticulously prepared icy grave of Wushan Pass. Understood. Zhou Qingtian's eyes widened with fierce determination as he immediately turned to make arrangements. Half a stick of incense later, 2,000 spirited and high-spirited elite troops of Wushan Pass mounted the robust warhorses left behind by the barbarians. Fang Yuni too mounted a magnificent black barbarian steed, its silver armor gleaming coldly in the twilight. Onward, with Fang's command. This rejuvenated force surged forth like arrows released from a bow, bursting out of Iron Wall Pass and pursuing the fleeing remnants of Wuzhelu along the official road. The pursuit unfolded precisely as Fang Yuni had envisioned, a one-sided hunt and drive. The cavalry of Wushan Pass did not engage the remaining barbarian forces head-on. Instead, they clung to their rear like a persistent shadow, utilizing their archery advantage to continuously harass from a distance. Swish, swish, swish. The icy arrows sliced through the air, striking accurately into the rear ranks of the barbarian formation. One by one, barbarian soldiers fell, issuing cries of agony as they met their demise. Each volley of arrows incited intense turmoil and panic within the barbarian ranks. Wuzhelu and Tuachuo Bihua, nearly choking with rage, attempted to organize a counterattack. Yet, the moment they halted or tried to charge, the cavalry of Wushan Pass would instantly withdraw, maintaining their distance and continuing their distant assault. Whenever they sought to quicken their escape, the rain of arrows would arrive as if summoned by fate, relentless and unyielding. This ceaseless harassment compounded the dread and exhaustion of the already shaken and weary barbarian remnants, further exacerbating their plight. Their morale had plummeted to an all-time low, and the ranks had grown increasingly disheveled, leaving behind a grim trail of corpses and wounded along their desperate flight. Zhang Huayuan and Li Wenhan, held captive by Wu Shilu's guards, found themselves in a state of utter despair. Zhang Huang, gravely injured, was on the brink of death after enduring the relentless jostling. Li Wenhan, paralyzed by fear, resembled a mere shell of a man, and had he not been supported by others, he would have collapsed to the ground. Wu Shilu, observing the dwindling number of his subordinates, and hearing the cacophony of arrows slicing through the air and the anguished cries of his comrades behind him, felt an overwhelming surge of rage and humiliation that threatened to engulf him. Throughout his life of warfare, he had never endured such a profound disgrace. To be outsmarted by a mere boy of scarcely 15, driven like a hunted animal. Fang Yuni, if I do not slay you, I vow never to be human again. Wu Shilu let out a roar of defiance towards the heavens, his voice resonating across the desolate snowy expanse. Yet sounded so feeble and insubstantial. As night gradually descended and the biting cold intensified, the relentless assault from the cavalry at Wushan Pass caused his dwindling entourage to dissipate like snow under the sun. From the original 2,000 men who had broken out from TB Pass, their numbers had dwindled to over 1,000, then to merely a few hundred, by the time they caught sight of the vague outline of Wushan Pass in the distance. Fewer than 500 battered and weary souls remained at Wu Shilu and Tuachuo Buka's side. However, just when they believed they were nearing the sanctuary of safety, a scene more desolate than they could have imagined unfolded before them. The gates of Wushan Pass stood firmly shut, and atop the walls, the banner of the barbarian Wolf King still fluttered defiantly. Yet, on the familiar thoroughfare before the gates, an army stood poised and ready, a force of approximately 3,000, clad in gleaming armor, with weapons resembling a dense forest. At the forefront, a commander wielding a massive axe, his blackened face twisted into a sinister grin, was none other than Chun Lai, who should have been retreating into the mountains in a state of defeat. Before Chun Lai's troops, the road leading to the gates shimmered ominously under the glow of torches, revealing a layer of ice several inches thick, as smooth as a mirror. This icy expanse stretched all the way to the base of the gate walls, even encasing the battlements in a glistening shell of ice. With a formidable icy barrier ahead and relentless pursuers behind, Wu Shilu, Tawatchuo Buka, and all the remaining barbarian soldiers felt a chilling dread surge from their feet to the very top of their heads. A cold far more penetrating than the harshest northern winter. They finally comprehended the grim reality. From the moment they set foot in Wushan Pass, no, even from the instant they received that secret missive, they had unwittingly stepped into a meticulously laid death trap devoid of escape. It was over, utterly over. Tawatchuo Buka's face turned ashen, murmuring to himself, nearly losing grip on the curved blade in his hand. Wushalu, too, was shaken to the core, gazing at the impassable icy path, the insurmountable ice walls, the menacing presence of Chun lie ahead, and then turning to peer back at the specter-like figures of Fang Yuni and Zhou Qingtian's forces drawing ever closer. A wave of unprecedented despair engulfed him like a frigid tide, submerging him entirely in an instant. Chapter 77. Silent Affirmation. The scene before him now evoked memories of 8 years prior, when they had seamlessly coordinated to corner Fang Jintian into a dire predicament. He, the southern king of the barbarians, a formidable warlord who had dominated the northern territories for decades, never imagined that he would one day find himself besieged, trapped in a situation where escape from heaven was impossible and entry to the earth was barred. Truly, does the cycle of fate not turn? And does the heavens spare no one? A surge of despair and melancholy welled up within Wushalu. He surveyed his surroundings. Ahead lay the icy road and an insurmountable barrier, while behind him, the pursuing soldiers were like wolves and tigers. The few remaining warriors by his side were all wounded, their morale utterly shattered. The night wind howled, failing to disperse the miasma of blood and death that hung thick in the air, nor could it extinguish the flames of humiliation that smoldered in his heart. Feeling both deceived and crushed, at that moment, the sound of hooves approached steadily, exuding a sense of oppression. Fang Yuni, leading 2,000 elite cavalry from Wushan Pass, appeared like harbingers of death emerging from the shadows, halting not far away. They formed a semicircular encirclement, sealing off all possible avenues of escape. The flickering torchlight danced in the cold wind, illuminating Fang Yuni's pallid yet eerily calm visage. He sat resolutely upon his magnificent black steed, his silver armor dusted with snow. Yet his imposing aura remained undiminished. He paid no heed to Zhang Huayuan and Li Wanhan, who lay prostrate on the ground like mud. Nor did he concern himself with the panicked remnants of the barbarian soldiers. His profound gaze, akin to two ice picks, pierced through the night, locking onto the southern king of the barbarians, Wushalu. As their eyes met, the night wind seemed to freeze in that moment. Fang Yuni spoke, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in the ears of all present, imbued with an air of detachment. Wushalu, tell me everything you know about the great defeat in the northern territories 8 years ago. He paused, his tone deceptively calm, yet infused with a disquieting power. Speak, and I shall grant you a more dignified death. This proclamation struck Wushalu's heart like a heavy hammer. It was neither a demand nor a negotiation, but a direct sentence of death, merely offering a choice in the manner of his demise. A barely perceptible tremor coursed through Wushalu's body, his brown eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions, anger, resentment, humiliation, all ultimately dissolving into a profound silence of despair. He understood that today his death was inevitable. Entrapped in such dire straits, confronted by an adversary so meticulous and ruthless, he harbored no hope of survival. Fang Yuni had ensnared him in this web and would never allow someone privy to even a fraction of the truth to leave alive. 8 years ago, Wushalu silently reflected, the corners of his mouth twisting into a bitter arc. In truth, he knew very little. Though he had been a key general at the front lines during that great battle, the true core strategies and clandestine communications with certain factions within the Qian were orchestrated directly by the Khan of the royal court, alongside several wise figures within the court. And that enigmatic collaborator, Wushalu, was more akin to a sharp blade, wielded by others, directed towards Fang Jintian. Upon receiving orders to launch an assault at a specific time and place, he was informed that there would be internal coordination within the Qian clan, and that the Northern Guard's command would encounter complications. As anticipated, they surged forth with unstoppable momentum, achieving an unprecedented and resounding victory. However, the identities of those collaborating and the nature of their cooperation remained shrouded in mystery, known only to the Khan and a select few core figures. Even the commanding generals were not entirely aware of the intricacies. The hidden hand orchestrating event from behind the scenes acted with utmost caution, leaving scarcely a trace. A flicker of indescribable dread crossed Wusalu's eyes as he recalled a secret edict from the royal court prior to the battle, which mentioned that certain members of his family had been securely relocated. At the time, he interpreted it as an act of favor and protection from the court. In hindsight, it seemed more like a form of coercion. The mysterious collaborator, or rather the force backing him, wielded power and malice far beyond imagination. Perhaps, as early as 8 years ago, or even earlier, there were those who foresaw the day when the truth would be unveiled, thus strategically positioning more pieces to exploit the vulnerabilities of those privy to the inner workings. To speak out, setting aside his limited knowledge, even if he were aware of more, for the sake of his kin securely housed within Blackstone Fortress. What could he dare to say? What could he risk uttering? The shadow lurking deep within the Qian court, capable of orchestrating the demise of 100,000 Northern Guard soldiers and easily manipulating his relatives, possessed an unfathomable terror. Should he utter even a whisper, it could spell immediate catastrophe for his bloodline on the steppe. Death did not frighten Wusalu. To die in battle was the glory of soldier. Yet, he could not allow his kin to perish because of him. Various thoughts flitted through his mind like lightning, and the struggle and despair etched upon his face ultimately transformed into a near-numb tranquility. He raised his head to meet Fang Yunyi's gaze, which seemed to penetrate all facades, and forced a smile that bore the fierce, yet profoundly sorrowful essence of his people. He remained silent, but that silence, along with the resolve in his eyes, conveyed his answer. Fang Yunyi regarded him quietly, his expression revealing no surprise. He had not anticipated obtaining the complete narrative from Wusalu. The conspiracy from 8 years prior was too expansive. Given that the hidden hand could orchestrate such events, it was certain that they would manage the details with meticulous care, ensuring that a barbarian general like Wusalu could not possess evidence. At this moment, Wusalu's reaction, the fear and helplessness concealed within his silence, spoke volumes. Yet, that was sufficient. Wusalu's silence and the unspoken affirmation, corroborating his earlier conjectures, were enough to substantiate that the defeat of that fateful battle was not merely a simple military blunder or a result of barbarian might. There must have been betrayal and collusion from within the Great Qian itself, perhaps by individuals of considerable influence. The forces involved may indeed align closely with his conjectures, pointing directly towards the majestic imperial city of the capital, the unfathomable heart of the empire, and the formidable grand commander, Zhao Yuanming. Fang Yunyi's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The flame within him, ignited by the desire to vindicate his family and avenge the countless loyal souls, burned with greater intensity. Since you have chosen silence, Fang Yunyi's voice shattered the oppressive stillness, imbued with a faint sigh that only served to accentuate his murderous intent. Then let us engage in battle. Upon hearing this, Wusalu's eyes erupted with a final glimmer, a reflection of a cornered beast's frantic struggle and the resolute defiance of a fallen hero. Good. Fang Yunyi, I have roamed the grasslands for decades. To engage in combat with you, the prodigious scion of the Fang family, is an honor, even in death. He drew forth the gilded curved blade that had accompanied him through countless battles, its blade illuminated by the flames, emanating a fierce and menacing aura. Chapter 78, The Master at 15. Wusalu's internal energy surged wildly, his peak martial prowess erupting with unrestrained ferocity, even more volatile due to his dire predicament. The air around him swirled, causing the snow beneath him to scatter in all directions. He resolved that if he were to die, he would do so with honor, dragging down with him the young genius who had forced him into this desperate situation, enduring the utmost humiliation. He would pay any price, even if it meant being shattered into pieces, leaving no trace behind. Arrogant chieftain, even at death's door, you dare to be reckless. There is no need for Yunyi to act. I shall slay you myself. Zhou Qingtian bellowed, brandishing his blade as he prepared to advance. He discerned that Wusalu was nearing his limits. Though his aura was fierce, the continuous battles and flight had severely depleted his strength. Confident in his own late-stage martial mastery, he believed he could subdue him. Zhou Bo, hold on. Fang Yunyi raised his hand to halt him, his gaze still fixed on Wusalu, revealing a complexity that was difficult to articulate. After all, Wusalu was the king of the southern tribes, a figure of undeniable prowess. In consideration of his past actions, which had spared the dignity of Fang Yunyi's ancestors and honored their remains with a monument, Fang Yunyi's voice was soft, yet made Wusalu pause momentarily in his frenzied motions. I grant him an opportunity, allowing him a more dignified demise. This statement left Zhou Qingtian momentarily stunned. Then he silently ceased his advance, comprehending Fang Yunyi's intent. This was a final gesture of respect for a formidable opponent, and a form of solace for the valiant spirits of the Fang family who had perished in battle. Upon hearing Fang Yunyi's words, Wu Zilu was initially taken aback. Then, a peculiar smile crept across his lips. Imbued with an air of madness born from a cunning scheme coming to fruition, along with an indescribable resolve. Good, Fang Yunyi. You understand the camaraderie of heroes even more than your grandfather. Let the battle commence. Yet within, he roared with fervor, recognizing this as an opportunity. This lad was ultimately too young, too overconfident. He had no inkling of the hidden cards he possessed. That hidden card was a blood wolf explosive bone talisman, meticulously crafted by the grand priest of the royal court, containing the totemic power of his tribe, a lethal strike that, once detonated, could severely wound or even annihilate a master-level warrior. He could not discern the precise realm of Fang Yunyi. Yet this did not deter him from employing his final trump card. Wu Zilu intended to detonate the bone talisman at the moment when Fang Yunyi was closest to his ultimate goal, taking this last hope of the Fang family. This formidable poison master, along with him to the underworld. Fang Yunyi appeared oblivious to the subtle shifts in Wu Zilu's expression. He merely urged his magnificent black steed forward with a gentle nudge to its belly. Dismounting with poise, he held his gleaming silver spear casually. Its tip angled towards the ground as he approached Wu Zilu. Zhou Qinshu. Without turning his head, Fang Yunyi commanded, his voice as cold as ice. Aside from the half-dead Zhang Huayuan and the imperial envoy Li Wenhan, not a single barbarian soldier was to be spared. The order was met with a resolute acknowledgement from Zhou Qingtian and Chen Lai. In an instant, the slaughter resumed. The elite forces of Wushan Pass descended like ferocious tigers, pouncing upon the dispirited remnants of the barbarian troops. The air was filled with the cacophony of screams and clashing weapons, transforming the snowy ground before Wushan Pass into a bloody slaughterhouse once more. Seeing the tide of battle turn against him, Tuatibahua was engulfed by a mix of sorrow and rage. He refused to surrender. Spotting a weakness in the encirclement, he yanked on the reins, causing his steed to rear. With his curved blade raised, he attempted to break through using his martial prowess. "You savage dog, where do you think you're going?" Chen Lai, unable to contain his fury any longer, bellowed like thunder, charging forth like a whirlwind. The massive axe in his hand cut through the air with a vicious gale, aimed mercilessly at Tuatuabahua's midsection. Tuatua raised his blade to parry, but having already expended much energy and being in a state of disarray, he was ill-prepared to withstand Chen Lai's furious strike. The sound of clashing steel echoed, and his curved blade shattered under the force. Chen Lai's axe continued its relentless descent, crashing into Tuatabahua's abdomen with tremendous force. A short, piercing scream escaped Tuatabahua's lips as he was sent flying from his horse, blood and entrails spilling forth like a torrential downpour. He landed heavily several paces away, convulsed a couple of times, and then fell silent. The once lauded barbarian strategist, favored by Wu Zilu, ultimately succumbed to his fate on the battlefield of Wushan Pass. Meanwhile, the clash between Fang Yunyi and Wu Zilu erupted in earnest. "Fang Yunyi, meet your demise." Wu Zilu unleashed a long-simmering power, no longer holding back. His internal energy surged like a roaring inferno, transforming him into a blood-red specter. The curved blade in his hand shrieked like a wolf, the blade's light expanding dramatically, resembling a bloodthirsty wolf lunging at Fang Yunyi with ferocity. This strike was the culmination of his lifetime of training, imbued with boundless resentment and a resolve for mutual destruction. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic blow, Fang Yunyi's gaze remained tranquil. He did not even employ his spear, instead using his left hand to form a sword-like gesture, casually tracing a half-arc before him. A translucent, pale violet barrier materialized before him, seemingly as delicate as a butterfly's wing, yet unyielding. Hong! The sanguine blade fiercely struck against the barrier of air, producing a resounding echo. The ferocious force radiated outward, upheaving the thick layers of snow upon the ground and revealing the frozen earth beneath. Yet, the pale purple barrier merely rippled slightly, remaining utterly unmoved. The full power of Wu Shilu's strike, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones, failed to compel even a single step back from his opponent. What? Wu Shilu's pupils contracted sharply, his face betraying an incredulous horror. It felt as though his blow had struck against a towering mountain, the recoil rendering his arm numb and his chest heaving with surging blood and chi. He was at the pinnacle of the martial master realm. Even in less than optimal condition, such a life-risking strike should not be easily withstood by an ordinary martial master. Yet, his opponent dismissed it with such nonchalance. Could be a thought that sent shivers through his very soul uncontrollably surfaced. A martial arts grandmaster. Only a martial arts grandmaster could possess such overwhelming power, effortlessly neutralizing his desperate attack. Why you are a martial arts grandmaster? Wu Shilu's voice trembled with unmistakable fear. A 15-year-old grandmaster. This was akin to a myth. What sort of monster had emerged from the Fang family? Fang Yunyun offered no reply. The answer was already clear. He lowered his finger, and the pale purple barrier quietly dissipated. He gazed at Wu Shilu with a hint of pity, as though regarding a struggling ant. Grandmaster? Grandmaster? Wu Shilu appeared nearly deranged, fully aware that all his struggles were futile before a true grandmaster. Yet precisely because of this, he resolved to unleash his final trump card. Let us perish together. Chapter 79. Can this even withstand it? A glint of frenzied determination flashed in Wu Shilu's eyes as he suddenly struck his chest, expelling a mouthful of vital blood. Simultaneously, his left hand swiftly delved into his bosom, shattering a peculiar talisman crafted from an unknown beast bone that he had kept close for years. The instant the talisman shattered, an aura of ferocity and malevolence, far exceeding Wu Shilu's own power by tenfold or more, erupted explosively. It was as if an ancient beast, long dormant, had suddenly awakened. A blood-red, wolf-like phantom, solidified to the utmost degree, surged forth from his chest, expanding in the wind until it transformed into a grotesque giant wolf the size of a house, its fangs bared and eyes glinting crimson. This giant wolf seemed to be composed of the purest barbarian totem's malevolence, emanating a terrifying wave of destruction. With its massive magape, it unleashed a voiceless yet soul-shattering roar directed at the proximity of Fang Yunyun, lunging towards him with ferocity. This was the Blood Wolf Explosive Bone Talisman, a secret of the barbarian royal court, its power nearing that of a mid-stage martial arts grandmaster's full strength. Yinyan, be careful. Zhou Qingtian and Chunlai, sensing the heart-pounding aura, turned pale and cried out in alarm. The blood-red giant wolf phantom, upon its emergence, stirred the malevolence of heaven and earth, saturating the surrounding air with a nauseating blend of blood and violence. The formidable might of the colossal wolf sent shockwaves through the surrounding snow, causing it to evaporate instantaneously, while the frozen ground cracked and fissured, forming a vast depression. A tempestuous gale, laden with shards of stone and ice, surged outward like deadly blades, toppling nearby soldiers of the Wushan Pass despite their armor, leaving them bloodied and disoriented. Faced with the terrifying force of an almost mid-stage grandmaster's full-on assault, a hint of gravity finally crossed Fang Yunyi's otherwise serene visage. He could distinctly perceive the cataclysmic power contained within this strike, potent enough to shatter an ordinary martial arts master into fragments. Everyone retreat. The farther, the better. Fang Yunyi commanded, his voice firm yet not loud, carrying an undeniable authority that resonated in the ears of every soldier present. Although Zhou Qingtian and Chunlai felt an intense urgency, they understood that such a confrontation was beyond their scope. Advancing recklessly would only render them burdensome. The two directed their comrades to hastily withdraw, clearing a wide berth around the perilous center. In that fleeting moment, the blood-red giant wolf descended upon Fang Yunyi with an earth-shattering ferocity, its malevolent aura seemingly intent on swallowing him and the very space around them. A fierce brilliance ignited in Fang Yunyi's eyes as he unleashed the vast reservoir of his purple essence, akin to a mighty river surging forth. Without the aid of any weapon, he thrust his palms upward, where resplendent purple light coalesced into an immensely thick barrier inscribed with ancient, arcane patterns. Boom! A cataclysmic roar erupted, reminiscent of thunder reverberating from the heavens. The blood-red giant wolf collided fiercely with a purple shield. In that instant, time itself seemed to halt at the point of impact. Immediately following was a visible wave of terror, a maelstrom of crimson and violet energy, radiating outward in a circular fury from the collision point. Bang! 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 The remnants of abandoned barbarian shield carts, positioned nearby, were torn asunder by the shockwave, reduced to mere dust as if they were fragile toys. The ground was stripped of its top layer, and the mingled snow and frozen earth were swept into the air, forming a massive vortex of dust and residual force. The intense gusts even caused the walls of Wushan Pass to tremble slightly, the ice covering them cracking ominously. Zhou, Qingtian, Chunlai, and all the soldiers who had retreated to a safe distance were left pale and shaken by the horrifying spectacle, their hearts gripped by dread. Had they delayed their retreat, even slightly, they would likely have met a grim fate. Such power was beyond that of a mere master. It could rival that of a martial sovereign. At the heart of the battlefield, the tempestuous aftermath began to subside. Fang Yuni remained steadfast, his feet entrenched half a foot into the ground, yet his palms held firm against the onslaught of the blood-red giant wolf and the resilient purple shield. The colossal wolf howled in a frenzy, struggling as its malevolent aura incessantly eroded the protective shield, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Yet, it could not breach that seemingly fragile, yet utterly indomitable violet barrier. Fang Yuni's complexion grew increasingly pallid. It was evident that enduring a blow approaching the mid-stage of a master exerted considerable pressure on him. How could this be? Is it truly capable of withstanding such force? Uzalu watched in disbelief as his desperate attack, fueled by his depleted lifeblood and the royal treasure, was met with such unwavering resistance. His spirit trembled, eyes filled with incredulity and profound despair. He had hoped that, even if his strike did not lead to mutual destruction, it would at least severely injure Fang Yuni. However, the harsh reality revealed to him that, in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, any semblance of hope was utterly futile. No, I refuse to accept this. Young scion of the Fang family, I demand your demise alongside mine. Uzalu succumbed to madness, igniting the last remnants of his life essence, even draining every drop of his lifeblood. His form visibly withered, skin losing its luster, hair turning ashen and brittle. Yet he pressed on, infusing the blood-red behemoth with this essence of life, a desperate act of defiance. With this infusion, the once diminished crimson wolf seemed to bask in renewed vigor, its body solidifying once more, the malevolent energy swelling. Its scarlet eyes appeared to bleed, the force of its assault intensifying, causing Fang Yuni's shield to dip slightly under the pressure. However, at the very moment this wolf's power peaked, an unforeseen transformation occurred. A mysterious small tower, long dormant in the depths of Fang Yuni's consciousness, stirred as if sensing an exquisite delicacy, trembling uncontrollably with a profound desire and excitement. Suddenly, an invisible yet tangible force, capable of devouring all, erupted from within Fang Yuni. This force did not target physical forms. Rather, it locked onto the pure totemic malevolence and life essence contained within the blood-red wolf. The space itself seemed to emit a mournful wail under the burden. Surrounding witnesses, including Zhou Qingtian and Chunlai, beheld a haunting sight that would remain etched in their memories forever. A nebulous black vortex, seemingly capable of consuming all light, materialized around Fang Yuni. The once fearsome and imposing blood-red wolf let out a chilling wail filled with terror, its vast frame caught in an invisible grip, twisting and thrashing in a futile struggle against the overwhelming force of devouring power. Chapter 80. The Tower's Devouring. The solidified crimson malevolence surged forth like rivers converging into the sea, transforming into streams of scarlet energy, uncontrollably drawn away, continuously flowing into Fang Yuni's being, more precisely, being consumed by the formless black hole within him. The colossal wolf's form swiftly became translucent and faded. Its core, a conglomeration of blood essence from Wushalu and the secret arts of the barbarian royal court, was ruthlessly stripped away as if confronted by its nemesis. Fang Yui during this process of consumption, began to ascend and expand at an astonishing rate. The pallor of his face, which had deepened from enduring an assault, instantaneously regained a hint of color and an overwhelming presence, imbued with an ancient and daunting aura of insatiable hunger, began to emanate around him, far exceeding his usual state. This oppressive force enveloped the entire arena, heavier and more profound than when he had previously revealed his masterful essence. As if an awakening ancient demonic deity was indifferently gazing down upon the world's insignificant insects. What was this? Was he devouring the power of that monstrous wolf? Was he usurping another's cultivation? Was this not a method employed only by those corrupted by demonic practices, as recounted in legends? The thousands of soldiers at Wushan Pass felt a chill creep up from the depths of their souls. They had followed the Fang family, believing in honorable combat on the battlefield. They had never witnessed such a bizarre and terrifying scene. The notion of appropriating an opponent's strength for oneself utterly shattered their understanding. Encroaching upon a forbidden realm, even Zhou, Qingtian, and Chen Lai, two seasoned generals who held unwavering faith in Fang Yui, now felt a shiver run down their spines. They exchanged glances, each reflecting profound astonishment and an ineffable dread. Chen Lai swallowed hard, his voice thick with trepidation. What manner of technique is General Yui employing? Zhou Qingtian's expression fluctuated, ultimately settling into a heavy sigh. Do not indulge in reckless speculation. Yui's actions are guided by his own reasoning. If not for him, it might very well be our demise today. Remember, regardless of his methods, he seeks to safeguard Wushan Pass and to restore justice for the Fang family and the 100,000 troops of the northern garrison. Yet, despite his words, the tightly clenched fists and slightly trembling arms revealed his inner turmoil. The power of consumption, regardless of the faction, was universally regarded as a nefarious path, easily coveted and targeted. Among those present, none felt the impact more acutely than Wu Shilu. He was psychically linked to the blood-red wolf, acutely aware that his lifetime of cultivation, blood essence, and royal treasures were being forcibly seized in a manner he could not comprehend. The despair and agony of having his power wrenched away, accompanied by the loss of life, was far more brutal than 1,000 cuts. Devil, you are a demon. Wu Shilu's mouth gaped open, striving to utter a final curse. Yet only a hissing gasp escaped. The madness, fury, and unwillingness in his eyes ultimately transformed into an overwhelming sense of fear and regret. Wu Shilu watched helplessly as the blood-colored wolf completely dissipated, transmuting into the last vestiges of pure energy, consumed entirely by the invisible vortex surrounding Fang Yui. Meanwhile, he himself, with the loss of all his essence and power, was reduced to a skeletal figure, with sunken eyes and a contorted visage, a mere desiccated corpse. Maintaining a horrifying expression from life, he fell backward rigidly, crashing onto the cold ground with a thud, never to make a sound again. The barbarian king of the southern courtyard, the legendary hero Wuzhou, has now perished at Wushan Pass, his death a scene of unparalleled misery. As the colossal wolf was completely devoured, that terrifying force of consumption vanished in an instant, and the oppressive aura surrounding Fang Yui gradually receded. He closed his eyes, concentrating for a moment, seemingly digesting that immense power. When he opened his eyes again, a fleeting purple glint shone within, and his aura seemed even more profound and restrained. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The only sounds were the howling cold wind and the distant crackling of flames that had yet to extinguish. All gazes converged upon a young man, standing alone in the center of the battlefield, clad in silver armor, yet shrouded in a mysterious and dangerous aura. After the silence, someone, unable to contain themselves, let out a fervent and reverent shout. General Fang's might. This shout ignited a spark, instantly exploding into a cacophony throughout the crowd. General Fang's might. Long live Wushan Pass. Long live the Northern Army. The overwhelming joy of surviving, the awe of extraordinary power, and the admiration for the commander who led them to this incredible victory intertwined, causing the surviving soldiers of Wushan Pass to erupt in deafening cheers, their voices soaring into the sky as if to dispel the cold and gloom of the northern night. Zhou Qingtian and Chen Lai observed the surrounding excited soldiers, then glanced at the calm-faced Fang Yui, who was accepting the fervent adulation of the masses. The shock and a hint of fear in their hearts were gradually replaced by a more intense excitement and resolve. Regardless of the power Yui possessed, he was the heir of the Fang family, the beacon of hope that could lead them out of despair and strike back against the barbarians. That was enough. In stark contrast to the fervent cheers of the soldiers at Wushan Pass were Zhang Huayuan, sprawled on the ground, and Li Wenhan, discarded by the barbarian guards like a rag. Zhang Huayuan, already gravely injured and on the brink of death, was further impacted by the aftermath of the battle. His breath faint, struggling to lift his eyelids, he caught sight of the horrifying scene where Fang Yui devoured the giant wolf Wuzhou, and he heard the frenzied cheers of the Wushan soldiers. In that moment, the last flicker of hope and resentment in his heart was wholly replaced by boundless despair and coldness. How could the Fang family, known for their devouring magic, have produced such a monster? Zhang Huayuan thought bitterly, his gaze vacant. Commander Zhao, you schemed your whole life. Yet surely you could not have anticipated that the last bloodline of the Fang family would be such an unfathomable existence. He knew that it was over for him. And even the likes of Fang Ming in the capital, or the one upon the dragon throne, would likely face unprecedented upheaval due to the emergence of this young man. With endless regret and fear, his consciousness gradually sank into darkness. Meanwhile, the esteemed official Li Wenhan had long been shattered by a series of terrifying shocks. He gazed at Fang Yuni, as if beholding a fallen demonic deity, his body trembling uncontrollably, his trousers once again soaked, the foul stench pervading the air. His lips quivered, yearning to plead for mercy, yet he could not utter a single coherent syllable, only managing to emit sounds of terror until his eyes rolled back. And he fainted from fright. Chapter 81. Post-Battle Arrangements. Fang Yuni paid no heed to the reactions of those around him. He slowly approached the desiccated corpse of Wu Zilu, his gaze sweeping over it, filled with a complex array of emotions. A once mighty hero, reduced to such a fate, was indeed a consequence of his own actions, yet it elicited a sense of lamentation. He bent down, rummaging through Wu Zilu's embrace, retrieving several items. A wolf-headed gold medal representing the identity of the Southern Court's king. Several sealed letters inscribed in the script of the barbarian tribes, seemingly from the royal court, and a completely shattered bone talisman, devoid of all luster. He collected these items, for they would serve as crucial evidence and sources of intelligence in the times to come. Straightening up, he surveyed the entire scene, his voice resonating with authority as it reached every ear present. General Zhou, General Chun, I am at your service. Zhou, Qingtian, and Chun Lai immediately stepped forward, bowing deeply, their demeanor more respectful than before, even tinged with a hint of awe. Immediately commence the battlefield cleanup. Ensure Wu Zilu's head is preserved and his body, along with those of other barbarian leaders, is incinerated. As for all barbarian captives, Fang Yuni paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Exterminate them all. Leave not a single one alive. Furthermore, confine Zhang Huayuan and Li Wenhan separately, under strict surveillance. No one is to approach without my command. Understood. Zhou Qingtian and Chun Lai responded with solemnity. Fang Yuni raised his gaze toward the direction of the southern Iron Wall Pass, then glanced at the desolate expanse where the northern barbarian royal court lay, his eyes deep as an abyss. The storm in the north had arisen because of him, and it would inevitably culminate in his hands. The devouring power he had exhibited today might indeed bring new troubles, yet he was undaunted. This was merely the beginning. He silently vowed, a cold and confident smile gracing his lips. The forthcoming focus would be to assimilate the fruits of this battle, consolidate the northern forces, and prepare for the subsequent reactions from the capital and the barbarian royal court. The chessboard had been laid out, and he held the pieces in his grasp. The thunderous cheers gradually subsided as the soldiers began to follow orders to clear the battlefield, the scent of blood and char in the air seeming to fade somewhat in the fervor of victory. Once Zhou, Qingtian, and Chun Lai had arranged the necessary matters, they swiftly approached Fang Yuni. Zhou Qingtian looked upon the emaciated corpse of Wu Zilu on the ground, then turned his gaze toward the direction of Blackstone Fortress, his eyes glimmering with sharp intensity, a hint of uncontrollable excitement in his voice. Yuni, with Wu Zilu slain and tens of thousands of the elite barbarian forces vanquished at our hands, Blackstone Fortress must now lie vulnerable. Shall we seize this opportunity? Pressing forth from Wushan Pass to dismantle the barbarians' frontline encampment in the south, and thereby fully assert the might of our Wushan forces? Chun Lai, upon hearing this, was also eager for action. Indeed, our morale is soaring, and outside the borders, Han Qing and his comrades have successfully blinded the enemy, perfectly positioning us to strike them unawares. Capturing Blackstone Fortress would yield enough supplies to sustain us through several winters. However, Fang Yuni slowly shook his head, his gaze profound, as if he could foresee distant horizons. Zhou, Uncle Chun, the time is not yet ripe. Not yet ripe? Chun Lai furrowed his brow, perplexed. What a splendid opportunity this is. Are we to wait for the barbarian tribes to regain their strength and send reinforcements? Fang Yuni began to elucidate. While it is true that a military campaign now could lead to the capture of Blackstone Fortress, what then? We would find ourselves facing the relentless vengeance of the barbarian royal court, dragging us the entire Wushan Pass, and the soon-to-be-acquired Iron Wall Pass into a protracted war of attrition against the main forces of the barbarians. Our foundation is still shaky, our troops insufficient. We lack the capability to engage in full-scale warfare or to launch a counteroffensive into their territory. He paused, his tone calculating. Our objective should not be to seize a solitary fortress beyond our borders immediately, but to maximize the benefits of this significant victory. Inciting the wrath of the barbarians? Zhou Qingtian pondered. Precisely. Fang Yuni nodded slightly. Wuzhuilu is the southern court's king. His demise, along with the annihilation of his elite forces, represents an unprecedented blow and humiliation to the barbarian royal court. They will undoubtedly be enraged, but they will also feel fear and suspicion. In the short term, they will be unable to muster a force capable of breaching our current defenses. This anger and fear will compel them to undertake two actions. First, an internal restructuring to assign blame, which may even spark a power struggle. Second, they might attempt to negotiate with the Great Qian court. Negotiate? Chunlai was increasingly bewildered. With a southern court king dead and so many of their forces slaughtered by us, what grounds do they have to seek negotiations with the court? The negotiating party could be us or the court, Fang Yuni patiently analyzed. They may tentatively propose peace talks or accuse us of employing forbidden tactics, attempting to exert moral pressure. Regardless of their approach, it affords us the necessary space and time for subsequent maneuvers. He turned to Zhou Qingtian and Chunlai, articulating the most crucial step. Thus, while we consolidate our gains and regroup our forces, it is imperative that we report the events occurring here, both fact and fiction, to the court in the capital, and we must do so with utmost urgency, through the fastest and most dire channels. Upon hearing this, Chunlai was utterly confounded. He scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face as he spoke. Nephew Yuni, your convoluted reasoning has left me utterly baffled. If the Iron Wall Pass falls to the barbarians, with Zhang Huayuan's fate uncertain and the imperial envoy captured, while we have indeed vanquished many of the enemy, it must be acknowledged that the northern defense line has been grievously breached. If we report this truthfully, it would be a miracle if the court does not hold us accountable for our inadequate rescue efforts and inaction as the Iron Wall Pass fell. How can this possibly be seen as a positive outcome? And why the need for such urgent communication? Are we not trapping ourselves in this situation? Old Chin pondered, his straightforward demeanor reflecting his confusion regarding the intricacies of such cunning strategies. Fang Yuni observed Chunlai's earnest yet anxious expression, a hint of exasperation crossing his face. Although his uncle Chun was a valiant warrior, fearless in the face of battle, the subtleties of political maneuvering eluded him entirely. With a sigh, Fang Yuni proceeded to elucidate. Uncle Chun, who told you that we must report everything truthfully? His gaze swept over Zhou Qingtian and Chunlai, his voice lowered, yet exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Presently, within and beyond the Iron Wall Pass, all information is entirely sealed. The barbarian scouts have been thoroughly eradicated, even if a few manage to escape. They are met with a scene of devastation, enveloped in toxic mist, rendering them oblivious to the actual events. The garrison within the Iron Wall Pass and the barbarian forces have nearly annihilated each other, and the survivors likely have little time left. This signifies that the truth of what transpired here is known only to our core group. The military reports can be crafted as we wish, without constraint. Chunlai's eyes widened in realization, grasping fragments of understanding yet failing to fully comprehend the essence. Fang Yuni emphasized, the crux lies in the fact that Zhang Huayuan and the envoy Li Wenhan are now in our custody. They serve as our most effective tools and witnesses. At this moment, Zhou Qingtian interjected, his brow furrowed with concern. Yuni, although this plan is ingenious, Zhang Huayuan harbors deep-seated hatred towards us. While Li Wenhan may be timid, persuading them to fabricate a lie might not be easy. Fang Yuni's lips curved into a chilling smile, imbued with an undeniable resolve that sent shivers down their spines. Uncle Zhou, they have no choice in this matter. I shall have a thorough discussion with them, ensuring they understand that cooperation may offer them a glimmer of hope, perhaps even the accolades they desire. Noncompliance. He trailed off, but the fleeting glint of purple in his deep-set eyes and the latent aura of power that lingered after devouring a great wolf conveyed an unspoken threat that left Zhou Qingtian and Chunlai acutely aware of the implications. Noncompliance? The lifeless body of Uzulu served as a prime example. Fang Yuni possessed countless methods to compel these two prisoners to willingly cooperate, with no option for refusal. I understand now. Zhou Qingtian inhaled deeply, relinquishing his doubts entirely. He had witnessed his nephew's prowess too many times, both on the battlefield and in the manipulation of human emotions, far exceeding his own expectations. Uncle, Fang Yuni turned to Chun Lai, assigning tasks with authority. You shall immediately lead an elite team to take over the defenses at Iron Wall Pass and replace Mr. Zhao Qian. The situation there is complex and requires a fierce general like you to stabilize it. Remember, upon taking charge, seal off all routes leading towards Yuzhou without exception. Before we weave our narrative for the court, it is imperative that no unfavorable information escapes our grasp. We must maintain absolute control over TB Pass and its surrounding areas. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Although Chun Lai was somewhat bewildered by the composition of the report, he was adept at executing orders for sealing off and controlling the area, immediately clasping his fists in acknowledgement before swiftly mobilizing the troops. Fang Yinyuan then turned to Zhou Qingtian, instructing him to send word to Han Qing beyond the pass, confirming the completion of the cleanup task, and to return with the troops post-haste. Simultaneously, upon Mr. Zhao Qian's return from TB Pass, you are to convene in my quarters, where we shall deliberate meticulously on crafting the urgent military dispatch to the court. He paused, his gaze shifting towards the direction where the captured prisoners were being held, his eyes deepening with contemplation. For now, I shall pay a visit to our esteemed guests, General Zhang Huayan and the envoy Li Wenhan. It is essential to engage in a thorough discussion with them. With that, Fang Yinyuan adjusted his silver armor, now marred with dust and blood, and strode steadily towards the tent where Zhang Huayan and Li Wenhan were confined. His silhouette stretched long in the firelight, appearing slender, yet seemingly burdened with an enormous weight, embodying a force potent enough to stir the very winds of the Northern Territory and beyond. Zhou Qingtian watched his retreating figure, overwhelmed with emotion. With such a prodigious talent in the Fang family, how could one despair of vengeance? And how could one fear the restoration of past power, perhaps even to new heights? He promptly turned on his heel to personally arrange for the notification to Han Qing and to await Zhao Qian's return. Under Fang Yinyuan's influence, the strategic landscape of the Northern Territory had undeniably entered a new and grander phase. Within the confines of Wushan Pass, a dilapidated barrack had been temporarily repurposed as a prison. The biting wind howled through the cracks in the walls and broken windows, stirring up the dust from the ground. Inside, there was no brazier to stave off the chill, and the frigid air seemed capable of freezing the very blood within one's veins, exhaling as mist. In one corner lay a pile of moldy hay, serving as the sole bedding. Envoy Li Wenhan huddled in the frigid corner, his ornate official robes now soiled and stained with mud and dried blood. He embraced his knees, his still recovering shoulder aching faintly. Yet at this moment, he seemed to have forgotten the pain. His body trembled uncontrollably, teeth chattering, whether from the cold or the bone-deep terror that gripped him, he could not discern. Li Wenhan's gaze wandered vacantly, occasionally darting with fear towards the door, as if a ravenous demon might enter at any moment. He could not reconcile the ruthless, decisive youth capable of annihilating even the mightiest of barbarian kings with the frail, sickly scion of the Fang family he had encountered along the way. This stark contrast filled him with profound absurdity and despair. On the opposite side of the room, Zhang Huayan lay atop a patch of relatively clean hay, his face ashen and breath faint. An elderly attendant with graying hair was tending to his wounds, yet his furrowed brow revealed the gravity of the situation. Zhang Huayan bore numerous wounds, yet the most fatal was not the external injuries, but rather the devastation of his martial arts dantian, utterly shattered by the violent, malevolent energy during his previous confrontation with Wu Shilu. The old gentleman managed to tenuously sustain his last breath with silver needles and medicinal herbs. But with the dantian destroyed and meridians severed, unless a legendary martial sage were to go to great lengths to reconstruct his dantian, or he were to discover extraordinary heavenly materials, he would be forever estranged from the martial path. Even the prospect of living as a robust, ordinary person would be daunting, rendering him a complete invalid. With a creak, the dilapidated wooden door was pushed open. Fang Yuni's silhouette appeared at the threshold, clad in dust-stained silver armor, his complexion appearing somewhat sallow in the dim light, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance akin to stars in a frigid night. Imbued with a ruthless and indifferent clarity, Li Wenhan, upon hearing the sound, recoiled like a startled rabbit, burying his head deeply into his knees, hardly daring to breathe. Fang Yuni did not approach him, instead directing his gaze towards the unconscious Zhang Huayan. He walked closer, and the elderly physician felt an intangible pressure emanating from him. Instinctively stepping back and bowing in respect, Fang Yuni extended his finger, a pure violet true energy swirling at its tip, and gently pressed it against Zhang Huayuan's brow. A pained groan escaped Zhang Huayuan's throat, his eyelids quivering violently before he ultimately managed to open his eyes with great difficulty. In an instant, the intense agony and the emptiness from his dantian jolted him awake, allowing him to clearly discern the figure before him. Fang Yuni, Zhang Huayuan rasped, his voice hoarse and dry, laced with profound hatred and an undeniable hint of weakness. Chapter 83, The Ruthless Side. Fang Yuni retracted his finger, gazing down at him from a position of authority, then casting a glance at the corner where Li Wenhan trembled. His voice, though calm, carried an undeniable air of authority. General Zhang, Lord Li, since you are both awake, let us speak candidly. Moving forward, I require your full cooperation. I shall provide you with a dignified conclusion and a way out for your respective families. Upon hearing this, Li Wenhan trembled violently, abruptly raising his head. His eyes filled with fear and supplication, his lips quivering but unable to form a coherent word. The anguish within him was on the verge of overflowing. Once a distinguished official of the third rank in the capital, an imperial envoy, he had enjoyed boundless glory. Yet upon arriving in this northern realm, he found himself ensnared in a den of peril. First, he had been coerced and manipulated by Zhang Huayuan and Zhao Yuanming's faction. And now he had fallen into the hands of Fang Yuni, who appeared frail yet was more terrifying than a demon. Now, his life and death were no longer in his own hands, his honor and shame dependent on the whims of others. If coerced by Zhang Huayuan, there remained some regard for the court and Zhao Yuanming's influence, leaving room for maneuver. Yet this Fang Yuni before him was utterly unrestrained, relying on sheer martial prowess and ruthless methods to overpower him. At this moment, he was filled with profound regret, questioning why he had sought this merit and ventured into this treacherous northern land. This was no place for a civil official like himself. However, Zhang Huayuan's reaction was starkly different. A sardonic smile twisted his lips, and his eyes, once vibrant, now reflected a desolate defiance, as if he had embraced his own ruin. Cooperate? Huh. Feng Yuni, I am a mere shell of a man now, my dantian destroyed, living a fate worse than death. Do you believe I still fear your threats? It is nothing but death. Do you dare to slay an imperial envoy, to murder a court official? His voice faltered momentarily, and he cast a provocative glance at Li Wenhan, his tone dripping with menace. Sir Li, you must think this through. Should you conspire with him to fabricate lies and deceive the court, if this matter reaches General Zhao, the consequences will be far graver than our deaths. This was a clear warning to Li Wenhan, a last-ditch effort to rally him against Feng Yuni. Feng Yuni regarded Zhang Huayuan with an unsettling calm, devoid of any anger, a smile that bordered on cruel serenity gracing his features. He spoke slowly, his voice low, yet each word struck like icicles, piercing the hearts of both men. I believe you may be mistaken. I did not come here to hear your refusals, nor to negotiate with you too. You must understand, I am not a benevolent fool. My intention in seeking your cooperation is merely to alleviate some of my burdens, to present matters in a more favorable light. Even without your collaboration, I possess ample means to ensure that the events in the northern borders unfold as I desire, and I guarantee that no one will unveil the truth. Feng Yuni's gaze sharpened, turning as lethal as a blade, an icy murderous intent enveloping the room, causing the temperature to plummet further. However, he continued, his tone chillingly cold. If you choose to be obstinate and complicate matters for me, then rest assured, it will not be only the two of you who face death. With deliberate slowness, Feng Yuni retrieved 2 folded notes from within his robes and unfolded them, revealing a dense scrawl of tiny characters. I will not spare your families, nor any of those you hold dear. His tone remained flat, yet it was laced with a horrific gravity. Zhang Huayuan of the Zhang clan in Zhuozhou, ancestral home. Elder Patriarch Zhang Qian, aged 68, residing in Huayin Alley, east of Zhuozhou. Eldest son Zhang Ming Xian, aged 16, studying at the Bailu Academy in the capital. Under the tutelage of the 8-year-old Zhang Wanner, who is frail and dearly cherished by you, kept at your villa outside the city. Li Banan, of the collateral branch of the Li clan in Longxi. Your wife, of the jealous Wang family, has a favored concubine, Lu, who bore you a son named Li Qingze. Aged 5, regarded as the future of the Li family, currently hidden at the hot spring villa in the suburbs of the capital. With each name, Feng Yuni recited. Each location he detailed. The faces of Zhang Huayuan and Li Wenhan grew increasingly pallid, their bodies trembling with dread. The information was terrifyingly intricate, exposing secrets they believed to be well concealed. I shall render them each to a fate worse than death. Fang Yuni folded the note, his gaze as unyielding as unmelting ice, sweeping over the pallid faces of the two men. What I can articulate, I can accomplish. Should you doubt my words, feel free to test them. The dilapidated room was enveloped in a deathly silence, save for the labored breaths and the howling wind outside. Libanan, in a state of utter despair, wept profusely, collapsing to the ground and repeatedly bowing his head. Cooperation. I shall cooperate. Young Master Fang, no, General Fang, whatever you command, I shall comply. I implore you to show mercy and spare my family. Chengza is but a child. Zhang Huan, meanwhile, fixed his eyes on Fang Yuni with unyielding intensity, his chest heaving violently. Ultimately, the remnants of his defiance and hope were utterly crushed by Fang Yuni. He could disregard his own life, even the desolate existence that awaited him without martial prowess. Yet he could not bear the thought of his family's bloodline extinguished because of him, nor could he endure the endless torment his kin would suffer due to his actions. Fang Yuni's ruthlessness and methods had already been witnessed far too extensively today. Zhang Huayuan despondently closed his eyes, squeezing out a faint whisper through clenched teeth. What do you intend to do? On the following morning, a messenger riding a steed adorned with 3 red feathers burst forth from Wushan Pass, bearing a sealed military report with the official seals of General Zhou Qingtian, the garrison commander and vice envoy Li Wenhan, marked with the imperial stamp, urgently destined for the capital of the Qian. The contents of this military dispatch were meticulously crafted by Fang Yuni, Zhou Qingtian, and Zhao Qian, and narrated by Zhang Huayuan with Li Wenhan as witness. The southern barbarian king, Wushu, personally led tens of thousands of tribal warriors, brazenly tearing apart the peace treaty and launching a fierce assault on Wushan Pass. Under the command of General Zhou Qingtian, the defenders of Wushan Pass fought valiantly. Yet the walls lay in ruin, outnumbered and on the brink of collapse. Upon receiving the news, General Zhang Huayuan, loyal and brave, disregarding his own safety, led the main force out of the pass to provide aid, engaging in a bloody battle with Wushu, his main forces outside the Iron Wall Pass, inflicting severe damage upon the barbarian troops. However, Vice Envoy Li Wenhan unfortunately fell victim to a treacherous ambush within Iron Wall Pass and was injured. In his determination to protect the envoy, General Zhang Huayuan fought valiantly and ultimately perished alongside Wushu, a martyr for his country. His forces also suffered devastating losses. Chapter 84. Preparations to return to the capital. In this dire moment of life and death, Fang Yuni, the grandson of General Fang, was entrusted with a grave mission. Despite his tender age, armed with the ancestral military strategies of the Fang family and extraordinary valor, he united the remnants of Wushan Pass and the beleaguered troops within Iron Wall Pass. At Luoxia Slope, he laid an ambush to sever the retreat of the barbarian forces. Seizing the opportunity amidst the disarray and low morale of the enemy, he launched a surprise attack, decisively defeating the remnants of the barbarians, claiming countless heads and reclaiming Iron Wall Pass and Wushan Pass. Yet, he himself succumbed to a resurgence of an old ailment, spitting forth blood without cease. This battle, reliant on the majesty of his majesty and the soldiers' dedication, ensured the preservation of the northern frontier. The valiant General Zhang Huayuan met his heroic end in battle, and Vice Envoy Li was gravely injured. The soldiers of both Iron Wall and Wushan Pass suffered significant casualties, leaving the northern defenses vulnerable and in urgent need of reinforcements and supplies from the court. This military report depicted Fang Yuni and his former comrades at Wushan Pass as heroes who turned the tide against overwhelming odds. The demise of Zhang Huayuan was transformed into a noble sacrifice for the nation, while Li Wenhan's capture was recast as an injury. The annihilation of the barbarian army was portrayed as the triumph of Fang Yuni's strategic acumen in the face of adversity. All the sordid details, including the noxious mists and devouring powers, were meticulously concealed. Meanwhile, within the barbarian court, the news of the complete destruction of Wushu's forces and the death of the southern king reverberated like thunder across the vast grasslands. Inside the golden tent of the royal court, an oppressive atmosphere hung heavily. The barbarian Khan, seated upon his wolfskin throne, bore a visage of iron. His fingers white-knuckled as they gripped the ambiguous battle report received that day. The voice of the Khan, filled with deep fury, resonated with despair. How could tens of thousands of elite soldiers be lost and Wushu slain? Who can explain this to me? When did the Qian people acquire such martial prowess? That old scoundrel, Zhou Qingtian, and the ailing scion of the Fang family. How could they possibly achieve this? The leaders of various factions and the nobles of the court exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and dread. Wu Shilu was one of the court's few formidable warriors, and his Blood Wolf army was renowned for its elite status. Such a catastrophic defeat was unprecedented in the last 2 decades. My Khan, a trembling centurion in charge of intelligence, reported, according to scouts who returned. A green toxic mist now envelopes the areas inside and outside Iron Wall Pass, lethal to the touch, disintegrating flesh and bone. It seems that Wu Shilu was drained by that wretched sorcerer from the Fang family. Sorcery? Toxic mists? The barbarian Khan's eyes glinted with cold fury. Investigate. Conduct a thorough inquiry. He commanded. Fang Yuni, that scion of the Fang family, shall pay. He rose suddenly, exuding a terrifying aura. Order all divisions to maintain strict vigilance. Until this matter is fully clarified, no one shall venture southward for revenge without my command. Wu Shilu's downfall not only cost the royal court a top-tier warrior and tens of thousands of troops, but also created a significant vacuum and turmoil within the power dynamics of the court. Various factions began to stir, vying for the power and territory left by the southern king. In a short span, the barbarians found themselves unable to muster a large-scale invasion, burdened instead by the need to guard against internal strife and the covetousness of other tribes. Within Iron Wall Pass, Fang Yuni remained unclouded by the temporary victory. After dispatching the military report, he immediately commenced meticulous preparations. He instructed Zhou Qingtian and Zhao Qian to fully reorganize the army, dismantling and reconstituting the surrendered forces from Iron Wall Pass and the willing wandering soldiers, eliminating any unstable elements and promoting loyal or capable junior officers of the Fang family. Simultaneously, he utilized the vast resources seized from the barbarian tribes and Iron Wall Pass to arm and train this newly formed army, naming it the Northern Pacification Army. He covertly appointed himself as the commander, with Zhou Qingtian as the deputy commander and Zhao Qian as the military strategist. He understood that to secure a foothold amidst the forthcoming turmoil, and even to realize grander ambitions, he must possess a formidable force that would obey his every command as an extension of his will. Chen Lai was dispatched to TB Pass, where he took over from Zhao Qian, who had just returned from change of guard. His responsibility was to oversee the reconstruction of the defenses at TB Pass and to impose a complete blockade towards Yuzhou. Fang Yuni's orders were explicit. Until further instructions were received, no one was to enter or exit TB Pass, and any attempts to convey messages beyond its walls would be met with lethal force. Meanwhile, Han Qing was entrusted with the formidable task of establishing an intelligence organization named Shadow, directly under Fang Yuni's command. This organization was not only to monitor the internal and external movements of the northern borders, but also to extend its reach gradually towards the capital and the barbarian king's court. Fang Yuni himself, after stabilizing the northern front, began preparations to return to the capital. The northern territories, remote from the emperor's gaze and under the watchful eye of the Northern Defense Army stationed at the borders, were unlikely to face any significant upheaval under the current regime's pacifying efforts. However, it was the capital where the true tempest brewed. He needed to return personally, leveraging both his military accolades from thwarting the assassination attempt on the imperial envoy and his grandmother, the esteemed matriarch of the Fang family, to secure a voice in the court and rectify the long-standing grievances against his family, if only partially. Additionally, he sought to confront the enigmatic Qian emperor and the influential Grand General Zhao Yuanming to uncover the truth behind events from 8 years prior, striving to carve out a space for survival and development for himself and the forces of the northern territories. He understood that returning with the illustrious prestige of a victorious hero would starkly contrast with the image of the frail, inconspicuous figure he had once been. Yet, the intrigues of the capital were far more treacherous than those of the northern front. Before his departure, he summoned Zhang Huayuan and Li Wenhan, who had resigned themselves to their fates under his strict supervision. Zhang Huayuan, rendered incapacitated, had lost all hope after Fang Yuni assured him that his family would remain unharmed. He now sought only a swift death. Fang Yuni granted him a noble end, publicly declaring that General Zhang had succumbed to his injuries. Li Wenhan, on the other hand, was healed by Fang Yuni and would serve as a crucial witness, accompanying him back to the capital to recount the events that transpired in the north. Fang Yuni implanted a controllable poison within him, reiterating the importance of the safety of the Longxili family and their young heir. Li Wenhan, pallid and resigned, could only acquiesce, promising to obey Fang Yuni's future directives. Days later, all preparations were complete. Standing atop the walls of Wushan Pass, Fang Yuni gazed southward. Though he still bore the lingering pallor of illness, his eyes were sharp as an eagle's and as profound as the sea. For the time being, he had stabilized the northern territories through a combination of iron-fisted measures and strategic foresight, laying the groundwork for his ambitions. Yet, the path ahead remained fraught with thorns. "I have returned to the capital," he murmured to himself, a cold smile gracing his lips, laden with endless schemes. Chapter 85. The battle report reaches the capital. This time, he would no longer be the frail youth at the mercy of others. He would return as the heir of the Fang family, the northern hero, armed with the formidable military might of the north and various hidden contingencies, ready to stir the winds and clouds of the capital. This heralded the onset of a new and thrilling game of intrigue, set to unfold in the heart of the capital. In the imperial capital of Deqian, as dusk enveloped the city and the first lights flickered to life, the Ministry of War, situated on the eastern side of the royal city, remained illuminated. Wang Huanji, the Minister of War, a lean official in his 50s with 3 strands of long beard, was presently seated in the duty room, attending to the daily affairs at hand. His diligence was not born from an obsession with work, but rather due to his turn for duty on this day. At that moment, a trusted subordinate burst in, visibly agitated, clutching a leather tube adorned with 3 red feathers, nearly stumbling as he entered. "My lord, urgent news from the northern border." Wang Huanji furrowed his brow, accepting the tube and verifying the wax seal before swiftly opening it to extract the military report within. As his gaze swept over the densely packed characters, his complexion turned as pale as parchment, and his hand trembled uncontrollably while grasping the document. The report detailed the dire situation at Wushan Pass, with urgent pleas for aid from General Zhang Huai, who had fought valiantly for his country, and the grievously wounded envoy Fang Yuni, who was called upon to repel the barbarian forces and reclaim TB Pass. Each word struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. The names of Zhang Huayuan and Fang Yuni instilled within him an unprecedented sense of dread and disbelief. He abruptly rose, disregarding decorum, and sternly instructed his subordinate. This matter must not be disclosed. With the military report clutched tightly in hand, he left the Ministry of War in haste, without even the time to change into formal attire. Yet, his destination was not the royal palace. Instead, he traversed through the streets, making his way directly to the opulent residence of General Zhao Yuanming, one of the most prominent figures in the western city. Within the study of the General's residence, fragrant sandalwood smoke wafted through the air. Zhao Yuanming, clad in casual attire, sat in a grand chair with his eyes closed, seemingly in a state of meditation. Approaching 60, he bore an air of scholarly elegance, his hair and beard meticulously groomed. Were it not for the occasional gleam of intelligence in his eyes, one might mistake him for a learned scholar rather than a powerful minister commanding half of Deqian's military forces. The steward quietly announced the visit of Minister Wang Huanji. Zhao Yuanming slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before he signaled the steward to allow Wang Huanji entry, instructing that no one else approach the study. "Lord Yuanming, a grave matter has arisen." Wang Huanji, entering without regard for formalities, directly presented the urgent military report to Zhao Yuanming, his voice tinged with anxiety. Zhao Yuanming took the report, his expression calm as he began to peruse its contents. However, as he delved deeper, the tranquility on his face was gradually replaced by a weighty seriousness and a chill. Upon reading of Zhang Huayun's sacrifice and Fang Yuni's emergency command to vanquish the barbarian forces, his grip on the paper tightened, knuckles paling in response. A brief silence enveloped the study. "Minister Wang, how much of this report do you believe to be true, and how much false?" Zhao Yuanming inquired, his voice low and devoid of emotion. Wang Huanji wiped the cold sweat from his brow and responded hastily. "I find this situation most suspicious. Lord Yuanming, General Zhang Huayuan is one of your most trusted aides. How could he not have alerted you in advance through a secret message if such a significant upheaval occurred in the northern border? Instead, this official military report was delivered to the capital through the Ministry of War? This is highly illogical." A glint of cold light flickered in Zhao Yuanming's eyes. "Zhang Huayuan is dead, his death without witnesses. The living are Zhou, Qingtian, and that sickly scion of the Fang family, whom we believe to be on the brink of death. He paused, a hint of derision lacing his tone. Appointed in a crisis to vanquish the barbarian army? Is he truly capable of such a feat? And what of the nearly 10,000 remnants at Wushan Pass? Wang Huanji nodded repeatedly. Indeed, Lord Yuanming, I too find this hard to believe. Wu Shilu is a renowned general of the barbarians, commanding tens of thousands of elite troops. Even if Zhang Huayuan were to muster all his forces, the outcome would likely be 50-50. How could an entire army be annihilated so easily, with him perishing alongside them? There must be some deception at play. Could it be that Zhou, Qingtian, and Fang Yui conspired to eliminate Zhang Huayuan and fabricated this report? Zhao Yuanming slowly rose and approached the window, gazing into the heavy night outside. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Regardless of the truth, since this military report has reached the Ministry of War, it must be presented to His Majesty. Concealment is futile. He turned sharply to Wang Huanji. Minister Wang, you must take this military report and rush to the palace tonight to meet with His Majesty. Remember, report the facts as they are, without embellishment or bias. His Majesty will make the righteous decision. Wang Huanji paused for a moment, then comprehended Zhao Yuanming's intent. This was a strategic retreat, bringing the matter to light to gauge His Majesty's reaction, while simultaneously absolving himself of any suspicion of withholding information. What the situation in the northern border? Wang Huanji ventured tentatively. A flicker of coldness crossed Zhao Yuanming's eyes. I will arrange everything. You need only to focus on your task. Yes, I understand. Wang Huanji bowed deeply and carefully tucked away the military report before hastily departing. Once Wang Huanji left, Zhao Yuanming lightly tapped the cold surface of the table. A shadow, akin to a specter, silently emerged from the corner of the study. Send the shadow to the northern border immediately. I wish to know what transpired at TB Pass and Wushan Pass. How did Zhang Huayuan meet his end? Moreover, what role did Fang Yui play in this? We must witness the living and the dead. No, the focus must be on Fang Yui. We must thoroughly investigate his background. Zhao Yuanming's tone was laced with a chilling intent. Understood. The shadow replied and melted back into the darkness. In the imperial palace, within the Yangxin Hall, although the night was deep, Emperor Qian remained awake. He was around 50 years of age, possessing a handsome visage and the gravitas of royalty. Yet a subtle weariness and gloom lingered between his brows. At this moment, he was reviewing memorials when he learned that Minister of War Wang Huanji had urgently sought an audience from 800 miles away in the northern border, prompting an immediate summons. Upon entering the hall, Wang Huanji knelt on the ground, raising the military report high. Your Majesty, an urgent military report from the northern border. The barbarian King Wuzhilu has led tens of thousands of troops to besiege the gates, and General Zhang Huayuan, the commander at TB Pass, fought valiantly to defend his country. The special envoy, Lord Li Wenhan, has been gravely injured. Fortune smiled upon us with General Fang's grandson, Fang Yuni, stepping forth in our time of peril, unifying the remnants of our forces, staunching the tide of chaos, and ultimately vanquishing the barbarian army to reclaim the Iron Wall Pass. Chapter 86, Movements Afoot. What? The Emperor Qian abruptly rose from behind the imperial desk, his visage a canvas of shock and disbelief. He hastened down the steps, nearly seizing the military report from Wang Huan's hands, perusing it with fervor. With each line he read, his expression transformed, wavering between astonishment, skepticism, and a barely discernible trepidation. Zhang Huayuan sacrificed himself for the nation, and Fang Yuni defeated the barbarian forces? The emperor set the report down, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Wang Huan. My dear minister, have you verified the contents of this report? Wang Huan bowed deeply, responding, Your Majesty, this is an urgent dispatch from the northern borders, complete with seals and signatures, jointly issued by General Zhou Qingtian of Wushan Pass and the vice envoy. Upon receiving it, I dared not delay and promptly reported to Your Majesty. As for the report's vague details, I could not make presumptions. The emperor, with hands clasped behind his back, paced within the hall, his brow furrowed in deep thought. This news was not only shocking, but also perplexing. Zhang Huayuan, a man of Zhao Yuanming, possessed considerable prowess. How could he have perished so easily? How could the frail scion of the Fang family possibly have the capability to defeat the vast armies of Wulyalu? What transpired behind this turn of events? I understand now. After a prolonged silence, the emperor halted, his voice regaining composure, yet imbued with a profound sense of gravity. My dear minister, you may withdraw. This military report shall be presented by you personally at tomorrow's court session. I obey. Wang Huan bowed and exited the hall of nurtured heart, leaving the emperor alone. He approached the window, gazing into the dark expanse of the night sky, his eyes reflecting a depth of complexity. He murmured Fang Yun's name, a flicker of doubt and apprehension crossing his countenance. Would the Fang family once again produce a figure like Fang Zhintian? Or was there a deeper conspiracy behind the upheaval in the northern territories? What role did Zhao Yuanming play in all this? Such monumental changes instilled within him a sense of unease. The northern situation spiraling out of control. The potential retaliation from the barbarian tribes after their crushing defeat, and the emergence of this seemingly formidable heir from the Fang family. All were laden with uncertainty. Come fort, the emperor commanded in a solemn tone. A guard, clad in dark attire, and exuding a restrained presence, appeared silently. Dispatch the dragon guard to the northern front. I demand to uncover the truth behind the Battle of the Iron Wall Pass in the shortest possible time. The emperor's decree was succinct and cold. As you command. The guard departed swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor added, convey my edict, summon General Zhao Yuanming to the palace at once. The following day, during the Grand Court Assembly, the Golden Luan Hall buzzed with ministers arrayed along either side. When Minister Wang Huan stepped forward to announce the urgent military situation from the northern borders, the hall erupted in an uproar. General Zhang Huayuan has perished for his country? Wu Yilu's vast army has been utterly annihilated? Fang Yuni, that frail scion of the Fang family, he defeated the barbarian forces? How could this be possible? The court was abuzz with exclamations, doubts, and discussions, resembling a pot boiling over. Particularly, those officials with grievances against the Fang family or aligned with the Zhao Yuanming faction wore expressions of disbelief and uncertainty. Perched upon the dragon throne, Emperor Qian listened impassively to the clamor below, and only when the noise subsided did he slowly speak. My esteemed ministers, the northern frontier has encountered a sudden upheaval. General Zhang has sacrificed himself for the dynasty, and my heart is heavy with sorrow. However, the barbarian army has recently suffered defeat, and their commander, Wu Shu, may also be dead. In this critical moment, what course of action do you believe our great Qian should take? The discussion swiftly converged on two pivotal points. Firstly, how to respond to the potential reckless retaliation from the barbarians, and secondly, how to address the current power vacuum in the north and the unexpectedly rising figure of Fang Yuni. Some ministers advocated for the immediate dispatch of a formidable military force to reinforce the north, to preempt any resurgence of the barbarian threat. Others contended that stabilizing the northern situation was of utmost priority and urged the prompt appointment of a new commander for Taibiguan. Additionally, there were those who questioned the authenticity of the military reports, demanding that a special envoy be dispatched for thorough investigation. Amidst the court, a spirited debate ensued. Yet Emperor Qian remained silent, attentively listening without expressing his stance. Ultimately, he issued a decree praising Zhang Huayuan for his loyalty and bravery, posthumously elevating his rank and providing substantial support for his family. Concurrently, he ordered the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue to urgently procure supplies and armaments to send to the north, in order to bolster the morale of the troops. The selection of the new commander and the question of sending an envoy for verification were temporarily set aside, with the stipulation that further discussions would take place upon receiving detailed battle reports from the north and the return of envoy Li Wenhan to the capital. The emperor's decision appeared to be notably prudent, allowing ample room for maneuver. After the court session, certain noble officials, harboring long-standing grievances against the Fang family, such as Lu Wenzheng, deputy minister of personnel, whose son had previously clashed with Fang Yunting, and Zhou Ting, who had once impeached Fang Zhintian for his arrogance, gathered together with somber expressions. That little brat from the Fang family actually survived and achieved such a feat? Lu Wenzheng seethed. This matter is shrouded in mystery. Zhang Huayuan's death is suspicious, and yet he seems to have benefited from it. Zhou Ting stroked his beard, his eyes flickering with intent. It appears the Fang family is poised for resurgence. We cannot allow him to have his way. Upon our return to the capital, we must ensure he faces consequences. Meanwhile, along the official road, several days' journey from the capital, a small contingent bearing the insignia of the great Qian's envoy was setting up camp for rest. Fang Yuni sat in his tent, the flickering candlelight illuminating his pallid and somewhat sickly visage. A shadow, blending seamlessly into the night, silently entered the tent, kneeling gracefully on one knee. Clad in black, the figure bore an unremarkable appearance, easily lost among a crowd. Yet his eyes were strikingly sharp and composed. He was one of Fang Yunyi's covertly trained shadow operatives in the capital, codenamed Geeky. Master, Geeky spoke in a low, respectful tone. I bring news from the capital. He presented a meticulously prepared, confidential report with both hands. Fang Yunyi accepted it, swiftly scanning its contents. The aforementioned details meticulously document the late-night visit of Minister Wang Huanji to the Zhao residence, where he summoned Zhao Yuanming, as well as the various reactions observed during today's South Morning Court. Indeed, Zhao Yuanming has grown suspicious and dispatched shadowy figures for surveillance. A faint smirk curled upon Fang Yunyi's lips. It appears the emperor has also sent his dragon guards, indicating that their actions are swift. Guiqi added that there are also unusual movements from Xianyun sect. According to intelligence relayed by an informant embedded within the outer sect of Xianyun, Elder Su, upon receiving a message from the Lin family confirming that your majesty possesses martial prowess, was seized with rage. He has concluded that the disappearance of the 6 disciples sent to the Northern Territory is linked to your majesty and has covertly issued orders to capture or eliminate you at all costs. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Fang Yunyi's eyes. These petty clowns pose no threat. Continue to monitor their movements and report any developments promptly. Understood. Guiqi acknowledged the command, and with a swift motion, he melted back into the shadows outside the tent, as if he had never been present.